Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 1744 to Chapter 1793. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai received a reply. However, this reply made Zhao Hai stare for a moment. This was because in this lava river, there were no creatures that wanted to deal with him. The reason why the lava attacked him was due to its instinct. It seems like there was something that it didn't want Zhao Hai to know. Zhao Hai was puzzled when he received this reply. But since the lava already regarded him as one of its own, it naturally wouldn't attack him. Zhao Hai immediately received the Hell King's ship into the space. Zhao Hai received the Hell King's ship into the space. Sure enough, the lava no longer attacked them. Then Zhao Hai slowly dived into the lava river. While diving, Zhao Hai used the infinity technique to communicate with the surrounding lava. He really wanted to know what was under the lava river. The infinity technique was really useful. The lava no longer attacked him. For this reason, Zhao Hai also did an experiment. He took out a piece of metal from the space and had an undead attach a strand of its divine sense to it. Then he threw the piece of metal down. The piece of metal was immediately attacked by the lava. Moreover, the deeper they went, the more intense the attack became. In the end, the hard piece of metal was easily torn into pieces. This made Zhao Hai surprised. He could feel that the deeper they went, the fiercer the attacks became. Each attack was equivalent to a nascent soul expert's full-strength attack. This was already a very good result. Most importantly, the lava simply didn't know how to get tired. It could keep attacking like this. This was the most terrifying part. Zhao Hai went deeper and deeper into the lava river. At the same time, his long-browed Arhat avatar was also doing its best to communicate with the surrounding lava. Zhao Hai discovered that the deeper he went, the easier it was to communicate with the lava. This didn't mean that his infinity technique was getting stronger, it was just that the lava had become more intelligent. The infinity technique can communicate with all things. This was because Buddhists believed that all things had spirits. However, the spirits of all things were also divided into high and low levels. Humans were the leader of all things. Because of this, humans had a lot of ways to communicate with other creatures. On the other hand, animals were a level lower than humans. Because of this, it was more difficult for humans to communicate with animals. Grasses and forests were a level lower than animals, so it was more difficult for humans to communicate with them. As for rocks that didn't seem to be alive, they also had spirits. However, they had a lower level of spirit. Communicating with them was much more difficult. To put it bluntly, the lava was similar to rocks. On the surface, it didn't seem to have any spirit. Naturally, it was very difficult to communicate with the lava. Zhao Hai was already used to communicating with the lava. It took a lot of effort for him to establish a connection with the lava. Zhao Hai knew in his heart. But as he dived deeper into the magma river, he felt that it was easier to communicate with the magma. It seems like the magma had become smart. The lava had become intelligent? Perhaps only Zhao Hai would have such an idea. Other people wouldn't think so. However, this was Zhao Hai's true feeling. However, although the lava didn't attack Zhao Hai and treated him as one of their own, they still didn't tell Zhao Hai why they attacked people who entered the lava river. Zhao Hai still didn't get anything. Zhao Hai didn't know how deep he was in the lava river. He estimated that it shouldn't be less than 10,000 meters. This number made Zhao Hai very surprised. He didn't think that the lava river would be so deep. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt an incomparably powerful pressure coming from the lava river. Zhao Hai stared and immediately stopped. He wanted to communicate with this pressure, but he failed. This pressure was very strong. Zhao Hai didn't feel such a strong pressure from Hudingshan. But at the same time, this pressure was also very rigid. It didn't seem like it was intentionally released by a living being, it was more like an instinct. Zhao Hai didn't even feel the pressure from Hudingshan's body. This instinct wasn't a living thing's instinct, but a kind of pressure instinct. It was as if this pressure originally belonged to a very powerful expert. This expert was constantly exerting pressure in all directions. Slowly, this pressure became an instinctive existence. When that expert disappeared, this pressure was still there. It was like a program that had been recorded by someone. It would only operate according to the content of the program, and there wouldn't be any changes. This strange feeling made Xiao Hai frown. He didn't have any way to communicate with this pressure, so he wanted to test its strength. He wanted to see how powerful this pressure was. Soon, the pressure pressed down on Xiao Hai's body. What made Xiao Hai stare was that besides feeling this pressure, he didn't feel anything else. This made Xiao Hai stare. Before long, the pressure slowly receded. Xiao Hai was still standing there as he stared blankly ahead. He discovered that although the pressure had no effect on him, it was very useful on the surrounding magma. The magma seemed to be very afraid of the pressure. When the pressure swept over, Xiao Hai could feel that all the magma that was connected to him had a feeling of submission. This was an unconditional submission, a submission that was engraved in their instincts. Xiao Hai now understood why the magma attacked people who entered the magma river. It must be because of this pressure. But where did this pressure come from? Why did he make the magma submit? Xiao Hai became even more curious. After the pressure disappeared, Xiao Hai continued to dive. At the same time, he discovered that the magma around him had returned to normal. When the pressure came, Xiao Hai thought that the magma around him had solidified. But when the pressure disappeared, the magma started to move again. This feeling made Xiao Hai very surprised. One must know that although pressure sounded scary, it was just a kind of aura. A person who has been in a high position for a long time would naturally have an aura around him. He didn't need to specifically talk about how much power he had, but his words and actions could completely reveal his identity. This was his aura. Coercion could be said to be an upgraded version of aura. Aura was sometimes only an instinctive performance, but coercion was a performance with an offensive posture. In other words, coercion was to take the initiative to use one's aura to suppress others. For people, using their aura to suppress others was just scaring them. It wouldn't cause any harm to them. But for cultivators, things weren't that simple. Just like Xiao Hai, he could use his aura to injure people. If a spirit-refining cultivator were to meet Xiao Hai, then Xiao Hai could use his aura to injure them. Of course, the injuries would only be very minor. And among the cultivators that Xiao Hai had met, the one who used their aura the best was Hu Dingshan. Hu Dingshan coldly snorted and was able to make the Wandering Soul Gang lose countless cultivators. This was actually a combination of aura and sound waves. It was impossible for him to kill so many people with just a sound wave attack. Because of this, Hu Dingshan combined his aura and sound waves to create this kind of effect. The aura that Xiao Hai felt from the magma river was even stronger than Hu Dingshan's aura. As for why this aura didn't affect Xiao Hai, it was very simple. It was because this aura was only effective against the magma river. It didn't affect anything else. It was precisely because of this discovery that Xiao Hai became even more curious. He wanted to know what this aura was coming from. After diving for another kilometer, Xiao Hai discovered that the magma river was becoming smarter. Moreover, the magma was flowing like water. At the same time, he also felt that the temperature was getting higher. Xiao Hai had a feeling that he was about to reach his destination. Just as Xiao Hai was diving with all his strength, he suddenly felt that the magma in front of him had disappeared. He had arrived in a world of fire. That's right, it was a world of fire. Everything here was burning, and these burning flames seemed to have turned into a huge cover, blocking the magma outside. And now that Xiao Hai had entered this world, he could feel that the surroundings were filled with extremely strong fire elements. There were no other elements here, only one element, and that was the fire element. Xiao Hai looked around and discovered that this was an incomparably huge building complex. This building complex looked like an incomparably huge city. In this city, there were commoners living and landlords, as well as some palaces and pavilions. On the periphery of the city, there was an incomparably tall city wall. The entire city was very large. The city was crisscrossed with crisscrossing roads. The city was square-shaped, and it looked like an incomparably huge chessboard. And Xiao Hai's current location was right outside one of the city gates. There were 4 city gates in this city. Each city gate had 3 main gates and 6 auxiliary gates. The so-called main gate was the bigger gate, while the auxiliary gates were the smaller gates. The height of the city walls completely exceeded Xiao Hai's imagination. The city walls were about a kilometer high, and the height of each main gate was about 900 meters. And the buildings in the city weren't any shorter than the city walls. The entire city looked like the residence of a giant. Moreover, the entire city was made of red stones. These red stones emitted an astonishing amount of heat. Zhao Hai could even see the burning flames on these stones. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the burning city. It was hard for him to imagine that there would be such a huge city in this world. Such a huge and hot city, what kind of people could live in it? Soon, Zhao Hai's attention was attracted by something. It was none other than a stone tablet, an incomparably huge stone tablet. This huge stone tablet was only slightly shorter than the city walls. On the front of the stone tablet, there were 3 large words, Fire God City. These 3 large words were about 200 meters tall and had an extraordinary aura. When he saw these 3 words, Zhao Hai felt as if he was looking at an ancient god. He stood between the heavens and earth, and with a wave of his hand, a sea of fire would fill the sky. Everyone who blocked his path would be turned into ashes. Only such a character could be called a fire god and be worthy of living in such a city. These 3 incomparably domineering words represented the identity of the owner of the city. Fire God City, the residence of the fire god. Zhao Hai's mind was completely shaken by these 3 large words. This made him unconsciously lower his flying altitude. Finally, he landed on the ground and looked up at the huge stone tablet. It was as if he was a devout believer on a pilgrimage. After a while, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and recovered. However, Zhao Hai was already certain that this city was the residence of an ancient almighty. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such an imposing aura. Zhao Hai bowed 3 times to the stone tablet to express his respect for this ancient almighty. Then he slowly turned around and went behind the stone tablet. When Zhao Hai reached the back of the stone tablet, he was immediately attracted by the article behind it. The first thing that attracted Zhao Hai's attention was the name of the article. The name of the article was about 10 meters high. Naturally, this wasn't a big deal. After all, the stone tablet was very big. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that the name of the article was actually broken. The name of the article was broken in a very strange way. The first word of the article's name had been dug out, leaving a square hole. The name of the article should have had 3 words, but now there were only 2 left. The last 2 words were Divine Endowment. Zhao Hai didn't need to guess to know that this article was called the Fire God Endowment. This was because the beginning of the article said, the fire god stood between heaven and earth, the ancestor of civilization. He was warm to the human body and wise to the human heart. He gave people cooked food and helped them resist the enemy. His achievements covered the heaven and earth and would benefit the future generations. If Zhao Hai didn't know that this was an article about the fire god, then he would be an idiot. The content of this article was praising the fire god. However, what surprised Zhao Hai wasn't this, but the word that was dug out of the 3 words of the fire god endowment. If Zhao Hai wasn't mistaken, he was certain that the word that was dug out was placed in the main hall of the Raging Inferno sect. It was the word fire that Zhao Hai saw before. A simple word fire was able to greatly increase Zhao Hai's ability to control fire. Obviously, the origin of the word wasn't simple. Moreover, this huge city didn't look simple at all. Therefore, it wasn't strange for the word to appear here. In order to confirm his thoughts, Zhao Hai flew up and arrived at the top of the huge stele. Looking at the place where the word was dug out, he was even more certain that the word fire in the Raging Inferno sect must have been dug out from this stele. Zhao Hai frowned slightly. Then he stretched out his hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. Using all his strength, he slashed at the stele, *clang. Zhao Hai's long sword was directly sent flying. However, there wasn't a single mark on the stele. Zhao Hai looked at the stele with a puzzled expression. The reason why Zhao Hai was puzzled was because the stele was too hard. When Zhao Hai attacked the stele, besides feeling its hardness, he also felt something else. It was that the stele was protected by something. It seems to be the power of a law, the law of fire. The power of laws had always been a very mysterious force. Naturally, this power was also very magical. It could be said that the cultivation methods that Zhao Hai and the others were learning were all derived from the power of laws. They were an alternative embodiment of the power of laws. However, compared to the power of laws, the difference between these cultivation methods and the power of laws was too far. However, Zhao Hai still came in contact with the power of laws when he was studying Dharma idol. This was especially true after he obtained the inheritance of Huding Mountain. Zhao Hai had a certain understanding of the power of laws. Because of this, when Zhao Hai attacked the steel, he felt the power of laws. Moreover, it was the power of the law of fire. Zhao Hai was certain that the fire god who established the city had added the law of fire to the steel. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that the steel was protected by the law of fire. His attack didn't leave any mark on the steel. This showed how powerful the steel was. Even a transcending tribulation expert or an immortal expert wouldn't be able to dig out the word fire from the steel. When the founder of the Raging Flame sect obtained the steel, he definitely wasn't at the transcending tribulation stage. This was because he comprehended the fire control technique after obtaining the steel. In other words, he simply didn't have the ability to dig out the word fire from the steel. In other words, the Raging Flame sect's fire steel wasn't dug out by the first sect master of the Raging Flame sect. He just picked up the steel. But who would throw away the steel? This was too unreasonable. The stone steel contained a certain amount of law power, and because the law power was very small, it allowed people to comprehend fire controlling techniques. But now, this huge stone steel was too big. Whether it was the fire god city or the stone steel, the law power inside was too strong. Even with Zhao Hai's current strength, it was impossible for him to comprehend the law inside. Because of this, when Zhao Hai saw this huge stone steel, he couldn't help but feel deeply shocked. It was like a person who just learned how to count, and if you taught him calculus, then it would be like a book from heaven to him. But now, this huge stone steel and this huge city were like a book from heaven to Zhao Hai, a book from heaven that he couldn't understand. It was precisely because he couldn't understand it that Zhao Hai didn't comprehend anything when he saw this huge steel. It could be said that the benefits he obtained from this huge steel weren't even comparable to the benefits he obtained from the fire steel. Zhao Hai didn't know what had the ability to dig out the word fire from the steel that was protected by the law of fire. It could be said that this was equivalent to slapping the face of the ancient powerhouse who built this city. Zhao Hai put away liquid silver and carefully looked at the steel. Then, he turned around and flew towards the city. He wanted to see what else was in the fire god city and see if he could find any clues. If he could find any clues, he might know who dug out the word fire. However, Zhao Hai had an idea at this time. He wanted to wait until the Raging Flame sect was destroyed before bringing the fire steel back to the city. Then, he would put the fire steel back on the steel and make it whole again. Before long, Zhao Hai entered the fire god city. This city was really huge. He was just an ordinary person. This city had been placed in front of countless generations and became the residence of giants. The city's situation made Zhao Hai feel amazed. However, after walking around the city for half a day, Zhao Hai didn't find anything. This city was a space. All the rooms were empty. There were tables, chairs, and beds. However, all of these things were made of stone. Moreover, all of these stones were emitting flames. Zhao Hai was sure that if it wasn't for his special body and his ability to control fire, then he would have been vaporized the moment he entered the city. This was because the fire element in this place was too strong, to the point that it was unbearable. Zhao Hai first strolled around the residential area of the city. However, he didn't find anything. Then, he slowly headed towards the largest palace in the city. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the palace. It was an incomparably huge hall. The tallest one was about 10,000 mago. Such a height was truly frightening. The entire palace was fiery red. Moreover, the fire element here was much stronger than the other places in the city. It could be said that this was the core of the entire palace. Zhao Hai slowly flew towards the palace. He didn't feel any danger here. Even his mind discernment technique didn't warn him that there was danger here. Therefore, Zhao Hai dared to enter this huge palace. This incomparably huge palace was built in the style of ancient China. Inside this palace, Zhao Hai even saw some fake mountains, trees, and even rivers of fire made of fire elements. This river of fire wasn't a rock vein river, but a real river of fire. The river water flowing in this river was made of fire elements. It looked very spectacular. Zhao Hai slowly walked around the palace. This palace was the same as the rooms outside. There was no lack of furnishings inside, but there was no one inside. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the largest palace in the group, the Fire God Temple. This was the largest hall in the group. Because Zhao Hai's spiritual force was almost useless in this city, he could only rely on his own eyes to see everything. Therefore, Zhao Hai was even more careful, even though he didn't feel any danger. When Zhao Hai entered the hall, he was stunned. This was because the hall looked just like a palace in China. There was a throne in the hall. This throne was built on top of a high platform. This platform was very large, and there were steps to go up. The throne was incomparably tall and had 9 5-clawed golden dragons carved on it. On top of the throne, there was a plaque with the words Heaven and Earth Burning Fire. It was extremely domineering. In front of the throne, there was a table. On this table, there was a box. When Zhao Hai saw the box, he was stunned. The box was very big, but from the appearance of the box, it looked like a seal box. The so-called seal box was used to store official seals. In ancient times, for an official seal was power. When Zhao Hai saw the seal box, his heart was moved. If the seal box contained an official seal, then this official seal must be something extraordinary. For this city, the official seal in the box might be the most important thing. Zhao Hai's figure moved and landed on the table. He stood in front of the seal box that was taller than him and carefully looked at it. This seal box seemed to be made of stone, but he didn't know what kind of stone it was. Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to study it. He walked towards the seal box and saw a very small gap at the bottom. This made Zhao Hai happy. He was afraid that this seal box was just for show and didn't have anything inside. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case. Zhao Hai stretched out his hands and grabbed the gap. Then with a bang, the seal box slowly rose up. Zhao Hai's figure also slowly flew up. Before long, the seal box was lifted up by him. Zhao Hai looked inside the seal box and saw a stone seal lying inside. This stone seal was very special. On the stone seal, there wasn't a dragon, but a vermilion bird. The vermilion bird was a sacred beast of fire, so it was just right to carve it on this stone seal. Zhao Hai put the seal box to the side and flew to the top of the stone seal. He grabbed the stone seal with both hands and tried to lift it up, but the stone seal didn't move. Zhao Hai stared. He was very confident in his own strength, but he didn't expect that he couldn't lift this jade seal. Zhao Hai tried again, but the result was still the same. This made Zhao Hai somewhat puzzled. Zhao Hai didn't try to lift the stone seal. Instead, he stood there and carefully looked at the stone seal. Below the stone seal was a foundation. On the 4 walls of the foundation were carvings of 5-clawed golden dragons. On the top of the stone seal, there was a lifelike vermilion bird. This vermilion bird flapped its wings and looked very beautiful. Besides this, there wasn't anything special about the stone seal. Zhao Hai frowned. Then he used the infinity technique to communicate with the stone seal. He wanted to know why the stone seal couldn't be lifted. When Zhao Hai used the infinity technique, he stared. From the feedback of the technique, he felt a burst of lifelessness. It was as if the other party didn't want to communicate with him. However, this made Zhao Hai excited. Ever since he learned the infinity technique, this was the first time he encountered something like this. Zhao Hai immediately used the long-browed Arhat avatar to communicate with the stone seal. After a minute, there was no effect. After 10 minutes, there was still no effect. After an hour, there was still no effect. After a day, there was still no effect. Zhao Hai didn't have any intention of giving up. This was because the more he encountered this situation, the more interested he became. He wanted to know what was so special about the stone seal. Zhao Hai discovered that he couldn't communicate with the stone seal for a long time. He simply sat on the table and continued to communicate with the stone seal. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Zhao Hai seemed to have completely forgotten about other things. He was only thinking about how to communicate with the stone seal. There was only one reason that supported Zhao Hai's actions, and that was that the stone seal was slowly reacting. Although the reaction wasn't big, Zhao Hai was still very happy. Most importantly, he discovered that his efforts weren't in vain. If a person did something for a long time without any effect, then they would slowly lose interest. If they felt that they were making progress and solving problems, then they would naturally be interested. Zhao Hai was currently like this. 7 days, after 7 days, Zhao Hai was finally able to establish a connection with the stone seal. However, to Zhao Hai's disappointment, the stone seal didn't seem to be any smarter than the magma. What made Zhao Hai happy was that the stone seal had another function, it was to allow him to control the magma. Besides this, Zhao Hai also knew that the stone seal could be refined. However, he couldn't do so right now. The stone city wasn't complete, so the stone seal couldn't be refined. The reason why the stone city wasn't complete was because someone had dug out the word fire from the fire god's endowment. Secondly, Zhao Hai could refine the stone seal and have it do things for him. For example, controlling the magma. However, Zhao Hai couldn't take the stone seal out of Fire God City, he could only leave it here. Moreover, he couldn't be too far away from the stone seal to control it. This information was very useful to Zhao Hai. At the very least, he had achieved his goal of coming to the Raging Flame Valley. He could now control the magma to attack the Raging Flame Sect's refining valley. As for making the city complete and refining the stone seal, Zhao Hai didn't care too much about it. This was because he knew how to control fire. He didn't believe that the stone seal would be of much help to him. After knowing this information, Zhao Hai didn't leave. Instead, he used his spiritual force to refine the stone seal. After refining it, Zhao Hai left Fire God City and directly returned to the Invisible Valley. Zhao Hai hadn't returned to the Invisible Valley for some time. However, there weren't any changes to the place. His cave residence was still cleaned by the undead. And with the undead watching over it, there weren't any problems in the Invisible Valley. Even the cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang didn't know that Zhao Hai had left. After Zhao Hai returned to the Vanishing Valley, he immediately sent a letter to Zhang Feng and Tai Zhantian, informing them that he had returned and that the mission was completed. As soon as Tai Zhantian and Zhang Feng received Zhao Hai's message, they immediately replied to Zhao Hai. Tai Zhantian directly asked Zhao Hai to report to the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters through the teleportation array, he discovered that Hu Liangchen and the others had also arrived. Zhang Feng was also there. It could be said that all the powerful figures of the Black Tiger Gang had arrived. When Tai Zhantian saw that Zhao Hai had arrived, he quickly said, "Little Zhao Hai is here. Take a seat." Zhao Hai gave everyone a salute before sitting down. After Zhao Hai sat down, Tai Zhantian immediately looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, how did things go? Tell me the details." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, boss. The matter is almost done. I've already drawn a map. I can seal or destroy all the transmission formations in the Raging Flame Sect in the shortest time possible. As for the Raging Flame Sect's weapon refining valley, I also have a method to deal with it." Tai Zhantian quickly asked, "What method? Tell me." The Black Tiger Gang and the Raging Flame Sect were old rivals. As an old rival of the Raging Flame Sect, how could Tai Zhantian not know about the Raging Flame Sect's weapon refining valley? In fact, it wasn't that Tai Zhantian didn't think about using external attacks to divert the internal conflict of the Black Tiger Gang. However, Tai Zhantian wasn't confident about dealing with the weapon refining valley. The weapon refining valley and the Raging Flame Sect's headquarters were in a stalemate. If Tai Zhantian wanted to attack one side, the other side would support him. In the end, it was very likely that his attack would fail. If he won, then everything would be fine. But if he lost, then the internal conflict would intensify. If that happened, then the Black Tiger Gang would be finished. Therefore, he didn't make a move against the Raging Flame Sect. The reason why he made a move against the Raging Flame Sect this time was because the Black Tiger Gang had been in control of the Raging Flame Sect for 10 years. It was time for revenge. At the same time, it was time for the Black Tiger Gang to see blood. It was also time for them to remember the hatred between the Black Tiger Gang and the Raging Flame Sect. Therefore, Tai Zhantian wanted to make a move against the Raging Flame Sect. However, no matter when he made a move against the Raging Flame Sect, the weapon refining valley was a problem that couldn't be avoided. If he didn't find a way to deal with the weapon refining valley, then it would be very difficult for the Black Tiger Gang to destroy the Raging Flame Sect. Zhao Hai looked at Tai Zhantian and smiled faintly. If we want to deal with the raging flame sect's weapon refining valley, then we can only fight fire with fire. When Tai Zhantian heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What do you mean?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The weapon refining valley was built next to the raging flame valley in order to facilitate refining. But it's also because it's too close to the raging flame valley that it won't be difficult for us to deal with it. As long as we can use the fire to attack the weapon refining valley, then it'll be much easier." Tai Zhantian nodded, but then he frowned and said, "The situation in the raging fire valley is quite special. We've thought of using the raging fire valley to destroy the refining valley, but we've never succeeded." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Boss doesn't need to worry. Just leave this matter to me. I guarantee that I'll complete the task." Tai Zhantian looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, "All right, since you're not the kind of person who doesn't keep his words, then I'll leave this matter to you. If you need anything, just tell me." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Tai Zhantian. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Thank you, boss. Boss, this is the map of the Raging Flame sect that I drew. Please take a look." Then Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and handed it over to Tai Zhantian. Tai Zhantian received the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. Then his expression couldn't help but change as he looked at Zhao Hai. Then he focused his attention on the jade slip. After some time, he let out a long breath. Then he threw the jade slip to Hu Liangchen and said, "Old Hu, take a look at it." Hu Liangchen looked at Tai Zhantian's expression and couldn't help but be confused. He didn't know what was wrong with Zhao Hai's map. When he took the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force, his expression changed as well. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and returned his attention to the jade slip. Zhao Hai looked at the two in confusion. He thought that the map was pretty good. Although it wasn't as detailed as the Spaces map, it was still pretty good. Why did Tai Zhantian and Hu Liangchen have such expressions? After Hu Liangchen looked at the jade slip, Zhao Hai gave it back to Tai Zhantian and said, "Will there be any problems?" Tai Zhantian shook his head and said, "Fortunately, because I was waiting for Zhao Hai's news, I didn't tell him. Fortunately, I didn't tell him. Otherwise, we would be in danger." Zhao Hai and the others were puzzled as they looked at Tai Zhantian. They didn't understand what Tai Zhantian meant. Tai Zhantian didn't wait for the others to ask as he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, is there any falsehood in the map?" Zhao Hai stared, then his expression turned serious as he said, "Gang Master can rest assured, there's no falsehood in the map. I killed a few people from the Raging Flame sect and then infiltrated their headquarters. Then I personally drew this map. There's no mistake." Tai Zhantian let out a long breath, then he looked at the others and said, 100 years ago, I sent a spy to the Raging Flame sect. At that time, he was my proudest disciple. I sent him to deal with the Raging Flame sect. All these years, he was the one who told me about the Raging Flame sect. He was also the one who I trusted the most. But now, I'm sure that he was found and killed. Then the Raging Flame sect sent someone to tell me false information, or he betrayed me and the Black Tiger gang." Then Tai Zhantian gave Zhao Hai's jade slip to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng immediately used his spiritual force to scan the jade slip. At the same time, Tai Zhantian took out another jade slip and handed it over to Zhang Feng. At this time, Zhang Feng had already seen the map that Tai Zhantian drew. But he immediately took the jade slip that Tai Zhantian gave him and scanned it with his spiritual force. Then Zhang Feng's complexion changed, he became gloomy. Then Zhang Feng handed over the jade slip that Tai Zhantian gave him to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai took the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force, he couldn't help but stare. This was because this jade slip was also a map. However, the content of this map was very different from the one he drew. Not only was it not as detailed as the one he drew, there were also many mistakes about the Raging Flame sect's headquarters, the Refining Valley, as well as the Core Disciples' headquarters. One or two mistakes could be excused, but for so many of them to appear, this was too much. One must know that even one mistake would cause the Black Tiger gang to suffer heavy losses, let alone so many of them. This was equivalent to pushing the Black Tiger gang into a fire pit. Zhao Hai finally understood why Tai Zhantian was so surprised when he saw the map. If the Black Tiger gang really attacked according to the map, then the Black Tiger gang would be finished. Zhao Hai returned the jade slip to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng looked at Tai Zhantian, who waved his hand. Then Zhang Feng handed the 2 jade slips over to Tai Ying. After Tai Ying looked at the contents of the jade slips, he was startled. Then he handed the jade slips over to Tai Ling and turned to Tai Zhantian and said, "Master, what do we do now?" Tai Zhantian sneered and said, "They want to set a trap for us? Alright, then we'll do the same for them. Forget it, you don't need to worry about this matter. Everyone, prepare with all your strength. Remember, although you're preparing with all your strength, you still need to be careful. If you don't want them to know, then don't let them know." Everyone nodded. Then Tai Zhantian turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you've made a great contribution this time. But because of the war, I can't reward you right now. After the war is over, I'll reward you as well. Your mission is very important, so you need to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright. Don't worry, I'll certainly do my best. This time, the Raging Flame sect is dead." Tai Zhantian laughed and said, "Good, that's what I wanted to hear. Go and have a good rest. I'll inform you when we're ready to move." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Tai Zhantian waved his hand and said, "Old Hu, wait a moment. Everyone else, go back and prepare." Everyone nodded, then they turned around and left. Zhang Feng, Tai Ying, and the others left with Zhao Hai. They wanted to go to Zhao Hai's place and discuss with him how to deal with the Raging Flame sect. Only Hu Liangchen stayed behind. Zhao Hai calmly sat inside the space as he looked at the people of the Black Tiger gang who were busy outside. At this point, he had become the most idle person in the Black Tiger gang. Every day, he only needed to monitor the Raging Flame sect, he didn't need to do anything else. Zhao Hai has been in the Black Tiger gang for 5 days now. In these 5 days, the Black Tiger gang was like a machine that was running at full power. Everyone was a part of the machine, constantly rotating in order to prepare for the war with the Raging Flame sect. On the other hand, nothing happened to the Raging Flame sect, everything was normal. Zhao Hai knew that this time, the Raging Flame sect wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. In order to deal with the Raging Flame sect, the Black Tiger gang had been preparing for a long time. Now that they didn't have much to prepare, Zhao Hai believed that it wouldn't take more than a few days for the Black Tiger gang to attack the Raging Flame sect. Just as he thought about this, Zhao Hai suddenly received a Jade Sword message. After some time, Zhao Hai received the Jade Sword message to the space. After reading the message, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Brother Hai, what happened? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, 5 days later, the attack on the Raging Flame sect is about to begin." Laura nodded and said, "That's also good. As long as the Raging Flame sect is destroyed, then you can take the Fire Word Steel and place it on the Stone Steel in Fire God City. After that, you can refine the Vermilion Bird Seal. I want to see the benefits of refining the Vermilion Bird Seal. Brother Hai, what do you think about using Fire God City as our secret base in the future?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What secret base is more secretive than the space? The Fire God City was built by the Fire God. Regardless of whether the person who built the city was the real Fire God or not, it was certain that he was an ancient almighty. However, such an ancient almighty still disappeared, and even his steel was destroyed in the end. Putting the Fire Word Steel back to the steel was just to make the Fire God City more complete. I really didn't think too much about it." Laura nodded and said, "That's true. Fire God City is too big. Moreover, it's filled with fire elements. I'm afraid other than you, nobody can go there. Even if you want to use it as your base, you wouldn't be able to." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled bitterly and said, "That place is really strange. The space's undead can go anywhere, but they can't go to Fire God City. That place is filled with fire elements. As long as they encounter other elements, they would immediately be assimilated by the fire element. Even transcending tribulation experts wouldn't be able to go there." Laura sighed and said, Right, Brother Hai, do you think we can get some fire attribute seeds and put them there? Let's see if they can grow something." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. Right, Brother Hai, Can we get some fire attribute seeds and put them there? Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he shook his head and said, let's wait until the matter with the raging flame sect is settled. There are a lot of fire attribute seeds in the space, but none of them are suitable for growing in Fire God City. It wouldn't be easy to get qualified fire attribute seeds. Zhao Hai nodded, then he shook his head and said, all right. Laura nodded, then she turned her head to look at the monitor. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, how do you think we should proceed with the attack? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't know. But I'll mainly deal with the transmission formations and the refining valley. The transmission formations are easy to deal with, we can just seal them. On the other hand, we need to be careful with the refining valley. We need to seal the entrances and exits as well as make sure that the people in the valley don't run away. I need to ask the sect master to send some transcending tribulation experts to help me. Right, Kair, did the Wandering Soul Gang make any moves recently? Since the last time they fought with the Wandering Soul Gang, Zhao Hai has been paying attention to their situation. At the same time, he also monitored the less important areas of the Wandering Soul Gang. And now that his silver needles have become smaller, Zhao Hai's surveillance of the Wandering Soul Gang had also been strengthened. Kair shook her head and said, the Wandering Soul Gang didn't make any moves. It can be seen that they are still afraid of Hu Dingshan. They wouldn't dare make any moves until they know whether Hu Dingshan is dead or alive. Brother Hai, although Hu Dingshan is in the space, he can still help you in battle. If you let him control artifacts, they would certainly be very powerful. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, forget it, Hu Dingshan is too strong. If I let him make a move, then it might expose the space's situation. Kair said, but Brother Hai, what if the Raging Flame Sect has an expert like Hu Dingshan? Zhao Hai sneered and said, if the Raging Flame Sect has an expert like Hu Dingshan, then we can only ask Hu Dingshan to make a move. I've already thought about it, let's have Hu Dingshan control the 12-star metal beasts. What do you think? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Kair and the others couldn't help but stare. Then they nodded at the same time. Nowadays, Zhao Hai rarely had the 12-star metal beasts participate in battle. This wasn't to say that the 12-star metal beasts weren't strong enough, it was just that the 12-star metal beasts were too strange. They weren't like ordinary artifacts, their movements were very flexible, no different from real beasts. This was the most special thing about the 12-star metal beasts. Ordinary artifacts wouldn't be able to do this, even the best puppets wouldn't be able to do this. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't use the 12-star metal beasts for a long time. He was afraid that others would discover the space's secret. However, if Hu Dingshan were to use the 12-star metal beasts, then there wouldn't be a problem. Hu Dingshan was the oldest supreme elder of the Black Tiger Gang. Naturally, he had a lot of methods. It wasn't strange for him to use any artifact. After Hu Dingshan used the 12-star metal beasts, Zhao Hai would be able to use them openly. 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. At this time, Zhao Hai came out of the space and arrived at the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. The Black Tiger Gang's headquarters was now filled with people. All of the influential people of the Black Tiger Gang were present. Tai Zhantian was standing in the Black Tiger Gang's meeting room with Hu Liangchen by his side. Zhao Hai and the others were standing in front of Tai Zhantian. Tai Zhantian swept his gaze over the crowd and then said, everyone, the time to settle accounts with the Raging Flame Sect has arrived. Everyone has been preparing for this for a long time. Now, it's time for us to perform. This time, I'll lead the attack on the Raging Flame Sect. Hu Liangchen will stay behind to guard the Black Tiger Gang. Everyone who stays behind will listen to Hu Liangchen's arrangements. Those who don't will be punished as traitors. Old Hu, I'll leave the gang to you. If those brats from the Wandering Soul Gang dare to cause trouble, then don't be polite. No matter what the result of this attack on the Raging Flame Sect is, we can't lose our home. Hu Liangchen nodded. Then Tai Zhantian turned his head and began to select people. Those who were selected would stay behind and defend the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters with Hu Liangchen. As for the rest, they would attack the Raging Flame Sect. After Tai Zhantian made the arrangements, he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, it's up to you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry, Gang Lord. However, the first batch that will follow me will be transcending tribulation experts. The number cannot be less than 100. First, they'll be guarding the transmission formation. Second, I'll need 40 people to go with me to surround the refining valley. Although I'm confident in dealing with the refining valley, there are still a lot of transcending tribulation experts there. Therefore, I need more people to go with me. Tai Zhantian waved his hand and said, "That's not a problem. I'll go with you personally. Let's go." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Tai Zhantian and the others outside. This time, they didn't go to the transmission formation that they usually use. Instead, they went to the transmission formation that was used to transport large artifacts. The transmission formation used to transport large artifacts was very big. After all, in the cultivation realm, large artifacts like the treasure ship that Zhao Hai gave to Zhang Feng were very rare. Because of this, transmission formations used to transport large artifacts were quite common in the cultivation realm. However, this kind of transmission formation wasn't easy to build. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford it. Moreover, the materials required to build it were a lot. Zhao Hai had already built several such transmission formations in the Raging Flame sect. They were located between the Raging Flame sect's headquarters and the Refining Valley, making it difficult for people to discover them. Moreover, the distance between the headquarters and the Refining Valley was about the same, making it very convenient. When the group arrived at the Black Tiger Gang's transmission formation, Zhao Hai began to get busy. He adjusted the coordinates of the 5 transmission formations before having Tai Zhantian and the others sit on the transmission formation. Zhang Feng also followed along. However, her large artifacts couldn't be changed. In other words, 6 large artifacts were sent this time. After the 5 large artifacts were sent to the transmission formation, Zhao Hai immediately activated the transmission formation. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai and the others disappeared from the Black Tiger Gang's transmission formation. At the same time, a white light suddenly appeared in a canyon of the Raging Flame sect. Then 5 large artifacts appeared in the nameless canyon of the Raging Flame sect. Then the 5 large artifacts became 6, and the 6 large artifacts became 7. The last one that appeared was Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. After Zhao Hai took out the Hell King's ship, Tai Zhantian immediately commanded 40 transcending tribulation experts to board Zhao Hai's ship. Zhao Hai turned to Tai Zhantian and cupped his fist before saying, "Gang Master, about an hour north of here is the Raging Flame sect's headquarters. I'll seal all of the transmission formations there. Gang Master, please be careful." Tai Zhantian looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You need to be more careful. If you can't do it, don't force it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand as the Hell King's ship flew towards the direction of the Refining Valley. At the same time, Zhao Hai disappeared from the Hell King's ship. The transcending tribulation experts weren't surprised. They knew that Zhao Hai was going to seal the transmission formations of the Raging Flame sect. A transcending tribulation expert stood on the Hell King's ship as he looked at the direction where Zhao Hai disappeared. Then he said, "He's worthy of being taught by the Supreme Elder. Once he grows up, our Black Tiger Gang wouldn't need to fear anyone." The other transcending tribulation expert nodded and said, "Right, Zhao Hai is already very strong. If we wait for him to grow, then I'm afraid no sect would dare to deal with us. Even a great sect like the Heavenly Sword sect would have to think about Zhao Hai's retaliation if they want to deal with the Black Tiger Gang." The transcending tribulation expert nodded and said, "Zhao Hai is a spatial divergent ability user. I heard that his spatial divergent ability can't be used to harm people, but it can be used to go anywhere. If other sects want to deal with the Black Tiger Gang, then they can only wait for Zhao Hai's retaliation. With Zhao Hai's strength, I'm afraid that those sects wouldn't have a good time." Everyone nodded in agreement. In fact, great sects like the Heavenly Sword sect had destroyed countless sects in order to reach their current position. It was inevitable that some powerful elders would come out of those sections. However, nobody dared to challenge the status of those sections. In the end, those sects were destroyed by those sections. It seems like 1 or 2 experts wouldn't be a threat to those sections. These transcending tribulation experts seem to be trying to impress Zhao Hai. However, one shouldn't forget that the transcending tribulation experts of the great sects weren't spatial divergent ability users. As long as those sects know Zhao Hai's whereabouts, they would be able to set up a trap to deal with him. However, Zhao Hai was different. Zhao Hai was a spatial divergent ability user. Even if he was discovered by those great sects, it wouldn't matter. Those great sects wouldn't be able to catch him, this was what they were afraid of. If Zhao Hai were to become a transcending tribulation expert in the future, then those great sects wouldn't dare to deal with the Black Tiger Gang unless they were sure that they could kill Zhao Hai. The revenge of a transcending tribulation expert wasn't a joke. Even a great sect like the Heavenly Sword sect wouldn't be able to handle it. The most important thing for a trace sect was to have successors. However, those successors would need to go through countless battles. If a great sect like the Heavenly Sword sect was targeted by a transcending tribulation expert like Zhao Hai, then the young experts of the Heavenly Sword sect would be in danger. It's possible that they would be killed by Zhao Hai before they could grow up. Even if Zhao Hai couldn't kill them all, the remaining ones wouldn't be able to do anything. Once these great sects have a shortage of talents, then they would be in danger. Because of this, people like Zhao Hai were the most troublesome existences for the great sects. They wouldn't dare to offend someone like him. While they were talking, Zhao Hai appeared on the Hell King's ship. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai turned his head to the transcending tribulation experts and said, "Martial uncles, please divide yourselves into 4 groups. Each group will guard one of the stone towers. As long as the people inside the towers don't come out, then you don't need to worry about them. Once someone comes out, regardless of their strength, kill them." The transcending tribulation experts nodded. One of them said, "Zhao Hai, rest assured, we won't make any mistakes." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then I'll have to ask the martial uncles for help. I'll go and bring the earth fire up. The Hell King's ship will take the martial uncles to the 4 towers. You can discuss among yourselves who will guard the towers. I'll take my leave first." The transcending tribulation experts nodded. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved and disappeared from his place. In the next moment, Zhao Hai's figure appeared above the raging fire valley. Zhao Hai looked at the direction of the refining valley and coldly snorted. He waved his hand and shouted, "Move." Following his voice, the raging fire valley was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Large amounts of magma flowed into the valley. At this time, all the entrances and exits of the refining valley were covered by layers of metal nets. However, these nets were very thin. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to notice them if they didn't pay attention. At this time, the cultivators of the Raging Flame School also noticed that something was wrong. They discovered that the earth fire that was under their control was no longer under their control. One by one, the refining formations were destroyed. Moreover, the earth fire was burning more and more fiercely. The transcending tribulation experts in the refining valley were also aware of this. They immediately went to the various refining rooms. However, they discovered that the earth fire was no longer under their control. Several refining rooms had been destroyed. Xianxia was the chief commander of the transcending tribulation experts in the blacksmith valley. Right now, he was dumbfounded as he stood in front of a blacksmith room. The room was completely engulfed by the earth fire. The room was burning fiercely as if the stones inside were being melted. Xianxia immediately regained his senses. He knew very well what the crafting valley meant to the Raging Inferno sect. Seeing this situation, he immediately shouted, "Quick, send a letter to the sect master. Tell him about the situation in the crafting valley. Everyone, evacuate in an organized manner." At this time, a transcending tribulation expert suddenly flew to Xianxia's side and said, "Xingtian, something's wrong. All the transmission formations can't be used." Just as the transcending tribulation expert finished speaking, another transcending tribulation expert came. He also flew to Xianxia's side and said with an ugly expression, "Xingtian, we must have been schemed against. The entrances and exits have been sealed." Hearing this, Xianxian couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Who sealed the entrance?" "Immediately organize, we must open the cave." The transcending tribulation expert said, "I don't know who sealed the entrance, but it was sealed with a metal wire. It's very tough." Xianxia's face was ashen as he said in a deep voice, "Gather all the tribulation-passing experts and go up from here. Create a path for me. Be quick." When the 2 transcending tribulation experts heard Xianxia's words, their expressions couldn't help but change. However, they also knew that this was the last resort. To be honest, they didn't have much hope in this method. It took the Raging Flame sect several hundred years to build the Crafting Valley. In order to prevent it from being discovered, they used a large amount of precious materials. Not only could they block spiritual force, they also reinforced the walls of the valley. Ordinary transcending tribulation experts wouldn't be able to break in. But at the same time, it would be very difficult for people inside to fight their way out. Xianxia was also very clear that the entrance was sealed. If it could be easily opened, then the transcending tribulation expert would have already done so. If he said that the entrance was sealed, then it would be very difficult to open it. Additionally, if the other party wanted to deal with them, then it wouldn't be as simple as sealing the entrance with a metal wire. They would definitely guard the entrance. The entrance wasn't very big. If it was really sealed from the outside, then it would be even more difficult for them to break out. Because of this, Xianxia thought of opening a path from his position. He was very clear that this was the only way to return to the surface faster. While the two Transcending Tribulation Stage cultivators were leading the other Transcending Tribulation Stage cultivators to open up the passage, Xianxia was directing the other cultivators to create some arrays to resist the earth fire. At the same time, he had some nascent soul stage cultivators try to set up a teleportation array to return to the headquarters of the Raging Inferno School. This way, whether the passage was opened or the teleportation array was completed, they would be able to escape and not become roasted chickens. But at this time, a large amount of magma came out of the crafting rooms. The fire-blocking formations that Xianxia arranged before didn't work at all. After meeting the earth fire, the formations were directly burned down. At this time, Xiaohai was standing on top of the refining valley, observing the situation through the space. The area of the refining valley was very large, but at the same time, there were a lot of refining rooms in the valley. The first refining room also had a lot of formations. Underneath these formations, there was a lot of fire coming from the Raging Fire Valley. At this time, these formations had turned into fire points. Large amounts of magma were coming out from them, turning the entire refining valley into a sea of fire. Xiaohai didn't think that the earth fire would be so tyrannical. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. The earth fire here wasn't ordinary. The earth fire here had been assimilated by the divine fire law for many years. Although the divine fire law contained in the earth fire was less than 1/10,000th of the real divine fire law, when a large amount of earth fire was gathered together, the power it could display was still very shocking. Xiaohai wasn't worried about the transcending tribulation experts who were opening the passage. By the time they opened the passage, the people in the crafting valley would already be finished. Xianxia was in despair. Just as he was about to set up the teleportation formation, it was suddenly illuminated by the ecliptic Tao. The teleportation formation couldn't be used anymore, and the opening of the passage wasn't going smoothly either. As for the original entrances and exits, they were now sealed by the metal. Xianxia tested it and found that the metal was very tough. Even with his strength, he couldn't break the metal wire. It was even more impossible to use artifacts to attack it. The metal wire was very thin, and thin meant sharp. Ordinary artifacts would be cut by the metal wire. If the situation wasn't so critical, Xianxia would really want to study how the metal wire was made. There were also some nascent soul experts who wanted to dig around the metal wire. They wanted to break the walls and find the end of the metal wire. But in the end, they were disappointed. The walls around the metal wire seemed to be protected by the metal wire. It was impossible to dig. The cultivators of the Raging Flame sect suddenly discovered that they had built a fortress in the Crafting Valley. But now, this fortress had turned into their own grave. When the magma came out, a large number of low-level cultivators were burned to death. But before their bodies were completely destroyed, Xiaohai received them into the space and turned them into undead. He didn't want these cultivators to be turned into ashes by the earth fire, that would be too much of a waste. At this time, the cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang who followed Xiaohai were very relaxed. They surrounded the stone building and didn't take the initiative to attack. They just stood there and waited. As long as someone came out of the stone building, they would immediately kill them. However, up until now, not a single person came out of the stone building. When the cultivators of the Raging Flame sect discovered that the stone building was surrounded, their first reaction was to open the barrier and send people to the Crafting Valley to ask for help. Then they would send a letter to the main hall of the Raging Flame sect. However, they quickly discovered that this was very difficult. There was no need to talk about the people they sent to the Crafting Valley. They were directly blocked by the net. Zhao Hai's net didn't have 1 or 2 layers, it had many layers. If even transcending tribulation experts couldn't do anything to the net, then there was no need to talk about the weaker cultivators in the stone building. Since it was impossible to ask for help from the Crafting Valley, they could only wait for the sect to come. But what they didn't expect was that the transmission formation in the stone building couldn't be used. They could only rely on Jade Sword messages to ask for help. But what they didn't expect was that the Jade Sword messages didn't even reach the main hall of the Raging Flame sect. After the Jade Sword messages flew out of the stone building, they were discovered by the Transcending Tribulation experts. Those bored Transcending Tribulation experts casually destroyed the Jade Sword messages. They didn't even manage to send out a single letter. At this time, the entire Crafting Valley was in a sea of fire. Aside from a few powerful Transcending Tribulation experts and nascent soul experts who had magic treasures to protect themselves, the other cultivators were all burned to death. The Transcending Tribulation experts knew that they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. These Transcending Tribulation experts have never felt so aggrieved before. They were actually trapped in their own base and burned to death. This kind of aggrieved death was simply a disgrace to Transcending Tribulation experts. However, there was nothing they could do. Up until now, they hadn't even seen the face of the enemy. Even if they wanted to surrender, they simply couldn't find anyone. This was the first time they encountered such an aggrieved situation, and it might also be the last time. Xianxia looked at the surrounded Transcending Tribulation experts and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He never thought that there would be a day where people who played with fire would die in the fire. This could be considered a type of karma. While Xianxia was thinking about this, a Transcending Tribulation expert suddenly shouted, "Who is the expert who predicted my death? Please meet me face to face." There was no response at all, the other party simply ignored him. In fact, Zhao Hai had already heard what the Transcending Tribulation expert said. However, he naturally wouldn't go and see these people. If he were to see them at this time, then he would be an idiot. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't respond, the Transcending Tribulation expert loudly said, "This one is willing to surrender, please spare my life." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the experts of the Raging Flame sect would actually surrender. But after thinking about it, Zhao Hai decided to accept the surrender. He already has a lot of faith power in the space, so he didn't lack these Transcending Tribulation experts. If they surrender, then so be it. They can also increase the strength of the Black Tiger Gang. The Transcending Tribulation expert from the Raging Flame sect was also probing. He wanted to see if the other party would accept his surrender. If the other party accepted, then the Transcending Tribulation expert would be able to get him out of this place. As long as the Transcending Tribulation expert is outside, then the Transcending Tribulation expert wouldn't be able to say for sure. "Seal your spiritual chi and I'll accept your surrender." A very calm voice suddenly rang out in the Weapon Refining Valley. But what made those Tribulation stage cultivators surprised was that they didn't discover anyone. A Transcending Tribulation expert was very powerful, and their spiritual force was even more powerful. But even such an existence couldn't discover the person who was speaking. This was somewhat unreasonable. When the Transcending Tribulation expert heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Your Excellency, if I seal my spiritual chi, then I'll be burned alive by the earth fire. I'm sincerely willing to surrender. I ask Your Excellency to show me the way. If you don't seal your spiritual chi, then just wait for death." Because of this, the Transcending Tribulation experts from the Raging Flame School couldn't help but change their expressions. They knew that the other party was right. If they don't seal their spiritual chi, then they'll just wait for death. The Transcending Tribulation expert from the Raging Flame School didn't really want to surrender. He just wanted to use this method to find a way to leave this place. Once they leave, they could think of a way to take revenge or send a letter back to the school. But they didn't expect the other party to directly ask them to seal their spiritual chi. If they don't seal their spiritual chi, then they won't be saved. This was truly a pinch on their wrist. While the Raging Flame School's cultivators were still hesitating, a voice was suddenly heard, "I'm willing to surrender." The Transcending Tribulation experts turned around and saw that it was one of the few nascent soul cultivators who were still alive. He had a bottle-shaped magic artifact on his body. This artifact covered his entire body, allowing him to hold on until now. But it seems like he won't be able to hold on for much longer. As soon as the nascent soul cultivator finished speaking, he immediately sealed his spiritual chi. Without the support of spiritual chi, his defensive artifact and his entire body fell into the magma below. Just as everyone couldn't bear to look at him, a spatial rift suddenly appeared below him. The nascent soul cultivator directly fell into the spatial rift and disappeared. Then the spatial rift also disappeared. All of this happened too quickly. The other cultivators of the Raging Flame sect didn't even have time to react. At the same time, outside of the Refining Valley stone building, a spatial rift suddenly appeared. Then Zhao Hai walked out of the rift, but he was holding a person in his hand. When the Transcending Tribulation experts of the Black Tiger Gang saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they couldn't help but be stunned. Zhao Hai placed the person on the ground and then turned to the Transcending Tribulation experts and said, "Martial uncles, he's from the Raging Flame School. But he has already sealed his spiritual chi and surrendered. Martial uncles, please look after him." When the Transcending Tribulation experts of the Black Tiger Gang heard Zhao Hai's words, they were stunned. Then they turned to look at the nascent soul cultivator of the Raging Flame School. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that this person's spiritual chi was indeed sealed. They didn't say anything. One of the Transcending Tribulation experts nodded and said, "Leave it to us. You don't need to worry." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This person is one of the famous refiners of the Raging Flame School. If we destroy the Raging Flame School, then I'm afraid that the Refiner Valley will be restored. Having someone who is very familiar with the Refiner Valley is very important to our Black Tiger Gang." When the Transcending Tribulation experts heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at the nascent soul cultivator with a strange expression. One must know that the Refiner Valley was very attractive to the Black Tiger Gang. If this person can really help the Black Tiger Gang rebuild the Refiner Valley, then this person would be very important to the Black Tiger Gang. Because of this person became a treasure in the eyes of the Transcending Tribulation experts. Zhao Hai looked at the Transcending Tribulation experts and couldn't help but smile. He was afraid that these Transcending Tribulation experts would get angry and slap this nascent soul cultivator to death. Because of this, he said those words. This was because Zhao Hai knew this nascent soul cultivator. He was the one who made the gloves for Zhao Hai, the Raging Flame Elder. As a famous elder of the Refiner Valley, as well as a very sly person, the Raging Flame Elder would naturally prioritize his own life. Because of this, when he was refining for others, he collected a lot of good materials. He even kept a lot of the ancient sand that Zhao Hai gave him. Later on, he used these materials to refine a defensive artifact, a bottle-shaped artifact. It was because of this artifact that he was able to resist the earth fire and survive until now. However, this sly guy was the best at reading the situation. He already saw that staying in the Refiner Valley was just waiting for death. And after Zhao Hai said those two words, he thought that Zhao Hai was really going to accept their surrender. After all, to accept the surrender of a Transcending Tribulation expert, it would be too fake if he didn't seal their spiritual chi. Any Transcending Tribulation expert wasn't easy to deal with. If he didn't seal their spiritual chi, what would happen if they violently resisted? So Zhao Hai asked them to seal their spiritual chi. This showed that he had some sincerity, so the Raging Flame Elder was prepared to take a gamble. He knew that his defensive artifact wouldn't last for long, so he might as well take a gamble. If he could survive, it would be best. If he couldn't, then he would just die a little earlier. So he directly agreed to surrender and sealed his spiritual chi. Obviously, he won the gamble. When Zhao Hai saw that the Transcending Tribulation experts were paying attention to the Raging Flame Elder, he said, "Martial uncles, this junior still has some things to do. I'll leave this place to you." The few of them nodded. Zhao Hai's figure moved and disappeared in front of everyone. At this time, the other nascent soul experts in the Refiner Valley couldn't hold on any longer. Cultivators attached great importance to their own orthodoxy, and even more to their own lives. Now that they saw the Raging Flame Elder being rescued in this way, they also had some ideas. Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the situation in the Refiner Valley. Not long after Zhao Hai sent the Raging Flame Elder out, the other nascent soul experts also surrendered. These nascent soul experts didn't stop them. They were now thinking the same thing as these nascent soul experts. The stronger a cultivator was, the more afraid they would be of death. No cultivator wanted to die, and this was the same for these transcending tribulation experts. They were very clear that even if they joined the Black Tiger Gang, with their strength, they would at least be able to get an elder position. A transcending tribulation expert was a very important existence in any sect, and the Black Tiger Gang was the same. Although Zhao Hai didn't say which sect he belonged to, these transcending tribulation experts already guessed that he was from the Black Tiger Gang. This was because the Raging Flame sect didn't have any enmity with other sections. Only the Black Tiger Gang would have a reason to destroy their sect. Because of this, they believed that their opponent was the Black Tiger Gang. The reason why the transcending tribulation experts were still persevering was because they lacked a leader. Transcending tribulation experts had their own dignity. In front of so many transcending tribulation experts, they were too embarrassed to be the first to surrender. This caused them to be in a deadlock. However, as time passed by, these transcending tribulation experts couldn't hold on any longer. This was because the earth fire was getting hotter and hotter. Even transcending tribulation experts like them wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Xianxia looked at everyone and then said, "Everyone, it's time to make a choice. I know that there's someone behind you, but sometimes you have to think for yourself. So you can do as you see fit." Then Xianxia loudly said, "I surrender." After saying that, he immediately sealed his spirit chi. Then, just like before, he was also taken away. These transcending tribulation experts didn't want to hold on, but they still couldn't let go of their pride. If Xianxia spoke a minute later, then others might have already surrendered. Now that Xianxia had surrendered, the others immediately followed. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Hai had already taken them out of the valley. However, Zhao Hai didn't completely trust these transcending tribulation experts. Because of this, when these transcending tribulation experts entered the spatial rift, Zhao Hai sealed their spiritual chi once more. This didn't give them a chance to make a final attack. The transcending tribulation stage experts in the crafting valley were the strongest among them. Now that these transcending tribulation stage experts had surrendered, the people in the stone towers were naturally nothing to worry about. After these transcending tribulation experts surrendered, Zhao Hai immediately controlled the vermilion bird seal to take back all the lava. The earth fire in the valley was also reduced by a lot. The stone towers were powered by the earth fire. Now that the earth fire was reduced, the formations on the towers immediately ran out of energy. At this time, Zhao Hai took out the Hell King's ship and attacked the towers. Before long, one of the towers couldn't hold on and collapsed. Naturally, the people inside couldn't escape, all of them were slaughtered by the transcending tribulation experts. The transcending tribulation experts felt very aggrieved. The entire refining valley was destroyed by Zhao Hai alone. Although they followed, they didn't contribute at all. This was very shameful. Now that they couldn't kill the tigers, they could at least kill a few small shrimps. At the very least, they could be considered to have contributed a bit. Zhao Hai didn't care about the appearance of the transcending tribulation experts. Although his status wasn't ordinary, he still couldn't control these transcending tribulation experts. However, if he doesn't allow these transcending tribulation experts to act, then it would seem like he was meddling too much. This would cause the transcending tribulation experts to be dissatisfied. Zhao Hai didn't care about the appearance of the transcending tribulation experts. Zhao Hai knew that these transcending tribulation experts belonged to the Black Tiger Gang. Offending these transcending tribulation experts was the same as offending the Black Tiger Gang. For Zhao Hai, this wasn't a good thing. After Zhao Hai destroyed the other 3 buildings, the entire refining valley was finally destroyed. Zhao Hai immediately took the Hell King's ship and the transcending tribulation experts towards the Raging Flame sect's headquarters. There was still a battle waiting for them there. Zhao Hai looked at the Raging Flame sect's headquarters. The transcending tribulation experts didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. They thought that there would be a hard battle in the crafting valley. After all, they had read the information about the crafting valley. However, they didn't expect that they would only be able to kill a few flies. This made the transcending tribulation experts feel a little embarrassed. At this time, they were afraid that the Raging Flame sect's main hall had been defeated by the Black Tiger gang. If that happened, they would have completed an easy sect extermination battle. However, this was impossible. The Raging Flame sect's main hall wasn't the Refining Valley. Although the Refining Valley's strength was good, the Refining Valley had its biggest weakness. It was a small gorge that wasn't suitable for large artifacts. Because of this, the Refining Valley didn't have any large artifacts. At the same time, Zhao Hai used a method to block the transcending tribulation experts inside the Refining Valley, making it impossible for them to come out. Then he used Earth Fire to attack. The Earth Fire's attacks were even more powerful than the attacks of transcending tribulation experts. On the other hand, the Raging Flame sect's main hall was different. It was the center of the sect and had the strongest defenses. Moreover, almost all of the large artifacts of the sect were concentrated in the main hall. It wouldn't be easy for the Black Tiger gang to attack the main hall. The Raging Flame sect's large artifacts were very famous in the northern Strange Continent. They were called the Raging Flame War Chariots. Just by hearing the name, one could tell that they were large artifacts that leaned towards the fire attribute. When Zhao Hai's group arrived at the Raging Flame sect's main hall, the place was already bustling with activity. Although Zhao Hai sealed all of the transmission formations of the main hall and destroyed some of the main hall's defensive formations, the main hall was still able to withstand the attacks of the Black Tiger gang. The Raging Flame sect's sect master was standing on a Raging Flame war chariot. The Black Tiger gang's Xianxia was also fighting. With the sect masters of the two sects personally taking action, it was natural for the people below to go all out. However, at this point, both sides were still using large artifacts to attack. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others arrived. After seeing the situation, Zhao Hai immediately turned to the transcending tribulation experts and said, "Martial uncles, I ask you to stay on the Hell King's ship and help this kid. Let's destroy the Raging Flame sect's large artifacts." The transcending tribulation experts knew that Zhao Hai's control of large artifacts was very strong. In the last battle against the Wandering Soul Gang, he led Zhang Feng's ship and destroyed 10 ghost ships. This matter had already spread throughout the northern Strange Continent. Now, nobody dared to underestimate Zhao Hai's ability to control large artifacts. The transcending tribulation experts nodded. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as the Hell King's ship rushed towards the battlefield. The arrival of the Hell King's ship naturally attracted the attention of both sides. When Xianxia saw Zhao Hai and the others arrive, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to destroy the Refining Valley in such a short time. Because of this, when he saw Zhao Hai and the others, he thought that something had happened in the Refining Valley. Just as Xianxia was about to call Zhao Hai over to ask, a jade sword message flew towards him. He received the jade sword message and scanned it with his spiritual force. Unexpectedly, this jade sword message was Zhao Hai's message. Zhao Hai told him that the Refining Valley had been destroyed. When Xianxia saw this message, his first reaction was disbelief. But after that, he was overjoyed. This was because he believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't lie to him about this matter. This made Xianxia's mind calm down. Then he began to command the large artifacts to attack the Raging Flame sect's large artifacts. However, the battlefield soon turned into Zhao Hai's performance. Zhao Hai drove the Hell King's ship to rampage through the battlefield. It was as flexible as a fish. However, this fish had thorns on its body. As long as the Hell King's ship touched the battlefield, it would be destroyed. Almost all of them suffered heavy injuries. Some of them were even destroyed. Naturally, Zhao Hai's performance attracted the attention of the sect master of the Raging Flame sect. The sect master knew about Zhao Hai's name. To be honest, Zhao Hai was now quite famous in the northern Strange Continent. However, very few people knew about his true strength. Most people only knew that he had good control over large artifacts and spatial divergent abilities. As for the rest, they didn't know. But now that Zhao Hai was rampaging through the battlefield, the sect master couldn't help but pay attention to him. After paying attention to Zhao Hai, the sect master understood why there were rumors about Zhao Hai's ability to control large artifacts in the northern continent. The rumors were true. Zhao Hai's large artifacts were as flexible as small artifacts. This allowed him to take advantage of the situation. Naturally, the sect master of the Raging Flame sect wouldn't let Zhao Hai go on like this. Therefore, he immediately turned to the 2 transcending tribulation experts and said, "Send 10 transcending tribulation experts to block Zhao Hai. It would be best if they kill him." The 2 transcending tribulation experts complied and immediately went to pass the order. Before long, 10 transcending tribulation experts rushed towards the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai also noticed the approaching transcending tribulation experts. He smiled faintly as he turned his head to the transcending tribulation experts behind him and said, "Martial uncles, I'll ask the 20 martial uncles to deal with the 10 transcending tribulation experts as soon as possible. If you can kill them, then kill them. It's better to cut off one finger than to injure all 10. The transcending tribulation experts stood on the Hell King's ship and watched as Zhao Hai controlled the large artifacts. They couldn't understand why Zhao Hai made them stay on the ship. They couldn't help at all. Was it just to watch the show? At this moment, the transcending tribulation experts were dissatisfied with Zhao Hai. But it didn't take long before they changed their minds. This was because they also saw the 10 transcending tribulation experts rushing towards the Hell King's ship. When they heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but admire Zhao Hai. It was obvious that Zhao Hai had thought of this long ago. Therefore, he made them stay on the ship. So when they heard Zhao Hai, the transcending tribulation experts nodded and didn't speak. Zhao Hai also didn't care. He was paying attention to the 10 transcending tribulation experts. At the same time, he controlled the Hell King's ship to withdraw from the battlefield. It seems like he wanted to get rid of the transcending tribulation experts. When the transcending tribulation experts saw Zhao Hai's actions, they immediately knew what he wanted to do. The transcending tribulation experts couldn't help but get excited. This was because they knew that their time to shine had arrived. Tai Zhantian also noticed Zhao Hai's situation. He immediately turned his head to a transcending tribulation expert and said, "Blackie, quickly arrange people to support Zhao Hai." Blackie's name was Blackie. Blackie's original name was Muhei. He was Tai Zhantian's junior brother. He was also Tai Zhantian's hardcore supporter and think tank. However, he had always been very low-key. Even when Tai Zhantian went to a meeting, he rarely brought him along. In the Black Tiger gang, there weren't many people who knew of his existence. He was like Tai Zhantian's shadow. Besides Hu Liangchen and a few others who knew of his existence, the others didn't have any impression of him. Dealing with the Raging Flame sect was very important for the Black Tiger gang. Therefore, Blackie appeared by Tai Zhantian's side and helped him come up with ideas. Upon hearing Tai Zhantian, Blackie couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Senior brother, don't worry. You forgot that the transcending tribulation experts that followed Zhao Hai haven't returned yet. I think they should still be on Zhao Hai's large artifact. I'm afraid that Zhao Hai retreated to deal with the transcending tribulation experts of the Raging Flame sect." When Blackie said this, Tai Zhantian couldn't help but stare. Then he patted his head and said, "Right, those guys haven't returned yet. It seems like it really was Zhao Hai's idea. This kid, ha ha ha." While Tai Zhantian was speaking, Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship had already left the battlefield. The 10 transcending tribulation experts were in hot pursuit. Seeing this, the Raging Flame sect master couldn't help but have a bad feeling. At this time, 20 people suddenly came out of Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. These 20 people were all transcending tribulation experts. When they flew out of the ship, they immediately rushed towards the Raging Flame sect. Seeing this, the Raging Flame sect master's expression changed. Then he loudly said, "Not good, we've been fooled. Quickly send people to support them." Following his order, 20 transcending tribulation experts immediately flew towards the Hell King's ship. At the same time, the Hell King's ship stopped and cooperated with these transcending tribulation experts to attack the Raging Flame sect's transcending tribulation experts. At this time, the Raging Flame sect's reinforcements arrived. However, 20 transcending tribulation experts immediately flew out of the Hell King's ship. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Although the Black Tiger Gang had the advantage in numbers, it wasn't easy for them to deal with the Raging Flame sect in a short time. After all, there weren't many transcending tribulation experts on both sides that were much stronger than the other side. Therefore, the two sides were in a deadlock. At this time, Zhao Hai had already withdrawn from the battle. The people fighting were all transcending tribulation experts. Although he wasn't afraid of them, he didn't want to expose his strength too early. Because of this, he directly withdrew from the battle and drove the Hell King's ship back to the main battlefield. Seeing Zhao Hai rushing back, the Raging Flame sect master couldn't help but have a headache. To be honest, although the Raging Flame sect was defending, they were still in a disadvantageous position. Now that Zhao Hai was here, the Raging Flame sect's defensive line was in danger. Most importantly, the sect master had no way to deal with Zhao Hai at this time. Although the Raging Flame sect was strong, it was impossible for them to have so many transcending tribulation experts. If they had that many transcending tribulation experts, then the Raging Flame sect would have already destroyed the Black Tiger Gang instead of having the Black Tiger Gang come knocking on their door. From the time Zhao Hai entered the battlefield until now, he had already destroyed 5 large artifacts. This wasn't a small number. This was the biggest headache for the Raging Flame sect's sect master. On the other hand, Xianxia's face was filled with excitement. The other members of the Black Tiger Gang were also excited. Their morale had increased, causing their attacks to become more fierce. The Raging Flame sect's situation had become more dangerous. At this time, a cold snort was suddenly heard. Then an incomparably powerful aura soared from the Raging Flame sect's camp and pressed down on the Black Tiger Gang. Upon feeling this aura, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. He knew that his guess was right. The Raging Flame sect really did have a supreme elder like Hu Dingshan. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately commanded the Hell King's ship to slowly retreat. At the same time, the other members of the Black Tiger Gang also felt this aura. They gave up on their opponents and slowly retreated. When the people from the Raging Flame sect felt this aura, their expressions couldn't help but change. Then they became overjoyed as they attacked the Black Tiger Gang. However, the Black Tiger Gang had the advantage. Even if they wanted to retreat, the people from the Raging Flame sect couldn't do anything about it. Even the transcending tribulation experts stopped fighting and returned to their camp. Naturally, the people from the Black Tiger Gang didn't have any good expressions on their faces. The aura just now was too shocking. It made them think of Hu Dingshan. Many people from the Black Tiger Gang had seen how Hu Dingshan dealt with the Wandering Soul Gang. To be honest, they were afraid that this expert from the Raging Flame School would be as strong as Hu Dingshan. Before long, a fireball shot up from a mountain in the depths of the Raging Flame sect's camp. The fireball seemed to have turned the sky red, just like a volcano erupting. Then the fireball changed its direction and flew towards the battlefield. The fireball carried an aura that could destroy everything. It was too shocking. Not long after, the ball of fire reached the formation of the two armies. Only then did people see the true appearance of the ball of fire. The ball of fire was a large fireball with a diameter of about 100 meters. In the center of the fireball, there was a person sitting cross-legged. It was an old man covered in white light. He looked very old. His hair was completely white, his face was covered in age spots, and his eyes were cloudy. He looked like he was about to die. His appearance was even worse than Hu Dingshan's. This person was very tall. Even if he was sitting there, he was about the height of a normal person. His red robe couldn't hide his old appearance. However, the old man was still looking at the people from the Black Tiger Gang with an angry expression. He coldly snorted and said, "Brats from the Black Tiger Gang, who gave you the courage to come to our Raging Flame sect and cause trouble?" Although the old man was in good condition and looked as if he would die at any time, his imposing aura wasn't weak at all. The Black Tiger Gang members felt suffocated by his aura. His shout was like a blow to Tai Zhantian's head. Tai Zhantian and the others felt a little dizzy, and their breathing became labored. At this moment, a lion's roar came from the Black Tiger Gang's group. Along with the lion's roar came an equally shocking aura. As soon as this aura appeared, it blocked the aura released by the Supreme Elder of the Raging Flame sect and suppressed it. This made the Supreme Elder's expression change. Then a voice was heard, "Lai Yang, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Good. Ha ha ha. Great. I let you escape in the past. Let's see where you'll run this time. With that, the 12 huge metal beasts pounced towards the Supreme Elder Lai Yang of the Raging Flame sect. These 12 metal beasts were naturally Zhao Hai's 12 metal beasts. And the one controlling them was Hu Dingshan. Hu Dingshan's life inside the space was very comfortable. He didn't need to worry about his lifespan. Moreover, he discovered that he had a lot of friends. Although these friends were a bit strange, they only liked to do what they liked. Later on, Hu Dingshan slowly discovered that this lifestyle was very good. Being able to do what you like was a very fortunate thing. Hu Dingshan was now accustomed to the life inside the space. In Hu Dingshan's opinion, even his old home, the immortal realm, wasn't as comfortable as the space. This was because there were no fights here, and you can do whatever you want to do. However, Hu Dingshan was still very concerned about the Black Tiger Gang. After all, the Black Tiger Gang was the blood and sweat of the Black Tiger clan. It represented the Black Tiger clan's mark in the cultivation realm. Before Zhao Hai attacked the Raging Flame sect, he had already thought of the worst-case scenario. Therefore, he gave Hu Dingshan a heads-up in advance so that he could make a move when necessary. Hu Dingshan's body had already recovered to its peak state, and his strength had also recovered to its peak state. Therefore, even if he couldn't personally appear right now and could only control the large artifacts from the space, his strength was still quite terrifying. Because of this, when Hu Dingshan released the 12 metal beasts, their aura immediately suppressed the elders of the Raging Flame sect. When the Raging Flame sect's elder Lai Yang heard Hu Dingshan's voice, his expression couldn't help but change. Although Hu Dingshan's voice was transmitted through the 12 metal beasts, one could still hear his strength. His voice was full of vigor, he didn't seem old at all. The domineering aura that came from his voice was something that everyone could hear. It was as if the King of Beasts was patrolling his territory. When the people from the Raging Flame sect heard Hu Dingshan's voice, their expressions couldn't help but change. When they saw the 12 metal beasts rushing towards Lai Yang, their expressions turned even uglier. Lai Yang looked at the 12 metal beasts and coldly snorted, "Old ghost, you're still alive, so how could I be willing to die? You think you can deal with me with just a few mechanical beasts? Hu Dingshan, you're really getting worse and worse." Although his words were firm, his hands did not stop moving. He waved his hand forward, and a sea of fire rushed toward the 12 metal beasts. There was a hint of purple in the red fire. It was obvious that the fire was not easy to deal with. In fact, the flames that Lai Yang seemed to have casually released were actually one of his important offensive methods, Lai Yang's true fire. It was said that Lai Yang had fused the might of the true fire of the sun into his flames to create a special kind of flame. Its offensive power was very strong. When ordinary magic tools encountered this kind of flame, they would immediately be refined. However, the 12 metal beasts didn't care about this. They directly rushed into the flames. The flames had very little effect on the 12 metal beasts. Lai Yang's expression changed when he saw this. Then, he formed a seal and shouted, "Skyfire meteor." Along with his voice, the sky above his head was suddenly covered by a thick layer of red clouds. Then meteors fell from the sky and smashed towards the 12 metal beasts. The 12 metal beasts immediately split into 6 to meet the meteors while the other 6 continued to attack Raging Sunday. At this time, Raging Sun waved his hands as fire dragons flew out from his hands. After the fire dragons flew out, they slowly grew bigger before attacking the 12 metal beasts. The 6 metal beasts that met the meteors quickly shot them down. The fire dragons didn't seem to have much effect on them. Therefore, they continued to rush towards Lai Yang. Lai Yang's expression changed. Liu Yang's expression changed once again. No one knew his situation better than him. His situation was similar to Hu Dingshan's. They had reached the end of their lives and their lifespan was about to run out. This was a very sad thing for any cultivator, especially for a powerhouse. They always felt that they still had a lot of things to do, but they didn't have the time. They could do almost nothing because they used all their time and experience to extend their lives. Lai Yang came out this time to make the Black Tiger Gang retreat. However, he didn't expect that Hu Dingshan would be lured out. His current situation was no longer suitable for battle. His current strength was less than 1/10 of his peak. Although Hu Dingshan was commanding the artifact to fight, the strength of the 12 metal beasts allowed Hu Dingshan to exert 50% of his peak combat strength. Comparing the two, Liang was naturally at a disadvantage. Although Liang wanted to counterattack, he no longer had the opportunity. The 12 metal beasts had already arrived at his side. At this point, Liang could only defend himself. The people from the Black Tiger Gang and the Raging Flame sect were paying attention to the battle between Liang and the 12 metal beasts. In their opinion, this was a battle that would decide the fate of both sides. However, Zhao Hai didn't think so. At this time, the two old monsters from both sides were locked in battle. They couldn't spare any time to deal with other matters. The only thing they could do now was to use this opportunity to defeat the Raging Flame sect in one fell swoop. After thinking about Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he waved his hand and had the Hell King's ship rush forward. At the same time, Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't the time to hide his strength. With a wave of his hand, all of his large artifacts were released. The Hell King's ship, the pagoda, the giant spirit treasure ship, and the sword shuttle were all released by Zhao Hai. All of these large artifacts attacked the Raging Flame sect's defensive line. At this time, both sides were still focused on the battle between the Raging Flame sect and the 12 metal beasts. Nobody thought that Zhao Hai would attack at this time. Tai Zhantian and the Raging Flame sect master stared for a moment before they immediately reacted. Needless to say, Tai Zhantian's first reaction was to wave his hand and attack with all of his strength. On the other hand, the Raging Flame sect master's expression changed. This was because the situation he didn't want to see the most had appeared. But now, he had no choice but to fight. This was because the Black Tiger Gang had launched an all-out attack. With Zhao Hai leading the attack, the one who suffered the most was Raging Sunday. He thought that he would be able to make the Black Tiger Gang retreat. He didn't expect the situation to turn out this way. Now, the Raging Flame sect's strength was even lower than before. This wasn't a good thing at all. However, Raging Sun had no way to change this situation. This was because the 12 metal beasts were too fierce. He couldn't even take care of himself, so how could he take care of others? At this time, Zhao Hai's attack arrived. The Hell King's ship destroyed one of the Raging Flame sect's war chariots. Then the other large artifacts began to attack as they rammed into the war chariots of the Raging Flame sect. The people of the Raging Flame sect were stunned. They didn't know how to deal with this situation. Although the Raging Flame sect master was desperately commanding the battle, the final result wasn't good. The Raging Flame sect's morale was greatly reduced because of Raging Sunday. And with Zhao Hai's ferocious attacks, the Raging Flame sect was now in a disadvantageous position. They were now in a worse situation than before. Then Tai Zhantian and the others joined the battle. In an instant, the situation of the Raging Flame sect became even more critical. Seeing this, Liang's eyes turned bloodshot. Then he turned his hand and took out a pill. This pill was fiery red in color. Clouds were swirling around it, making it look like a burning fireball. This pill was very famous in the cultivation realm. It was called the Raging Inferno pill. Upon hearing the name, one would think that it wasn't a good thing, like an aphrodisiac. However, this wasn't the case. It was a pill that could increase a person's strength in an instant. After eating this pill, it would burn a person's vitality. If the person fights for too long, then their life would come to an end. Needless to say, Raging Sun was already nearing the end of his lifespan. Eating this Raging Inferno pill was no different than courting death. However, Raging Sun had no choice but to do so. This was because if he couldn't fight the 12 metal beasts and repel the Black Tiger Gang, then the Raging Flame sect would be finished. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was able to see all of Liang's actions. Although Zhao Hai was busy fighting against the people from the Raging Flame sect, he was still paying attention to Liang's situation. He knew that if Liang were to recover, then they would be the ones to suffer. Now that Raging Sun took out a strange pill and ate it, Zhao Hai knew that the situation wasn't good. Looking at Raging Sun's resolute expression, Zhao Hai knew that the old man was going all out. Zhao Hai's first reaction was to command the large artifacts to entangle the Raging Flame sect's artifacts. At the same time, the Hell King's ship immediately left the battlefield and flew towards Tai Zhantian's ship. Then Zhao Hai appeared beside Tai Zhantian. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Tai Zhantian looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "What's wrong?" Zhao Hai replied, "Leader, quickly gather some transcending tribulation experts to the Hell King's ship. I just noticed that Lai Yang took a pill. If he takes a pill at this time, then it's definitely not a good thing. If we let him get rid of the Supreme Elder's artifact, then we'll be in big trouble." Tai Zhantian's expression changed. He immediately turned to Mu He and said, "Little He, have all the transcending tribulation experts enter Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship." "Zhao Hai, did you notice what kind of pill he ate?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I did, it's a red pill with clouds surrounding it. It looks like a small fireball." Tai Zhantian's expression changed as he said, "It's a raging flame pill. It seems like the old man is really going all out." At this time, under Mu He's arrangement, the remaining transcending tribulation experts of the Black Tiger Gang entered Zhao Hai's ship. Mu He also followed. Naturally, these transcending tribulation experts knew Mu He. Mu He wasn't afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to suppress these transcending tribulation experts. If these transcending tribulation experts don't listen to Zhao Hai, then it would be troublesome. Therefore, Mu He also followed. When Zhao Hai saw that everyone had boarded the Hell King's ship, he immediately cupped his fist towards Tai Zhantian. Then his body flashed and returned to the Hell King's ship. Then he drove the ship towards Raging Sunday. In fact, Zhao Hai was confident that he could deal with Raging Sun by relying on the undead in the space. However, he didn't want to expose himself, so he asked the transcending tribulation experts to board the ship. After eating the Raging Inferno pill, the flames on Lai Yang's body became even more intense. He casually threw out a few large fireballs, forcing the metal beasts to retreat. Then his figure moved as he rushed towards Tai Zhantian's Black Tiger ship. It was obvious that Lai Yang wanted to capture the leader first. Although Zhao Hai's performance in the battlefield was very good, the real commander of the Black Tiger Gang was still Tai Zhantian. Therefore, Lai Yang's first target to deal with the Black Tiger Gang was Tai Zhantian. Actually, Lai Yang had no choice but to do this. He knew that he didn't have much time left in his lifespan. This meant that he couldn't fight for too long. Because of this, he needed to get the most out of the battle. Zhao Hai also discovered Lai Yang's intentions, so he immediately shouted, "Martial uncles, please transfer your spiritual qi to the Hell King's ship. Leave the rest to me." Mu He immediately conveyed Zhao Hai's order. However, he didn't move. Naturally, he was prepared to respond in case of an accident. Zhao Hai didn't care about him. He knew Mu He's identity, so naturally, he wouldn't order him. The spiritual qi of the transcending tribulation experts was enough. The Hell King's ship flashed with a golden light as it flew towards Lai Yang. Seeing the Hell King's ship flying towards him, Lai Yang couldn't help but sneer. He wasn't afraid of the Hell King's ship's attack. His figure moved as he dodged to the side. Naturally, he wanted to use his flexibility to avoid the Hell King's ship and attack Tai Zhantian. However, Lai Yang still underestimated the Hell King's ship's strength. Just as he turned, the Hell King's ship's ram attacked him. Although the ram wasn't small, it was still smaller than the Hell King's ship. Naturally, it was more flexible. It must be known that Zhao Hai designed the ram based on the formation-breaking spirit snake needle. The needle was very flexible. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to stop Lai Yang. Lai Yang had no choice but to stop. Although his current strength had recovered to about 80% of his peak, the offensive power of the ram was definitely not to be underestimated. The ram contained the spiritual qi of dozens of crossing tribulation stage cultivators. If it really hit him, he would be finished. When Lai Yang stopped, he discovered that he had made a huge mistake. He shouldn't have stopped. Seeing Lai Yang stop, Zhao Hai didn't say anything as the Hell King's ship's cannons stretched out. Then the cannons fired one shot after another towards Lai Yang. One shouldn't underestimate the Hell King's ship's cannons. The gunpowder used in the cannons had been improved by Zhao Hai many times. This was especially true after they arrived in the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai obtained some good things and improved the gunpowder several times. It can be said that the Hell King's ship's cannons were now equivalent to the full-strength attack of a transcendence expert. At the same time, a large group of densely packed undead appeared around the Hell King's ship and surrounded Raging Sunday. These undead were armed with rifles. Naturally, the gunpowder of these rifles had been improved. Each shot was equivalent to an all-out attack from a refining expert. For an expert like Raging Sun, this attack wasn't much. However, there were too many of them. Hundreds of thousands of rifles were attacking at the same time. Such a number was too astonishing. Sometimes, quantitative changes can lead to qualitative changes. When hundreds of thousands of rifles attacked Lai Yang felt a huge pressure. He had no choice but to deal with this situation with all his strength. At this time, Zhao Hai released the stellar sword formation once again. At the same time, the 12 metal beasts returned to their positions. The 12 metal beasts were a part of the stellar sword formation. Naturally, they became more powerful when they returned. At this time, Hu Dingshan was no longer commanding the 12 metal beasts. He was only responsible for providing spiritual qi to the 12 metal beasts. The command was handed over to Zhao Hai. But this time, Zhao Hai changed his method. After the 12 metal beasts returned, his stellar sword formation became even bigger. Moreover, it also included the undead. Only Zhao Hai and the Hell King's ship stood outside the sword formation as they calmly looked at the scorching sun in the middle of the formation. Although Zhao Hai was standing outside the formation, the spiritual qi of the transcending tribulation experts was still flowing through the Hell King's ship into the formation. This made the formation even more powerful, making it even more powerful. Seeing Zhao Hai trap Lai Yang once again, Tai Zhantian and the others let out a long breath. As long as Lai Yang wasn't there, even if Zhao Hai wasn't there, the Black Tiger Gang would still be able to defeat the Raging Flame Sect. After all, the Raging Flame Sect's large artifacts had been destroyed by Zhao Hai. Naturally, Tai Zhantian wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He commanded the Black Tiger Gang and the Raging Flame Sect to launch an all-out attack. This time, besides the transcending tribulation experts who followed Zhao Hai, everyone else participated. At this moment, Lai Yang, who was trapped in the sword formation, felt extremely uncomfortable. He felt like a fly that had fallen into a spider web. There was an extremely powerful force around him that was slowly squeezing him. He couldn't move even if he wanted to. Although Lai Yang had recovered 80% of his strength, one shouldn't forget that his opponents weren't simple. They were Hu Dingshan, Zhao Hai, dozens of transcending tribulation experts, and hundreds of thousands of undead. In the face of such a situation, even if Lai Yang was at his peak, he could only bow his head, let alone now. Raging Sun was still struggling inside the formation. However, his efforts were useless. The Star Transformations formation wasn't easy to break. And since Zhao Hai was using a three-dimensional Star Transformations formation, it was even more difficult to break. Zhao Hai was also going all out to deal with Lai Yang. He knew how important Lai Yang was to the Raging Flame Sect. As long as he destroys Lai Yang, then the Raging Flame Sect would be finished. Lai Yang's situation wasn't very good. He couldn't hold on for much longer. At this point, he was in a high-intensity battle every minute. His current strength was obtained by burning his life force, and he didn't have many days left to live. More and more wrinkles appeared on Lai Yang's face. He knew that he was running out of time, but at the same time, he couldn't do anything. This was because he could feel his life force leaving him. Even his attacks weren't as strong as before. Lai Yang angrily looked around. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill in front of his head. When he looked down, he discovered that a sword was slowly moving away from his head. Lai Yang stared, but then a relaxed expression appeared on his face. He turned his head and looked at the people of the Raging Flame Sect who were still fighting. Then he slowly closed his eyes as his body fell down. But before he could do anything, he was wrapped by a black gas and sent to the space. Upon entering the space, Lai Yang immediately turned into an undead, providing Zhao Hai with a large amount of faith power. But at this time, Zhao Hai didn't have the time to care about this. He immediately turned to Mu Hei and said, "Uncle Mu, I'm done here. Take everyone to help the sect leader." Mu Hei also saw Zhao Hai's methods. To be honest, he was now admiring Zhao Hai. But he still nodded and turned to the transcending tribulation experts and said, "Let's go, we'll deal the final blow to those guys who play with fire." The transcending tribulation experts loudly complied before they turned around and left with Muhe. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He received his undead and then commanded his flying swords and 12 metal beasts to attack the Raging Flame sect. The Raging Flame sect couldn't hold on any longer. Now that they saw Zhao Hai and the others coming over and their supreme elder disappearing, the last bit of confidence in the Raging Flame sect collapsed. The higher-ups of the Raging Flame sect were still fine, but the cultivators at the bottom began to panic. Many of them even turned around and ran. Xianxia wasn't in the mood to care about them. His attack was still ongoing. With the addition of Mu He and Zhao Hai, the Black Tiger Gang's attacks became even more ferocious. The Raging Flame sect finally couldn't hold on any longer. Especially after Zhao Hai and the 12 metal beasts joined in, the Raging Flame sect couldn't hold on any longer. Zhao Hai and the 20 metal beasts' first target was the sect master of the Raging Flame sect. This was the same method as before. The difference was that this time, the Raging Flame sect didn't have someone like Zhao Hai who could block the 12 metal beasts. The 12 metal beasts rushed towards the sect master like a hot knife through butter. The sect master finally panicked. He wanted to run, but it was a pity that he wasn't as fast as the 12 metal beasts. Because of this, the Raging Flame sect master was directly chased by the 12 metal beasts. With the death of the sect master, the other members of the Raging Flame sect lost even more of their will to resist. At the same time, Xianxia took this opportunity to announce that if they surrender, the Black Tiger Gang would welcome them. With this, the people of the Raging Flame sect lost even more of their will to resist. Aside from some loyal people, the others were already thinking of surrendering. Before long, a large number of people from the Raging Flame sect surrendered to the Black Tiger Gang. Only a few people were left on the battlefield. The Black Tiger Gang situation had been decided. On the other hand, Zhao Hai used this opportunity to sneak into the Raging Flame sect's Great Hall and received the fire steel into the space. Zhao Hai knew that if he asked Xianxia for the steel, Xianxia would certainly give it to him. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to do this. This was because the Black Tiger Gang would know where the steel went. Because of this, Zhao Hai secretly received the steel into the space. At this time, the Black Tiger Gang had already taken over the Raging Flame sect's territory. This time, the takeover was very smooth. This was because the destruction of the Raging Flame sect's territory wasn't very serious. This was especially true for the transmission formations. Almost all of them were sealed by Zhao Hai, so they weren't damaged at all. They just needed to be unsealed. The only place that was seriously damaged was the Crafting Valley. That place was now filled with magma. It was impossible to use the Crafting Valley again in a short period of time. They could only wait until it was rebuilt. Zhao Hai sat inside the space and looked at the people outside who were still busy. It has been 10 days since the battle between the Black Tiger Gang and the Raging Flame sect. A lot of things happened in these 10 days. First, after the Wandering Soul Gang found out that the Black Tiger Gang had destroyed the Raging Flame sect, they immediately launched a probing attack. At that time, the Black Tiger Gang's main force hadn't completely taken over the Raging Flame sect's territory. If the Wandering Soul Gang were to use this opportunity to attack, then the situation would be very bad. Fortunately, the person in charge of the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters was Xianxia. This old fox wasn't easy to deal with. Although Xianxia was usually very cunning, he wouldn't back down when the time comes. This time, Xianxia immediately became tough and directly sent an army to block the Wandering Soul Gang's territory. This made the Wandering Soul Gang unable to gain any advantage. When Xianxia received this news, he immediately sent Zhao Hai back to provide support. At the same time, he also sent a large number of transcending tribulation experts back to the Black Tiger Mountain's defensive line. When the Wandering Soul Gang saw that they couldn't gain any advantage, they immediately retreated. They were afraid that Hu Dingshan would attack them again. After the Wandering Soul Gang retreated, Zhao Hai didn't have anything else to do. However, he received a task, which was to repair large artifacts. In the battle between the Raging Flame sect and the Black Tiger Gang, the loss of large artifacts wasn't small. If a gang loses too many large artifacts, then they would be in a passive position. Because of this, Xianxia gave Zhao Hai a task to repair the large artifacts as soon as possible. The Black Tiger Gang didn't pay any attention to the fire steel that the Raging Flame sect lost. This was because the fire steel wasn't very important to the Black Tiger Gang. What the Black Tiger Gang needed was the Raging Flame sect's territory. On the other hand, the people of the Raging Flame sect who surrendered didn't have any changes. They had already accepted their fate. Now that the Raging Flame sect had disappeared, besides surrendering to the Black Tiger Gang, they could only surrender to other great sects, or become rogue cultivators. Whether it was surrendering to other sects or becoming independent cultivators, neither was a good choice for the cultivators of the Raging Inferno sect. The cultivators of the Raging Flame sect were very clear that they would be valued in the Black Tiger Gang if they were to band together. However, the situation would be different if they were to go to other sections. Not everyone would be able to follow them. If only one or two of them went, they wouldn't be valued at all. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Now, the territory of the Raging Inferno sect had been completely taken over by the Black Tiger Gang. The cultivators of the Raging Inferno sect had also slowly integrated into the Black Tiger Gang. As for those large artifacts, Zhao Hai had already repaired them. Zhao Hai really didn't have anything else to do now, so he was prepared to head to the Fire God City. Laura and the others had been living with Zhao Hai for a long time, so they understood Zhao Hai very well. Naturally, they also knew what Zhao Hai was thinking. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, can we go to the Fire God City now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's go. I want to see what a fully refined vermilion bird seal looks like." Then his figure moved and appeared in front of the Fire God City's Fire God Steel. Looking at the huge Fire God Steel, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. However, he only sighed once before his figure turned and appeared behind the Fire God Steel. Then he flew towards the hole where the Fire God Steel was dug out. Then he waved his hand and took out the Fire God Steel. Then he placed the Fire God Steel into the hole. The Fire God Steel was slowly stuffed into the hole. Zhao Hai's guess wasn't wrong, the Fire God Steel was dug out from the Fire God Steel. When the Fire God Steel was completely stuffed into the hole, the Fire God Steel suddenly emitted a red light. The red light was so bright that Zhao Hai couldn't help but close his eyes. At the same time, his spiritual force couldn't sense any changes in the Fire God Steel. Then Zhao Hai heard a rumbling sound. He felt as if the entire space was shaking. The entire Fire God City was shaking. This caused Zhao Hai's expression to change. However, the shaking quickly stopped. Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to explore and discovered that the entire Fire God City had returned to normal. What made Zhao Hai even more surprised was that although there weren't any changes in the Fire God City, and the entire city was still made of red stones, the extremely strong fire element in the Fire God City had disappeared. Aside from seeing a huge red city, there was nothing special about it. Looking at the Fire God Steel, it had also become very ordinary. It didn't have any imposing aura. Zhao Hai looked at the words on the Fire God Steel. Those words seemed to have become very ordinary. There was nothing special about them. The mysterious feeling from before had also disappeared. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. Then he turned his hand and took out a flying sword. He slashed towards the Fire God Steel. Zhao Hai wanted to see what kind of changes would occur after the Fire God Steel returned to normal. He wanted to see if it could still send his sword flying. Dang! Zhao Hai's sword slashed onto the Fire God Steel. Boom! The entire steel suddenly burst into flames. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's special body and the liquid silver transformation, he would have already been burned to ashes. His flying sword would have also turned into molten iron. Zhao Hai clearly felt that the Fire God Steel's flame attack was too powerful. Even if a transcending tribulation expert wasn't prepared, they would still be affected. Zhao Hai understood why the Fire God City had such a change. In the past, the Fire God City looked like a pile of fire that was constantly burning. Everyone could see that it had a strong attack power. Everyone who saw the Fire God City knew that it wasn't easy to provoke it. Of course, the Fire God City wasn't seen by others. But now, the Fire God City was no longer needed. The Fire God City had turned into a pile of gunpowder. Normally, it didn't look like anything, but as long as you attack it, it would immediately explode. When it explodes, its attack power would be very strong. If the Fire God City before was an unsheathed sword, then the current Fire God City was a sword that was placed in a scabbard. Although the unsheathed sword looked more threatening, everyone who saw the sword would be on guard against it. As for the sword that was placed in a scabbard, not many people would be on guard against it. However, its attack power was even stronger than the unsheathed sword. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and glanced at the Fire God City again. Then, his figure flashed and appeared on the long table of the Fire God Shrine. The vermilion bird seal was still on the long table, and no one had touched it. Zhao Hai landed beside the vermilion bird seal and glanced at it. Then, he slowly used his spiritual force to probe the vermilion bird seal, preparing to refine it. However, when Zhao Hai's spiritual force entered the vermilion bird seal, he felt that there was a soul inside the vermilion bird seal, and this soul was constantly fighting against him, unwilling to submit to him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't think that he would encounter such a thing. However, Zhao Hai didn't think of backing out now. He immediately mobilized his spiritual force and entered the vermilion bird seal, engaging in a great battle with the consciousness inside the vermilion bird seal. An illusion of Zhao Hai appeared inside the vermilion bird seal, and in front of Zhao Hai's illusion, a vermilion bird was confronting him. Zhao Hai casually sent out spiritual attacks, and the illusion of the vermilion bird was no exception. A mouthful of flames directly attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't dare to be careless. He would dodge the flames if he could, and if he couldn't, he would use spells to block them. He didn't dare to let the flames touch his body. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't dare to let the flames touch his body was because he was now a spiritual body. If he was injured, then it would be a real injury, and it would be very difficult to heal. Fortunately, he could use all the spells he knew, so he wasn't afraid of the vermilion bird. However, Zhao Hai still discovered something that surprised him. The vermilion bird's strength seemed to be slowly increasing, and it was getting stronger and stronger. This really surprised Zhao Hai. The current vermilion bird was already very difficult to deal with. If it became stronger, then he wouldn't be able to deal with it. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that all the spells he knew weren't very useful against the vermilion bird. Even the brilliant sword technique was the same. The brilliant sword technique was specialized in spiritual attacks, but it wasn't very useful against the vermilion bird. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. The vermilion bird's aura was getting stronger and stronger, and Zhao Hai's brows were wrinkled tighter and tighter. He didn't think that the vermilion bird would be this strong. If this continued, then he might not be able to refine the vermilion bird seal. In that case, he wouldn't be able to gain anything. Although Zhao Hai didn't really care about the vermilion bird seal, he didn't like this feeling. It was as if someone had promised to give him something to do. In the end, he did it, but the other party didn't intend to give it to him. How could he not be angry? Zhao Hai looked at the vermilion bird, and his mind turned. The reason why the vermilion bird was getting stronger and stronger must be related to the Fire God Steel. It must be because he restored the Fire God Steel, so the vermilion bird woke up and became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's eyes flashed. He suddenly thought of something, and that was the 5 elements killing formation. Originally, the 5 elements killing formation could only kill things of the 5 elements. However, after he upgraded it several times, the 5 elements killing formation could now kill things of the 5 elements. Could he use the 5 elements killing formation to deal with the vermilion bird? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai's mind moved. The 5 elements killing formation immediately covered the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird didn't expect Zhao Hai to do this, and was immediately covered by the 5 elements killing formation. Then the 5 elements killing formation began to shrink. The vermilion bird felt that something was wrong, and immediately wanted to rush out of the 5 elements killing formation. However, just as it hit the formation, it let out a sharp cry, and the flames on its body dimmed a lot. The vermilion bird was afraid, but it also knew that if it didn't rush out, then it would be waiting for death. After all, the vermilion bird wasn't a human. It really had no way to rush out of the 5 elements killing formation. The 5 elements killing formation became smaller and smaller, and finally, the vermilion bird was killed. As soon as the vermilion bird was killed, Zhao Hai felt that the vermilion bird seal immediately connected with him. There was a feeling of blood connection. Just as Zhao Hai was intoxicated by this feeling, a large amount of information suddenly entered Zhao Hai's mind. Even with Zhao Hai's powerful spiritual force, he still felt dizzy. While Zhao Hai was in a daze, the entire Fire God City began to gently shake. Then, the Fire God City became smaller and smaller. Finally, the entire Fire God City shrank into the Vermilion Bird Seal, and the Vermilion Bird Seal entered Zhao Hai's body. What was even stranger was that the Fire God City had already disappeared, but the magma didn't fall. It was as if there was something blocking it, and the magma was still slowly flowing on top. And now, Zhao Hai was quietly standing in the small space where the Fire God City was. He closed his eyes and slowly digested the information in his mind. After a while, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. The information that the Vermilion Bird Seal just sent was about the Vermilion Bird Seal and the Fire God City. This Fire God City was a supreme artifact created by an almighty called Fire God in the immortal world. That almighty called Fire God used 1,000 years to collect all kinds of materials. Then, he used another few hundred years to successfully refine the Fire God City. Finally, he used a spatial spirit stone to create the Vermilion Bird Seal and refined it into the core of the Fire God City. At the same time, because the Vermilion Bird Seal was a spatial spirit stone, the Fire God City could be stored inside the Vermilion Bird Seal. The Vermilion Bird Seal was the Fire God City, and the Fire God City was the Vermilion Bird Seal. Because the Fire God City was made with all kinds of high-grade fire attribute materials, the Fire God City could automatically absorb the fire attribute spirit energy between heaven and earth to help cultivators cultivate. Moreover, the Fire God City could also live in it. The Fire God City could live in any attribute, but children born in the Fire God City would be born with fire veins. It could be said that the Fire God City was twice the result with half the effort in cultivating fire attribute techniques. It could be said that the Fire God City was like Zhao Hai space, a moving city. Moreover, it would make the people in the city stronger and stronger. It was definitely a very powerful artifact. Therefore, not long after the Fire God City was refined, it was attacked by several people. The Fire God used the Fire God City to fight against the enemy, but in the end, the Fire God Steel was destroyed. The Fire God also self-detonated and died. When he died, the spatial barrier couldn't withstand the strong impact of his self-detonation and a crack appeared, sucking in the Vermilion Bird Seal and the Fire God City before finally falling into the cultivation realm. Naturally, this information was passed to Zhao Hai by the Vermilion Bird inside the Vermilion Bird Seal. The Vermilion Bird was the Fire God's artifact spirit when he was creating the Fire God Seal. In the Vermilion Bird's soul imprint, the Fire God City only had one master. When the Fire God City fell into the cultivation realm, it was already in pieces. Fortunately, the Fire God City had the ability to repair itself, and the fragments weren't too far away. It took a long time for the Fire God City to repair itself. Only the Fire God Steel was left, and without the Fire God Steel, the Vermilion Bird couldn't wake up. Just at this time, Zhao Hai arrived. Moreover, he was able to use the Infinity Technique to communicate with the Vermilion Bird Seal. The Vermilion Bird awakened a bit of consciousness, so he had Zhao Hai retrieve the Fire God Steel. When the Fire God Steel was placed, the Vermilion Bird woke up. When the Vermilion Bird woke up, it naturally wouldn't let Zhao Hai refine the Fire God Steel. Therefore, a fight broke out. Unfortunately, because the Vermilion Bird didn't recover its fighting strength, it was destroyed by Zhao Hai. The Vermilion Bird Seal was also refined by Zhao Hai, and the Fire God City naturally fell into Zhao Hai's hands. Zhao Hai was now aware of the origin of the Fire God City. It was actually a large artifact, an artifact that could change its size. Most importantly, this artifact came from the immortal realm. He was afraid that it was one of the top artifacts in the immortal realm. Otherwise, people wouldn't be fighting over it. Zhao Hai looked at the Fire God City. The information he obtained was all passed to him by the Vermilion Bird. Most of the things the Vermilion Bird passed to him were about how to use the Fire God City. As for the situation in the immortal realm, it didn't mention anything at all. This made Zhao Hai somewhat depressed. But speaking of which, the Fire God City was really a very good artifact. It could be said that the Fire God City was only a semi-finished product. As long as some materials were added, the Fire God City could still be upgraded. Slowly, the Fire God City could even be upgraded into a relatively independent space. People living there would be like living in a small world, and this was also the use of the spatial spirit stone. When ordinary people were making spatial equipment, they would use ordinary spatial stones and arrays to create a subspace. However, this subspace couldn't contain living things. Therefore, the spatial equipment used by ordinary cultivators could only be used as a portable warehouse. However, the spatial spirit stone was different. There was a space inside the spatial spirit stone. The size of this space had a lot to do with the grade of the spatial spirit stone. Similarly, it also had a lot to do with the refining method of the person. The highest grade of the spatial spirit stone could reach the level of 1 grain of sand, 1 world. In other words, a small piece of spatial spirit stone the size of a grain of sand could form a small world for people to live in. The spatial spirit stone that the Fire God City used to make the Fire God City was obviously a high-grade item. Xianxia had already seen the size of the space inside. The space inside was not smaller than a planet. It was also because of this reason that Xianxia felt that the Fire God City wasn't finished yet. The truth was also so. Fire God Feng originally wanted to turn the vermilion bird seal's internal space into a small world. He even planned to take in some cultivators like saints in the small world to provide him with the power of faith. Unfortunately, just as he finished refining the Fire God City, he was surrounded and beaten to death. Therefore, the Fire God City was not finished. Not only could the Fire God City be used to live in, it was also an artifact that could be used to defend and attack. This artifact could be big or small, and its strength was very formidable. If Fire God's strength didn't decrease while refining the Fire God City, then with the help of the Fire God City, he might have been able to escape unscathed. Unfortunately, because his strength decreased too much, he wasn't able to display the full strength of the Fire God City. In the end, he was killed. Now that the Fire God City had fallen into Xiaohai's hands, Xiaohai felt that it was useless. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Fire God City falling into his hands was a good thing. There were a lot of good things inside the space, but Xiaohai was very clear that the space was his biggest secret. He couldn't let anyone discover it, but the things inside the space were very useful to him. Therefore, the best method was to find something to hide the space. And this vermilion bird seal met his requirements. After thinking about this, the way Xiaohai looked at the vermilion bird seal changed. He wanted to completely refine the vermilion bird seal. That way, he would be able to use the things inside the space more confidently. Xiaohai carefully looked at the vermilion bird seal. Then with a move of his hand, he received the vermilion bird seal into the space. Just as the vermilion bird seal entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard: host's imprint has been discovered. It can be built into a small world. The space can upgrade it. Do you wish to upgrade it? When Xiaohai heard this prompt, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately said, upgrade it. A white light immediately covered the vermilion bird seal. At the same time, a data bar appeared on top of the white light. On top of the white light was a number from 0 to 100. There was also a percentage behind it. Naturally, this was the progress of the upgrade. The speed of the upgrade wasn't very fast, it could only be considered average. After some time, the data bar began to slowly move forward. But looking at the speed, it would take at least a few hours for the upgrade to be completed. Xiaohai and the others stood there and looked at the data bar for some time before they returned to the villa. After sitting down, Laura turned to Xiaohai and said, Brother Hai, I feel that something is wrong. Look, we've already taken Fire God City. Why hasn't the magma fallen down? Moreover, the magma didn't seem to weaken at all. Isn't there something wrong with this? Xiaohai stared, then he nodded and said, You're right. I'll take a closer look. Laura nodded. Then Xiaohai's body flashed as he returned to Fire God City. When he arrived at Fire God City, Xiaohai couldn't help but stare. This was because he could see the magma river in the sky. The magma river illuminated the entire space red. However, he couldn't feel any heat coming from it. It was just that the fire element here was a bit more intense than the other places. Xiaohai looked at the space. After losing Fire God City, Xiaohai was finally able to see the full picture of the space. The space was very big. Because Fire God City was in its maximized state, the space it occupied was very large. Now that Fire God City was taken by Xiao Hai, the space was very big. The space's area was about half the size of the Raging Flame Sect's territory. It was the Raging Flame Sect's territory, not their headquarters. This showed how big the space was. Moreover, the fire spirit chi here was more active than other places. However, there was also a lot of other spirit chi here. It wasn't any less than the Raging Flame Sect's headquarters outside. If the Raging Flame Sect had discovered this place earlier, then they would have definitely become one of the few major forces in the Northern Strange region. Xiao Hai looked around, then slowly flew above the space. Looking at the magma river that was quietly flowing above the space, he couldn't help but sigh at the god of creation. Xiao Hai's figure moved as he entered the magma river from the space. Xiao Hai entered the magma river in order to feel why the magma river didn't fall into the space. Upon entering the magma river, Xiao Hai was able to feel something. It wasn't that the magma river didn't flow into the space, but rather that the space was a small subspace. Just like the outer realms, it was independent of the cultivation realm. Because of this, the magma river couldn't fall into the space. This discovery made Xiao Hai happy. This was because the space wasn't small. He can have Tai Zhantian and the others build a secret base here. If that's the case, the Black Tiger Gang would benefit a lot. Now that he knew that the space was independent, Xiao Hai didn't have anything else to worry about. What he wanted to know was the magma river. After circling around the magma river a few times, Xiao Hai finally understood what was going on. There was a heart of earth fire in the magma river. Because of the heart of earth fire, the magma river was formed. Naturally, there were also fire element crystals here. However, Xiao Hai didn't want to take the heart of earth fire and the fire element crystals. This was because there was no need to do so. He already had the heart of earth fire in his space. Moreover, it was of a higher grade compared to the heart of earth fire in the magma river. As for the fire element crystals, he didn't lack them. Because of this, Xiao Hai didn't want to take the heart of earth fire and the fire element crystals. Xiao Hai left the magma river behind in order to protect the space below. Because the magma river had been affected by the fire god city for a long time, it already had its own consciousness. This consciousness wasn't only present in the magma river, but also in the heart of the fire god. Keeping the magma river was equivalent to having a free guard for the space below. Moreover, it would allow the Black Tiger Gang to rebuild the refining valley in the Raging Fire Valley. This was definitely a good deal. Taking away the heart of earth fire and the fire element crystals was a better deal. After thinking about this, Xiao Hai couldn't help but return to the space. Then he started to build a transmission formation inside the space. He planned to hand the space over to the Black Tiger Gang so that they could use it to develop. Before long, the transmission formation was finished. Xiao Hai's body flashed as he entered the space. He looked at the progress of the Vermilion Bird Seals upgrade. He didn't expect the Vermilion Bird Seals upgrade to be so fast. It was much faster than what he expected. In just an hour, he might be able to upgrade every level. This discovery made Xiao Hai very happy. He returned to the space's villa and sat down with Laura and the others as they looked at the situation outside. At this time, the Black Tiger Gang was very busy. Because they had just taken over the Raging Flame Sect's territory, there were a lot of things that needed to be done. Most importantly, Tai Zhantian wanted to rebuild the refining valley. At this time, the Northern White region was in an uproar. In the Northern White region, it had been a long time since something like this happened. In particular, the Raging Inferno sect wasn't a small sect, but a mid-tier sect. It was naturally not easy to deal with such a sect. However, the Black Tiger Gang actually did it. This was something that nobody expected. Everyone in the Northern Strange Continent was aware of the Black Tiger Gang's strength. Even for the 10,000 Beast sect, the number one sect of the Northern Strange Continent, it wasn't an easy matter, let alone the Black Tiger Gang. Because of this, when the news of the Black Tiger Gang destroying the Raging Flame sect spread, people's first reaction was disbelief. After confirming the news, people were even more surprised. They wanted to know how the Black Tiger Gang did it. However, nobody had any ideas about the Black Tiger Gang at this time. This was because they knew that the Black Tiger Gang didn't lose a lot of people in this battle. Moreover, they also received a lot of people from the Raging Flame sect, including a lot of transcending stage experts. It can be said that this battle didn't reduce the strength of the Black Tiger Gang, instead, it increased their strength. Making a move against the Black Tiger Gang at this time would only make them uncomfortable. Nobody would do such a thing. Additionally, the Black Tiger Gang and the Raging Flame sect already had a grudge against each other. It was normal for the Black Tiger Gang to deal with the Raging Flame sect. The other sects didn't have any reaction to the Black Tiger Gang's actions. Only one sect was nervous, it was the Wandering Soul Gang. The Wandering Soul Gang was very nervous because they knew that the grudge between the Raging Flame sect and the Black Tiger Gang played a large part. The reason was because of them. If they hadn't made an agreement with the Raging Flame sect to deal with the Black Tiger Gang, the enmity between the Black Tiger Gang and the Raging Flame sect would have been, even if he hated them, he wouldn't go to the extent of destroying a good person's sect. Now that the Raging Flame sect was destroyed, this wasn't good news for the Wandering Soul Gang. This was because the hatred between the Wandering Soul Gang and the Black Tiger Gang was even greater. It was precisely because of this that the Wandering Soul Gang immediately attacked the Black Tiger Gang after knowing that the Blazing Flame sect was attacked. They wanted him to help the Blazing Flame sect destroy the Black Tiger Gang. However, he didn't think that the battle with the Black Tiger Gang would end so quickly. In the end, they could only retreat with their tails between their legs. Because of this, the Wandering Souls became even more fearful of the Black Tiger Gang. They knew that they had lost their last chance to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. After the Black Tiger Gang obtained the Raging Flame sect's territory and people, they would become even stronger. It was impossible for the Wandering Souls to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. Another sect that reacted strongly to the Black Tiger Gang's actions was the Myriad Beast sect. The Myriad Beast sect was the #1 sect in the Northern Strange region. They wouldn't allow anyone to challenge their position. Therefore, they were very lenient. If the Black Tiger Gang were to make a move, then the Myriad Beast sect would definitely intervene. However, after understanding the situation, the Myriad Goblins sect found it difficult to interfere. After all, the Raging Inferno sect and the Black Tiger Gang had a grudge against each other. It wasn't a big deal for them to fight to the death. However, the Myriad Demon sect was already prepared to suppress the Black Tiger Gang. They definitely wouldn't let the Black Tiger Gang develop. Otherwise, it might threaten their position as the overlord of the Northern Strange region. However, the Black Tiger Gang didn't know about this. Xianxia was still busy absorbing the Raging Flame sect's territory. If the Black Tiger Gang didn't absorb the Raging Flame sect's territory, then it wouldn't benefit the Black Tiger Gang at all. Zhao Hai sat inside the space and looked at the people who were busy. He didn't really want to help. Zhao Hai didn't like dealing with these matters. If he encountered something, he would just hand it over to Laura and the others. At this moment, the space system's voice sounded, "Subspace upgrade complete. Please check." Zhao Hai immediately stood up, then his figure flashed out of the villa and arrived at the Vermilion Bird Seal. The Vermilion Bird Seal was quietly floating in the air, but it was now very small, only the size of a palm. When Zhao Hai probed the Vermilion Bird Seal with his spiritual force, he was immediately stunned. The space inside the Vermilion Bird Seal had become very different. Fire God City was still in the middle of the space, but the rest of the space was filled with mountains and fields. It was as if it had become a miniature version of the Cultivation world. Most importantly, the space had planted a spirit tree. It was a very large spirit tree. Moreover, Zhao Hai could feel that one of the spirit tree's roots was a spirit root. Zhao Hai had received a spirit root before. This spirit root had fused with the 100 Spirits Tree's roots and was slowly transforming the 100 Spirits Tree's roots into spirit roots. This time, the space also used this ability in the Vermilion Bird space. However, the space replaced the 100 Spirits Tree within Spirit Tree. Zhao Hai can imagine that the spiritual qi inside the space would become more and more abundant. Besides these plants, there was also a crystal lode as well as some demonic beasts. This made the Vermilion Bird space very beautiful. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Vermilion Bird Seal would certainly be used in battle in the future. During battle, he was afraid that the things inside would be destroyed. What's the use of making it so beautiful right now? But before long, a message came from the space. It turned out that the space itself had an automatic restoration ability. Now that a spirit root was added to the space, its ability to restore itself was even stronger. As long as the vermilion bird seal wasn't completely destroyed, it would automatically restore itself. At the same time, the space's fire god city could also be placed outside the space for battle. The fire tree city could also change in size. It was very powerful. As for the vermilion bird seal, it was also possible to use the vermilion bird seal in direct combat. However, the vermilion bird seal could only be expanded to a height of 12 meters, which was incomparable to the fire god city. Furthermore, if one were to compare the toughness of the vermilion bird seal, he was afraid that it was still inferior to the fire god city. The vermilion bird seal itself wasn't used for battle. It was a control structure, a scabbard for a treasure sword. Naturally, its attack power wouldn't be good. Xiao Hai didn't care about this. To be honest, he didn't plan on using the vermilion bird seal to fight. He didn't even want to use the fire god city inside. The vermilion bird seal was just a cover for the space. After looking at the vermilion bird seal, Xiao Hai stored it away. Then Xiao Hai returned to the space's villa. He planned to rest inside the space for a few days before going out. After all, his current task was to repair large artifacts. Repairing large artifacts required time. After resting inside the space for another 5 days, Xiao Hai came out and went to look for Tai Zhantian. At this time, Tai Zhantian was almost done with his work. The reconstruction of the weapon refining valley had been completed. The Raging Flame Sect's territory had also been taken over. The cultivators of the Raging Flame Sect had also been arranged. Naturally, Tai Zhantian wouldn't give them the opportunity to unite. Therefore, he arranged for them to be separated. However, Tai Zhantian also knew that this was a very sensitive time. If the Raging Flame Sect's cultivators were to do something wrong, then the Raging Flame Sect wouldn't agree. However, Tai Zhantian didn't want to do anything to them. As long as they don't cause trouble and betray the Black Tiger Gang, then Tai Zhantian would still accept them. While Tai Zhantian was busy dealing with matters, the guard at the door suddenly shouted, "Gang Master, Xiao Hai is requesting an audience." Tai Zhantian stared, then he immediately said, "Invite him in." The guard nodded and then pushed the door open as Xiao Hai walked in. Tai Zhantian looked at Xiao Hai and laughed, "Good kid, I'm afraid that you're the most relaxed person in the Black Tiger Gang right now. How are the repairs going?" Xiao Hai smiled and said, replying to the gang master, "The large artifacts have been repaired. I came here today to report to the gang master." When Tai Zhantian heard Xiao Hai, he nodded and let out a long breath, "Good. Now that the large artifacts are repaired, we don't need to fear anyone. Come, sit down." Xiao Hai thanked Tai Zhantian and then sat down. Tai Zhantian looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Xiao Hai, what method did you use to cause the earth fire to fluctuate? You also destroyed the refining valley with the earth fire. Now that we're going to rebuild the valley, will the earth fire fluctuate again?" When Xiao Hai heard Tai Zhantian, he immediately replied, "Leader doesn't need to worry. Before coming here, I've already checked the Raging Fire Valley. There shouldn't be any problems with the earth fire. Moreover, there's another thing that I need to tell Leader. When I was guiding the earth fire, I went to the Raging Fire Valley to investigate. Underneath the valley, I found a subspace. This subspace is similar to an outer realm space, but there's nothing there, only a large open space. However, the spiritual chi is very abundant, it can be used as a secret base. I've already established a transmission formation there. Leader, do you want to send some people to take a look?" Tai Zhantian nodded, "Leader, don't worry. Why don't you send some people over?" When he heard Xiao Hai, Tai Zhantian stared, then he asked, "Are you sure that it's a subspace? Is it really underneath the Raging Fire Valley?" Xiao Hai nodded and said, "I'm sure. I've seen the subspace with my own eyes. The Raging Fire Valley's magma river flows through the subspace." Tai Zhantian asked, "Can the subspace be safe?" When Tai Zhantian heard Xiao Hai say that the subspace was actually underneath the magma river, he immediately began to worry about the safety of the subspace. Xiao Hai nodded and said, "There shouldn't be any problem. Why don't the gang master come with me to take a look?" Tai Zhantian thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "All right, let's go together." After he said that, he didn't immediately go with Zhao Hai. Instead, he had people invite Hu Liangchen, Mu He, Tai Ying, and Zhang Feng. After the group arrived, Tai Zhantian said, Zhao Hai found a subspace underneath the raging fire valley. It can be used as a secret base. He has already established a transmission formation there. Let's go and take a look. If it's really suitable for a transmission formation, then it would be a good thing for us. When everyone heard this, they turned their attention to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also nodded to the group. Hu Liangchen then turned to Tai Zhantian and said, Gang Master, I think it's good to go and take a look. If it's really suitable for a secret base, then it would only be good for us. Although our Black Tiger gang is developing very well, because of the battle with the Raging Flame sect, we've attracted the attention of the other forces. If we can keep 2 cards in our hands, then it would be very beneficial for our development. Tai Zhantian nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, go and arrange the transmission formation. We'll go with you. Zhao Hai nodded, then he went outside. Naturally, he wouldn't go outside to arrange the transmission formation. Instead, he arranged the transmission formation in a small courtyard inside the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. Before long, the transmission formation was finished. Zhao Hai invited Tai Zhantian and the others to sit on the transmission formation. Then with a flash of white light, the group arrived at the space underneath the lava river. Upon arriving at the space, Tai Zhantian and the others couldn't help but stare. Although Zhao Hai said that the lava river was above the space, they still couldn't help but stare blankly. They didn't think that they would be able to see the lava river inside the space. After some time, the group let out a long breath. Tai Zhantian turned to Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly, Zhao Hai, you're really formidable. You can even find such a place. No wonder you said that this place can be a secret base. This place is indeed a secret base. If one doesn't use the transmission formation, then there wouldn't be many people who can come in. How did you come in? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I came here with the help of the Supreme Elder. When everyone heard this, they felt relieved. After all, in their hearts, Huding Mountain was an omnipotent existence. Hu Dingshan looked around the space, then he nodded and said, this place is really a good base. If we build a base here, then I'm afraid nobody would notice it. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this place is really good. However, I think it's more suitable for people who cultivate fire attribute cultivation methods. What do you think, gang head? Hu Dingshan nodded and said, right, this place is indeed very good. The fire attribute spiritual chi here seems to be a bit denser. If you let someone who cultivates fire attribute cultivation methods cultivate here, the effect would be much better. Spiritual chi actually has attributes. However, no matter what attribute it is, it can be easily absorbed into the body and turned into one's own spiritual chi. However, if you absorb the spiritual chi of the same attribute as your cultivation method, then your cultivation speed would be much faster. The people who came here were all experts, so they naturally understood this. Moreover, they could also feel the attributes of the spiritual chi inside the space. Because of this, they didn't object to Zhao Hai and Hu Dingshan's opinion. The few of them wandered around the space for a while before returning to the surface through the transfer array. Once they returned to the surface, Hu Dingshan immediately arranged for people to prepare to set up a base in the space. Moreover, he chose some loyal cultivators who cultivated fire attribute cultivation methods. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't have anything to do. He didn't need to worry about building a base in the space. Moreover, although he was a core disciple and opened his own sect, he still hasn't accepted a single disciple. He also didn't want to fight for power. Because of this, he became the most idle person in the Black Tiger Gang. However, at this time, Tai Zhantian received a Jade Sword message. When Tai Zhantian saw the contents of the Jade Sword message, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he immediately called all the upper echelons of the Black Tiger Gang to his study. Naturally, this included Zhao Hai. When everyone arrived at his study, Tai Zhantian looked at everyone with an ugly expression and said, Today, I called everyone here because I have something to tell you. I just received a letter from the Myriad Beast sect. The Myriad Beast sect wants Zhao Hai to participate in the Heavenly Demon Martial Exhibition. Once they heard the words demonic martial show, the entire hall instantly went into an uproar. Zhao Hai, who didn't know what was going on, was surprised. He didn't understand why everyone had such a big reaction. Zhang Feng, who was standing beside Zhao Hai, also had an ugly expression. But when he saw Zhao Hai's puzzled expression, he immediately explained, "This demonic war is a unified operation of the cultivation realm. The main purpose of this operation is to deal with the demonic race. The demonic race is one of the strongest races in the outer space. From time to time, they would tear the space apart and invade the cultivation realm. At the same time, the cultivation realm would also invade the demonic space in order to fight against the demonic race. This operation is called the demonic war, and its purpose is to kill and injure the demonic race. Although it sounds very impressive, it's actually the most dangerous mission in the cultivation realm. 9 out of 10 people would die. Naturally, those who survive would also receive a lot of benefits. Of course, there's also a lot of benefits." Speaking up to here, Zhang Feng paused for a moment, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Heavenly demons can be subdued. And the subdued heavenly demons can be stored in space equipment or pet equipment. In addition to helping you fight, the most important thing about these heavenly demons is that they can provide you with faith power." Zhao Hai stared, then he turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Faith power?" Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Right, it's faith power, also known as holy power. Once a heavenly demon is subdued, it can immediately provide you with faith power. This is very important for a cultivator. But at the same time, heavenly demons aren't that easy to subdue. Moreover, there are a lot of heavenly demon realm experts in the demonic space. These heavenly demon realm experts aren't any worse than cultivators in the cultivation realm. Therefore, every time you go to the demonic space to practice martial arts, it's very dangerous." After saying this, Zhang Feng looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him. Obviously, they wanted him to explain to Zhao Hai. Zhang Feng immediately continued, "Because of this, very few cultivators have volunteered to go to the demonic space to practice martial arts. Although faith power is very important, one's life is even more important. Now, the great sects are using the demonic space as a means to suppress the other sects. As long as there are any famous young experts from the other sects, they would be selected to enter the demonic space. But very few of these people can come back. Fortunately, this kind of martial arts practice only happens once every 50 years, so the sects didn't say anything. This time, it's time for the demonic space to practice martial arts. But I didn't expect that they would directly select you. It seems like our Black Tiger Gang's development has entered the great sect's sights. They want to suppress us, so the first thing they looked for was you. Kid, you've really made a name for yourself." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "How long does it take to go to the demonic space? Don't they know that I can enter and exit the outer realm at will?" Zhang Feng shook her head and said, "I'm afraid that's not possible. Everyone who enters the heavenly devil space must stay there for a full year. Before entering the heavenly devil space, everyone will carry a jade token. Unless you die inside, the jade token will record what you did inside the heavenly devil space. If you don't stay in the heavenly devil space for a full year, then the 9 major sects will punish your sect." In the past, there were also people who used space-divergent techniques, but after entering the heavenly devil space, they immediately returned to their sect. But in the end, the 9 major sects used this as an excuse to suppress those sects, causing their strength to plummet. Zhao Hai frowned. He was disgusted by the 9 major sects' overbearing approach. However, he had no other choice. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to compete with the 9 major sects. It seems like he has no choice but to go to the demonic space. Tai Zhantian turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I'm afraid that you will have to go this time. With our Black Tiger Gang's current strength, it's not enough to resist the 9 major sects. In any of the 9 major sects, there are more than one expert like the Supreme Elder. Fortunately, you have a spatial divergent ability. Once you enter the demonic space, it shouldn't be difficult for you to escape unscathed. However, you must be careful of the cultivators from the other sects. If the 9 major sects really want to deal with you, then they will certainly have a backup plan. No matter what, you must preserve your life and come back alive. Don't worry." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "There's nothing wrong with going there. I'm very confident in myself. Moreover, I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, so I should go out and test myself. Xianxia nodded and said, the Jade Sword said that you should go to the Myriad Beast sect in 5 days. When the time comes, I'll send a few transcending tribulation experts to accompany you. However, they can only follow you to the Myriad Beast sect. It's impossible for them to go to the demonic space. You must be careful when you go there. Zhao Hai smiled and said, there's no need to trouble yourself. The gang is currently in need of people. I can go there myself. Before I go to the demonic space, they won't make a move against me. Tai Zhantian looked at Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, all right, we'll do as you say. Little Hai, do you need anything when you go to the demonic space? No matter what you need, as long as you ask, the gang will certainly do it for you. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, there's no need for that. I'm in good condition right now. Gang leader doesn't need to worry. Gang leader, I'll be heading back first. I'll leave for the Myriad Beast sect in 5 days. Tai Zhantian nodded. Zhao Hai gave everyone a salute before he turned around and left. Tai Zhantian looked at Zhao Hai's back and sighed. Then he said, everyone, I think the suppression of the Black Tiger gang by the Great Sects has just begun. We should make preparations first. Hu Liangchen nodded and said, I think the Myriad Beast sect is still the main force. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent Little Hai. Little Hai's reputation in the Northern Strange region was very good. The Myriad Beast sect might have already considered Little Hai as a threat. What I want to know is the Myriad Beast sect going all out to suppress us? Or do they just want to teach us a lesson? Tai Zhantian nodded and said, right, I also think so. Let's wait and see what they do next. If they really want to suppress us, then they will certainly have something up their sleeves. If they just want to teach us a lesson, then they won't do anything too outrageous. Let's wait and see. Everyone nodded. Although the Black Tiger gang's current strength wasn't enough to shake the Myriad Beast sect's position, they had to recognize that after the Black Tiger gang swallowed the Raging Flame sect's territory, their strength had greatly increased. This made the Myriad Beast sect vigilant. Because of this, they wanted to suppress the Black Tiger gang. As long as the Black Tiger gang can get through this crisis, then their future would be limitless. In the cultivation world, the strength of a sect had a lot to do with a few things. First, it depended on whether you had an expert. If you had an expert, other sects wouldn't dare to touch you. Second, it depended on the strength of your sect. If you only had one expert in your sect, then you wouldn't be a big sect. Third, it depended on whether you had money. For any sect, money was very important. With more resources, you could cultivate more experts, and your sect would be more powerful. Therefore, whether you had money or not was also an important standard to measure the strength of a sect. And last, it depended on whether you had a territory or not. This territory didn't just refer to whether there were spirit veins in the place where your sect was located. It also referred to the size of your sect's territory and whether there were any specialties in your sect's territory. The bigger your sect's territory, the more specialties there would naturally be, and the more spirit veins there would be. Then, your sect would naturally have more places to cultivate talents, and naturally, your sect would slowly grow stronger. In the entire cultivation world, the Middle Saint continent had the most abundant spiritual energy and the most abundant cultivation resources. Therefore, the sects in the Middle Saint continent were stronger than sects of the same size in other places. Naturally, they would think of themselves as superior. Compared to other continents, the Northern Strange continent wasn't a good place. For the Middle Sacred continent, the Northern Strange continent was a barren land. But for the Black Tiger gang, the Northern Strange continent was a good place. Moreover, the Black Tiger gang had swallowed the territory of the Raging Flame sect. As a result, the Black Tiger gang's territory in the Northern Strange continent was quite large. Aside from a few great sects, the other sects couldn't compare to the Black Tiger gang in terms of territory. But what caught the Myriad Demon sect's attention the most was the things in the Black Tiger gang's territory. The Black Tiger gang was famous in the Northern Strange region for refining demon beast pills, while the Raging Flame sect was famous for refining artifacts. And in the Black Tiger gang's territory, not only was there a place like the Black Tiger Mountain that produced demon beasts, there was also a large mountain range like the Green Field Mountain, And there was also a natural place for refining artifacts like the Raging Fire Valley. Any one of these places could support a medium-sized sect, and now the Black Tiger Gang actually occupied 3 of them. This made the Myriad Demon sect feel a little jealous. The Myriad Demon sect was very clear that the Black Tiger Gang had all the conditions to become a great sect. They also had experts. They even heard that Hu Dingshan was still alive. Not to mention others, just Hu Dingshan alone was enough to give them a headache. In the past, Hu Dingshan was an expert in the cultivation realm. He used his strength to make a name for himself in the cultivation realm. As long as such a character was still alive, any sect that wanted to make a move on the Black Tiger Gang would have to think twice. The Black Tiger Gang also had other forces in the sect. The Black Tiger Gang had quite a few crossing tribulation stage experts and even more nascent soul stage cultivators. The strength of the middle generation could be said to not be weaker than any of the mid-level forces, or even stronger than those forces. This meant that there was no problem with the Black Tiger Gang's cultivation system. The Black Tiger Gang also didn't lack money. The Black Tiger Gang's beast cores were very famous in the cultivation realm. They were also very popular. Every year, the Black Tiger Gang would make a huge profit. Now that they had the Raging Flame Sect's refining valley, the Black Tiger Gang didn't lack money. The Black Tiger Gang also didn't lack territory. They had all the conditions to become a great sect. Naturally, the Black Tiger Gang's future development would be limitless. And this might threaten the Myriad Demon sect's position in the Northern Strange region. Therefore, the Myriad Demon sect wanted to suppress the Black Tiger Gang. Hu Liangchen looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Sect leader, I think we should prepare for 2 things. The first is to strengthen our defense, so that if the Thousand Goblin sect really wants to deal with us, we won't be prepared at all. If that happens, we will suffer a great loss. The second is that we have to contact some other sects, so that even if the Thousand Goblin sect wants to touch us, they will have to hold back." Xianxia nodded and said, "We should do that. Leave the matter of strengthening our defenses to me. As for contacting other sects, I'll leave it to you. I'm not very good at communicating with other sects. The Black Tiger Gang is now at a critical moment. As long as we develop, we won't need to be afraid of anyone." Hu Liangchen nodded and said, "Leader, don't worry. Leave it to me. The Myriad Demon sect has been tyrannical in the Northern Strange region for many years. They've offended countless people. I believe that we'll be able to find allies." Xianxia nodded. He also hoped that the Black Tiger Gang would be able to survive this crisis. The Myriad Demon sect was the #1 sect in the Northern Strange region. In the Northern Strange region, no other sect dared to call themselves the Myriad Demon sect. The reason why the Myriad Demon sect had this name was because they had a lot of beast cultivators. Beast cultivators were beast cultivators who began to gain intelligence. They slowly cultivated into a human body and became a beast cultivator. Beast cultivators were very powerful, their strongest point was their bodies. The bodies of beast cultivators were naturally much stronger than that of humans, and beast cultivators also inherited this characteristic. Their bodies were also much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Even some specialized body cultivators couldn't compete with beast cultivators in terms of their bodies. In addition to their bodies, beast cultivators generally had their own innate abilities. Their innate abilities were different and strange, but they were definitely the most suitable for them. Therefore, once a beast cultivator matured, their fighting strength couldn't be underestimated. In the other great continents, the number of demon cultivators was relatively small. People in the other continents would regard demon cultivators as a different species. However, this was not the case in the Northern Strange region. There were a lot of demon cultivators in the Northern Strange region. These demon cultivators seemed to be naturally suited for life in the Northern Strange region. Moreover, the demon cultivators in the Northern Strange region were very strong. There were a lot of demon cultivators in the Northern Strange region. Because of this, nobody in the Northern Strange region would look down on demon cultivators. The Myriad Demon sect was one of the best. Some people said that the number of beast cultivators in the Myriad Demon sect accounted for more than half of the total number of beast cultivators in the sect. From this point, one could see what kind of sect the Myriad Demon sect was. The Myriad Demon sect's encampment was even more special. The myriad demon sect's encampment was on the Green Field Mountain. This huge mountain range that traversed the entire northern Strange region was occupied by the myriad demon sect. Without the permission of the myriad demon sect, no one could enter the Green Field Mountain where the myriad demon sect was located. The myriad demon sect's headquarters was also located there. The Green Field Mountain occupied by the myriad demon sect had countless peaks. Among them, there were 72 peaks that were the most important to the myriad demon sect. For a sect like the Black Tiger Gang, having 10 core disciples was already pretty good. In the Thousand Goblin sect, there were 36 core disciples who could open a mountain gate. As for the other sects, the number of core disciples who couldn't open a mountain gate was several times that of the other sections. Among the core disciples of the myriad demon sect, 16 of them were demon cultivators, while the remaining 20 were human cultivators. This ratio could not help but reveal a problem. Each of the 9 great sects was the absolute overlord of the 9 great sects of the cultivation world. Of course, the myriad demon sect was no exception. Although there were many sects in the northern Strange region, once the myriad demon sect spoke, no one would dare to disobey. Just like this time, the myriad demon sect ordered the Black Tiger Gang to send Xiao Hai to participate in the Heavenly Devil Martial Arts exhibition. No matter how unwilling the Black Tiger Gang was, they still had to send Xiao Hai. This was because they didn't dare to offend the myriad demon sect. They were very clear that offending the myriad demon sect wouldn't end well for them. Every time the Heavenly Devil Martial Arts exhibition was held, the 9 great provinces would send a total of 900 young experts. These people were at least at the nascent soul stage, while the strongest would reach the transcending tribulation stage. They were the most promising young cultivators in the various sections. 900 people didn't sound like a lot, not to mention that these 900 people were selected from the 9 great provinces. When divided among the sects, it was even less. However, this was a weapon that the 9 great sects used to suppress the other sections. The 9 great sects would send their own young experts to participate in the first Heavenly Devil Martial Arts exhibition. Then, they would select the remaining people from the other sections. The 9 great sects could afford to sacrifice one or even a few transcending tribulation stage experts. However, the other sects couldn't afford to do so. The young experts selected by the 9 great sects were the most promising young experts of their respective sections. Although these young experts would also participate in trials and battles, the sects still cared for them very much. This was because if these young experts were to be sacrificed, the impact on the other sects would be too great. The Heavenly Devil Martial Arts exhibition was a trial with the highest sacrifice rate. Therefore, no sect was willing to send their young experts to participate in the Heavenly Devil Martial Arts exhibition. However, if they didn't participate, they would offend the 9 great sects and the consequences would be even more troublesome. Therefore, the sects had no choice but to clench their teeth and send their young experts to participate in the Heavenly Devil Martial Arts exhibition. Xiao Hai was selected by the myriad demon sect to participate in the Heavenly Devil Martial Arts exhibition. To be honest, although the matter of the Black Tiger Gang destroying the Raging Flame sect was widely spread in the northern Strange continent, the myriad demon sect didn't really care about it. The Black Tiger Gang used to be ranked in the top 100 while the Raging Flame sect couldn't even enter the top 100. Such a gang wasn't worthy of their attention. The reason why the myriad demon sect chose Xiao Hai to participate in the Heavenly Devil Martial Arts exhibition was to teach the Black Tiger Gang a lesson and let them know who was the real boss of the northern Strange continent. Xiao Hai also knew a little about this situation. Especially after hearing the words of Tai Zhantian and the others, Xiao Hai was even more concerned about this Heavenly Devil Martial Arts exhibition. Xiao Hai was still a little famous in the northern Strange continent. The reason why he was famous was because of his large artifacts. Now, the entire northern Strange continent knew that Xiao Hai's large artifacts were something that few people could compare to. A group of people was standing in one of the transmission squares of the myriad demon sect. These people were dressed in all kinds of clothes. Obviously, not all of them were from the myriad demon sect. However, there were 2 elders and a very young cultivator with an arrogant face. He was wearing a navy blue cultivator robe. He just stood there quietly and looked at the cultivators in different robes with a trace of disdain in his eyes. This cultivator wearing navy blue robes was a cultivator from the myriad demon sect who was going to participate in the Heavenly Devil Martial Arts exhibition. He was a famous young expert in the myriad demon sect. Although he was young, he was already a transcending tribulation expert. Because of this, he naturally had the qualifications to be arrogant. At this moment, a white light flashed in the transmission square. Then an ordinary-looking cultivator wearing black robes appeared on the transmission formation. The cultivator looked around and immediately walked towards the place where the people were gathered. Everyone looked at this cultivator. This cultivator's appearance wasn't extraordinary at all. He even had a gentle smile on his face. There was nothing to pay attention to. The cultivator arrived in front of the crowd and cupped his fist as he said, "Excuse me, is this the gathering place for the cultivators participating in the Heavenly Devil Martial Arts exhibition?" One of the elders nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's right." "Which sect are you from?" The person smiled faintly and said, "I'm Xiao Hai from the Black Tiger Gang." The person who came was Xiao Hai. He didn't know much about the 10,000 monster sect's situation. The 10,000 monster sect's defensive capabilities were very strong. Although he could make his silver needle smaller, he still didn't dare to scout the 10,000 monster sect. He only paid attention to the situation outside the 10,000 monster sect. He didn't know much about the 10,000 monster sect. The reason why Xiao Hai didn't dare to mess around with the myriad demon sect was because of the sect's strength. The myriad demon sect was known as the #1 sect in the Northern Strange region. This was absolutely not an exaggeration. The myriad demon sect certainly had old monsters like Hudingshan. Moreover, their numbers wouldn't be small. Because of this, Xiao Hai was very afraid of the myriad demon sect. As the saying goes, a person's name is like a tree's shadow. With the myriad demon sect's great reputation, if Xiao Hai messed around, then it would be tantamount to courting death. Because of this, Xiao Hai wasn't familiar with the myriad demon sect's situation. He didn't even know the names of the 2 myriad demon sect elders who greeted him. However, the 2 elders didn't care. One of the elders handed a jade token to Xiao Hai and said, "This is the identity token you need to bring to the Heavenly Devil Martial Arts exhibition. It will record your situation in the Heavenly Devil Realm. If you leave the Heavenly Devil Realm, then you will be recorded in the jade token. After you come back, you will be trained. But as long as you kill a Heavenly Devil in the Heavenly Devil Realm, then the jade token will record your contribution points. After the exhibition, the person with the most contribution points will receive a prize." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Yes." The elder then said, "Going to the Heavenly Devil Martial Arts exhibition is an individual activity. You can form your own team. Of course, everything will be voluntary. We won't force you to form a team." Then the elder didn't say anything else. At the same time, Xiao Hai noticed the arrogant cultivator standing on the side. With Xiao Hai's experience, he easily guessed the identity of this person. Among these people, the arrogant ones were naturally people from the myriad demon sect. However, Xiao Hai didn't want to form a team with anyone. He was prepared to act alone. Zhang Feng told him something that Xiao Hai was very concerned about. Once a heavenly devil is subdued, then it can immediately provide faith power. Xiao Hai was currently lacking people who could provide faith power. It must be said that inside Xiao Hai's space, there were a lot of things that could provide faith power. However, these things couldn't see the light of day. He couldn't let other people know that these things could provide faith power. He couldn't even let other people know about their existence. But heavenly devils were different. Heavenly devils can provide faith power. This was something that the entire cultivation realm knew. This way, Xiao Hai could make these heavenly devils appear in front of everyone. The reason why he wanted people to know about the existence of these heavenly devils was because of the vermilion bird space. Although the vermilion bird space had been upgraded by the space, Xiao Hai didn't allow undead or other beasts that could provide faith power to enter it. This was because these things couldn't see the light of day. What Xiao Hai needed were things that could see the light of day. The heavenly devils were naturally in line with Xiao Hai's conditions. As long as these heavenly devils were absorbed into the space, then they would be able to provide faith power. This way, even if someone were to discover the existence of the space, Xiao Hai wouldn't need to be afraid. In fact, the reason why Xiao Hai didn't reveal the space was because he didn't want people to know about it so quickly. Otherwise, they might become suspicious. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to keep the space a secret as much as possible. Zhao Hai had a lot of secrets, the biggest of which was the existence of the space. He wouldn't let anyone know about the existence of the space. The vermilion bird space was a cover for the space. Sooner or later, people would know about it. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to let people know about it. This was because it would arouse suspicion. Moreover, although the vermilion bird space couldn't compare to the space, it was still very powerful. It would attract people's greed. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't want to expose the space. However, he had to think about the consequences of exposing the space. Because of this, he needed to take the heavenly demons into the space. However, something that Zhao Hai didn't expect happened. Just as the 10,000 demon sex elder said that he wouldn't force them to form a team, a voice was suddenly heard, "I want to form a team. Who doesn't want to participate?" Zhao Hai stared, then he looked towards the source of the voice. It was the 10,000 demon sex cultivator with an arrogant face. While Zhao Hai was looking at the cultivator, the 10,000 demon sex elder said, "I forgot to introduce everyone. This is our 10,000 demon sex representative for the Heavenly Demon Martial Exhibition. He's our 10,000 demon sex core disciple, Lin Zhendong." Zhao Hai didn't have any reaction to Lin Zhendong's name. However, the reaction of the cultivators from the other sects was quite big. This was because they had heard of Lin Zhendong's name. Lin Zhendong was a young cultivator from the 10,000 demon sect. He only became famous in the last 10 years. At that time, he was still a nascent soul cultivator. However, he was very strong. He had experienced more than 100 battles and had never been defeated. Moreover, when he was in the nascent soul stage, he had a fierce battle with a transcending tribulation expert. Although he was defeated, he still managed to escape unscathed. That transcending tribulation expert wasn't able to stop him. From this point alone, one could see his strength. 3 years ago, Lin Zhendong finally succeeded in crossing his tribulation and became a transcending tribulation expert. His strength had become even more formidable. In these 3 days, he was a strong competitor for the position of core disciple of the 10,000 demon sect. In fact, people thought that if it weren't for the fact that the core disciples had more resources than Lin Zhendong, then he would have already become one of the core disciples. In the northern strange region, the 10,000 demon sect was the boss. They were the focus of attention. The other sects were very clear about the powerful figures that appeared in the 10,000 demon sect. Therefore, the other sects also knew about Lin Zhendong's reputation. However, Zhao Hai didn't know much about Lin Zhendong. This was because he had been in seclusion for the past 10 years or so. He wasn't very concerned about the situation in the northern strange region. However, from the reaction of those people, Zhao Hai could see that Lin Zhendong was certainly a character. Otherwise, those people wouldn't have such a reaction. Now that Lin Zhendong proposed to establish a team, he opened his mouth and said, "Who doesn't want to participate?" These words were clearly threatening. This made Zhao Hai realize that Lin Zhendong was a very overbearing person. If you refuse him, then it would be equivalent to offending him. There was no reason to reason with such a person. Zhao Hai knew about the current situation of the Black Tiger gang. He couldn't afford to offend Lin Zhendong at this time. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Lin Zhendong glanced at everyone with a smug look on his face. Zhao Hai didn't look at Lin Zhendong. When Lin Zhendong looked at him, he lowered his head. Although he didn't want to form a team, he also didn't want to offend Lin Zhendong. This was because he knew that if he offended Lin Zhendong, then Lin Zhendong would definitely come looking for trouble. Sometimes, keeping a low profile would bring unexpected benefits. When Lin Zhendong saw Zhao Hai's lowered head, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a look of contempt. However, it only flashed for a moment before disappearing without a trace. Just as Lin Zhendong was feeling proud, another voice was suddenly heard, "Didn't you say that you wouldn't force people to form a team?" When this voice came out, everyone stared. Zhao Hai couldn't help but turn his head to look at the person who spoke. It was a cultivator wearing a blue robe. He seemed to be around 25 or 26 years old. Naturally, if you judge a cultivator's age based on his appearance, then you wouldn't be able to guess it even once in your lifetime. In the end, no one would be able to guess how old this cultivator was. However, the most impressive thing about this cultivator wasn't his age, but rather his appearance. This cultivator was very handsome. He had a head full of black hair. Although it was tied into a simple ponytail, it was tied with a blue hairband. This hairband was embroidered with a soaring dragon. It looked very beautiful. His skin was white. If he was a baby, even ordinary women would go crazy with jealousy when they saw his skin. He held a blue jade rui in his hand. The jade rui had a strand of yellow tassel on it, which made him look like an immortal. However, there was a trace of evil aura on his body. This trace of evil aura didn't make him look evil. On the contrary, it caused a qualitative change in his temperament. This trace of evil aura had a very fatal attraction to women. Women liked men who looked bad, and he was one of those bad guys. However, when Zhao Hai saw this cultivator, alarm bells rang in his heart. This was because he felt a very dangerous aura coming from this cultivator. Although this cultivator wasn't a threat, Zhao Hai didn't like him. Zhao Hai could clearly feel that this person's evil aura wasn't because of his personality. Instead, it was because he practiced a very evil technique. And this evil technique might have something to do with women. At the same time, Zhao Hai didn't know who this person was. However, the other cultivators did. This person was very famous in the northern strange continent. He wasn't only famous because of his sect, but also because of his strength. This cultivator's sect was called the 100-Flower Valley. Don't think that this name was just for show. In fact, the 100-Flower Valley was definitely an evil sect. Their cultivation method was a method of harvesting. They would cultivate or capture some female cultivators and then harvest them in order to make the core disciples of the 100-Flower Valley stronger. Of course, the 100-Flower Valley didn't only harvest female cultivators, but also male cultivators. Because of this, the 100-Flower Valley didn't have a very good reputation in the northern strange continent. However, one had to admit that there was no lack of cultivators in the cultivation world. The Centauria Valley used this method of harvesting to make their cultivators cultivate much faster than other sections. Therefore, the Centauria Valley was a large sect second only to the Myriad Demon sect in the northern Evernight state. The Myriad Beast sect could be said to be the most powerful sect in the northern strange continent. However, there was also a sect in the northern strange continent that would feign compliance with the Myriad Beast sect. Sometimes, they would even ignore them. This sect was the 100-Flower Valley. The cultivator who spoke was a young cultivator who had become famous in the 100-Flower Valley in recent years, young Master Rui, Hua Wushang. He was young but had already reached the transcending tribulation stage. His reputation wasn't any less than Lin Zhendong's. Because of this, when everyone saw that it was Hua Wushang who spoke, they weren't too surprised. Obviously, they knew about the dirty dealings between the Myriad Beast sect and the 100-Flower Valley. Therefore, they weren't surprised that Hua Wushang stood up to humiliate Lin Zhendong. Although Zhao Hai didn't know much about Hua Wushang, he didn't have a good impression of him. However, he naturally wouldn't stand on Lin Zhendong's side at this time. That would make it clear that he would offend Hua Wushang. He wouldn't do such a thing. Right now, he wanted to keep a low profile and follow the crowd. Zhao Hai didn't care, but someone else did. This person was naturally Lin Zhendong. Lin Zhendong was a proud son of heaven, a person that the 10,000 Demon sect focused on. Naturally, he would have his own pride. He thought that no one would dare to oppose his words, but now he found out that he was wrong. There were people who dared to oppose his words, and it was clear that they were against his words. Lin Zhendong looked at Hua Wushang fiercely and said, "I naturally don't want to force everyone to form a team. It's all up to you." "What? Junior brother Hua, do you have any objections?" Hua Wushang played with the jade rui in his hand and smiled. "I don't have any objections. It's just that I'm used to being free, and I don't want to be ordered around. So, I'm planning to form a small team. I wonder if anyone wants to join." Fighting in the arena, this was clearly a fight in the arena. However, Hua Wushang's approach gave the other cultivators a headache. This was because they couldn't afford to offend these two. Lin Zhendong represented the Myriad Demon sect, so they naturally couldn't offend him. As for Hua Wushang, they also couldn't afford to offend him. This was mainly because of the reputation of the 100-Flower Valley. The reputation of the 100-Flower Valley was very bad. This was known throughout the cultivation world. However, the 100-Flower Valley had another reputation that was even more resounding. They would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. The 100-Flower Valley could be said to be the most vengeful sect in the northern strange state. Once someone offended them, even if it was just a small matter, the 100-Flower Valley would crazily retaliate. They were like a pack of mad dogs. Don't let them target you. As long as you were targeted, you would lose a piece of flesh even if you didn't die. Because of this characteristic of the 100-Flower Valley, even a big sect like the Myriad Demon sect wouldn't easily provoke them. The Myriad Demon sect was powerful, but at the same time, they were also a target. Even if they had a grudge against the 100-Flower Valley, if they attacked the 100-Flower Valley with all their strength, it would certainly cause chaos in the northern strange state. People would think that the Myriad Demon sect would use this as an excuse to reshuffle the cards in the northern strange state. The smaller sects would definitely have such thoughts. At that time, the entire northern strange state would be on guard against the Myriad Demon sect. This wasn't what the Myriad Demon sect wanted to see. Therefore, although the Myriad Demon sect didn't like the 100 Flowers Valley, they would only use various excuses to suppress the 100 Flowers Valley. They wouldn't really start a war with the 100 Flowers Valley. A good man was afraid of a lazy man. Even if you were a hero, you would still have a headache if you met a scoundrel. If the Myriad Beast sect was a good man, then the 100 Flower Valley was a scoundrel. Because of this, the Myriad Beast sect couldn't do anything to the 100 Flower Valley. This was why Hua Wushang dared to not give Lin Zhendong face. However, the other cultivators thought that this was a fight between immortals and mortals. Now, Hua Wushang and Lin Zhendong wanted to pull them into their own teams. They couldn't afford to offend either side. Because of this, the cultivators from the other sects looked at each other and didn't say anything. At this time, a few more cultivators arrived. As soon as these cultivators arrived, they reported their names and received their identity cards. They felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. These cultivators stood there and didn't say anything. They didn't even look at each other. It was as if they had turned into wooden statues. Seeing this, these cultivators weren't fools. Naturally, they didn't say anything. Among the crowd, the one who was the angriest was naturally Lin Zhendong. If Hua Wushang didn't interfere, then he would have been able to smoothly form a team. At that time, he would have been able to lead all the cultivators of the northern strange state to the heavenly devil realm. How glorious would that have been, but all of this was ruined by Hua Wushang. How could Lin Zhendong swallow this anger? Therefore, he kept glaring at Hua Wushang. On the other hand, Hua Wushang was playing with the jade scepter in his hand. He didn't seem to notice Lin Zhendong at all. In fact, when he said that he wanted to form a team, it was just a casual remark. He didn't really want to form a team. He just wanted to annoy Lin Zhendong and ruin his plans for Lin Zhendong. He didn't want to become Lin Zhendong's subordinate because he knew very well that if he did, they would be the ones to die in the end while Lin Zhendong would be the one to gain the most. So even though he knew he would offend Lin Zhendong, he still did it because he knew that the 100 Flowers Valley wasn't afraid of the Myriad Demons sect. When Zhao Hai saw that no one was speaking, he understood what these people meant. Lin Zhendong was pressuring them to form a team. If it weren't for Hua Wushang's opposition, then the team would have already been formed. Although everyone wasn't happy about it, with Hua Wushang's opposition, the others could only pretend to be deaf and dumb. They simply didn't mention the matter of forming a team. Moreover, he believed that Lin Zhendong was not in the mood now, nor was he shameless enough to bring up the matter of forming a team, so he also pretended to be deaf and dumb. However, Zhao Hai noticed that the two elders of the Myriad Demons sect were looking at Hua Wushang strangely. It was clear that Lin Zhendong didn't bring up the matter of forming a team on the spur of the moment. It was very likely that he was instructed by the higher-ups of the Myriad Demons sect. Zhao Hai just acted as if he didn't see it and stood quietly on the side without saying a word. He was as low-key as he could be. He really wasn't conspicuous among these people at all. The people who came here today were all famous young experts in the northern strange region. To be honest, Zhao Hai's fame was the smallest among them, and his background was also the lowest. He was a battle slave, and now the entire northern strange region knew about his background. This was why those cultivators didn't pay attention to Zhao Hai. In the eyes of these cultivators, a battle slave was equivalent to a saint. In their opinion, standing here with Zhao Hai was already an insult to them, let alone taking the initiative to talk to Zhao Hai. It didn't take long before all the cultivators who were going to participate in the Heavenly Demon Martial Arts exhibition arrived. When the two elders of the Myriad Demons sect saw that everyone had arrived, one of them said, "Since everyone is here, let's go. We'll first gather at the demon ceiling platform and then send you to the Heavenly Demon Realm. Once you're there, you'll have to rely on yourselves. You only have one goal, and that is to live in the Heavenly Demon Realm for a year. If someone dares to come out of the Heavenly Demon Realm in advance, then not only will you lose face, your sect's face will also be lost, and even the entire Northern Strange region will lose face. Anyone who loses face in the Northern Strange region will be punished." After saying that, the elder glanced at Zhao Hai. Naturally, they knew that Zhao Hai was a spatial divergent ability user. They were afraid that Zhao Hai would come out first. Because of this, the elder said those words to give Zhao Hai a warning. He wanted to stop Zhao Hai from sneaking out. Of course, Zhao Hai also felt the gaze of the 10,000 monster sect elder, but he didn't care. He still stood there calmly. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't respond, the elder also didn't care. He just wanted to give Zhao Hai a warning, he didn't want to do anything to Zhao Hai. Then he turned his head to the others and said, "Alright, everyone, follow me." After saying that, he led everyone to the teleportation circle. Then, he made some adjustments to the teleportation circle. With a flash of white light, everyone disappeared from the spot. When Zhao Hai and the others reappeared, they found themselves on a mountain. On this mountain, there was a very large stone tablet. However, the stone tablet seemed to be flashing with a lustrous light. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the stone tablet. He discovered that the stone tablet was made out of top-quality chalcedony. There were runes drawn all over it. It was clear that this stone tablet wasn't simple. Chalcedony was the essence of jade. Chalcedony could only be produced in large jade mines. Normally, chalcedony wouldn't be too big. Chalcedony as big as this stone tablet was really rare. Not to mention other things, just this piece of chalcedony alone could be considered a treasure. At this time, more and more transmission formations flashed. Groups of cultivators arrived on the mountain. A total of 9 groups, a total of 900 people arrived. Zhao Hai looked at these cultivators. Most of them were very young. Their faces were filled with arrogance. It was clear that they were the young experts of various sections. After waiting for everyone to arrive, a cultivator slowly walked out. This person was wearing white robes and had a long sword on his back. At first glance, one could see that he was a sword cultivator. For him to stand up and speak at this time, his identity was certainly not simple. Zhao Hai guessed that this person must be someone from the Heavenly Sword sect. Sure enough, the man arrived in front of everyone. After standing still, he cupped his fists and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Heavenly Demon Martial Exhibition that is held once every 50 years is about to begin. Right now, those gathered here are all famous young elites of the cultivation world. You're going to the Heavenly Demon Realm to show off the might of the cultivation world and let the people of the Heavenly Demon Realm know that the cultivation world is filled with talents and not to be trifled with. If you can subdue a few heavenly demons, then that would be even better. They can help you fight and provide you with faith power, which is much better than ordinary pets." This old man won't say anything more. The demon sealing stone will be opened soon, so please prepare yourselves. Everyone, please prepare yourselves. Actually, what he said was nonsense. Even if these young cultivators didn't want to participate, these words could only be used to deceive children. However, these young experts didn't care. Although going to the Heavenly Demon Realm was very dangerous, if they could come back, then their harvest would be huge. This was because the Heavenly Demon Realm wasn't only useful to the heavenly demons, even dead heavenly demons were very useful. After a heavenly demon died, they would leave behind a magic core. This magic core could be used to refine weapons, it could also be used to refine pills. It was a very precious material. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon Realm had all kinds of herbs and ores that the Cultivation Realm didn't have. If these things were brought back, then they would be very precious. Because of this, although these young experts were forced to go, they didn't have much of a resistance. There was no smooth path in cultivation. If you want to reach the peak, then you must pass through all kinds of obstacles. And going to the Heavenly Demon Realm to participate in the Heavenly Demon Martial Exhibition was just one of the many obstacles on the road. After the elder of the Sky Sword sect said that, he immediately turned around and went to the side of the Jade Essence Stone Steel. Then he muttered something and took out a jade token from his body and placed it on the stone steel. Then he pointed at several runes on the stone steel according to a certain order before going back inside. Just as he went back, the steel suddenly emitted a green light. Then the green light became more and more intense. Finally, the green light enveloped the entire steel. Then the steel slowly rose up. As the steel rose up, a huge whirlpool appeared below it. This whirlpool was getting bigger and bigger. At the center of the whirlpool, a trace of black mist appeared. The mist was also rotating along with the whirlpool, looking very frightening. At this time, the elder of the Heavenly Sword sect loudly said, "Everyone, enter the black mist." The older cultivators who had never experienced something like this before were all stunned. Then, they glanced at the swirling black fog and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. The elder of the Heavenly Sword sect clearly expected this situation. He immediately shouted, "Quickly enter the black mist. The black mist is the path to the Heavenly Demon Realm." Upon hearing this, the young cultivators didn't wait any longer. Their figures moved as they flew towards the black mist. Of course, this included Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't the first to enter the black mist, nor was he the last. He maintained his position in the middle so that he wouldn't be noticed. Upon entering the black mist, Zhao Hai stared. This was because the inside of the black mist was very big. Moreover, he felt as if he had entered the underworld. Not only could the black mist block his vision, but it could also isolate his spiritual sense. He felt as if he had become blind. This feeling was very uncomfortable. However, Zhao Hai didn't stay in place. Instead, he flew forward. After flying for about half an hour, Zhao Hai suddenly felt his vision brighten. He could finally see things. His spiritual sense also returned to normal. But as soon as he recovered, Zhao Hai found that something was wrong. This was because he was surrounded by people. Zhao Hai looked at the black bats in front of him. He was sure that these guys were heavenly demons. And now, he was surrounded by a large number of heavenly demons. He roughly calculated that the number of heavenly demons surrounding him was about 1,000. Moreover, these heavenly demons weren't weak. From their auras, one could see that the weakest of these heavenly demons were at the golden core stage. The strongest were actually 2 transcending tribulation stage heavenly demons. As for the 2 transcending tribulation stage heavenly demons, they were very different from the other heavenly demons. The other heavenly demons looked like bats, but the 2 transcending tribulation stage heavenly demons didn't. They looked more like cultivators wearing black robes. However, they had 2 curved horns on their heads, 2 blood-red eyes, and small scales on their bodies. They looked very frightening. Just as Zhao Hai was sizing up these heavenly demons, a transcending tribulation stage great heavenly demon said, "Stupid humans, can't you change the time? Coming to our heavenly demon realm every 50 years is no different than sending yourself to death. Alas, I didn't think that humans would be this stupid. Damn." Zhao Hai rolled his eyes in anger. He didn't think that this great heavenly demon would be a master of sarcasm. This guy was too sarcastic. On the other hand, the great heavenly demon's words caused the surrounding heavenly demons to laugh. It was as if they were laughing at Zhao Hai's stupidity. Zhao Hai angrily said to the great heavenly demon, "You think I wanted to come? But if you want to kill me, then I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Everyone, I'll be leaving first. See you later." Then Zhao Hai's figure flashed and disappeared. The heavenly demons were still laughing when they suddenly discovered that their target had disappeared. They couldn't help but stare. Then a great heavenly demon's expression changed as he said, "Not good, it's a spatial divergent ability. Quickly attack him and kill him." As soon as the heavenly demons heard this, they nodded and flew out in all directions. At this time, Zhao Hai was already very far away from the great heavenly demon. Before entering the dark mist, Zhao Hai had already sprinkled silver needles on the bodies of the cultivators who entered the heavenly demon realm. At that time, the cultivators' attention was focused on the dark mist. Because of this, nobody noticed. When Zhao Hai entered the dark mist, he immediately sensed the position of the cultivators. These cultivators were similar to him. After being stunned for a while, some chose to fly forward while others chose to use spells or artifacts to illuminate their surroundings. However, this didn't work. This was because the dark mist seemed to be able to absorb light. All the spells and artifacts that were emitted were immediately absorbed by the dark mist. They simply couldn't illuminate their surroundings. In the end, these cultivators could only fly forward. They flew for about the same amount of time as Zhao Hai before they appeared. Some cultivators appeared in groups while some appeared alone. The only thing they had in common was that wherever they appeared, a large number of heavenly demons were waiting for them. It seems like these heavenly demons already knew that they would appear there. Because of this, when these cultivators appeared, they immediately clashed with the heavenly demons. Some cultivators were besieged and killed by the heavenly demons. They died unjustly. However, after these cultivators died, their corpses were taken away by the space. This made the heavenly demons confused. They didn't understand where these cultivators went. Although the cultivators were dead, the silver needles were still able to map their locations to the space. Because of this, Zhao Hai could go to any place where the cultivators appeared at any time. However, some of the places where the cultivators appeared were too far away. Because of this, the great devils that surrounded Zhao Hai couldn't find them even if they wanted to. Zhao Hai stood on top of an uninhabited mountain in the heavenly demon realm. To be honest, the environment of the heavenly demon realm was pretty good. It didn't seem to be much different from the cultivation realm. However, Zhao Hai could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the heavenly demon realm had a higher concentration of dark attribute spiritual energy. Perhaps this was the reason why the heavenly demons in the heavenly demon realm looked like this. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't standing on top of the mountain to enjoy the scenery. He was currently calculating the casualties of the cultivators in the heavenly demon martial arts exhibition. This time, the heavenly devil martial arts demonstration was a complete failure. This was because the cultivation world had been schemed against by the heavenly devil realm from the very beginning. As soon as the cultivation world's cultivators came out of the black fog, they were besieged by the heavenly devils. The heavenly devil clan was clearly prepared for this, which caused the cultivation world's cultivators to suffer heavy casualties. Of the 900 cultivators who just entered the heavenly demon realm, more than 500 people were injured. Only 300 people managed to escape. Most of these people were injured. The only one who managed to escape was Zhao Hai. Of the 300 people who escaped, most of them were transcending tribulation experts. Moreover, the sects they belonged to were very strong, and the artifacts in their hands were very powerful. Because of this, they were able to escape this calamity. Although Zhao Hai didn't fight the heavenly demons head-on, he had a certain understanding of their strength. These heavenly demons were very strong. Each of them was equivalent to the best body cultivators in the cultivation realm. Even nascent soul cultivators weren't inferior to transcending tribulation experts in the cultivation realm. The heavenly demons' attacks were very unique. Their attacks were close combat. Their speed was very fast, their defense was very good, and their strength was also very strong. This kind of fighting style was a bit like the demon race. They were very difficult to deal with. Lin Zhendong and Hua Wushang, who had met Zhao Hai before, had both survived. The two of them were very strong, but they were also injured and were now recuperating. However, among the surviving young experts, there were only two with the strongest strength. One of them was the young cultivator from Heavenly Sword Sect. He wielded a treasured sword with an incomparably powerful offensive power. The other was a cultivator from the Million Buddhist Sect. This cultivator was a physique cultivator. His physique cultivation method was very powerful, so he was able to open a bloody path. Right now, the demon mountain that Zhao Hai was in was a demon desolate mountain, and only this kind of mountain would not be noticed by the people of the heavenly demon realm. Zhao Hai knew that the heavenly demons of the heavenly demon realm must be looking for the 300 of them. Zhao Hai didn't want to act together with these guys. That would only attract the heavenly demons earlier, which was not what Zhao Hai wanted to see. Zhao Hai wanted to fight with the heavenly demons, but he didn't want to be besieged by a large group of heavenly demons. He only wanted to deal with the heavenly demons who were alone. While observing the cultivators of the cultivation world, Zhao Hai also monitored the heavenly demons, especially those who were besieging the cultivators of the cultivation world. After observing the heavenly demons for a while, Zhao Hai realized that the heavenly demon realm was not small at all compared to the cultivation world. However, the cultivators of the cultivation world appeared in different places. They were too far away. Zhao Hai noticed that the cultivator from Heavenly Sword sect appeared in the cultivation world was at least 2 big provinces away from where he appeared. It could really be said that they were on opposite sides of the cultivation world. But this time, the cultivators of the heavenly demon realm seemed to be from the entire heavenly demon realm. From the conversation of the heavenly demons, Zhao Hai knew that the heavenly demon realm would also send some young heavenly demons to hunt them down. First, to kill them. Second, to let these young heavenly demons have the experience of fighting against the experts of the cultivation world. From this point of view, the 2 realms had the same idea. Zhao Hai was currently monitoring a group of heavenly demons that were closest to him. This group of heavenly demons consisted of a great heavenly demon and 5 ordinary heavenly demons. The great heavenly demon was equivalent to a transcending tribulation expert. As for the ordinary heavenly demons, they were about the same as nascent soul experts. Although they weren't many, their strength wasn't weak. Zhao Hai's target was these people. He wanted to subdue these heavenly demons and have them enter the vermilion bird space. At the same time, he wanted to use these heavenly demons to see how strong he was. After making up his mind, Zhao Hai began to pay attention to this team. The strength of this team wasn't weak. It can be seen that the leader of this team was a great sky demon. His status shouldn't be ordinary. The ordinary sky demons behind him were there to protect him. Zhao Hai was waiting for an opportunity. As long as these heavenly demons were far away from the other heavenly demons, their battle wouldn't attract the attention of the other heavenly demons. Then he would be able to make a move on these heavenly demons. Before long, Zhao Hai's opportunity came. Perhaps it was because they couldn't find Zhao Hai for a long time, so the heavenly demons were searching a larger area. The distance between the heavenly demon squads was also getting farther and farther. This was when Zhao Hai's opportunity came. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't want their battle to attract the other heavenly demons was because there were a total of 13 heavenly demon squads searching the area. 5 of them had less than 10 people, 5 had between 10 and 20 people, and 3 had more than 50 people. Among these squads, there were more than 30 transcending tribulation experts. With Zhao Hai's current strength, he would need to go all out to win against a single transcending tribulation expert. If he were to encounter 2, then he could only turn around and run. Fortunately, he had the space, so he could escape at any time. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to use the space all the time. His spatial ability wasn't the same as other people's. Other people's spatial abilities were spatial abilities, but Zhao Hai's spatial ability could be used through the space. Zhao Hai was afraid that when he used the space, the heavenly demons would discover the existence of his space. That would be even more troublesome. Dark Feather was a core disciple of the Cloud Demon sect in the heavenly demon domain. This time he was ordered by the sect to search for cultivators in this area. To be honest, Dark Feather didn't know why the sect knew that there must be cultivators in this area, but he didn't dare to disobey the orders of the sect. So he brought a few disciples of the sect to search here. But they had been searching for a few days now, but still didn't find a single person. Dark Feather was a little disappointed. As one of the few young experts in the Cloud Demon sect, he naturally hoped to have a good fight with cultivators of the cultivation world. But he also knew that the chances were too small. The cultivation world didn't send many people to the heavenly demon domain this time, and for a squad like his to find a cultivator of the cultivation world to fight, it was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was precisely because of this that Dark Feather's attitude was not very enthusiastic. He led the few heavenly demons and slowly flew in the sky, as if he was shopping and not looking for someone. Just then, all of a sudden, from the barren mountain below them, a powerful force burst out, directly charging over. Then Sovereign Dark Feather felt countless flying swords shooting out from the barren mountain like arrows, directly surrounding the 6 of them. When Dark Feather saw this situation, he was not surprised but overjoyed. He really didn't expect that he would be so lucky to encounter cultivators of the cultivation world. The reason why Dark Feather was so sure that the ones stopping him were cultivators of the cultivation world and not enemies of the heavenly demon domain was because of those flying swords. In the heavenly demon domain, very few people would use flying swords. Only a few heavenly demons with special physiques would use flying swords. Otherwise, the heavenly demons in the heavenly demon domain generally used heavy weapons. Dark Feather and the others stopped, and the several ordinary heavenly demons all flashed their weapons. But at this moment, an earth-shattering beast roar sounded, and then two metal beasts suddenly appeared in the sword formation, charging straight at Dark Feather. Dark Feather immediately turned around to meet the metal beasts, and the other heavenly demons did the same. But at this moment, the sword formation suddenly moved. The sword formation cooperated with the metal beasts, and in the blink of an eye, Dark Feather was separated from the other heavenly demons. At the same time, the sword formation was activated, and Dark Feather could no longer see the heavenly demons. At the same time, the metal beasts also disappeared, and the flying swords also disappeared. Dark Feather found that he seemed to have appeared in a starry sky. Dark Feather's expression couldn't help but stiffen. If there was something that the heavenly demon race couldn't compare to the cultivation world, then the first must be formations. The heavenly demon race had no talent in formations, and in addition, they were born to develop as a body cultivator, and rarely used formations in large amounts on weapons. This made the heavenly demon race have very little understanding of formations. Therefore, the people that the heavenly demon race was most unwilling to encounter were the formation masters of the cultivation world. Just when Dark Feather was thinking about how to break this formation, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. This person appeared very suddenly, as if he had popped out all of a sudden. The first moment there was nothing, the next moment he was already standing there, as if he was originally there, and you didn't notice him. Seeing this situation, Dark Feather's eyes became even more dignified. He thought that the other party must have used formations to do this, and this was what he was most worried about. A person who could use formations to this extent was definitely a dangerous person. The person who came was naturally Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai looked at the dignified face of the heavenly demon race in front of him, smiled and said, "Xiao Hai of the cultivation world, came to ask for advice." When Dark Feather saw Xiao Hai's action, he was taken aback. When he heard Xiao Hai's words, he was even more taken aback. A formation master did not use formations to deal with him, but instead came in front of him and said that he came to ask for advice. This clearly showed that he wanted to have a fair and square fight. Could it be that his head was kicked by a demon beast? Dark Feather looked at Xiao Hai in puzzlement. He didn't think that Xiao Hai's head was damaged. He thought that Xiao Hai must have some conspiracy, so the vigilance on his face was even stronger, and he had already put on a defensive posture. Looking at Dark Feather's appearance, Xiao Hai often smiled, his expression changed, his hands formed a seal, and his whole person stood there like a mountain, unshakable, everlasting for all eternity, Buddhist seal, immovable fundamental seal. As soon as he saw Xiao Hai's action, Sovereign Dark Feather's face froze for a moment, then immediately turned solemn. The imposing manner that Xiao Hai was exuding right now was absolutely not ordinary. He was very surprised, but this also made him feel relieved. Because he could see that Xiao Hai most likely really wanted to fight with him. Although on the surface Xiao Hai seemed to only have the strength of the Yuanying stage, but Sovereign Dark Feather did not dare to underestimate him. Xiao Hai's imposing manner was really too astonishing. Sovereign Dark Feather himself was a master, and he was very clear that some Yuanying stage people had the ability to challenge transcending tribulation stage experts. At the thought of this, Sovereign Dark Feather was a little excited. He stuck out his tongue, licked his lips, and laughed wildly. "Good, I was wondering if there would be a master of the world of cultivators, but you delivered yourself to the door. Your courage has won my respect, please." After that, Sovereign Dark Feather's expression turned serious, then his hands turned into claws, one in front and one in front of his chest, but suddenly a huge shadow appeared on his body. This huge shadow turned out to be an incomparably huge sky demon. This sky demon had 2 horns, like a goat, 2 red eyes, 2 sharp eyes, 3 large copper rings on each ear, a nose like an eagle's hook, 4 fangs protruding out of its mouth, 2 on the top and 2 on the bottom. Its body was covered with scales, a pair of bat-like wings on its back, a long tail, and at the head of the tail, there was an arrow-like sharp object. The fingernails on its hands were very long, blue, and sharp, and the fingernails on its feet were no worse than the fingernails. It looked incomparably ferocious. When Zhao Hai saw that the other party had used a Dharma idol, he naturally would not be polite. He uttered the name of Buddha, and a Dharma idol also appeared on his body. This Dharma idol was a dragon-subduing Arhat Dharma idol. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved, making the dragon-subduing Arhat gesture, his eyes fixed on Sovereign Dark Feather. Dark Feather was now completely hidden within the Skyfiend celestial figure. The Skyfiend celestial figure was like a real entity. Two huge blood-red eyes were tightly fixed on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's figure slowly disappeared into the Arhat taming dragon Dharma idol. When Zhao Hai's figure completely disappeared into the Arhat taming dragon Dharma idol, the Arhat taming dragon Dharma idol suddenly opened its eyes and looked at the sky demon array. The dragon-subduing Arhat was originally a very powerful Arhat. His magical power was boundless, and he could subdue dragons and tigers. Therefore, his face naturally carried a trace of majesty. When he opened his eyes were flashing with anger. It was the Vajra's glare, guarding the Dharma and subduing demons. Sovereign Dark Feather felt a lot of pressure. He felt that the other party's Dharma idol was faintly restraining his own Dharma idol, which surprised him. He knew that he could not wait any longer. He looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, then took a step forward to attack Zhao Hai. As soon as he let out a long roar, his Dharma idol also did the same action. A ripple-like sound wave attack rushed straight at Zhao Hai. This was a famous attack in the heavenly demon domain, called the Sky Demon Killing Sound. It was a kind of sound-killing technique. And Zhao Hai at this time chanted Buddha's name, Ba. At the same time, he greeted the attack with the joyful chanting technique. At the same time, his figure also moved, attacking Sovereign Dark Feather. Zhao Hai now felt that he had completely integrated with the Dharma idol. He was the Dharma idol and the Dharma idol was him. Whatever he did, the Dharma idol would do the same. The Dharma idol was like his body was magnified. And Sovereign Dark Feather also had the same feeling. If there were outsiders watching at the scene, they would find that the two incomparably huge Dharma idols were like two cultivators. First, there was a sound wave attack, and after the sound wave attack disappeared at the same time, the two huge figures were already fighting in one place. One side was the heavenly demon, the other side was the Buddhist Arhat. One side's demonic claws were dancing, the claws were deadly, while the other side's fists and feet were fierce. The two people rolled and rolled in this space, fighting to their heart's content. This was the first time Zhao Hai used the Dharma idol to fight like this. Every minute, he could clearly feel his own attacks. His moves were more flexible, and he could use the moves of the 18 Arhat techniques at will. His attacks were getting smoother and smoother. Moreover, Zhao Hai felt that his integration with the Dharma idol had become more perfect. He had never felt this before, even when he was in closed-door training in the space. Most importantly, Zhao Hai could clearly feel his own progress. He could now not only use the 18 Arhat techniques at will, but he could also use the Dharma idol to use all the moves he knew. This was not possible before. In the past, Zhao Hai could only do this when he was not using the Dharma idol. But now, he was able to do it. At this moment, the Dharma idol was him and he was the Dharma idol, the two of them were one, and Sovereign Dark Feather now also felt his own progress. His feeling was similar to Zhao Hai. He felt that he had completely integrated with his Dharma idol. Sovereign Dark Feather was certain that he was now at his strongest. But at the same time, Sovereign Dark Feather could also feel Zhao Hai's progress. The speed of Zhao Hai's progress surprised him, but at the same time, he also felt very excited. The Heavenly Demon Clan was warlike. The first Heavenly Demon Clan member to grow up almost always spent their time in battle, so their combat experience was very rich. At the same time, when they met a well-matched opponent, they would feel even more excited. This was the case for Sovereign Dark Feather now. On the other hand, the heavenly demons that followed Dark Feather weren't as lucky. They were captured by Kai Er's 10,000 sword formation and sent to the space. After that, they were thrown into the Vermilion Bird space. Zhao Hai wanted to lock these heavenly demons in the Vermilion Bird space, so Kai Er decided to give it a try. She wanted to see if these heavenly demons would feel any discomfort after being locked in the space. When these heavenly demons were caught in the space, they had already been subdued. They didn't feel any discomfort after being locked in the vermilion bird space. Moreover, faith power really appeared in their bodies. This faith power was the same as the faith power in the space, it continuously entered Zhao Hai's body. The battle between Zhao Hai and Sovereign Dark Feather was still going on. Zhao Hai's strength was still a little worse than Sovereign Dark Feather's, but now the one who had the upper hand was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai could clearly feel his own progress. At the same time, he also had a faint feeling that he was about to transcend his tribulation. Zhao Hai was already at the peak of Yuanying stage and was one step away from transcending his tribulation. As long as he had some enlightenment, he could successfully transcend his tribulation. And now Zhao Hai already had an enlightenment, which was the unity of man and spirit. The more the two fought, the more surprised Sovereign Dark Feather was. He had never seen such a person before. The more they fought, the stronger they became. How could they continue to fight? At this moment, a large thick dark cloud suddenly appeared above the two people. The dark cloud was getting thicker and thicker. Inside, lightning bolts were flashing chaotically. The momentum was extremely terrifying. As soon as he saw this momentum, Sovereign Dark Feather was startled. He was very clear that this was the phenomenon of transcending a tribulation. He was an expert of the transcending tribulation stage. He naturally knew what was going on. It was just that he didn't think that Zhao Hai would transcend his tribulation at this time. Zhao Hai was already so strong before transcending his tribulation. Then how strong would he be after transcending his tribulation? As soon as he thought of this question, Sovereign Dark Feather felt a chill coming from his heart. Just then, there was a sudden loud bang. A huge bolt of lightning struck straight at Zhao Hai. Sovereign Dark Feather let out a strange cry and no longer cared about Zhao Hai. He turned around and flew back. He felt that he had retreated very far, but when he looked around, he still couldn't get out of the formation. Sovereign Dark Feather couldn't help but stop. He wanted to see what Zhao Hai's tribulation would be like. If Zhao Hai succeeded, then needless to say, he was certainly not his opponent. If Zhao Hai failed, then the formation would naturally be broken by the tribulation and he could safely leave. But when he saw Zhao Hai's tribulation, Sovereign Dark Feather's face couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. Because Zhao Hai's tribulation was too strong, beyond his imagination. Sovereign Dark Feather was sure that if such a tribulation appeared when he was transcending his tribulation, he most likely would have been struck to ashes by the tribulation. A huge bolt of lightning struck straight at Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai didn't dodge at all. He couldn't dodge at all. The tribulation had already begun. No matter how he dodged, the tribulation would definitely find him. Unless he entered the space and never came out, otherwise, he couldn't avoid the tribulation this time. And Zhao Hai did not use his special physique to resist the tribulation this time. He still maintained the appearance of his Fa Xiang and operated all the cultivation techniques he knew to resist the tribulation. Another huge bolt of lightning struck at Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai's Fa Xiang fiercely punched out and hit the lightning, boom. The lightning was shattered by Zhao Hai's punch. This was the first time that Zhao Hai resisted the tribulation. And his resistance seemed to have angered the tribulation, causing the tribulation to attack even more fiercely. Now the tribulation had changed into another appearance. The bolts of lightning seemed to have turned into arms, and at the tip of the lightning, there were weapons. These weapons formed by lightning went straight to Zhao Hai, as if countless experts were attacking Zhao Hai. And Zhao Hai couldn't care so much now. His Fa Xiang flashed and suddenly turned into a sky full of Fa Xiang. A total of more than 300 Fa Xiang appeared around Zhao Hai. These Fa Xiang had different appearances, people and beasts. At the same time, they clashed with the tribulation. This time, the tribulation seemed to be really angry. More bolts of lightning struck down, and more lightning weapons attacked Zhao Hai. And Zhao Hai's Fa Xiang also formed a circle to resist these lightning weapons. But Sovereign Dark Feather found that the Fa Xiang around Zhao Hai seemed to be getting fewer and fewer. But the Fa Xiang of Zhao Hai's body had changed. The Fa Xiang's appearance was getting closer and closer to Zhao Hai. It even grew hair on its head. Although it was still wearing a monk's robe, it no longer looked like the dragon subduing Arhat. And what was even more strange was that every time Fa Xiang disappeared around Zhao Hai, 2 arms would grow out of his Fa Xiang. These 2 arms seemed to be innate, helping Zhao Hai to fight. And Zhao Hai's body just stood there, hands clasped in front of his chest, eyes half closed, like a 10,000-year-old ancient Buddha. Slowly, the Fa Xiang around Zhao Hai became fewer and fewer, but the arms on his Fa Xiang were more and more. When the last Fa Xiang disappeared, Zhao Hai's Fa Xiang fiercely opened its eyes and shouted, "Open!" Along with Zhao Hai's voice, all of the arms on Zhao Hai's body were raised. Each of these arms shot out different things. Some were swastikas, some were yin-yang diagrams, and some were animals. There were all kinds of animals that came in all shapes and sizes. The energy that formed the various patterns carried the same attribute as the patterns as they rushed towards the tribulation clouds. Soon, all of the energy entered the tribulation clouds. Just when Sovereign Dark Feather was taken aback, he heard a boom. Sovereign Dark Feather was stunned. He subconsciously wanted to communicate with his Dharma idol, but he immediately stopped. He knew that he was not Zhao Hai's opponent. Looking at Zhao Hai's smiling face, Sovereign Dark Feather was startled. Then he let out a long sigh and cupped his fists to Zhao Hai. Sovereign Dark Feather is willing to follow Master. After Dark Feather said this, Zhao Hai was stunned, because he found that after Dark Feather said this, faith power had already emerged from his body, and the faith power was rushing straight into his body, which really surprised Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Sovereign Feather, but Sovereign Feather had been clasping his fists at Zhao Hai, bowing his head and hiding, motionless, as if Zhao Hai did not let him move, he would never get up. When Zhao Hai saw the appearance of Sovereign Dark Feather, he finally determined that he was not dreaming. He waved his hand and said, "All right, come with me first, we have to leave here quickly." Sovereign Dark Feather responded, flew to Zhao Hai's side, and remained motionless. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Hai collected all the instruments and erased all traces at the same time. Then he flashed into the space with Sovereign Dark Feather. When Sovereign Dark Feather entered the space, there was no prompt from the space, which made Zhao Hai even more relieved. When the demons that were caught by Zhao Hai entered the space, there was a prompt from the space. Those demons were not convinced by Zhao Hai, so the space subdued them. However, Sovereign Dark Feather did not. In other words, the space thought that Sovereign Dark Feather had completely surrendered to Zhao Hai and would not do anything to harm Zhao Hai. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He really couldn't understand why the celestial demons would submit to him with just a few words. Wasn't this a bit too much? What Zhao Hai didn't know was that this was the characteristic of the Celestial Demon Clan. No matter what the Celestial Demon Clan did, they would never go back on their words. If they said that they would submit to Zhao Hai, then they would submit to him forever. This was the belief of the Celestial Demon Clan. The situation of the Celestial Demon Clan was different from that of the Cultivation world. In the Cultivation world, there were many saints to provide them with the power of faith, but the Celestial Demon Clan did not. The Celestial Demon Clan did not have saints, but they never lacked the power of faith. The Celestial Devil Clan cultivated the Devil Tao. Every one of them had a devil god in their heart at the very beginning of their cultivation. And this devil god was not an illusory existence, but someone stronger than them. For example, when a Celestial Demon Clan member starts to cultivate, they would condense a demon god in their heart. And this demon god would be the person they worship the most. This was very similar to the Celestial Demon Clan. The demon god in their heart would be their teacher or father. As long as this demon god was born in their heart, then it would produce the power of faith. And the person who became the demon god in their heart would obtain this power of faith. However, because of this characteristic, the Celestial Demon Clan would often kill their teacher. This was because if the celestial demons wanted to become a true expert, then they would have to find a way to surpass the demon god in their heart. Once they found out that they had surpassed the demon god in their heart, the demon god in their heart would disappear. Then they would condense an even stronger demon god. Because of this, there were a lot of celestial demons who wanted to prove that they were stronger than their teacher. They would challenge their teacher and even kill their father. And now in the celestial demon domain, generally, celestial demons who were not strong would not accept disciples. This was because they were afraid that if their disciple turned out to be a genius, then the genius might come back and kill them. that would be too much of a loss. In fact, if the celestial demon clan wanted to become stronger, they didn't need to kill their teacher at all. As long as their strength did surpass their teacher, then the celestial demon in their heart would naturally disappear. It was just that the celestial demon clan was warlike, so the celestial demon clan preferred to challenge the demon god in their heart. Once they succeeded, the demon god in their heart would disappear, and their strength would greatly increase. But there was an exception. That was, when the celestial demon clan sincerely admired a person, they would use the person they admired to replace the demon god in their heart. And this was what Sovereign Dark Feather did. He re-established a demon god in his heart, and this demon god was Xianxia, so he could immediately provide Xianxia with the power of faith. And the demon god that the celestial demon clan established through this method of replacement was very difficult to disappear. Similarly, the demon god that was created in this way was also very restrictive to the celestial demon clan. The celestial demon clan would almost never betray that person, let alone do anything that was disadvantageous to them. From this point of view, if the celestial demon clan really replaced the demon god in their heart with someone, then it was tantamount to finding a master for themselves. Xianxia did not know much about the celestial demon clan, so he did not know this, but he believed in the space. If the space thought that Sovereign Dark Feather would not deal with him, then it would not deal with him. Therefore, Xianxia was very assured about Sovereign Dark Feather. After returning to the space, Xianxia immediately sent Sovereign Dark Feather to the Vermilion Bird space. Although the Vermilion Bird space was not big, it was not small either. It was best to let Sovereign Dark Feather and the others live there. Not long after Xianxia left, a large number of celestial demons suddenly came to the place where he underwent the tribulation. These celestial demons all came after hearing the loud sound when the tribulation clouds were dispersed. That sound was too loud. Not to mention the celestial demons in the vicinity, it most likely had already alarmed the celestial demon sect that controlled this area. These celestial demons were the celestial demon clan that was looking for Xianxia in the vicinity. After they arrived here, they immediately felt the energy fluctuations left behind by the tribulation. Although Xianxia had erased the traces here, but he only erased the traces of his battle with Sovereign Dark Feather. He did not erase the traces of the tribulation. And now Xianxia had already left the space. He just entered the space to let the space subdue Sovereign Dark Feather. Seeing that Sovereign Dark Feather did not use the space to subdue him, Xianxia immediately came out of the space. Fortunately, his identity card did not indicate that he had left the celestial demon domain, otherwise it would be troublesome. Those celestial demons that were searching for Xianxia only felt the traces of the tribulation, but they also felt that this tribulation was different. They felt that this tribulation seemed to be very powerful, much more powerful than their own tribulation. At the same time, those celestial demons also found that Sovereign Dark Feather was missing. Among these celestial demons, although Sovereign Dark Feather's status was not the highest, but he was the youngest among them. Now that Sovereign Dark Feather was missing, this was a big deal for them. Because they were all people of the celestial demon sect, Sovereign Dark Feather could be said to be their junior brother. A celestial demon glanced at the other celestial demons and said in a deep voice, "This tribulation is too strange. I have never heard of anyone in the celestial demon sect that is going to undergo tribulation. Moreover, the celestial demon sect asked us to come here to find a cultivator of the celestial demon sect. This tribulation may be the tribulation of that cultivator." Another celestial demon nodded. Mo Yan is right, I also think so. Moreover, Sovereign Dark Feather's disappearance is also related to this tribulation. From the celestial demon energy left behind, this cultivator of the celestial demon sect must be very powerful. I think Sovereign Dark Feather is most likely dead. Mo Yan nodded, then waved his hand and released a cloud of black gas. This cloud of black gas circled around him, then turned into a small black bat and flew into the distance. The little bat released by Mo Yan was a very common spell of the celestial demon sect. It was called a messenger bat, and was similar to the jade sword message of the celestial demon sect. However, the jade sword message of the celestial demon sect could be used multiple times, while this kind of messenger bat could only be used once. The next time it was used, it would have to be condensed using a new spell. After releasing the messenger bat, Mo Yen glanced around and said in a deep voice, "Everyone spread out, with this place as the center, search around like a carpet. It doesn't matter if you are slow, but you must be careful." Everyone responded, turned around and left. But they didn't know that Zhao Hai was now thousands of miles away. The Celestial Demon Sect was no less than the Celestial Demon Sect. Not to mention that it was very difficult to find a person hiding. Even if 10,000 people wanted to hide, it was also very difficult to find them. But Zhao Hai didn't want to hide all the time. He still wanted to collect more celestial demons into his space. Zhao Hai had already seen the benefits of subduing the celestial demon sect, so he must collect more celestial demons into his body. And this time his target was the Cloud Demon Sect, which was the sect where Sovereign Dark Feather was. Zhao Hai built a very hidden cave residence on that uninhabited barren mountain, and then released Sovereign Dark Feather. As soon as Sovereign Dark Feather came out, he greeted Zhao Hai, "Greetings, Master." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Call me young master from now on." "Are you used to staying in the vermilion bird space?" Sovereign Dark Feather excitedly said, "I'm very used to it." "Thank you for your concern, young master. It's really good there. Not only is the spiritual chi rich, but my attacks have also become more powerful. I found that there seems to be a trace of fire attribute in my spiritual chi. This is really great." Zhao Hai looked at Sovereign Dark Feather's appearance, but didn't say anything. He just smiled and said, "It's good that you're used to it. Now I want you to tell me about the situation of the Cloud Demon Sect. I want to collect as many celestial demons as possible into the vermilion bird space." Sovereign Dark Feather nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yes, the Cloud Demon Sect is a medium-sized sect in the Heavenly Demon domain. I already know that there are a lot of experts in the sect, including an immortal stage-old demon. There are even more transcending tribulation experts. As far as I know, there are no less than 2,000 of them. I don't know how many Yuaniing experts there are, but I know there are a lot." When Zhao Hai heard Sovereign Dark Feather's words, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect the strength of the Cloud Demon Sect to be so powerful. Just in terms of strength, it seemed to be stronger than the Black Tiger Gang. But he still said in a deep voice, "Do you know what large weapons the Cloud Demon Sect has?" Sovereign Dark Feather nodded and said, "Yes, the Cloud Demon Sect's Flying Iron Centipede is a famous existence in the Heavenly Demon domain. This Flying Iron Centipede is a large magical weapon that looks like a centipede. It's more than 500 meters long and has a total of 20 legs. It's very flexible and its attack power is very powerful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Why are you searching there? Also, how do the people of the Heavenly Demon domain know that the cultivators of the cultivation world will appear from there? Why would the cultivators of the cultivation world be besieged by the Heavenly Demon race as soon as they appear?" When Sovereign Dark Feather heard Zhao Hai's words, he immediately said, replying to young master, "I really don't know about this, but this is the order of the sect. The sect seems to know that young master is in that area, so they specially ordered us to search there. As for the place where the cultivators of the cultivation world will appear, I seem to have heard from the people of the sect. The people of the Heavenly Demon domain have long known the approximate time and place of the cultivators of the cultivation world, so they have already made preparations." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Do you know why this situation happened? Where did the higher-ups of the Heavenly Demon domain find out the time and place of the cultivators of the cultivation world?" Sovereign Dark Feather shook his head. He didn't know about this matter. He only knew that the higher-ups of the Heavenly Demon domain had long known that the cultivators of the cultivation world would come to the Heavenly Demon domain, and where the news of the Heavenly Demon domain came from was not something that a core disciple like him could know. After all, Sovereign Dark Feather was only a core disciple, he was not even qualified to open the sect, let alone know those secrets. Zhao Hai thought for a while and decided to put this matter aside. If there was an opportunity in the future, he would inquire about it. Even if he didn't have the opportunity to find out the truth, when he returned to the cultivation world, he would tell the higher-ups of the cultivation world about this situation and let them pay more attention. Zhao Hai knew that the cultivation world and the Heavenly Demon domain had more than one war. The war here was completely different from the war of the Heavenly Demon domain. The war between the Heavenly Demon domain and the cultivation world was a war between two large realms. Countless experts and large artifacts were sent out. that was a real war. In such a war, it wasn't strange for immortal experts to die, let alone transcending tribulation experts. But now, the heavenly demon domain was clearly aware of the next move of the cultivation world. This was what worried Zhao Hai the most. If the heavenly demon domain knew every move of the cultivation world, then it wouldn't be a good thing for the cultivation world. An incomparably huge centipede was flying in the sky. This huge centipede was swaying from head to tail like waves, giving it a different kind of beauty. However, this centipede's body was covered in a layer of iron blue. Although this huge centipede looked very agile, one could see that it was somewhat rigid when it moved. This was because this wasn't a real centipede, but a large artifact of the Cloud Demon sect, the Flying Iron Centipede. The Flying Iron Centipede was very huge, but it didn't lose its flexibility. This was one of the reasons why it was the most famous large artifact in the heavenly demon realm. In the middle of the Flying Iron Centipede's body was a large room. In this room sat a great sky demon. This great sky demon looked very similar to a human, but he still had a pair of curved horns on his head. There were no scales on his skin. Instead, it was an iron blue color. His eyes were blood red, his face had a big beard, and he was wearing a black battle armor. But now, this great sky demon was angrily looking at the person opposite him. This great sky demon was Mo Yen, the expert of the Cloud Demon sect who was searching for Zhao Hai with dark feather. But now, this transcending tribulation expert of the Cloud Demon sect was like a primary school student who was caught doing something bad by the teacher. He stood there with a trembling face, not daring to breathe. The great sky demon looked at Mo Yen and said, "Are you sure that something happened to little you?" Mo Liha looked at Mo Yen and said, "Mo Yen, tell me the truth. What do you think of this matter?" Mo Yen looked at Mo Liha and said in a deep voice, "I don't dare to hide it from you, elder. If the person undergoing the tribulation is really that cultivator from the cultivation world, then I'm afraid that junior brother is doomed." Mo Liha's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Mo Yan's heart couldn't help trembling. He quickly lowered his head. He was really afraid of Mo Liha because Mo Liha was famous for being fierce in the Cloud Demon sect. As the elder of the Cloud Demon sect's battle hall, Mo Liha naturally took the initiative. When the Cloud Demon sect had a conflict with other sects, the battle hall would be the first to step up. Mo Liha was the most warlike elder of the battle hall. Countless heavenly demons had died in his hands. Even in the Cloud Demon sect, he had killed a lot of heavenly demons. Therefore, many people in the Cloud Demon sect were very happy with Mo Liha. Mo Liha didn't do anything to Mo Yen. Although he couldn't wait to kill, he was very clear that this matter couldn't be blamed on Mo Yen. Mo Yen didn't frame Mo Yen. What happened to Mo Yen was just an accident. However, the way he looked at Mo Yen was still very unfriendly. In the end, he held back and didn't make a move. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "Go. I'll give you 3 days. Within 3 days, you must find that person from the cultivation world for me. If you can't find him, I'll kill you." Although Mo Yen secretly cursed his bad luck, he didn't dare to disobey Mo Liha's order. He could only nod and say, "Yes, please rest assured, elder. I will try my best." Mo Liha waved his hand. Mo Yen bowed and left. After Mo Yen left, Mo Liha slowly closed his eyes. However, the expression on his face became more serious. Obviously, Mo Yan's death had aroused his anger. However, Zhao Hai wasn't aware of this. He was still studying his own Dharma idol. His Dharma idol had undergone a mutation during the tribulation. All the Dharma idols merged with his own Dharma idol, turning into the thousand-hand Guanyin. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Now, he wanted to study his Dharma idol carefully. He wanted to see what kind of changes his Dharma idol would produce and what kind of impact it would have on his battle. After trying it out, Zhao Hai found out that his thousand-hand Guanyin Dharma idol was really similar to the thousand-hand Guanyin. Because it was a fusion of several Dharma idols, the strength of this Dharma idol was very formidable. Each Dharma idol was a pair of hands, and each pair of hands could use the abilities of one Dharma idol. He could also use the abilities of all the Dharma idols at once. Just like when he attacked the tribulation cloud during the tribulation, Zhao Hai estimated that even immortal experts wouldn't be able to take that attack head-on. Right now, he could still separate those Dharma manifestations to fight against the enemy. Whether they would separate or combine was up to his will. However, his control over the Dharma manifestations now was on a completely different level from before. Zhao Hai was very happy about this. In any case, this was a good thing for him. His strength had improved once again. Zhao Hai was now a transcending tribulation expert. Moreover, when Zhao Hai scattered the tribulation cloud, he also used the space to absorb part of the tribulation cloud into the space. Now, the space was able to produce tribulation clouds. Moreover, the tribulation clouds could also be used by him. It also added lightning attribute to Zhao Hai's attacks. This was definitely a good thing for Zhao Hai. Moreover, the tribulation clouds were added to the Yin-Yang lightning pool by the space. Now, the Yin-Yang lightning pool was even more powerful. This meant that the attack power of his artifacts would be even stronger. This also meant that his combat strength would be even stronger. After carefully testing his Dharma idol, Zhao Hai was finally able to fully grasp his abilities. Then he remembered that he had to deal with the Cloud Demon sect. Zhao Hai already knew about the situation of the Cloud Demon sect from Dark Feather. Moreover, he also knew about Mo Liha's arrival. After all, Mo Liha had done something to Mo Yan's body. Although Zhao Hai erased the traces of his battle with Dark Feather, he still left some small silver needles there. This was because he believed that the other heavenly demons would definitely go there to check the situation. As long as those people went there to check the situation, his small silver needles could be attached to their bodies, allowing him to obtain more information. When he saw the flying iron puppet, Zhao Hai was really surprised. He didn't think that a large artifact could be so flexible and powerful. Even the Black Tiger Gang's tiger boat couldn't be compared to this flying iron puppet. However, Zhao Hai didn't make the flying iron puppet his target this time. This was because he could see that Mo Liha wasn't someone to be trifled with. What he needed to do now was to deal with Mo Yan and the others. Mo Liha wanted to find Zhao Hai. With his status, he naturally couldn't rely on himself. The Cloud Demon sect's territory wasn't small. If he relied on himself, he wouldn't be able to find Zhao Hai. Therefore, he had to use the strength of the Cloud Demon sect. As long as he used the strength of the Cloud Demon sect, then things would be much easier. Then Zhao Hai would have a chance to fight the Cloud Demon sect. In the end, they would see who would be the winner. Mo Yan and the others still didn't know that they had been targeted by Zhao Hai. Now, they were really anxious. They had accepted Mo Liha's task. If they couldn't complete the task, they were afraid that Mo Liha wouldn't let them go. Mo Liha said that if they couldn't find Zhao Hai, they would be beheaded. This wasn't a joke. If they really couldn't find Zhao Hai within 3 days, then Mo Liha would definitely kill them. It wasn't like Mo Liha hadn't done this kind of thing before. Mo Yan led a group of 50 cultivators to search around the place where Zhao Hai had crossed over. This was the only clue they had at the moment. At this time, Mo Liha had already sent a letter to the Cloud Demon sect, asking the people of the battle hall of the Cloud Demon sect to help him find Zhao Hai. However, there was a very special order in his order. After finding Zhao Hai, they had to keep Zhao Hai busy and tell him the location as soon as possible. This order wasn't only given to the battle hall of the Cloud Demon sect, but also to Mo Yan and the others. Mo Liha's order seemed a little strange, but Mo Yan and the others didn't find it strange at all. In the Cloud Demon sect, Mo Liha was famous for being protective and vengeful. He gave such an order because he wanted to kill Zhao Hai with his own hands. Therefore, Mo Yan and the others didn't find it strange at all. Although Mo Liha had already sent Mo Yan to search for Zhao Hai, he didn't stay idle. He also sat on a large instrument and searched near Zhao Hai's tribulation location, hoping to find Zhao Hai. However, their movements all fell into Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai had already chosen his next target, which was Mo Yan and the others. This tribulation had greatly increased his strength and made Zhao Hai more confident. Although Mo Yan was followed by 50 people, Zhao Hai believed that he could definitely deal with them. Just as the demonic eye was looking around, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a cultivator from the cultivation world. As soon as this cultivator appeared, he didn't say a word and sent a large number of flying swords towards them like a wave. Mo Yan was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. He immediately shouted, "Get into formation and inform Elder Mo Liha." The Heavenly Devil clan cultivators under his command immediately formed a battle formation. A Heavenly Devil even released a communication bat. The Heavenly Devil clan cultivators also communicated with their Dharma idols in the shortest time possible. Everyone was enveloped in Dharma idols. The Dharma Laksana of the Sky Devil clan were almost all kinds of devils. These devils looked extremely ferocious. At first glance, one could tell that none of them were easy to deal with. Zhao Hai didn't care. He only moved when the stars of myriad transformation sword formation covered Mo Yen and the others. With a move of his body, 50 Dharma Laksana appeared on Zhao Hai's body. These Dharma Laksana were all animal Dharma Laksana. As Zhao Hai chanted a Buddhist chant, the 50 animal Dharma Laksana rushed towards Mo Yen and the others. Mo Yen and the others didn't feel very good at the moment because they found themselves in a void surrounded by slowly moving planets. Of course, they knew that they were trapped in a large formation. Inside this large formation, their strength was also suppressed. The divine demons were very afraid of formations. This was because they knew that the divine demons were inferior to the cultivators when it came to formations. Because of this, the divine demons had a headache when it came to formations in the cultivation realm. Because of this, when Demon Eye and the others saw that they were trapped in a formation, they became even more careful. This was because they could see that this formation wasn't ordinary. But at this time, a large group of beasts suddenly rushed towards them. Demon Eye's expression couldn't help but change as he said, "Pay attention to the enemy." Demon Eye already discovered that although this formation had a certain suppressive effect on their strength, the suppressive effect wasn't very big. Therefore, he wasn't very worried. However, just as the beast-shaped phantoms were about to rush towards them, the planets that were slowly moving around suddenly started to move. All of the planets were heading towards them. This gave Demon Eye and the others a fright. Demon Eye immediately shouted, "Half of you, block the planets. The rest of you, deal with the beasts." His decision wasn't slow, but he still underestimated Zhao Hai's strength. The planets that were flying towards them suddenly turned into a giant net that covered the divine demons. Although the divine demons weren't weak, the weakest among them was still at the golden core stage. But whether they were at the golden core stage or nascent soul stage, they had no chance to escape once they were covered by the net. Most of the divine demons that Demon Eye brought were at the nascent soul stage and golden core stage. Only 5 of them were at the transcending tribulation stage. The ones that blocked the planets were at the nascent soul stage and golden core stage. But just now, half of them were covered by the net. A total of 20 divine demons were directly dragged into the formation and disappeared. Only 30 divine demons were left by Demon Eye's side. The Demon Eye was shocked by this change. His Dharma idol was also a heavenly demon with an incomparably huge eye. Even his Dharma idol's face showed a surprised expression. At this time, the beasts rushed over. The Demon Eye didn't have time to think too much and immediately went to meet them. He could see that these beasts were very agile and had extraordinary strength. He didn't dare to neglect them. However, after the fight, Demon Eye realized that he was wrong. The strength of these beast-shaped celestial Laksana was far beyond his imagination. The combat power of each of the beast-shaped celestial Laksana was much stronger than him, which put Demon Eye and the others at a complete disadvantage for a while. This wasn't all. Now that the celestial transformation's great formation had been activated, its influence on the Demon Eye's group was getting bigger and bigger. From time to time, the formation would attack them. Every time it attacked, it would capture several heavenly devils. After several times, the Demon Eye discovered that only the 5 transcending tribulation stage heavenly devils were still holding on. However, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The demonic eye couldn't help but feel a little unwilling. At this moment, the beast forms attacking him stopped. The demonic eye was stunned. He looked around and found that the 50 beast forms had stopped, but they were still surrounding him. The great formation hadn't been removed. Mo Yen didn't understand what was going on. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared not far in front of him. As soon as he saw that figure, Mo Yan's eyes couldn't help narrowing, because he knew that person. It was Sovereign. The appearance of Sovereign Dark Feather made Demon Eye extremely surprised. They came here to find Sovereign Dark Feather, but did not expect to see Sovereign Dark Feather here. Just as Mo Yen was taken aback, Sovereign Feather cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, senior brother Mo Yen." Although Demon Eye did not understand what was going on, but still had a wary look on his face. "Dark Feather, what do you mean? Why are you here? Elder Mo Liha is looking for you." Moyen looked at Sovereign Dark Feather in disbelief, and only after a long while did he shout, "Sovereign Dark Feather, do you know what you're talking about? You actually dared to betray the Cloud Demon sect? Don't you have any ideas? Let me tell you, Elder Mo Liha is already on his way here. Once he arrives and sees you, he will definitely personally clean up the sect." Sovereign Dark Feather laughed heartily. Demon Ritual Union? Someone like him wanted to deal with Young Master? If Young Master wasn't worried about the immortal stage experts of the Cloud Demon sect, he would have already killed his way into the Cloud Demon sect and controlled the entire sect. This time, Mo Liha only let him come out to test himself. It would be even better if he had the opportunity to fight against people from the cultivation world. It was precisely because of this that Sovereign Dark Feather's status in the Cloud Demon sect was not low. Moreover, geniuses were somewhat arrogant, so he was very arrogant in the sect. He did not even have any respect for his senior brother, Demon Eye. But from Sovereign Dark Feather's expression when he received the Young Master, it can be seen that he really respected the Young Master. It was a kind of worship from the bottom of his heart. He said that the Young Master had become the demon god in his heart. It seems like it was true. And this was also the reason why Mo Yen was so surprised. Mo Yen was very clear that the Young Master that Mo mentioned must be a cultivator from the cultivation world. What kind of person would make a proud and arrogant person like Mo admire a cultivator from the cultivation world so much? Demon Eye didn't dare to imagine. Demon Eye knew a little about the cultivation world sending people to the heavenly demon domain this time. He knew that the cultivation world would send a group of cultivators to the heavenly demon domain every 50 years or so to train. In the cultivation world, there were also some called the Heavenly Demon Martial Arts Exhibition. The cultivators who came to the Heavenly Demon domain were all young experts from the cultivation world. In other words, those cultivators who came to the Heavenly Demon domain were not the strongest in the cultivation world. In this case, the fact that the cultivator from the cultivation world could still make Sovereign Dark Feather worship him so much showed how powerful he was. This made Demon Eye dread Zhao Hai. Seeing that Mo Yen had not spoken for a long time, Sovereign Dark Feather's face darkened. "Senior brother Mo Yen, I am giving you a chance. If you don't agree, then don't blame Young Master for being impolite. I will count down 10 times, if you still refuse to surrender to Young Master, then Young Master will not be polite to you. If we fight again, then there will be casualties." Hearing Sovereign Dark Feather's words, Demon Eye's face changed. When he was fighting with those beast-shaped Dharma images, he had already discovered that each of those beast-shaped Dharma images was stronger than him. It was just that those beast-shaped Dharma images did not kill him, which was why he was able to hold on for such a long time. If those beast-shaped Dharma images really wanted to deal with him regardless of life and death, then the consequences would really be unimaginable. 1, 2, 3. At this time, Sovereign Dark Feather had already begun to count. Demon Eye saw that Sovereign Dark Feather did not seem to be joking. His face could not help but become even more bitter. Demon Eye glanced at the other heavenly demons, and the other heavenly demons also looked at him. There was also a flash of fear in their eyes. Although the heavenly demon clan was warlike, dared to fight, and was not afraid of fighting, but they also did not want to sacrifice in vain. They had already experienced Zhao Hai's tyrannical strength. If they did not surrender, then the consequences would really be serious. 6, 7, 8. Demon Eye's mind raced. He knew that if he did not surrender he may die, but if he surrendered he would certainly not die. At the thought of this, Demon Eye immediately shouted, "Junior brother, I'm willing to surrender." With a leader, the other heavenly demons also immediately surrendered. As soon as they surrendered, Zhao Hai's figure immediately appeared next to Sovereign Dark Feather. Sovereign Dark Feather saluted Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Young Master, fortunately I did not disappoint you." Zhao Hai nodded. "Are you really willing to surrender to me? Turn the demon god in your heart into my appearance?" Sovereign Dark Feather and the others all nodded. "Yes, we are willing to surrender to Master." After that, the power of faith had already emerged from their bodies, and the one who benefited was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai felt the power of faith, and could not help but nod. Well, you can go with Sovereign Dark Feather. Demon Eye and the others responded and walked over to Sovereign Dark Feather. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent them into the vermilion bird space. In the vermilion bird space, there was no prompt from the space. Zhao Hai was relieved, but he still sighed. The Heavenly Demon Clan was really a strange race. If they said they would surrender to someone, they would sincerely surrender, and even the power of faith would immediately emerge from their bodies. Such a race was really very strange. However, Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it. He waved his hand and received the silver flying swords. Then his figure moved and disappeared. This time, he didn't erase his traces because there was no need to. In any case, the people of the Demon Cloud sect knew of his existence. It didn't matter if he erased his traces or not. After returning to the secret cave residence, Zhao Hai could not help but take out the identity jade tablet given to him by the elder of the Thousand Demons sect. Carefully looking at it, there was nothing special about this jade tablet, but there were numbers on it. Now the number on Zhao Hai's jade tablet had become 57, which was the number of all the heavenly demons he had subdued. This jade tablet actually recorded it clearly. Zhao Hai frowned. The fact that the jade tablet recorded it so clearly was somewhat beyond Zhao Hai's expectation. At the same time, it also made Zhao Hai very unhappy. Looking at the number on the jade tablet, he always had a feeling of being monitored. But he didn't dare to rashly put this jade tablet into the almighty machine. There were too many experts in the cultivation world. If it was really discovered, then it would be even more troublesome. Not only would it be troublesome for him, it would also bring great trouble to the Black Tiger gang. But he was somewhat unwilling to be controlled by this jade tablet. In the end, Zhao Hai decided to first analyze the jade tablet. But this time, he didn't dare to bring the jade tablet into the space. Instead, he wrapped the jade tablet in liquid silver and analyzed it. Mo Liha stood on the flying iron machete's head with his eyes closed, sensing the space in front of him. There were waves of chaotic spiritual energy fluctuations coming from that space. Any experienced cultivator would immediately know that someone had fought here. Mo Liha was now sensing the chaotic spiritual energy fluctuations. He wanted to know how Mo Yan and the others were doing. Before Mo Yan fought with Zhao Hai, he had asked someone to send a messenger bat to Mo Liha, telling him the location where they had encountered Zhao Hai. Therefore, Mo Liha had rushed over. It only took Mo Liha a little more than 2 hours from the time he received the message to the time he arrived. However, by the time he arrived, Mo Yan and the others had already been taken away by Zhao Hai. Mo Liha naturally didn't care about the life and death of a disciple. What he wanted to know was Zhao Hai's strength. Although he didn't know Zhao Hai's identity now, Zhao Hai was already his enemy. Therefore, he naturally wanted to know more about Zhao Hai. After a while, Mo Liha opened his eyes. However, there was a trace of confusion in his eyes because what he had just sensed was really strange. He could sense the aura of Demon Eye and the others, and he could also sense the aura of the person who was fighting with Demon Eye. However, what made him feel strange was that he could sense more than 50 auras from the other party. What was going on? Mo Liha's spiritual sense was very sensitive. He could clearly sense that the essence of the more than 50 auras was the same, but the attributes of these auras were different. It was very strange. This was also what Mo Liha was puzzled about. He felt that there were more than 50 people who had fought with Mo Yan and the others. However, the auras of these people were exactly the same. In Mo Liha's opinion, this didn't make sense. Every person's aura was unique and different. Even if they were twin brothers, their auras were different. There were no two people in the world who had exactly the same aura. However, there were more than 50 identical auras here. This was what surprised him the most. What did it mean to have more than 50 identical auras? Could it be that this person had clones? At the thought of cloning, Mo Liha was even more puzzled. Cloning techniques weren't a very strange technique in the cultivation world. Whether it was in the cultivation world or the heavenly devil realm, there were many cloning techniques. However, this technique was somewhat of a chicken rib. Strictly speaking, the cloning technique in the cultivation world and the heavenly devil realm was a kind of illusion. The person that appeared wasn't their real strength, but an illusion. Although some illusions could pass off as real, there weren't many that could do it. After all, a fake was a fake. This was especially true for experts at Liha's level. The doppelganger technique was useless against them. They could easily distinguish between the real body and an illusion with their spiritual deity. Moreover, no matter how skillful the doppelganger technique was, it couldn't leave behind a trace of one's aura. In other words, even if one used the doppelganger technique to create 50 doppelgangers, it was impossible to leave behind 50 traces of one's aura. Liha frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Men." A nascent soul stage heavenly demon immediately flew in front of Liha and saluted him. "Elder, do you have any orders?" Liha glanced at the celestial devil and said in a deep voice, "Send a letter to the gang and ask them to send more people. We must find that cultivator who is active in our cloud demon sect. That cultivator may know a special cultivation method that allows him to use his doppelganger to fight against the enemy. Also, remind the gang that each search team must have at least 200 members and each search team must have at least 20 tribulation passing stage trainers. If we find that cultivator, we just need to capture him and bring him back to the gang to search his soul. Then, we will know what cultivation method he is using. This is very important to our cloud demon sect." The heavenly demon bowed and said, "Yes, Elder's orders." After that, he slowly retreated and immediately sent a messenger bat to the cloud demon sect. Liha's status in the cloud demon sect was still very high. Over the years, he had fought for the cloud demon sect and made countless military exploits. Moreover, there was one thing about Liha that was most appreciated by the people in the sect. He was wholeheartedly considerate of the cloud demon sect. As long as he found something good, his first thought would be to bring it back to the cloud demon sect. Moreover, when he was doing business, he always separated public from private interests and would never abuse his position for personal gain. Therefore, his status in the cloud demon sect was very high. Liha looked at the space before he coldly snorted. Then his figure moved and returned to the flying iron cooker. The flying iron cooker started up again and slowly flew towards the distance, continuing its search for Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai was currently analyzing the jade token. He used liquid silver to analyze the jade token. Zhao Hai already had this ability, but he didn't use it. Now, he just wanted liquid silver to analyze the jade token and see if it could be restored. After some time, Kair's voice was heard, "Big brother Hai, this jade token can be restored. However, it seems like it has a recording function. It will record all the places it has been to. If you want to restore it, you'll have to create a lot of fake images. The workload won't be small." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, then we'll dissect it and start creating fake images. We can't let those people know about our situation." "Right, can this jade token be used to contact the cultivation realm? Can the people in the cultivation realm feel the changes in the jade token?" Kair shook her head and said, "They can't." "Big brother Hai, you can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good, then let's do it." "Right, remember to make a year's worth of work. It's just like making a documentary. It's best if you can record the contents of the jade token and then shoot it in that style." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright." Kair and the others were interested this time. They nodded and then had Zhao Hai take the jade token to the space. After that, the group began to fiddle with it. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. Kair's ability was very powerful, so he didn't mind her doing it. What he was paying attention to was Liha's situation. Zhao Hai looked at Liha's situation and carefully looked at it. After seeing Liha's orders, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "You're really formidable. You actually guessed that I used a special technique. 200 people, interesting. Let's see if my 360 clones are stronger or if you're stronger." However, Zhao Hai suddenly patted his head and said, "Now that I've transcended my tribulation, can I try to condense an avatar?" "Right, this is the heavenly demon realm. My opponents were all heavenly demon avatars. Although these heavenly demon avatars look evil, their offensive strength isn't weak. Can I also condense 2 heavenly demon avatars?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I've already transcended my tribulation." After thinking about it, Zhao Hai's body flashed and entered the space. Then he found an uninhabited planet and sat down cross-legged. At the same time, he told Kai and the others to not disturb him. Then he began to condense the heavenly demon avatar. However, Zhao Hai soon discovered that something was wrong. The heavenly demon avatar wasn't easy to condense. Condensing an avatar required one to have a good understanding of the avatar. Since Zhao Hai didn't have any understanding of the heavenly demons, he naturally couldn't condense the heavenly demon avatar. However, Zhao Hai thought of a way. His figure moved and appeared in the vermilion bird space. At this time, Mo Yan and the others were in the vermilion bird space. Their daily practice was very relaxing. When they saw that Zhao Hai had arrived, they immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "We have seen the young master." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Sit down. I came here today to ask how your heavenly demon avatar is condensed." Mo Yan, tell me about it. Mo Yan nodded and said, "Yes, young master. Since the day we were born, we have to believe in the heavenly demons. The heavenly demon is impermanent and has no normal state. The heavenly demon in everyone's heart is different. To put it bluntly, the heavenly demon in your heart is the devil in your heart. You use your own consciousness to condense the devil in your heart and you will see what the heavenly demon in your heart looks like. However, the heavenly demon in our heart generally doesn't have a face. Only when we sincerely worship someone, the heavenly demon in our heart will slowly become like that person." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He really didn't think that the heavenly demon avatar was cultivated like this. Condensing a heavenly demon in your heart. This was the first time that Zhao Hai had encountered this kind of cultivation method. Zhao Hai couldn't help but gently close his eyes, recalling Mo Yan's words. Mo Yan looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and didn't dare to make a sound. He just sat quietly to one side. Zhao Hai's mind was now racing like lightning. He was very clear that people have two sides, good and evil. Just like Taiji, there is yang in yin and yin in yang. The cultivation of cultivators generally goes straight to the heart, but the cultivation of the heavenly demon was a bit special. They only cultivate the evil in their heart, treating the evil in their heart as a kind of faith. This cultivation method was completely different from that of cultivators. But this cultivation method was not necessarily bad. Otherwise, the heavenly demon clan would not have become an existence that was on equal footing with the cultivation world. Moreover, this cultivation method was also very beneficial for the people of the cultivation world. Everyone had evil thoughts. In the cultivation world, there were some special cultivation techniques that were used to calm the heart. These cultivation techniques were actually used to deal with the evil thoughts in people's hearts. The evil thoughts in the cultivation world did not necessarily refer to the thoughts of murder and arson. For example, greed, obsession, anger, these were all evil thoughts in the eyes of cultivators. Although it was said that the cultivation of cultivators went straight to the heart, but what kind of education people received after birth had a great impact on a person. Sometimes, this impact would affect a person's heart. For example, when a person was angry, he would produce evil thoughts. If it really went straight to the heart, he should do what the evil thoughts in his heart thought. But most cultivators generally would not really do what their heart thought. But this kind of evil thoughts would still be produced after all, leaving a trace in people's consciousness. For ordinary people, this might not be a big deal, but for a cultivator, it was very dangerous. This was because when a cultivator was cultivating, they couldn't have too many distracting thoughts in their mind. Otherwise, they would suffer from chi deviation, which was very dangerous. And such distracting thoughts had a name in the cultivation world, inner demons. Because of this, there were a lot of cultivation methods in the cultivation world that were dedicated to eliminating these evil thoughts. This way, people wouldn't be affected by heart demons and wouldn't suffer chi deviation. However, this kind of heart demon had a greater impact on high-level cultivators. A lot of cultivators who reached the transcending tribulation stage or the immortal stage would find it difficult to make any progress. Why? It was because they couldn't get rid of the heart demons in their hearts. They couldn't clear their mind, so their cultivation would be affected. However, the heavenly demons' cultivation method was precisely this kind of evil thoughts. They treat the evil thoughts in their heart as a god. Therefore, they can easily condense a heavenly demon image. Zhao Hai knew that the so-called clear mind cultivation methods in the cultivation world didn't really eliminate the evil thoughts in their heart. They just suppressed the evil thoughts. This was a hidden danger for any cultivator. But what if a cultivator could cultivate the heavenly demon image? They could condense a heavenly demon in their heart and then inject their evil thoughts into it. This was equivalent to cultivating the heavenly demon image. At the same time, it was also equivalent to eliminating the evil thoughts in the cultivator's heart. This way, the cultivator wouldn't suffer chi deviation. Moreover, they would have a powerful heavenly demon in their heart, which would greatly increase their strength. This was definitely a good thing for cultivators. Upon thinking of this, Zhao Hai immediately opened his eyes. He turned to Sovereign Dark Feather and said, "Sovereign Dark Feather, tell me how you condense the heavenly demon in your heart. The more detailed the better." Although Sovereign Dark Feather didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, he still nodded and carefully told Zhao Hai the method of condensing the heavenly demon in their heart. When Zhao Hai heard Sovereign Dark Feather's words, he couldn't help but frown slightly. This method of condensing the heavenly demon in one's heart was not so simple. To condense the heavenly demon in one's heart, one must devote all one's mind to the heavenly demon and fully understand the darkest side of one's heart. This was easy to say, but very difficult to do. If you put all your mind into the heavenly demon, it was tantamount to letting yourself completely change into another person. If your mind was not firm, then you may fall into the heavenly demon image and come out, and finally become a real demon. Even if your mind was firm, and you could pull yourself out of the heavenly demon image and restore your consciousness, it was very likely that you would become schizophrenic, which was even more dangerous for cultivators. Therefore, to condense the heavenly demon image was not an easy thing for cultivators. On the contrary, the process of condensing the heavenly demon image could be said to be incomparably dangerous. After Sovereign Dark Feather finished talking about the process of condensing the heavenly demon image and looked at Zhao Hai, he didn't dare to make a sound. He just sat there carefully, not daring to disturb Zhao Hai. Demon Eye and the others were the same. They didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect to Zhao Hai. After thinking for a while, Zhao Hai let out a long breath, turned to look at Sovereign Dark Feather and the others and said, "You guys cultivate here, I will come to find you if there is anything." With that, he disappeared. Sovereign Dark Feather and Demon Eye still bowed to see him off. The universe seems to be made up of two sides. If there is light, then there is darkness. If there is yin, then there is yang. If there is good, then there is evil. Cultivators need to follow their heart and do as they please. However, there are no cultivators who can do as they please. Because of this, when cultivators cultivate, there would be heavenly tribulations and inner demons. Cultivators had a lot of methods to deal with inner demons. However, all of the methods used to deal with inner demons were suppression. Suppressing the inner demons wasn't enough to make them disappear. Moreover, the longer you cultivate, the more inner demons you accumulate. When the time comes, the inner demons you have to face would also become stronger. A lot of cultivators thought that their inner demons would become stronger because of their cultivation. However, this wasn't the case. Instead, it was because they were suppressing their inner demons too much that the inner demons would become stronger. On the other hand, the Heavenly Demon Clan's method of cultivation was similar to that of cultivators. However, their methods were completely opposite. If cultivators' methods were good, then the Heavenly Demons' methods were evil. They practiced evil to the extreme. Although Zhao Hai wasn't sure, he believed that the reason why the sky demons looked like this was related to their inner demons. They had already regarded themselves as devils, so their appearance slowly turned into that of an inner demon. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting on an uninhabited planet inside the space. His eyes were closed, and his expression was calm. He had already decided that he would cultivate his inner demons. He wanted to condense his own inner demons. Inner demons were something that cultivators were afraid of. This was because inner demons were born from the heart. It can be said that it was impossible to guard against them. Although Zhao Hai had the space, he didn't have any experience with inner demons. Fortunately, he hadn't encountered an inner demon before. Otherwise, he would be in danger. However, after Zhao Hai asked Kai he couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. This was because his heart's devil had always been there. It was just that it was suppressed by the space, so he didn't feel anything. This made Zhao Hai even more determined. He must deal with his heart demon in the shortest time possible. And the best way to deal with his heart demon was to make it work for him. Therefore, after greeting Kai and the others, Zhao Hai decided to focus on condensing his heart demon on this quiet planet. If he succeeds, then he would be able to solve his heart demon in one fell swoop. Zhao Hai believed that he would succeed. Because he had the space, he wouldn't be immersed in his heart's demon. Moreover, he also had the 5 elements absolute killing formation to protect his spiritual altar. He also had various Buddhist heart sutras to protect himself. Therefore, he believed that he would be able to condense his heart's demon. After making all the preparations, Zhao Hai began to prepare for his heart demon. He opened his mind little by little as he slowly searched for the evil thoughts in his heart. When Zhao Hai completely relaxed his mind, he felt as if he had entered a golden ocean. Every drop of water in this golden ocean was a thought of his. It was as if the golden ocean was looking at everything that he did, understanding all of his thoughts. This was a very wonderful feeling. It was as if he had entered a magical space. This space was made up of his past and present. One by one, these images formed his entire life. Zhao Hai seemed to be completely immersed in this space. But at this moment, a strange fish suddenly appeared. This strange fish had a body covered in bone armor. It looked very ferocious, and its entire body was black. It swam slowly in this space. It seems like it was being suppressed by something, making it very strenuous for it to swim. Zhao Hai immediately knew that this strange fish was a trace of his evil thoughts. He immediately used his thoughts to probe the strange fish. After the strange fish felt his thoughts, not only did it not dodge, it instead welcomed it. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Before long, his thoughts came in contact with the strange fish. Zhao Hai felt that the strange fish had melted into his thoughts. He suddenly had a trace of uncertainty about his actions. He didn't know if this was good or bad. If he succeeded, then it would be fine. But if he failed, then he might suffer from schizophrenia. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai almost withdrew from his sea of consciousness. But just as he was about to withdraw, he was suddenly startled. This was because he suddenly remembered that his thoughts were actually a trace of an inner demon. He finally realized that the inner demons were his own negative emotions. Any kind of negative emotion was an inner demon, and the strange fish just now must be a kind of negative emotion. Hesitation. Zhao Hai finally knew how powerful an inner demon was. This inner demon's attack wasn't external, but internal. It would integrate into one's sea of consciousness, making one unconsciously produce an emotion. This was very dangerous. It was like 2 experts fighting. If one suddenly had a trace of hesitation, then the other party would certainly not let go of this opportunity. Zhao Hai quickly calmed down. He tightly guarded his heart and turned himself into an aloof spectator, overlooking everything he did. At this moment, Zhao Hai was absolutely calm. In his heart, there wasn't even a trace of emotion, only reason. Slowly, the strange fish appeared again. Zhao Hai's spiritual force slowly squeezed the strange fish. Surprisingly, the strange fish didn't struggle. Instead, it slowly changed its shape according to Zhao Hai's thoughts. Black hair, snow-white skin, a pair of blood-red eyes, a black robe, and a black saber in its hand. It looked exactly like Zhao Hai. This was the demon god that Zhao Hai condensed in his heart. Naturally, he wouldn't doubt the person he worshipped the most. Therefore, his demon god's image was himself. Moreover, he wouldn't make the demon god in his heart look like a ferocious beast. Therefore, he made the demon god in his heart look like himself. This demon god was still very small, but it didn't matter. As long as Zhao Hai kept capturing all kinds of inner demons into the demon god's body, then it would slowly grow bigger. Zhao Hai's mind moved. Just as he was about to capture other inner demons, he saw the newly condensed demon god suddenly open its blood-red eyes. Then it raised its saber and rushed towards his sea of consciousness. Zhao Hai suddenly had a feeling that he had turned into the demon god. He could clearly feel all the inner demons in his sea of consciousness. After a while, he saw a strange black snake. Zhao Hai threw himself at the snake and killed it with his saber. The snake immediately turned into energy and integrated into his body. An incomparably comfortable feeling spread throughout Zhao Hai's body. He could clearly feel that he had become stronger and more powerful. This feeling made Zhao Hai somewhat intoxicated. However, Zhao Hai immediately calmed down. He knew that he was now inside an inner demon. He was just controlling it. Sooner or later, he would have to leave it. After Zhao Hai calmed down, he immediately felt all kinds of negative emotions. Violence, slaughter, greed, and other negative emotions seemed to be surrounding him. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. He remained calm. But before long, these negative emotions disappeared. He once again became the demon god, looking for inner demons everywhere. It wasn't until now that Zhao Hai knew how many inner demons he had. They were beyond his imagination. Moreover, in the end, these inner demons were getting stronger and stronger. Zhao Hai discovered that if the demon god wanted to absorb the power of the inner demons, it would need to fight. If the demon god was defeated in battle, then it might be swallowed by the inner demons. In that case, the inner demons would be able to break free from the space's suppression and cause Zhao Hai to suffer from chi deviation. It was only now that Zhao Hai understood how dangerous it was. The reason why these heart demons were so powerful was because they could absorb other weak heart demons for a long period of time, making themselves stronger and stronger. The reason why Zhao Hai was able to absorb the serpent was because the serpent wasn't strong. Moreover, it was suppressed by the space. Because of this, it was easy for Zhao Hai to absorb it. The more time passed, the more inner demons he had. Moreover, their forms were getting stranger and stranger. Zhao Hai still remembered that he encountered some aquatic plants and corals in his sea of consciousness. That place was very beautiful. However, through the demon god, he could clearly feel that those aquatic plants and corals were actually inner demons. And these inner demons were temptations. As Zhao Hai's demon god became stronger and stronger, Zhao Hai became calmer and calmer. Although he could clearly feel that every time the demon god became stronger, it was an indescribable feeling of comfort. Zhao Hai was now completely calm. He didn't care about this feeling. He always remembered his task, which was to eliminate all inner demons and keep his sea of consciousness clear. After an unknown amount of time and killing, Zhao Hai finally felt that his sea of consciousness was clear. As a demon god, he couldn't feel any inner demons. Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. This was because he knew that he had succeeded. Zhao Hai immediately withdrew from the demon god's body. He slowly withdrew his thoughts and calmly looked inside himself. Zhao Hai discovered that the little person in his chest meridian had changed. The chest meridian still had the starry sky, the Taiji 8 trigrams, and the Tao lotus. However, the Tao lotus had changed. The Tao lotus had changed from 1 to 2. One was pure white while the other was as black as ink. Two little people were sitting on top of the two Tao lotuses. One of them was wearing a white robe and had silver hair. He was sitting on top of the white Tao lotus with his hands forming seals. He looked very dignified, as if he was full of compassion towards the world. The other person was wearing a black robe. He had black hair and white skin. He had a long blade that was as black as ink on his knees. He gave people an indescribable feeling of evil. His body was also emitting a murderous aura. Above the heads of these two people was a Rubik's Cube. The Rubik's Cube was also black and white. Above the Rubik's Cube was a starry sky. From time to time, starlight would sprinkle down. Zhao Hai didn't expect such a change. He didn't think that the demon god in his heart would appear at the same time as the little person. While Zhao Hai was in a daze, a prompt was suddenly heard from the space: warning. Warning. Two extreme emotions have appeared in the host's body. This is very disadvantageous to the host. It is easy for the host to have schizophrenia. Immediately conduct emergency treatment and combine the two emotions into one. Zhao Hai stared, then his complexion changed. He wanted to stop it, but the space didn't care. A white light directly covered the two people on the lotus. When Zhao Hai saw this, he knew that it was too late to stop it. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. After some time, the white light disappeared. Zhao Hai discovered that the lunar 8 trigrams pond had undergone a change. In the two eyes of the yin and yang fish, vines grew out. These two vines extended into the air before they grew together, forming a bigger vine. At the top of this vine was a lotus. On top of this lotus, a person was sitting upright. This person wore a white robe, had black hair, and white skin. He was sitting there with a seal in his hand, looking very dignified. However, on this person's back was a black blade. This person's appearance was exactly the same as Zhao Hai's, but his eyes were closed. Zhao Hai stared. He thought that the demon god had disappeared. But now it seems like it didn't completely disappear. Just as Zhao Hai was feeling strange, he suddenly felt something enter his sea of consciousness. Zhao Hai could clearly feel two strands of black entering the person's body. The person seemed to have become stronger. At the same time, Zhao Hai also felt his mind clear up. Then a burst of information entered his sea of consciousness. He finally understood what was going on. It turned out that his previous thoughts were wrong. People themselves have emotions. Whether good or evil, they are all part of human emotions. If a person only has good emotions left, then they can't be called a person. If a person only has evil emotions left, then they can't be called a person. Only when good and evil coexist can one be called a person. If one forcibly separated good and evil like Zhao Hai, then they would really become schizophrenic. Fortunately, the space discovered this point, so it directly fused these two emotions together, forming the little person in Zhao Hai's Shanzhong acupuncture point. This little person can be said to be Zhao Hai. In the past, the space helped Zhao Hai suppress these negative emotions. But now, these negative emotions can be turned into energy that can be absorbed and used by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about going berserk, nor did he have to worry about the existence of heart demons. Moreover, because he can use the power of evil, he can now be considered complete. His cultivation has also increased by at least twofold compared to before. Good and evil always coexist. In the past, Zhao Hai only used the power of good. Now that he can also use the power of evil, his strength would naturally double. Good and evil are like two hands. In the past, Zhao Hai was only using one hand to fight. But now, he can finally use both. Naturally, his strength couldn't be compared to before. What made Zhao Hai the happiest was that when he condensed into a demon god, he can now use all the sky demon phantoms that he has seen before. Originally, he only had 360 phantoms, but now it has increased to 720. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as his eyes slowly opened. His eyes became darker, looking very deep. At the same time, his temperament also changed. He became more ordinary. That's right, he has indeed become more ordinary. This made Zhao Hai smile bitterly. Other people's temperament was becoming more and more powerful, but he was becoming more and more ordinary. He really didn't know what he would become. However, Zhao Hai immediately released his Dharma idol. On the surface, it didn't seem to have changed. It was still the 1,000-hand Guanyin Dharma idol, but it seemed to have more arms now. But if you look closely, you would find that the 1,000-hand Guanyin Dharma idol had more arms. But if you look closely, you would find that the 1,000-hand Guanyin's Dharma idol looked somewhat ferocious. At this time, Zhao Hai's phantoms rotated. The Guanyin turned around, but the back of the phantoms actually changed. A demon god's phantoms actually appeared. This demon god's phantoms also had countless arms, but each arm was making different hand seals. It looked a bit different from a demon god's phantoms. But Zhao Hai knew that his phantoms had only become stronger and was still completely under his control. He let out a long breath and relaxed. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared in the vermilion bird space, summoning Sovereign Dark Feather and the others. When summoning Sovereign Dark Feather and the others, Zhao Hai deliberately made his temperament closer to his original demon god temperament. It was so cold and his body overflowed with demonic chi, as if he was a heavenly demon. As soon as Sovereign Dark Feather and the others appeared beside Zhao Hai, they immediately felt the overflowing demonic chi on Zhao Hai's body. They were stunned for a moment, then saluted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Forget it, are you used to it?" Sovereign Dark Feather and the others looked at Zhao Hai with some trepidation. Sovereign Dark Feather replied, "Thank you for your concern, young master. We're very used to it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's good that you're used to it. After some time, I'll capture some heavenly demon women. Later on, this fire god city will be your place to live." Sovereign Dark Feather and the others nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then his figure moved and returned to the space. The reason why Zhao Hai revealed his demonic chi in front of Sovereign Dark Feather and the others was to see Sovereign Dark Feather's reaction. Sure enough, when Sovereign Dark Feather and the others saw his demonic chi, they couldn't help but show a shocked expression. Obviously, Zhao Hai's demonic chi was pure. If one didn't look at his appearance, then Zhao Hai was completely pretending to be a demon. When Zhao Hai returned to the villa, he saw that Laura and the others were still working on the documentary. However, the map of the heavenly demon realm that was recorded by Silver Needle was getting bigger and bigger. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others, then he gently shook his head and smiled bitterly. Laura and the others were very bored, therefore they were very interested in making this documentary. Zhao Hai had been in seclusion for a whole month, but he didn't expect them to be so enthusiastic. Zhao Hai accompanied Laura and the others for 2 days inside the space. At the same time, he also paid attention to the situation outside. In the past month, Mo Liha and the others didn't find any trace of Zhao Hai. They thought that Zhao Hai had left, so they withdrew their main force back to the Cloud Demon sect. Only a few people were left to patrol the place where Zhao Hai and Sovereign Dark Feather fought. However, this had already become a normal patrol, they weren't looking for someone. Zhao Hai was happy to see this. Now that the people of the Cloud Demon sect had retreated, he could proceed with his next move. After all, Fire God City was still lacking a lot of people. Although Zhao Hai received Sovereign Dark Feather and the others in Fire God City and had them provide him with faith power, he didn't treat them unfairly. He just treated Sovereign Dark Feather and the others as a normal race in the space. He even made an exchange system in Fire God City, making it no different from the other planets in the space. However, if he wanted the heavenly demon race to develop in Fire God City, it would be impossible to rely on Sovereign Dark Feather and the others. Zhao Hai needed to get more heavenly demons into the space, including some female heavenly demons. Because of this idea, Zhao Hai began to act. After accompanying Laura and the others for 2 days, Zhao Hai finally came out of the space. This time, his goal was still the Cloud Demon sect. Devil Claw was an inner disciple of the Cloud Demon sect. His strength was at nascent soul stage. He wasn't very strong in the Cloud Demon sect, but he wasn't weak either. He could be considered average among the inner disciples. At this time, the Cloud Demon sect was very calm. Because of the cultivators from the Cultivation realm, the sect was in an uproar. Now that the matter had passed, the Cloud Demon sect only needed to patrol the place every day. Today, Devil Claw was patrolling the place where Zhao Hai fought with a few heavenly demons. Suddenly, a rumbling sound could be heard from afar. Upon hearing it, one could tell that there were people fighting. Devil Claw stared for a moment before he immediately led his team to fly over. When Devil Claw and the others arrived at the battlefield, they finally saw 2 people fighting. Upon seeing the 2 Dharma idols, Devil Claw couldn't help but stare before he became happy. This was because one of the Dharma idols was the Sky Demon avatar while the other one was the Cultivation realm avatar. Upon seeing this, Devil Claw couldn't help but be happy. He knew that the Cloud Demon sect had been looking for traces of the Cultivation realm cultivator. However, they couldn't find him. If he can report the Cultivation realm cultivator's whereabouts to the sect, then it would certainly be a great merit. After thinking about this, Devil Claw immediately sent out a messenger bat. Then he communicated with the Dharma idols and rushed towards the battlefield to attack the Cultivation realm avatar. However, what Devil Claw didn't expect was that as soon as they entered the battlefield, the Sky Demon avatar and the Cultivation realm avatar turned around and rushed towards them. These 2 Dharma idols were at the transcending tribulation stage. Devil Claw and the others didn't even need to resist before they were caught by the space. The Sky Demon avatar and the Cultivation realm avatar were made by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's Dharma idols can be divided and combined. Therefore, they were very suitable for this situation. Devil Claw and the others couldn't resist much before they were caught by the space. As for the messenger bat that Devil Claw sent out, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He wanted Devil Claw to inform the Cloud Demon sect that he, Zhao Hai, had returned. Devil Claw wasn't the first heavenly demon squad that Zhao Hai dealt with. Before Devil Claw, he had already caught 5 heavenly demon squads. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to make a big deal out of this was because he still hasn't caught a single female heavenly demon. This made Zhao Hai very distressed. Later on, he asked Dark Feather and found out that female heavenly demons generally wouldn't leave the Cloud Demon sect. If he wanted to catch a female heavenly demon, he would have to enter the Cloud Demon sect. However, there were a lot of experts in the Cloud Demon sect. If Xiao Hai rashly barged in, then it would be no different from courting death. Therefore, Xiao Hai decided to make a big deal out of this matter and let the Cloud Demon sect know of his existence. He would deal with the experts of the Cloud Demon sect and have them chase after him. He would use this opportunity to kill his way into the Cloud Demon sect and capture some female heavenly demons to bring into the Vermilion Bird space. This way, the heavenly demons in Fire God City would be able to develop. After dealing with Devil Claw, Xiao Hai immediately went to find another target. Because of the space, finding a target was very simple. However, Xiao Hai didn't want the heavenly demons to know about his space divergent ability. Therefore, the targets that he was looking for this time weren't very far away. This way, even if someone came to investigate, they wouldn't be able to find anything. Mo Liha sat in the flying iron cooker with an ashen face. He never thought that the cultivator from the cultivation world who stirred up trouble in the Cloud Demon sect more than a month ago would return and even capture dozens of Cloud Demon sect's disciples in one fell swoop. This was something he could not forgive. Mo Liha had been brooding over the matter of Sovereign Devil Feather being captured. Sovereign Devil Feather was one of his most valued disciples. Losing Sovereign Devil Feather was a great loss to Mo Liha. However, Xiao Hai had gone into hiding some time ago. Even if Mo Liha wanted to find Xiao Hai, he couldn't. Now that Xiao Hai had appeared, Mo Liha felt both annoyed and happy. When he received the news, he immediately rushed to the place where the incident happened. Along with him were a lot of his subordinates. There were more than 10 transcending tribulation experts present. Mo Liha didn't know what to do. Just as the flying iron cooker was moving forward at high speed, a dense black spot suddenly appeared in its path, blocking its path. Mo Liha immediately received the news. He appeared on the flying iron cooker's head as fast as he could and looked at the things blocking their path from afar. Mo Liha couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air at the sight of those things because he saw a huge fleet. Yes, it was a fleet. This huge fleet consisted of 100 huge warships and 1,000 small boats. These small boats were constantly moving around the huge warships. Such a fleet was really amazing. Mo Liha looked at the fleet with great eyesight. Soon, he saw a person on a big ship. It was a cultivator from the cultivation world. This cultivator was dressed in a cultivator's robe and stood there calmly. Obviously, the cultivator also saw him. The cultivator smiled at him and cupped his fists. Mo Liha clenched his teeth in anger and said in a deep voice, "State your name." "I don't kill nameless people." "Ha ha ha." The cultivator burst into laughter and then said in a deep voice, "Xiao Hai greets Elder Mo Liha. I heard that Elder Mo Liha had been looking for me some time ago, but I was tied up with worldly affairs and couldn't come to see Elder Mo Liha. I'm really sorry for my rudeness. I'm here today to apologize." Mo Liha snorted coldly, "Apologize? You really deserve to die. Let me ask you, was my disciple Dark Feather killed by you?" Xiao Hai smiled and said, "That's right." Mo Liha roared at the sky, "Xiao Hai, you must die. I'm going to tear you to pieces." After saying that, he moved and pounced straight at Xiao Hai, as if he didn't take the numerous large artifacts seriously. This was indeed the case. With Mo Liha's strength, there was no need for him to care about large instruments. Those large instruments were just decorations to him and were of little use to him. When Mo Liha pounced, he didn't communicate with his Dharma idol. He just pounced forward. When Xiao Hai saw Mo Liha's appearance, he smiled faintly. Then his figure moved as he flew out of the Hell King's ship and headed straight towards Mo Liha. Mo Liha didn't expect that Xiao Hai would dare to take the initiative to come out and meet the enemy head-on. This stunned him for a moment before he became overjoyed. Although Mo Liha and Mo Liha weren't afraid of large artifacts, it would be very troublesome to break through those large artifacts and reach Xiao Hai. Now that Xiao Hai actually rushed out of the large artifacts, this saved him a lot of trouble. The two quickly approached each other and soon met. Mo Liha roared as he sent a claw towards Xiao Hai's head. Xiao Hai, on the other hand, raised his fist to block the attack. Then the two began to fight. Demons were very good at close combat. And with their belligerent nature, their bodies were much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Because of this, demons always had an advantage in close combat. However, Emoliha soon discovered that he was wrong. In terms of close combat, he wasn't able to gain any advantage over Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai was very strong, he was actually able to tie with Emoliha. This discovery greatly surprised Emoliha. He never thought that the cultivation world would actually send such an expert to the heavenly devil domain. This was definitely not a good thing for the heavenly devil domain. He also knew that Sovereign Dark Feather's defeat at the hands of such a person was not an injustice at all. At the same time, Emoliha wanted to kill Xiao Hai. In his opinion, such an expert couldn't be allowed to live in the cultivation realm. Otherwise, he would be a great threat to the heavenly demon realm. The battle between the two was too intense. The experts of the Cloud Demon sect who came here with Emoliha had no chance to intervene. Of course, they didn't have the time to intervene now. While Xiao Hai and Emoliha were fighting, Xiao Hai's fleet attacked Emoliha's flying iron puppets. The experts of the Cloud Demon sect who came with Emoliha had no choice but to deal with those large instruments. Originally, the experts of the Cloud Demon sect didn't take those large instruments seriously. This was because it was common knowledge in the heavenly demon realm that a crossing stage expert could easily deal with a large instrument. But soon, they found that their common sense wasn't suitable here. The large instruments they were facing were not ordinary goods. These large instruments were not afraid of their attacks. The attacks of these large instruments were very fierce. At most, the attacks of the crossing tribulation experts could only slow down the attack of these large instruments. They couldn't even do anything to these large instruments. This surprised the crossing tribulation experts of the Cloud Demon sect. They really didn't understand how these large instruments were refined and how they could be so strong. In fact, these large instruments might not be so strong before. But since Xiao Hai condensed into a demon god and merged good and evil into one, the large instruments became even stronger. The reason for this change was because the yin-yang lightning pool inside the large instruments had become more powerful. The yin-yang lightning pool was born from Xiao Hai's Tao Lotus, so the amount of energy it could digest was limited. But as Xiao Hai's strength increased, the level of the Tao Lotus and the yin-yang lightning pool also increased. The amount of energy that the yin-yang lightning pool could digest was also increasing. Naturally, the large instruments also became more powerful. The large instruments surrounded the flying iron puppets and attacked them, causing the transcending tribulation experts to be exhausted. At this time, Kai who was commanding the large instruments, released the transcending tribulation experts from Xiao Hai space. Whether it was undead or heavenly demons, they were all the same. There were already a lot of transcending tribulation experts in Xiao Hai space, but most of them were heavenly demons and undead. As soon as these experts came out, they immediately defeated the transcending tribulation experts of the Cloud Demon sect. As for the other heavenly demons, they simply couldn't resist the attacks of these experts. Before long, the flying iron puppets fell into Xiao Hai's hands and were directly sent to the space by Xiao Hai. After the flying iron puppets were sent to the space, the transcending tribulation experts turned their heads towards the place where Xiao Hai and Emoliha were fighting. Before long, they formed a huge encirclement and surrounded the two. Although Emoliha was fighting with Xiao Hai, he was still very clear about what happened on the battlefield. He didn't think that his subordinates would be defeated so quickly. And with him being entangled by Xiao Hai, he didn't even have time to rescue his subordinates. He could only watch helplessly as his subordinates were annihilated. Actually, the heavenly demons had already been captured by Xiao Hai and sent to the space. Naturally, the heavenly demons that resisted were also slaughtered. The heavenly demons were warlike. They also regarded defeat and surrender as a disgrace. Because of this, every 50 years, the cultivation realm would send people to the heavenly demon realm. However, there were very few people who were able to capture and subdue the heavenly demons. The reason why Xiao Hai was able to subdue the heavenly demons was mostly due to the space. The heavenly demons that surrendered to Xiao Hai weren't many. Most of them were captured by Xiao Hai and subdued by the space. Emoliha despised the heavenly demons who surrendered the most. However, he didn't expect that his most valued disciple would actually surrender. Moreover, he surrendered to a human cultivator. This was something that he couldn't accept. Mo Liha was stronger than Zhao Hai. However, in this case, he could only display 60% or 70% of his strength. Because of this, he slowly fell into a disadvantageous position. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't hold back. He directly had the other transcending tribulation experts make their move. Mo Liha was even more passive now. Mo Liha immediately communicated with his Dharma idol and wanted to make a final stand. However, Zhao Hai didn't give him the opportunity. Zhao Hai also communicated with his Dharma idol and used his Thousand Hands Guanyin to deal a final blow to Mo Liha. Mo Liha was seriously injured. Then Mo Liha was captured by the space and was subdued by the space. At this time, Zhao Hai's goal was achieved. He wanted to eliminate an expert of the Cloud Demon sect and shock the sect. This way, the Cloud Demon sect would send a large number of experts to find him. At the same time, Zhao Hai could use this opportunity to make a move on the main hall of the Cloud Demon sect. This operation was very successful. Not only did Zhao Hai achieve his goal, he also obtained a large number of experts. He also obtained the method to refine the flying iron puppet. In the future, he would have one more type of large artifact. After Zhao Hai cleaned up Mo Liha, he immediately left the place. Besides erasing some traces, he didn't do anything else. This was especially true for the energy fluctuations left behind by his last attack. He wanted to use the energy fluctuations to lure out the experts of the Cloud Demon sect. Zhao Hai knew that his last attack contained the full strength of a half-step immortal expert. However, there weren't a lot of half-step immortal experts in the Cloud Demon sect. If the Cloud Demon sect wanted to deal with him and eliminate him, they wouldn't just send a half-step immortal expert. They would certainly invite an immortal expert. This way, Zhao Hai would have a chance. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the battle between Zhao Hai and Mo Liha caused a big commotion. Soon, experts of the Cloud Demon sect arrived at the scene to investigate. After investigating, they immediately reported back to the Cloud Demon sect and asked the sect master and supreme elder to deal with this matter. This matter was too big. A half-step immortal realm expert was not an easy existence to deal with. If a half-step immortal realm expert really came to the Cloud Demon sect's territory to make trouble, it would definitely not be a good thing for the Cloud Demon sect. If a mid-level sect like the Cloud Demon sect was really entangled with a half-step immortal realm expert, the final result was most likely to be dangerous. If the sect's strength was not dealt with properly, it might be swallowed up by other sections. Don't think that the heavenly demon realm was monolithic. This was impossible. There were countless sects in the heavenly demon realm. The competition between the sects was much crueler than in the cultivation realm. Because of this, the Cloud Demon sect didn't dare to neglect this matter. This matter was related to the rise and fall of the Cloud Demon sect. After receiving the news, the Cloud Demon sect immediately dispatched more than a dozen flying iron cooks. The sect master personally led the flying iron cooks, accompanied by an immortal expert supreme elder. They rushed to the place where Zhao Hai and Mo Liha fought. As soon as the flying iron cooks arrived, they immediately stopped. The sect master and supreme elder of the Cloud Demon sect came out of the flying iron cooks. These two people looked more like humans. The sect master of the Cloud Demon sect looked similar to Mo Liha. He had a long horn on his head, wore a black robe, and had ashen skin. Other aspects of him were very similar to humans. On the other hand, the supreme elder of the Cloud Demon sect looked more like a human. Apart from the horns on his head, there wasn't much difference between him and a human. Furthermore, the horns on his head were much shorter than those of other sky fiends. After the two flew out of the flying iron cooks, the supreme elder of the Cloud Demon sect sensed the spiritual chi fluctuations in the surroundings. Then he said, "He's indeed an expert. His last attack should be using his Dharma idol." Mo Liha also used his Dharma idol, but he couldn't block the attack. However, Mo Liha didn't use his full strength. On the other hand, that person's Dharma idol attack carried a trace of demonic chi. Strange, very strange. The sect master of the Cloud Demon sect frowned and said, "Elder, how strong is that person? Can I deal with him? If he's too strong, then the impact on our Cloud Demon sect would be too great." The supreme elder nodded and said, "This person's strength is very strong. If you were to fight him one-on-one, you would at most be able to fight him to a draw. Keeping such a person in our Cloud Demon sect's territory is indeed very troublesome. Sect Master, do you have a way to deal with him? Although the Supreme Elder's status was very noble, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't intervene in the management of the sect. Whether it was in the cultivation world or the heavenly demon realm, it was almost the same. This was because these Supreme Elders would spend most of their energy on cultivation. Only by cultivating could they become stronger and live longer. Therefore, the Supreme Elder of the Cloud Demon sect asked the Sect Master how to deal with this matter. The Sect Master of the Cloud Demon sect frowned and said, "This matter is really not easy to deal with. This guy is very cunning. Although I want to ask a few Supreme Elders to kill him, we have to find him first. Most importantly, a few Supreme Elders must stay in the main hall. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. If that guy runs to the main hall and causes trouble, and we don't have enough strength to deal with him, then it will be very dangerous." The Supreme Elder nodded. At this time, a messenger bat flew to the Sect Master of the Cloud Demon sect. The Sect Master of the Cloud Demon sect took the messenger bat. When he read the contents of the message, his face changed greatly. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the monitor. The monitor was showing the situation of the Cloud Demon sect. However, this was only the periphery of the sect. Zhao Hai didn't dare to probe too deeply into the core of the sect. Zhao Hai already knew about the Cloud Demon sect's situation from Imo Liha and the others. In addition to his investigation, he had a good understanding of the Cloud Demon sect's surroundings. This time, his target was the Cloud Demon sect's medicine garden. There were also medicine gardens in the demon realm. After all, no matter which sect one was in, they would need to use pills. The Cloud Demon sect was the same. Although the body of the Heavenly Devil clan was very strong, without the help of pills, the impact on them was also very big. The reason why Zhao Hai chose the medicine garden was because the medicine garden wasn't in the core of the Cloud Demon sect. Moreover, the Cloud Demon sect had mostly sent female sky demons to manage the medicine garden. This was very important for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai already had a lot of male sky demons in his hands. Just one flying iron puppet could hold several thousand male sky demons. And with the addition of the sky demons that Zhao Hai captured, the number of male sky demons in the vermilion bird space had reached 10,000. Because of this, Zhao Hai urgently needed to capture some female sky demons. Because of this, he chose the medicine garden. The medicine garden was quite far from the core of the Cloud Demon sect. As long as he attacks the medicine garden and seals the transmission formation, even the immortal experts of the Cloud Demon sect wouldn't be able to arrive in a short time. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't attack the medicine garden was because the Sect Master of the Cloud Demon sect had yet to arrive at the place where he and Imo Liha were fighting. As long as the Sect Master arrives, then Zhao Hai can make his move. Laura and the others were also nervously staring at the monitor. They knew that there were other immortal experts in the Cloud Demon sect. With Zhao Hai's current strength, he wasn't an opponent for them. Once he was discovered by an immortal expert, then the only thing he could do would be to escape. Before long, Kair said, "Brother Hai, it's done." Zhao Hai understood what Kair meant. What Kair meant was that the Sect Master of the Cloud Demon sect was about to arrive at the place where he fought Imo Liha. Zhao Hai's figure flashed and appeared outside the space. The place where he appeared wasn't far from the herb garden. Along with him was a flying iron chariot. In the Demon Cloud sect, the flying iron macaque was a symbol of status. In the Demon Cloud sect, even the core disciples wouldn't be able to use it. Only a few elders and the sect master would be able to use it. It was precisely because of this that as long as Zhao Hai sat in the flying iron cooker, apart from a few restricted areas within the Cloud Demon sect's territory, all other areas could be said to be unimpeded. Zhao Hai entered the flying iron cooker and controlled it to fly towards the herb garden. Before long, he arrived at the area of the herb garden. Although there were a lot of people in the herb garden, it wasn't very lively. Very few people came here. Aside from the female heavenly demons who were in charge of planting and managing the herb garden, other heavenly demons rarely came here. These female heavenly demons would collect herbs every once in a while and then send them back to the Cloud Demon sect. Additionally, the Cloud Demon sect was afraid that other heavenly demons would come here to steal herbs. Because of this, the management of the herb garden was very strict. Heavenly demons weren't allowed to come here without permission. Naturally, the elders were an exception. This was especially true for the elders who were riding the flying iron cooker. The elders who were able to ride the flying iron cooker had an extraordinary status. Naturally, these elders were qualified to come here. Xiao Hai had already investigated the inside and outside of the herb garden. He knew that at this time, the female heavenly demons would be managing the herb garden. As long as he went to the herb garden, none of them would be able to escape. The flying iron cooker's speed was very fast. However, Xiao Hai didn't let it fly at its fastest speed. Instead, he let it fly slowly. He didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. He wanted to make the female heavenly demons in charge of the herb garden lower their guard. However, the huge flying iron cooker still attracted the attention of the female heavenly demons in the herb garden. However, the status of these heavenly demons wasn't very high. When they saw the flying iron cooker flying over, they immediately bowed. None of them dared to question it. In the heavenly demon clan, the division of ranks was very strict. If you dared to be disrespectful to an elder, then if the elder was in a bad mood and killed you, then your death would be in vain. Moreover, the status of the female heavenly demons in the heavenly demon realm was much lower compared to the male heavenly demons. Therefore, they didn't dare to block the flying iron cooker. Before long, Xiao Hai arrived in the sky above the herb garden. At the same time, he sealed the transmission formation and stopped the flying iron cooker. The flying iron cooker was like a dragon as it hovered above the herb garden. The female heavenly demons who were working in the herb garden bowed. Their hearts were filled with anxiety, they didn't know why the elder came here. At this moment, the female sky fiends suddenly realized that the door of the flying iron coop had opened. Following that, a large number of male sky fiends rushed out of the flying iron coop and pounced on them. Before they could understand what was going on, most of them had already been restrained. The female sky demons were stunned for a while, they didn't know what was going on. Some of them even forgot to resist. At the same time, Xiao Hai sent Mo Liha and the others to capture all the sky demons in the garden and send them to the space. The entire process was very fast. The female heavenly demons didn't even have time to resist. This was because they didn't understand the situation before they were captured. However, there were only 1,000 female heavenly demons in the herb garden. Xiao Hai still needed to capture a few more. Fire God City was very big, and the Vermilion Bird Space was even bigger. Xiao Hai planned for the Vermilion Bird Space to accommodate 100,000 people. Because of this, Xiao Hai didn't hesitate to capture as many as he could. After sweeping through the herb garden, Xiao Hai went to the next one. The Cloud Demon sect had a lot of territories. Naturally, there wouldn't be only one herb garden. In the entire Cloud Demon sect, there were more than 100 large and small herb gardens. Xiao Hai wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to capture enough people. It didn't take long for Xiao Hai to sweep through 5 medicinal gardens. But at this time an error occurred. After all, Xiao Hai had been monitoring the Cloud Demon sect for a long time. He didn't know when the medicinal gardens were going to hand in their medicinal herbs. Just as he swept through the 5th medicinal garden, something happened in the 3rd medicinal garden. The female heavenly demons who went to hand in their medicinal herbs couldn't return because Xiao Hai had sealed the transmission formation. She realized that something had happened, so she reported the situation. The Cloud Demon sect immediately sent people to investigate. Sure enough, something had happened. All the female heavenly demons in the medicinal gardens were gone, along with some precious medicinal herbs. The heavenly demons who came to investigate immediately reported this matter. The entire Cloud Demon sect was shaken. One must know that although the medicinal garden wasn't in the core area of the Cloud Demon sect, it was still in the hinterland of the sect. If something really happened there, it might threaten the main hall of the Cloud Demon sect. The heavenly demons of the Cloud Demon sect didn't dare to neglect this matter. They immediately reported this matter to the sect master. When the Cloud Demon sect master received the letter, his expression couldn't help but change. He turned to the Great Elder and said, "Great Elder, something has happened in the sect. All the disciples in one of the medicinal fields have disappeared. Some of the precious medicinal herbs have also been lost." The Supreme Elder wasn't an idiot. When he heard the sect master, his expression changed. Then he said, "Someone has snuck into the Cloud Demon sect?" could it be him? Naturally, the him that the Supreme Elder was talking about was Zhao Hai. The sect master also understood this point, so he said, I'm not sure yet. However, we should go back and take a look. If it really is him, then his attack on Mo Liha and the others was intentional. The Supreme Elder nodded with a heavy expression and said, right, if it really is him, then his previous attack was intentional. He wanted to draw us out. Let's go back. The sect master nodded. Then the two of them called the disciples of the Cloud Demon sect to enter the flying iron boat and fly towards the Cloud Demon sect. Zhao Hai also knew that the Cloud Demon sect had discovered him. However, the people of the Cloud Demon sect had yet to react. Therefore, he used his fastest speed to sweep through 2 more gardens. Just as he was about to sweep through the 8th garden, he felt a domineering aura from the Cloud Demon sect. At the same time, a spiritual force swept through the surroundings. Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed. He knew that the immortal experts of the Cloud Demon sect had made a move. Zhao Hai knew that he would be in danger if he didn't leave. Therefore, he used his fastest speed to capture the female heavenly demons and placed them on the flying iron boat. Then he rode the flying iron boat and ran away. He noticed that the spiritual force had already discovered him. If he entered the space, then he might be discovered. Therefore, he didn't enter the space and instead rode the flying iron boat to escape. When Zhao Hai ran away, the immortal experts of the Cloud Demon sect immediately discovered him. Zhao Hai could feel the domineering aura chasing after him at an astonishing speed. This time, Zhao Hai didn't dare to be careless. He used the flying iron boat with all his strength to escape. It must be known that although the flying iron boat didn't look any different from the Cloud Demon sect's flying iron boat, its internal structure was different. Its power system had been replaced by the Yin-Yang lightning pool. Its speed was much faster than the Cloud Demon sect's flying iron boat. However, Zhao Hai still underestimated the strength of the immortal experts. The immortal expert of the Cloud Demon sect that was chasing after him wasn't ordinary. His speed exceeded Zhao Hai's imagination. The immortal expert was rapidly closing the distance between him and Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also felt this situation. His expression couldn't help but change. He immediately had the undead in the space pour spiritual chi into the flying iron boat. The flying iron boat's speed increased once again. However, it was impossible for it to get rid of the immortal expert. It could only delay the immortal expert for a while. However, Zhao Hai didn't panic as he said, Kair, calculate the distance between us. Calculate how long it would take for him to catch up to me. Choose a route that's far away from the Demon Cloud sect. I want to see how strong this immortal expert is. Kair complied and then immediately went to do her work. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Kair, calculate the distance between us. Zhao Hai calmly commanded the flying iron coupe to fly forward. The flying iron coupe's speed has been raised to its maximum. At this time, the flying iron coupe was no longer swaying like a wave. Instead, it flew forward like an arrow. Mo Liguan's eyes stared forward with a calm expression. However, his heart wasn't calm at all. As one of the supreme elders of the Cloud Demon sect, Mo Liguan hasn't made a move for many years. This was the first time he made a move after so many years. Mo Liguan didn't think that a cultivator from the cultivation realm would affect the future of the Cloud Demon sect. To be honest, Mo Liguan didn't take this matter to heart. After living for more than 10,000 years, Mo Liguan had experienced this matter too many times. Every 50 years, the cultivation realm would send a group of people to the heavenly demon realm. Mo Liguan had known this for a long time. He also knew that the cultivation realm would send a group of people to the heavenly demon realm every 50 years. Mo Liguan didn't take this matter to heart. However, as Zhao Hai's matter got bigger and bigger, Mo Liguan felt that something was wrong. In the end, even Mo Liha was involved. This made Mo Liguan pay more attention to Zhao Hai's news. However, he didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so courageous. He actually dared to attack the Cloud Demon sect. This was beyond his expectations. When he felt that something was wrong, he used his spiritual force to investigate the Cloud Demon sect. In the end, he discovered that a flying iron coupe was capturing a female heavenly demon of the Cloud Demon sect. He had a feeling that it was Zhao Hai. Therefore, he immediately chased after him. However, he didn't think that the flying iron coupe would be this fast in Zhao Hai's hands. This greatly exceeded his expectations. However, this made him even more determined to eliminate Zhao Hai. Besides the flying iron-horned beast, he also discovered that there were a lot of demons serving Zhao Hai. Among these demons, he could even feel the aura of demon Liha. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he stared at Zhao Hai. Of course, he knew why the devil race would serve a cultivator. It was because the devil race had completely submitted to that cultivator. This was not good news for him. This was not good news for Imoliguan. It had been many years since they had heard of the devil race submitting to a human cultivator. If other sects were to know that the Cloud Demon sect had a heavenly devil submitting to a human cultivator, it would be a huge blow to the Cloud Demon sect. In the future, no one would look up to the Cloud Demon sect anymore, especially when there was an expert like Mo Liha among the heavenly devils. Of course, Mo Liguan was also worried about something else. He was afraid that Zhao Hai might have used some kind of magic to subdue the heavenly devil race. If that was the case, then Zhao Hai would be in great danger. He would definitely become the enemy of the entire heavenly devil race. Mo Liguan also wanted to know. If Zhao Hai really used some kind of magic to subdue the heavenly devil race, then how many people in the cultivation world knew this kind of magic? If there were a lot of them, then the impact of this matter on the heavenly devil race would be even greater. Mo Liguan was able to see some clues from the way the higher-ups of the heavenly devil race dealt with the cultivators from the cultivation world. In the past, the cultivation world had sent cultivators to the heavenly devil realm for training. However, the attitude of the higher-ups of the heavenly devil realm towards the cultivators from the cultivation world wasn't as ruthless as this time. On the contrary, they would send some young heavenly devils to meet the cultivators from the cultivation world. But this time, the higher-ups of the heavenly devil realm wanted to wipe out the cultivators from the cultivation world in one fell swoop. This was absolutely abnormal. From this point, it can be seen that the great sects of the heavenly devil realm wanted to take action against the cultivators from the cultivation world. Because of this, they did what they did. If it was really as he guessed, then the heavenly devil realm and the cultivation world would probably go to war. However, if the cultivation world really had a spell that could subdue the heavenly devil clan, then the heavenly devil realm's operation this time was doomed to fail. It was because of this that Mo Liguan chased after Zhao Hai. He wanted to kill Zhao Hai and search Zhao Hai's soul. He wanted to see how Zhao Hai could subdue the heavenly devil race. Zhao Hai was currently in a calm state. He knew that in a few minutes, Mo Liguan would be able to catch up to him. However, Zhao Hai had already chosen a direction. It was the buffer zone between the Cloud Demon sect and the other demon sect. Moreover, nobody would go there. Even if Zhao Hai and Mo Liguan were to fight, nobody would notice. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the designated location. Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the flying iron coupe to stop. With an intention, the flying iron coupe was sent to the space. Zhao Hai stopped in midair and looked at Mo Liguan who was approaching. When Mo Liguan saw Zhao Hai stop, he couldn't help but stare. However, he didn't stop. Instead, he stopped 100 meters away from Zhao Hai and calmly looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also calmly looked at Mo Liguan. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the elder. You must be the supreme elder of the Cloud Demon sect. Forgive me for my rudeness." Seeing Zhao Hai's politeness, Mo Liguan couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed as he coldly snorted and said, "Don't try to curry favor with me. Zhao Hai, you actually dared to come to my Cloud Demon sect and behave atrociously. Today, I will make sure that you die without a burial site." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder, my cultivation world and the heavenly demon realm have great enmity. I have already committed a serious offense against the Cloud Demon sect. It's impossible for you to let me go. Saying these things is useless. If you want my life, then make your move." Mo Liguan sneered and said, "Young man, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're strong. In this world, there are people who are stronger than you. Today, I'll let you experience the difference in strength. Prepare to die." Then he waved his hand as a huge palm went towards Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this palm, his complexion couldn't help but change. Although this palm felt like the five elements divine palm, Zhao Hai could clearly feel that the energy within this palm was much stronger compared to the five elements divine palm. Zhao Hai moved his hand and a sword chi slashed towards the huge palm. The sword chi that Zhao Hai used this time was the breathing sword technique. The breathing sword technique didn't necessarily require one to exhale. This technique referred to a very fast sword chi. Exhaling sword chi was the strongest aspect of this technique. In other words, the strongest aspect of this technique was its fast firing speed. The breathing sword technique's firing speed was very fast. But at the same time, it also had a special characteristic. Its attack power was inferior to other techniques. The breathing sword technique was like a machine gun. Its firing speed was very fast, but whether it was in terms of range or lethality, it couldn't compare to a cannon. Because of this, Zhao Hai rarely used the breathing sword technique. But now, Zhao Hai could use it. Because of his several upgrades, the breathing sword technique's attack power was very good. And with the addition of the heavenly tribulation that Zhao Hai went through, his attack also contained a trace of lightning. Because of this, although Zhao Hai didn't display his full strength, it still wasn't weak. Moreover, when Zhao Hai sent out the sword chi, his body retreated. The sword chi in his hand was also sent out to meet Mo Liguan's attack. After using more than 50 sword chi, Zhao Hai was able to defeat Mo Liguan's attack. Mo Liguan couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this. He could clearly feel that Zhao Hai was only at the early stage of transcending tribulation. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. One must know that it was impossible for an early-stage transcending tribulation cultivator to defeat his attack. Mo Liguan coldly snorted and said, "Humph, you really have some skill. No wonder you can deal with Mo Liguan. But you must die today." Then he clenched his right hand into a fist and sent a punch towards Zhao Hai. An incomparably solid energy shot towards Zhao Hai like a fist. When Zhao Hai saw Mo Liguan's attack, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he immediately communicated with his Dharma idol. Then the upper half of his Dharma idol's hand stretched forward. All kinds of energy flew out from the palms and met the incoming attack. Boom! When the fist collided with Zhao Hai's energy, Mo Liguan's fist energy immediately disappeared. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's energy still had a lot of energy left. Mo Liguan's expression couldn't help but change. Liguan's expression couldn't help but change. Then he coldly snorted as he released his chi to offset Zhao Hai's attack. Then he coldly looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're really good. But it's time." Then with an intention, a huge Dharma idol appeared on his body. This Dharma idol was very large, more than 10 times bigger than Zhao Hai's. It was a huge heavenly demon idol. When this heavenly demon idol appeared, it immediately clawed at Zhao Hai. It looked like it was trying to grab an apple with its hand. Zhao Hai's expression changed. With a thought, the arms of his Dharma idol waved upwards. An incomparably large amount of energy shot towards Mo Liguan's Dharma idol. A loud explosion echoed as Zhao Hai's Dharma idol shook a few times. Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. Mo Liguan's attack was beyond his imagination. He didn't expect an immortal expert's attack to be this terrifying. His previous estimation was wrong. He thought that his attack would be comparable to an immortal expert's attack. But now, he discovered that he was wrong. In fact, Zhao Hai was wrong. His guess wasn't wrong. His attack was indeed comparable to an immortal expert's attack. However, that was only for ordinary immortal experts. Mo Liguan wasn't an ordinary immortal expert. In fact, Mo Liguan was one of the strongest immortal experts in the Cloud Demon sect. His attack wasn't simple. Even an ordinary immortal expert wouldn't be able to block it. The fact that he wasn't able to break Zhao Hai's Dharma idol surprised him. However, this also made Mo Liguan more determined to kill Zhao Hai. He let out a roar as his left hand made another attack. This attack was even more ferocious than the previous one. This attack seemed to be able to summon thunder and lightning. It seemed like he wouldn't stop until he killed Zhao Hai. Boom! 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 Mo Liguan's Sky Demon avatar continued to attack Zhao Hai. At this point, Zhao Hai didn't dare to take the attack head-on. Instead, he used his speed to dodge. At the same time, Mo Liguan's first attack was also very fast. It seemed like it could explode the air, issuing bursts of rumbling sounds. Zhao Hai's speed was also very fast. At this point, he was using the Cosmos technique. This technique was worthy of being called a Buddhist technique. Under Mo Liguan's attack, he wasn't hit at all. When Mo Liguan saw that Zhao Hai wasn't hit, he couldn't help but get angry. He let out a roar as his avatar slowly shrank. At the same time, his avatar became more solid. Finally, when it reached the same size as Zhao Hai's avatar, his avatar looked like a person. It looked like a giant, it didn't look like an avatar at all. After Mo Liguan's avatar became smaller, its speed became faster and its power increased. Every time it attacked, the original rumbling sounds became the sound of banging sounds. When Zhao Hai saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. Then his figure moved as he received his avatar. At the same time, he kept dodging Mo Liguan's attacks. However, his hands weren't idle as he continued to attack Mo Liguan. When Mo Liguan saw Zhao Hai's situation, he couldn't help but sneer. If Zhao Hai didn't communicate with his avatar, then his body would become smaller. But at the same time, his defensive strength would become worse. As long as he was hit, then he would be finished. Moreover, if he didn't communicate with his avatar, then he wouldn't be able to replenish his spiritual qi during the battle. His fighting strength would be very short. In this case, it would be very difficult for Zhao Hai to defeat Mo Liguan. Zhao Hai was also aware of this situation. His expression turned ugly. Then with a move of his hand, a stone seal appeared in his hand. Then a huge city flew out of the stone seal and smashed towards Mo Liguan. Mo Liguan has been paying attention to Zhao Hai's movements. When he saw the stone seal in Zhao Hai's hand, Mo Liguan became vigilant. He knew that the thing that Zhao Hai took out wasn't simple. While Mo Liguan was vigilant, a huge city smashed towards him. Mo Liguan's expression changed. His figure moved as he dodged to the side. However, the city became even bigger in an instant. The entire city was covered in flames as it smashed towards Mo Liguan. At this time, Mo Liguan didn't have any other choice but to receive the attack. Boom! A loud noise echoed. Mo Liguan's avatar kept shaking as if it would break at any time. Mo Liguan's face was pale as he looked at Zhao Hai with fear. Zhao Hai didn't expect the Fire God City's attack to be so powerful. Even an immortal expert like Mo Liguan was able to block it. One must know that this attack wasn't the full strength of the Fire God City. However, seeing that it was effective, Zhao Hai didn't hold back. The Fire God City continued to attack. At the same time, he sighed inwardly, lamenting that he was too weak. If he was strong enough, he would be able to decompose the Fire God City and add the materials inside to liquid silver. At that time, he would have countless Fire God Cities. At that time, not to mention Mo Liguan, even if he wanted to go to the Cloud Demon Sect or the Heavenly Demon Realm, he wouldn't be able to go anywhere. Mo Liguan's face was pale as he blocked Zhao Hai's attack. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Naturally, Zhao Hai was in hot pursuit as the Fire God City smashed down once again. Mo Liguan's retreating speed increased. At the same time, he was prepared to meet the attack head-on. Boom! 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 Zhao Hai's Inner Demon Pass met the attack 3 times in a row. This time, Inner Demon Pass didn't manage to dodge and was hit by Zhao Hai's attacks. After 3 consecutive attacks, Mo Liguan's Dharma idol was on the verge of breaking. Mo Liguan's mouth was overflowing with blood. At this moment, Zhao Hai felt another powerful aura approaching the Cloud Demon Sect. Zhao Hai estimated that even if he used the Fire God City to attack Mo Liguan, it would be impossible for him to destroy Mo Liguan before the immortal expert arrived. At that time, he would be caught in a pincer attack from 2 immortal experts. At that time, he would be in a lot of trouble. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's hand moved as he received the Fire God City into the vermilion bird space. Then he looked at Mo Liguan and coldly snorted, "I'll let you off today. Let's meet again." Then his figure moved and disappeared from Mo Liguan's sight. Although Mo Liguan wanted to chase, he couldn't help but feel pain in his meridians when he circulated his spiritual qi. He knew that he was injured. He immediately calmed his spiritual qi and watched as Zhao Hai left. Mo Liguan clenched his teeth in anger. However, there was nothing he could do. Before long, a person appeared beside Mo Liguan. The person looked at Mo Liguan and said, "Second brother, how are you? Why do you look like you're injured?" Mo Liguan looked at the person and sighed, "Boss, fortunately, you came quickly. If you were late, then I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to see me today." The boss's expression couldn't help but change as he said, "What happened? Did the cultivation realm send an expert?" "From what I heard from the other sects, the person sent by the cultivation realm shouldn't be able to injure you." Mo Liguan smiled bitterly and said, "Of course not. This fellow is definitely different from those cultivators from the cultivation world. He has a very powerful magic artifact on him. It looks like a city and its attack power is very strong. Even I can only block 3 of his attacks. If he hadn't sensed your arrival, I'm afraid I would have died here today." Mo Liguan smiled bitterly and said, "That's impossible." The boss's expression changed as he said, "This kind of person can't be allowed to live. It wouldn't be a good thing for the heavenly demon realm. I think we should report this matter to the great sects and have them encircle and annihilate him. We can let the other cultivators go, but we can't let him go." Mo Liguan nodded and said, "This person can't be allowed to live." The boss nodded as he supported Mo Liguan as they flew towards the demon cloud sect. At this time, Zhao Hai was looking at the monitor in the mortal realm as he listened to the conversation between the two. Upon hearing the two, Zhao Hai couldn't help but coldly snored and said, "It seems like the demon cloud sect hasn't learned their lesson. It seems like I can't hold back next time." Laura smiled faintly and said, "I think so. We can't let the demon cloud sect rest for a few days. If they really want to deal with us, then Brother Hai, you should stay inside the space and not go out." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "No, the more it's like this, the more I want to go out. Don't they want to encircle and annihilate me? They need troops to encircle and annihilate me. If they dare to encircle me, then I'll appear in their sects and attack them. I want to make sure that the heavenly demon realm sects won't have any peace." Julie, who had been silent all this time, suddenly smiled and said, "Big Brother Hai, if you really want to do that, then you can place a few mother nests here. When the time comes, it would be enough to give him a headache." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good." When Zhao Hai heard Julie, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes shone as he said, "Good idea. The heavenly demon realm's dark energy is stronger, it's suitable for the bug race to live in. We'll place a few bug race mother nests here." Julie nodded, then Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good idea. The heavenly demon realm's dark energy is stronger, it's suitable for the bug race to live in." Julie smiled faintly and said, "Big Brother Hai, let my babies absorb some of the heavenly demon race's genes. When the time comes, they would have a headache." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "All right, then let's do that. Immediately arrange it. We don't need too many, just 5 mother nests will be enough. Remember, battle Zerg." Kai smiled and nodded. In the next few days, Zhao Hai relaxed. He didn't attack the demon cloud sect. This was because the demon cloud sect's defenses were very tight. The immortal experts were paying attention to the demon cloud sect's situation. Zhao Hai didn't have the opportunity to make a move. Moreover, because Mo Liguan returned alive, the demon cloud sect already knew that Zhao Hai had a flying iron mantis. Because of this, the flying iron mantis of the demon cloud sect stopped flying. At the same time, Mo Liha and the others became wanted criminals of the demon cloud sect. If Zhao Hai wanted to attack the demon cloud sect like before, he could only use the space. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to use the space. The key was that the immortal experts were too strong. If they were to discover the existence of the space, then it wouldn't be good. Because the demon cloud sect was very careful, Zhao Hai had no choice but to stay inside the space. His plan to harass the demon cloud sect had to stop. However, Zhao Hai wasn't completely idle. This was because he was using this time to monitor the movements of the other sects around the demon cloud sect. Zhao Hai was very clear that Mo Liguan's request for the sky demon realm to encircle and annihilate him wasn't just empty talk. They would certainly take action. Needless to say, the sects around the cloud demon sect also made a move. These sects sent their armies to surround the place where Zhao Hai and Mo Liguan fought. While encircling the place, they also carried out a thorough search of the place. At the same time, the Demon Cloud sect cooperated with the other sects and conducted a thorough search of their territory. Even the cave where Zhao Hai was hiding was found. When Zhao Hai saw this from the space, he couldn't help but smile. He knew that it was time for him to take action. Just as the other sects were about to encircle him, Zhao Hai had already scouted the surroundings of the other sections. He was waiting for the other sects to leave before he made his move. Now that the other sects had left, it was time for Zhao Hai to make his move. Zhao Hai's first target was a sect located northeast of the Demon Cloud sect. This sect was weaker compared to the Cloud Sea sect. Zhao Hai didn't know if they had any immortal experts. However, he knew that it would be safer for him to deal with them. The sect he chose was called the Fierce Demon sect. The Fierce Demon sect was very careful in this operation. The sect master personally led most of the experts to participate. There weren't many experts left in the sect. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to deal with this sect. He knew that the sect would certainly have a backup plan. They might have deliberately sent all the experts away while leaving 2 immortal experts to deal with him in one fell swoop. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He only wanted to attack the Fierce Demon sect once and then leave. He didn't want to give the Fierce Demon sect a chance to counterattack. Naturally, Zhao Hai had no choice but to use the space at this time. But since he didn't have to face the immortal experts, Zhao Hai wasn't too worried. Most importantly, Zhao Hai was preparing to place Zerg's nest in the Fierce Demon sect. He wanted the Zerg to deal with the powerful sections. In the Heavenly Demon realm, the Fierce Demon sect could only be considered a small mid-tier sect. Normally, if there were any good things happening in the Heavenly Demon realm, no one would think of them. Because of this, the people of the Fierce Demon sect were very interested in encircling Zhao Hai. In their view, this was an opportunity. If they perform well in encircling Zhao Hai, then they would certainly attract the attention of the great sects. They knew that it was impossible for them to replace the great sects. But as long as they perform well, they can rely on the great sects. This was equivalent to having a backer, which was very important for them. In the Heavenly Demon realm, it wasn't easy for small sects to survive. They could be destroyed by a great sect at any time. But if they can find a great sect to rely on, then they wouldn't need to worry about being destroyed. For small sects, relying on a great sect wasn't a shameful thing, it was a survival strategy. However, the Fierce Demon sect wasn't stupid. From the information they obtained, they could see that the Cloudy Demon sect had suffered a big loss in Zhao Hai's hands. Because of this, they decided to join forces with the other sects. Because of this, although the Fierce Demon sect wanted to rely on Zhao Hai to become famous, they didn't want to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Although the Fierce Demon sect took away most of their experts, they still had 2 immortal stage Supreme Elders. No matter what happened in the sect, these 2 Supreme Elders would be able to respond immediately. If Zhao Hai dared to cause trouble in the sect, then these 2 Supreme Elders would certainly be able to defeat Zhao Hai. Even if they couldn't defeat Zhao Hai, they would still be able to stall Zhao Hai and wait for others to rescue him. Naturally, this was only the Fierce Demon sect's thoughts. Zhao Hai didn't have such thoughts. In Zhao Hai's opinion, the Fierce Demon sect was a juicy piece of barbecue waiting for him to take a bite. After the crazy plundering of the Cloud Demon sect, the number of male and female heavenly demons in Zhao Hai's hands had reached a balance. In other words, even if he doesn't absorb the heavenly demons into the space, he can still make them grow on their own. In the end, they would become a new heavenly demon race. When Zhao Hai used the Fire God City to fight against Moli Pass, he took all the heavenly demons into the space. If he kept the heavenly demons in the Fire God City, then the Fire God City would be strengthened by their faith power. Naturally, the heavenly demons would also suffer losses. Zhao Hai didn't want the heavenly demons to suffer losses. Therefore, he took them into the space and only used the Fire God City to fight. The Fierce Demon sect's main hall was located in the Hengduan Mountains. The Fierce Demon sect had been here for tens of thousands of years. Although they weren't a powerful sect, the other great sects wouldn't easily make a move on them. This was because in every generation of the Fierce Demon sect, several immortal experts would appear. These immortal experts were the guarantee that the Fierce Demon sect would continue to exist. Naturally, there was another reason why the fierce demon sect was able to exist. The Hengduan Mountains where the fierce demon sect was located wasn't a good place. The spiritual qi here wasn't rich and there wasn't much production. It could be said that it was a poor place. Because of this, no force dared to make a move on the fierce demon sect. The great sects didn't care about the Hengduan Mountains, while the small sects wouldn't make an enemy of the fierce demon sect. Because of this, the fierce demon sect was able to exist and live very well. However, the current sect master of the fierce demon sect was somewhat dissatisfied with the current situation of the sect. In his opinion, the fierce demon sect should be more powerful and should have a bigger place. They shouldn't stay in a broken place like the Hengduan Mountains. Because of this, the sect master wanted to hug the legs of a great sect. When the great sects asked the fierce demon sect to encircle Xiaohai, the fierce demon sect was the first to agree. However, the sect master of the fierce demon sect wasn't a fool. When he left, he didn't take the two immortal experts with him. At the same time, the sect's defensive formation was opened in order to guard against Xiaohai's attack. At this time, Xiaohai was inside the space, observing the situation of the fierce demon sect's main hall. Xiaohai didn't have a good impression of the main hall. In fact, he came here to destroy it. However, he also knew that there were immortal experts in the fierce demon sect. He only had one chance to attack. Because of this, Xiaohai had been observing the fierce demon sect. At the same time, he was also waiting for the best opportunity. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. Xiaohai didn't make a move. He was very patient, waiting for the moment when the fierce demon sect relaxed. Everyone can be a thief for 1,000 days, but no one can guard against a thief for 1,000 days. It was precisely because of this reason that the great sects spent a lot of effort to find Xiaohai. However, aside from the cave that was abandoned by EMO, they couldn't find anything. This made the great sects slack off a bit. They suspected that Xiaohai might have already left this place. By now, the members of the various Sky Devil sects near the Cloud Demon sect already knew of Xiaohai's name. This was because Xiaohai had reported to Moli Guan, and Moli Guan was still alive. Naturally, he would tell these people of Xiaohai's name as well as Xiaohai's portrait. It's a pity that these people would never be able to find Xiaohai. It's been too long, so these people couldn't stay in a state of high tension. Naturally, they would relax a bit. And once they relaxed, Xiaohai's opportunity came. Mo Yang was just an ordinary inner disciple of the Fierce Devil sect. His strength wasn't very strong. Unlike the other heavenly devils, Mo Yang was very cowardly. This was considered an anomaly among the heavenly devils. It was precisely because of this that he was called Mo Yang. Demon Goat didn't follow the sect master to search for Xiaohai. He stayed in the headquarters to guard it. However, Demon Goat didn't think that anything would happen to the headquarters. As usual, this heavenly demon goat patrolled outside before returning to his cave residence to cultivate. At this moment, he suddenly felt a very powerful aura appear in the fierce demon sect. The heavenly demon goat was stunned. His figure flashed and appeared outside the cave residence. But as soon as he appeared outside the cave residence, he was immediately stunned. He realized that he could no longer see the sky above the severe demon sect's main hall. A huge city had appeared there. That's right, it was a demon city. He didn't know when this demon city had appeared. Of course, this wasn't important. What was important was that this city was pressing down with the force of a thunderbolt. The devil goat didn't even have time to make a sound before the giant devil city came crashing down. With a loud bang, the entire main hall of the fierce devil sect was like a dough that had been smashed by a hammer, turning it into a flatbread. Then, the city disappeared without a trace. Not a single living person could be seen in the fierce devil sect's main hall. All of the fierce devil sect's members were crushed to death in the main hall. Even those who were hiding in their own caves weren't spared, because their caves had already collapsed. Naturally, this was done by Xiaohai. Xiaohai used the fierce demon sect's people to bring the silver needles into the headquarters. This way, he could directly come out of the headquarters. However, he didn't appear himself. Instead, he released the Fire God City and smashed the headquarters. Then he stored the Fire God City, making it impossible for anyone to find him. Just as Zhao Hai stored the fire god city into the space, two incomparably powerful auras suddenly rushed out of the fierce demon sect. However, it was clear that they were a bit late. The two auras were flustered and exasperated as they circled around the headquarters. In the end, they expanded their search. However, they were still unable to find anything. This made the two auras even angrier. They searched even more anxiously, but it was already useless. After dealing with the fierce demon sect, Zhao Hai turned his gaze to the other sects. He had already decided that he wouldn't capture the heavenly demons this time. He would kill them until they went crazy. He wanted to see what the heavenly demons could do to him. In the next few days, besides the Cloud Demon sect, all the other sects that participated in the encirclement of Zhao Hai were attacked to varying degrees. Every time the heavenly demons attacked, they would all be killed. Not a single one was left alive. Moreover, the way these heavenly demons died was very strange. Some of them were burned to death by an inexplicable fire, some were assassinated, and some were poisoned. In any case, there were all kinds of ways to die. Naturally, the other sects that participated in the encirclement also received the news. Naturally, they knew who was dealing with them. However, up until now, they were still unable to find Zhao Hai. Then, something that gave the sects a headache occurred. In their sects' territories, very troublesome beasts appeared. These beasts had strange appearances, but their strength was very formidable. Moreover, these beasts' lairs were underground. They were also able to isolate spiritual force, making them very difficult to deal with. Most importantly, these beasts ate everything. Whether it was herbs or weeds, as long as it was edible, they would eat it. When they appeared, it was like a swarm of locusts, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, these beasts didn't seem to be afraid of death. They only knew how to kill and eat. Everything that could be eaten was their food, even if the food was very powerful and could kill a lot of their companions. Soon, the major sects couldn't sit still. They had no choice but to send experts to clean up the demon beasts. Although the demon beasts were eventually driven back to their underground lair, it was almost impossible to completely eliminate them. Moreover, in the process of dealing with these demonic beasts, the sects lost a lot of experts. What the sects didn't expect was that after those experts died, the level of the demonic beasts also increased. The sects found that it was getting more and more difficult to deal with these demonic beasts. In this case, the sects didn't have time to deal with Zhao Hai. They focused all of their attention on dealing with these beasts. Zhao Hai had already been thrown to the back of their minds. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was very free and unfettered. He was sitting inside the space and watching the show. From time to time, he would deal with the heavenly demon sects. He would capture some of the male and female heavenly demons and bring them to the space. As for the dead heavenly demons, Zhao Hai didn't care about them. He didn't take them to the space. Zhao Hai didn't turn these heavenly demons into undead. This wasn't because he was being kind, but because he wanted to intimidate them. He wanted to use the deaths of these heavenly demons to intimidate the heavenly demon sects. While Zhao Hai was turning the cloud demon sect upside down, Zhao Hai's name began to spread throughout the heavenly demon realm. There was no other way. The great sects of the heavenly demon realm couldn't help but pay attention to Zhao Hai's name. This was because this name was giving them headaches. Naturally, the great sects like the heavenly demon sect also had a lot of immortal experts. However, the cloud demon sect and the other sects also had immortal experts. The cloud demon sect even sent an immortal expert to chase after Zhao Hai. However, they weren't able to do anything to Zhao Hai. Instead, Zhao Hai managed to injure one of their immortal experts. This was what gave the great sects a headache. If immortal experts couldn't deal with Zhao Hai, then what other methods could they use to deal with Zhao Hai? The great sects were now having a headache because of Zhao Hai. But at the same time, they also wanted to kill Zhao Hai. First, Zhao Hai was a cultivator from the cultivation realm. If they don't eliminate Zhao Hai, then he would pose a great threat to the heavenly demon realm. Second, Zhao Hai revealed the fire god city. Mo Liguan didn't intend to lie. He said that the reason he was injured by Zhao Hai was because Zhao Hai had a powerful artifact. It was a city-sized artifact. This artifact was very powerful. Even an immortal expert like him wouldn't be able to block it. Because of this information, the Great Sects had a way to deal with Zhao Hai. They wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, kill Zhao Hai, and steal his artifact. In fact, there were already rumors in the heavenly demon realm that the artifact Zhao Hai used to deal with immortal experts wasn't an artifact, but an artifact. There was only one word difference between magic weapon and magic tool, but the meaning was very different. Magic weapon only existed in legends, and magic tool was just a weapon that people used. Legend has it that in ancient times, there were some almighty beings who had magic weapons in their hands. Each of these magic weapons had earth-shattering divine power. Even if a low-level cultivator had a magic weapon, they could easily defeat a high-level cultivator. This was not because of the cultivator's strength, but because of the magic weapon. Magic weapons had incomparable power, so any cultivator would want to obtain a magic weapon. But unfortunately, the news of magic treasures had not appeared in the heavenly demon realm for many years. People only thought that magic treasures existed in legends, weapons that people imagined. Very few people really believed in the existence of magic treasures. But when Zhao Hai took out the Fire God City, people immediately thought of artifacts. In order to confirm their thoughts, Zhao Hai must die. Any great sect would want to get their hands on a good artifact. Once they have it, nobody in the heavenly demon realm would be a match for them. They wouldn't be far away from dominating the heavenly demon realm. But at the same time, the biggest headache for these people was that they simply couldn't find Zhao Hai. They didn't know where Zhao Hai was hiding. Because of this, even if they wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, they wouldn't be able to. At this point, the great sects of the heavenly demon realm knew that Zhao Hai was a spatial divergent ability user. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to appear and disappear without leaving any traces behind. This conjecture was approved by the great sects of the demon realm. But at the same time, these great sects were having a headache. A spatial divergent ability user that wasn't weaker than an immortal expert. How could they deal with such a person? Unless they knew where he was and set up a trap to kill him, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, it was very difficult to set up a sure kill situation for a spatial divergent ability user. Plus, Zhao didn't have a fixed target at all. He could just hit whoever he wanted. No one knew where his next target would be, and how to deal with him. Because of this, the great sects were having a headache dealing with Zhao. Zhao Hai was currently sitting inside the space and looking at the actions of the great sects of the heavenly demon realm. He knew that his recent actions were very eye-catching. He wasn't going to make any more moves. He planned to use the next few days to enrich the space and study Fire God City. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that because of this, he was able to escape the pursuit of the heavenly demon realm's experts. Although the heavenly demon realm's experts couldn't find Zhao Hai, after repeated deliberations, they came to the conclusion that Zhao Hai might still be in the vicinity of the Cloud Demon sect. Because of this, the great sects sent experts to the vicinity of the Cloud Demon sect to search for Zhao Hai. Naturally, once they found Zhao Hai, they wouldn't be polite. Moreover, these heavenly demon realms experts didn't use transmission formations. They also didn't go to the headquarters of the great sects. They contacted the great sects through message bats. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't know that there were a lot of experts in the vicinity of the Cloud Demon sect. Moreover, almost all of these experts were immortal experts. And just as the great sects of the heavenly demon realm guessed, although Zhao Hai knew a lot of places in the heavenly demon realm, if he really wanted to go out, he wouldn't go near the Cloud Demon sect. This was because he was very familiar with the area. If he appeared near the Cloud Demon sect, then he would certainly be discovered. However, the great sects of the heavenly demon realm were very unlucky. How could they know that when they made up their minds to look for Zhao Hai had already decided to hide inside the space? He wanted to study the heavenly demon city as well as his Dharma idol. Zhao Hai could feel that because of the fusion of good and evil, his Dharma idol had changed a lot compared to his original Dharma idol. Some of the moves of his original Dharma idol were no longer suitable for his current Dharma idol. Whether it was the Buddhist techniques or the demon realm's cultivation methods, none of them were suitable for him. Recently, he was thinking about which cultivation method would be the most suitable for him. Zhao Hai wanted to integrate all the moves he knew into his Dharma idol. This way, his fighting strength would increase once again. And now, he had already been in the heavenly devil realm for more than 4 months. In more than 7 months, he would return to the cultivation world. He wanted to increase his strength again before returning to the cultivation world. Don't forget that Zhao Hai also had a lot of enemies in the cultivation realm, especially the Myriad Demon sect. They had already begun to pay attention to the Black Tiger Gang. If the Myriad Demon sect wanted to deal with the Black Tiger Gang in the future, then Zhao Hai wouldn't just sit back and watch. When the time comes, he would have to face the experts of the Myriad Demon sect. The Myriad Demon sect had dominated the northern Strange region for many years. Who knows how many old monsters like Hu Dingshan were in their sect. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed to increase his strength as soon as possible in order to ensure the safety of the Black Tiger Gang. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't only want to ensure the safety of the Black Tiger Gang. He also wanted the Black Tiger Gang to grow stronger. This time, the Myriad Demon sect's suppression of the Black Tiger Gang could be seen as an opportunity. If the Black Tiger Gang wasn't suppressed by the Myriad Demon sect, then the Black Tiger Gang would be able to soar to the sky. They wouldn't need to fear any opponent. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed to increase his fighting strength. He discovered that his fighting style was too complicated. He knew close-range combat, long-range combat, and formations. It's just that before, he used whatever he wanted to use. He didn't organize these cultivation techniques. Zhao Hai wanted to use this time to organize all his cultivation techniques. Then he would use the processing machine and the space's powerful computing ability to design an attack that was most suitable for him. He didn't want to use close-range combat, long-range combat, or close-range combat. What he needed was a set of cultivation techniques that would allow him to display his strength to the fullest. This wasn't easy. This was tantamount to creating one's own cultivation techniques. Moreover, Zhao Hai's cultivation techniques were very complicated. It wouldn't be easy to organize all of them. Zhao Hai was now fully immersed in this task. In his opinion, this was very important. What happened in the Heavenly Demon Realm wasn't important to Zhao Hai. What he needed to do was to leave the Heavenly Demon Realm and return to the Cultivation Realm. Everything else wasn't important to him at all. The Heavenly Demon Realm had been very lively recently. The source of this excitement was the Zerg. These Zerg were just a few mother nests released by Julie. But even so, they still managed to turn the sects around the Cloud Demon sect upside down, causing them to suffer heavy losses. In the end, the sects had no choice but to send immortal experts to eliminate the Zerg mother nests. However, the sects also suffered heavy losses. They wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. On the other hand, the Zerg corpses attracted the attention of the great sects. This was because they had never seen such a beast before. For other cultivators, this wasn't a big deal. After all, the Heavenly Demon Realm was very big. It wasn't strange for 1 or 2 magic beasts to appear. However, it was different for the immortal experts. Most of the immortal experts had lived for more than 10,000 years. They had seen all kinds of things in the Heavenly Demon Realm. Now that there was a demon realm that they had never seen before, they naturally felt strange. The immortal experts obtained some Zerg corpses for analysis. In the end, they concluded that the corpses of the Zerg pen were very useful. Although they couldn't be eaten, they could still be used to make artifacts. This made the great sects pleasantly surprised. The sects suffered heavy losses because of the Zerg pen. Now that they could make a profit from the corpses of the Zerg pen, it could be considered as compensation. However, the great sects weren't too happy. This was because they couldn't find Zhao Hai. They couldn't find Zhao Hai anywhere else. Zhao Hai seemed to have disappeared from the Heavenly Demon Realm. In fact, Zhao Hai wasn't in the Heavenly Demon Realm. However, the people in the Heavenly Demon Realm didn't know about this. They thought that Zhao Hai was hiding somewhere in the Heavenly Demon Realm. Because of this, the entire Heavenly Demon Realm began to search for Zhao Hai. This made the other cultivators feel relieved. Of the 900 cultivators from the cultivation world, there were less than 100 left. The rest were all dead. They were all killed by the people from the Heavenly Devil Realm. These cultivators also discovered that something was wrong. No matter where they hid, the people of the Heavenly Demon Realm always had a way to find them. They had to face the pursuit at almost any time. They had to be careful of falling into the enemy's trap. This kind of life almost made these cultivators go crazy. Although those cultivators were all powerful and had gone through countless battles, they had never encountered a situation like the one in the heavenly demon realm. Their nerves were always in a state of tension because they would be killed if they relaxed even a little. This made them have no choice but to be careful at all times. They had been living like this for a few months. If they didn't relax, these people would go crazy sooner or later. Even if they didn't go crazy, they would go crazy and become a madman who only knew how to fight and kill. Now that the great sects had focused their attention on Zhao Hai, the cultivators were able to relax. They also obtained a rare opportunity to take a breather and have a good rest. In the next few months, the people of the heavenly demon realm were still trying their best to track down Zhao Hai. However, they still couldn't find him. In the end, most of the sects gave up. They could see that Zhao Hai might not appear. In these past few months, Zhao Hai had been studying his own martial arts system inside the space. It can be said that he had forgotten to eat and sleep. He didn't have the mood to pay attention to the reactions of the great sects in the heavenly demon realm. Naturally, Zhao Hai's harvest in this period of time was also very big. He had already mastered all of the cultivation methods that he knew. With the help of the universal manufacturing machine, Zhao Hai was able to create 5 sets of cultivation methods that were most suitable for him. The first was the 100 Beasts Fist. Zhao Hai had a lot of beast forms in his law idol. Zhao Hai's understanding of the beast forms was very deep. In addition, Zhao Hai had borrowed some martial arts from Earth to create the 100 Beasts Fist. The 100 Beasts Fist was a killing fist technique. If a beast were to hunt, it would kill without mercy. The second set of martial arts was the 1,000 Hands Guanyin Palm. Compared to the 100 Beasts Fist, the lethality of this set of martial arts was a lot worse. This set of martial arts was mainly created based on the Buddhist martial arts. It was full of mercy and focused on defense. However, its attack power was not weak. It did not have a murderous aura. The third set of cultivation methods was called the Heavenly Demon Claw. The Heavenly Demon Claw was a set of claw techniques that evolved from the Heavenly Demon clan. At the same time, it also borrowed some cultivation methods from Earth, such as the Eagle Claw technique. In the end, this set of claw techniques was created. Its attack power was very strong. Its lethality was even better than the 100 Beasts Fist. The fourth set of cultivation methods was called the Heavenly Demon 7 Killing Blade. When one heard the name, one would know that this was definitely a set of saber techniques. This set of saber techniques was too murderous. Once it was used, there would be blood. Zhao Hai had already decided to use this set of saber techniques less in the future. The fifth cultivation method was a movement technique. This movement technique was called the Celestial Void Transformation. It was based on the Celestial Void technique and various formations to form a strange movement technique. When this movement technique was used, it would fuse with various formations. When using the Celestial Void Transformation, one would be able to constantly absorb the power of the stars and formations. This would allow spiritual energy to fuse into one's movement technique even faster. It was a technique that was suitable for both long-distance travel and large-scale battles. For the time being, Zhao Hai had created these 5 sets of cultivation methods. However, in Zhao Hai's opinion, these 5 sets of cultivation methods were more than enough. Although these 5 cultivation methods were all close combat cultivation methods, for the current Zhao Hai, they wouldn't have any effect. When one's strength reaches his level, they would generally engage in close combat. This was because ordinary long-range attacks wouldn't be able to do anything to an expert like him, unless he had a treasure like the Fire God City. Moreover, they would generally use their Dharma idols to fight. The attacks of the Dharma idols were mostly close combat cultivation methods. Because of this, the cultivation methods that Zhao Hai had created were all close combat cultivation methods. Besides the cultivation methods, Zhao Hai had also done something else in the past few months. This matter was related to his Dharma idols. His original Dharma idols was the Buddhist's 1,000 Hands Avalokitesvara Dharma idols. Later on, he added in the 1,000 Arms Demon King Avalokitesvara Dharma idols. The 2 Dharma idols combined into one, looking like 2 sides of a person. However, Zhao Hai didn't like the Dharma idols very much. This was because the Dharma idols would expose a lot of things about him. For example, the Thousand Hands Avalokitesvara Dharma idols would make it obvious to people that it was related to Buddhism. As for the sky demon idols, it would clearly tell people that it was a Dharma idols of the devil realm. These two Dharma Laksana would bring him some trouble. After all, he had let people know that all the Dharma Laksana he used were beast-shaped Dharma Laksana. If he suddenly used such a strange Dharma Laksana, many people would be suspicious. Zhao Hai didn't want to cause too much trouble. Therefore, he wanted to make his Dharma idols less eye-catching. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai decided to change his Dharma idols. He wanted to use his own image to create an Dharma idols. Using one's own image to create an Dharma idols wasn't uncommon in the cultivation realm. Many experts would use beast-shaped Dharma idols when they were weak. Once they got stronger, they could try to change the image of their Dharma idols. Many people would directly use their own Dharma idols. Therefore, this wasn't a shocking thing. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to completely use his own appearance. He decided to use the image of the little person inside his body. He didn't want to remove the Tao Lotus, leaving only the image of a human. After several experiments, he finally succeeded. At this time, Zhao Hai's Dharma idols looked very similar to the little person inside his body. However, his Dharma idols were standing. It wore a cultivator's robe and stood there with its hands forming a seal. It also had a long black saber on its back. After Zhao Hai successfully condensed his Dharma idols, there was only a month left before the 1-year deadline. Zhao Hai didn't want to go out. He wanted to familiarize himself with this Dharma idols as soon as possible. In front of the demonic sealing altar, the stone tablet flew up once again, and the black fog appeared once again. The elders of the 9 great sects were standing in front of the demonic sealing altar, and their eyes were fixed on the black fog. They wanted to know who would come out of the black fog. After a long time, no one came out of the black fog. This made the elders of the 9 major sects have ugly expressions. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. After a while, a figure finally flew out of the black fog. Upon seeing this person, the elders of the 9 major sects felt relieved. It was good that someone came out. They thought that this operation would be completely wiped out. Then more people flew out of the black fog. More and more people came out. In the end, more than 50 people flew out of the black fog. However, the elders of the 9 major sects still didn't have good expressions. The reason for this was because they knew that not many people would come back this time. The reason why he had such a thought was because of the speed at which these cultivators appeared. These cultivators appeared too slowly, more than 50 of them, and it took them almost an hour to come out of the black fog. This meant that it would be very difficult for them to come back, which meant that the heavenly devils were even more dangerous. Among these 50 people, Lin Zhendong and Hua Wusheng were included. Zhao Hai still hadn't come out. Seeing that the stone steel was about to fall, a figure flew out of the black fog. This figure was Zhao Hai. Before Zhao Hai entered the black fog, he discovered that the heavenly demon realm had sent a large number of experts to guard the black fog. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that these heavenly demon realm experts actually let some cultivators enter the black fog and didn't attack. Zhao Hai was puzzled. But when he appeared near the black fog, Zhao Hai knew why these heavenly demon realm experts didn't attack. It was because they were waiting for him. As soon as he appeared, these heavenly demon realm experts immediately attacked. When Zhao Hai saw that the situation wasn't good, he immediately flashed into the black fog. After Zhao Hai came out, he immediately went to the elder of the myriad demon sect. He bowed and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the elder." When the elder saw that Zhao Hai came out safely, he just nodded and didn't say anything. For him, he was somewhat disappointed that Zhao Hai didn't die in the heavenly demon realm. However, he didn't say anything at this time. At this moment, the devil-sealed tombstone slowly descended and the black fog completely disappeared. The elder of the Sky Sword sect walked out and said in a deep voice, "The heavenly demon martial arts demonstration has been completed. All sects are to bring their disciples back. Disciples, please hand over your identity jade tablets. We will assess your ranking and distribute your rewards based on your results." The world of cultivators was very particular about practicality. Therefore, there weren't too many pleasantries. After the elder of the Sky Sword sect finished speaking, the elder of the myriad demon sect turned to Zhao Hai and said, hand over your identity jade tokens. Zhao Hai naturally didn't say anything. He took out his identity jade token and handed it over to the elder of the myriad demon sect. When the elder received Zhao Hai's identity jade token, his face couldn't help but flash with a trace of contempt. But in the blink of an eye, he endured it and received the identity jade tokens of the others. Especially when he received Lin Zhendong's identity jade token, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. It can be seen that Lin Zhendong's results were very good. In fact, the people who came out of the heavenly demon realm alive this time all had good results. This was because when they first entered the heavenly demon realm, they had been fighting very fiercely. Therefore, their results were very good. The one with the worst results here was probably Zhao Hai. Lin Zhendong's identity jade token recorded that he killed more than 300 heavenly demons. The other cultivators also killed more than 200. Only Zhao Hai's identity jade token recorded that he killed more than 100 heavenly demons. Among all the people who participated in the Northern Strange Region's martial arts demonstration, he had the least. In the view of the elder of the myriad demon sect, Zhao Hai definitely didn't dare to fight with the heavenly demons. He must have used his spatial ability to escape. Otherwise, his results wouldn't be so bad. In fact, the number on Zhao Hai's identity jade token wasn't the least among the cultivators who participated in this heavenly demon martial arts demonstration. Zhao Hai planned that this time, there would be a total of 57 cultivators who came back alive. And Zhao Hai's number of kills would place him around 33rd. It wasn't the least, but it also wasn't a lot. Zhao Hai still didn't want to attract the attention of the myriad demon sect. If his performance was too good, he didn't know if the myriad demon sect would deal with him. If the myriad demon sect really wanted to deal with him and didn't want him to return to the Black Tiger gang, then it would be troublesome. After the elder of the myriad demon sect put away the identity jade tokens, he took Zhao Hai and the others back to the myriad demon sect. After arriving, Zhao Hai and the other cultivators directly took the transmission formation back to their own sections. Although the myriad demon sect kindly arranged a place for them to rest, no one stayed in the myriad demon sect to rest. This was because they were very clear that if they really went to the place prepared by the myriad demon sect, then they might not be able to come out alive. Don't think that a great sect like the myriad demon sect wouldn't do things like assassinations. These great sects like to assassinate people the most. If they killed someone, then as long as you don't have any evidence, then you can't do anything to them. Even if your sect wanted to avenge you, it would be impossible. Zhao Hai took the transmission formation and returned to the Black Tiger gang. When Tai Zhantian heard that Zhao Hai had returned, he immediately summoned Zhao Hai to his study. At the same time, Hu Liangchen and the other higher-ups of the Black Tiger gang were also present. Tai Zhantian looked at Zhao Hai from head to toe for a while, then he laughed and said, "Good, very good. I didn't think that you would actually succeed in transcending your tribulation. Very good. Ha ha ha. My Black Tiger gang has gained another expert. It seems like your harvest from the Heavenly Demon Battle exhibition wasn't small." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "My harvest wasn't small. But compared to transcending my tribulation, my harvest was even greater. That is my understanding of the Heavenly Demon Realm. Gang leader, we need to prepare. I'm afraid that the Heavenly Demon Realm will make a move soon." When Tai Zhantian heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed as he said, "Zhao Hai, what do you mean? Is the Heavenly Demon Realm going to invade again?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Although I don't want it to be like this, I'm afraid it's true. This time, when I arrived at the Heavenly Demon Realm, I was immediately surrounded by them. They seemed to know that I would come out from there. At that time, they sent 2 transcending tribulation experts as well as dozens of nascent soul stage and golden core stage heavenly demons to besiege me. Fortunately, I was able to escape quickly. But after that, it became even more troublesome. I don't know how I came back, but those heavenly demons seem to know where I am. No matter where I hide, they would chase after me." When he heard Zhao Hai, Tai Zhantian's complexion turned dignified. He turned his head to Hu Liangchen. Hu Liangchen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, what you mean is that the Heavenly Demon Realm can use a strange method to know your position?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I guess it's like this. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. When we appeared there, their pursuers would arrive in the shortest time possible. I felt like a mouse that broke into a country of cats. I was chased by those cats and didn't dare to relax for a moment. Fortunately, I succeeded in transcending my tribulation and my strength increased. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to come back. Of the 900 cultivators that went, only 50 came back. Moreover, all of them were transcending tribulation experts. None of the nascent soul stage and golden core stage cultivators came back. Everyone in the room had a solemn expression on their faces. The loss of the Heavenly Demon martial arts exhibition this time had surprised them. In the past, at most half of the cultivators would come back alive, and at least 100 would come back alive. However, they didn't expect that only 50 people would come back alive this time. This number was too small. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled bitterly. Even worse. I appeared in the territory of a sect in the Heavenly Demon realm called the Cloud Demon sect. This sect can only be regarded as a mid-level sect in the Heavenly Demon realm. Their status should be similar to the Black Tiger Gang. However, this sect has more than 2 immortal experts. When I was investigating this place, I was discovered by one of their immortal experts and almost died to him. At that time, I had already reached transcending tribulation, but I was still using my spatial ability to escape. To be honest, the Cloud Demon sect is a lot stronger than the Black Tiger Gang. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, the Cloud Demon sect is much stronger than the Black Tiger Gang. Tai Zhantian's expression became even more ugly. He knew that Zhao Hai said that the Cloud Demon sect was much stronger than the Cloud Demon sect. However, according to Zhao Hai's words, the Cloud Demon sect was much stronger than the Cloud Demon sect. Hu Liangchen looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, why do you think that the Heavenly Demon realm would make a move against the Cultivation realm? Zhao Hai replied, before I went to the Heavenly Demon realm, I looked at the records of the Heavenly Demon martial exhibition. In the past, our Black Tiger Gang had also participated in it. According to his memories, the Heavenly Demon martial exhibition was a test between the Heavenly Demon realm and the Cultivation realm. The Cultivation realm would send young experts to the Heavenly Demon realm, and the Heavenly Demon realm would also send young experts to fight. Because of this, although the Cultivation realm would suffer a lot of casualties, it has never happened before. Therefore, in my opinion, the Heavenly Demon realm's actions this time are very unusual. It's unprecedented for them to hunt down cultivators. Hu Liangchen and the others nodded. They were also aware of what Zhao Hai said. They also agreed with Zhao Hai's opinion. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then said, actually, after so many years, the Heavenly Demon martial exhibition is held every 50 years. Both sides know about it. The Heavenly Demon realm can even calculate where we would appear based on the Cultivation realm's martial exhibition. They might even do something to us to hunt us down. If this is the case, then it means that the Heavenly Demon realm doesn't want cultivators from the Cultivation realm to enter the Heavenly Demon realm. Why wouldn't they want cultivators from the Cultivation realm to enter the Heavenly Demon realm? This is the crux of the matter. They don't want the cultivators to know what they're doing? Hu Liangchen and Zhang Feng said almost at the same time. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right. The reason why the Heavenly Demons attacked us was because they were afraid that we would know what they were doing. But under what circumstances would they be afraid of us knowing what they were doing? Zhao Hai nodded and said, the reason why the Heavenly Demons attacked us is because they were afraid that we would know what they were doing. It must be because they don't want the Cultivation world to receive any information when they are about to take action against the Cultivation world. Tai Zhantian's complexion turned pale. He looked at Zhao Hai and Hu Liangchen and said, if that's the case, then this matter will be even more troublesome. We have to inform the 9 great sects as soon as possible. If we don't gather the strength of the entire Cultivation realm, then I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with the Heavenly Demons. Zhao Hai sighed and shook his head. Hu Liangchen did the same. Tai Zhantian looked at the two in confusion. Hu Liangchen looked at Tai Zhantian and smiled bitterly, Gang Lord, let's not talk about whether they'll believe you or not. Even if they do, how much can they prepare? The Heavenly Demons have been preparing for who knows how many years. How could they let go of this opportunity? Also, Gang Lord, do you think that the elders of the great sects would care about what you say? I think they're more likely to think that you're crazy. Zhao Hai also said, we can wait and see how the 9 great sects will react. If the 9 great sects find out about this, then they'll certainly warn us to be careful. They might even mobilize the entire cultivation realm to fight. But if the 9 great sects don't find out, then even if we warn them, I'm afraid it won't have any effect. Gang Lord, I'm afraid that what you want to warn them won't reach the 9 great sects' sect lords. When Tai Zhantian heard what Zhao Hai said, he couldn't help but sigh. He had to admit that Zhao Hai was right. Although Tai Zhantian was the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, his status in the eyes of the 9 great sects was nothing. If he wanted to talk to the 9 great sects leaders, then he wouldn't have the qualifications to do so. Hu Liangchen said in a deep voice, for now, we should start with ourselves and protect ourselves first. Tai Zhantian nodded and said, prepare for war with all our strength. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Gang Lord, I think that if we prepare for war before we get clear instructions from the 9 great sects, then the myriad demon sect would think that we're going to expand. When the time comes, I'm afraid that the heavenly demons wouldn't be able to arrive and would attack us first. So even if we prepare for war, we can only do it quietly. We absolutely can't make a big fuss. Bang! Tai Zhantian slammed the table and stood up. His face was filled with anger, but everyone knew that he wasn't angry at Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai was right. The myriad demon sect had already begun to suppress the Black Tiger Gang. If they were to find out that the Black Tiger Gang was preparing for war, then the consequences wouldn't be good. After some time, Tai Zhantian calmed down. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, what do you think we should do now? Everyone stared. They didn't think that Tai Zhantian would actually question Zhao Hai. One must know that in the entire Black Tiger Gang, Hu Liangchen had always been the wisest person. But this time, Tai Zhantian didn't ask Hu Liangchen but asked Zhao Hai instead. This was beyond the expectations of the Black Tiger Gang. At this time, some people in the Black Tiger Gang still had some prejudice against Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai's status was too low. Even if he was brought along by the Supreme Elder for some time, nobody would think that his status was high. They just accepted him. Tai Zhantian's question made it clear that Zhao Hai's status in the Black Tiger Gang was very different. He was now able to participate in the decision-making of the Black Tiger Gang. Zhao Hai looked at Tai Zhantian and said, if the gang leader trusts me, then leave this matter to me. Moreover, from today onwards, the Crafting Valley will be a restricted area. Everyone inside will have to come out. Nobody will be allowed to enter. I want to transform the place. Tai Zhantian looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai calmly looked at Tai Zhantian. After some time, Tai Zhantian laughed and said, all right, I'll immediately order everyone to come out. I'll leave the Crafting Valley to you. Zhao Hai looked at Tai Zhantian and said, many thanks for the gang leader's trust. The other people in the room looked at Zhao Hai with a different expression. One must know that the Crafting Valley was now one of the pillars of the Black Tiger Gang. Now that Zhao Hai said he wanted it, Tai Zhantian actually agreed. It seems like Tai Zhantian really valued Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the people in the room and said, everyone can rest assured. Although I've sealed off the entire Crafting Valley, the daily production of artifacts will not change. If anyone wants to refine a weapon, then they can still give it to us. However, you can't go by yourself. You need to record the materials you need and then send it to the transmission formation. In short, no one can enter the Crafting Valley. Tai Zhantian nodded and said, all right, little Hai, since I said that I'll leave this matter to you, then I'll leave it to you. If you have any requests, just tell me. Remember, what I want is a base that can attack and retreat. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'll certainly satisfy the gang leader. Tai Zhantian laughed and said, all right, I believe you. You can go and prepare. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and left. After Zhao Hai left, Hu Liangchen couldn't help but ask Tai Zhantian, gang leader, you seem to trust Zhao Hai a lot. Tai Zhantian looked at Hu Liangchen and smiled, old Hu, he's the hope of our Black Tiger Gang. Do you think that the person you chose to be the Supreme Elder is a simple person? Not only is this Zhao Hai very strong, he also has some abilities that we don't know about. I think that this kid has other secrets, it's just that he doesn't want to talk about them. This time, I want to see what kind of abilities he has. But no matter what abilities he has, as long as he's loyal to the Black Tiger Gang, then everything will be fine. Xianxia nodded. He didn't oppose Tai Zhantian's words. He also saw Zhao Hai's strength in the past few days. To be honest, Xianxia couldn't see what kind of methods Zhao Hai had. This made Xianxia very curious about Zhao Hai. Tai Zhantian didn't want to continue this topic. He looked at the others and said, "During this time, we'll do what we need to do. We'll quietly prepare for war, but at the same time, we need to pay attention to the movements of the Myriad Demon Sect. Don't just think about the Heavenly Demon Realm and forget about the Myriad Demon Sect." Everyone nodded. Naturally, they wouldn't forget about the 10,000 Monster Sect. In the past year that Zhao Hai was in the Heavenly Demon Realm, the 10,000 Monster Sect had been suppressing the Black Tiger Gang. First, they suppressed the Black Tiger Gang's economy. The Black Tiger Gang's exports of beast cores and artifacts were seriously affected. However, although this kind of suppression affected the Black Tiger Gang, it didn't affect them too much. This was because the Black Tiger Gang had an unknown pill called the Rejuvenation Pill. This beauty pill was now famous in the cultivation realm. Countless female cultivators went crazy for it. Even male cultivators wanted to get their hands on a rejuvenation pill. This was because even male cultivators didn't want others to see their old appearance. The popularity of the rejuvenation pill was already within Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai was very clear that no one could resist the temptation of beauty. Moreover, he divided the rejuvenation pill into two types, one for men and the other for women. There's no need to talk about the rejuvenation pill, it can make a woman more beautiful. However, the rejuvenation pill for men has another ability, it can make a man regain his masculinity. One shouldn't think that just because a cultivator was strong, they would be a strong man. In fact, some old cultivators' bodies would degenerate, they would even lose some of their manly abilities. They only have enough spiritual chi in their bodies to fight. However, there were some things that couldn't be solved by spiritual chi. Because of this, Zhao Hai's rejuvenation pill was quickly welcomed by some male cultivators. In the cultivation realm, the rejuvenation pill had become a golden signboard. What made the people of the continent feel strange was that no one knew the origin of the rejuvenation pill. Nobody knew the ingredients used for the rejuvenation pill. It can be said that the rejuvenation pill was like a mystery. It suddenly appeared, making people unable to investigate it. There were several great sects in the cultivation realm who wanted to use their authority to find out the origin of the rejuvenation pill. However, they didn't expect that the people who sold the rejuvenation pill would find out about it. After that, the rejuvenation pill directly ran out of stock. This was like poking a hornet's nest. The female cultivators who couldn't get the rejuvenation pill, and the male cultivators who couldn't sell the rejuvenation pill, all of them went crazy. They desperately put pressure on the great sects. In the end, the great sects had no choice but to give up on this idea. Because of this secret source of income, the Black Tiger Gang wasn't afraid of the Myriad Demon Sect's suppression. They were still very comfortable. But then another problem arose. The Myriad Demon Sect suppressed the Black Tiger Gang in other aspects. First, the Myriad Demon Sect didn't allow the Black Tiger Gang to participate in the foreign space trials. In fact, the Myriad Demon Sect secretly issued missions to the great sects to kill the Black Tiger Gang. As long as you kill a cultivator of the Black Tiger Gang, then you can get some rewards from the Myriad Demon Sect. One has to admit that this move was very vicious. The great sects were afraid of the Myriad Demon Sect, but they weren't afraid of the Black Tiger Gang. Because of this, the Black Tiger Gang suffered heavy losses in the following period of time. Especially the disciples who went out for training, their losses were even worse. After Tai Zhantian and the others found out about this matter, they also found out about the Myriad Demon Sect's mission. Although they were angry, they didn't dare to make a move against the Myriad Demon Sect. However, Tai Zhantian thought of another way. He took out some elites from the gang and sent them to the surrounding forces. As long as they found a cultivator from that force, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, they would kill them. This was revenge, a crazy revenge. However, the effect of this was very good. Those forces were afraid of the Black Tiger Gang's madness. The Myriad Demon Sect's suppression this time failed. After these two suppressions, almost a year passed. Zhao Hai returned to the Black Tiger Gang and brought back news of the Heavenly Demon Realm. the Black Tiger Gang began to prepare for war. Zhao Hai was sitting inside the space as he looked at the monitor. At this time, there was a group of special construction teams. These construction teams were all Zerg. They were currently using the valley as the center as they dug holes all around. At the same time, they were also using shellac to seal up the holes. This way, other people wouldn't be able to use their spiritual force to see what was going on inside the holes. The reason why Zhao Hai used the weapon refining valley as the center was because the valley could provide him with energy. He wanted to use the valley as the center to build a huge underground base. This underground base would have defensive formations. All formations needed energy, and the raging fire valley's underground magma was the best source of energy. Although Zhao Hai already took the magma from Fire God City, there was still the heart of earthly fire there. Moreover, the heart of earthly fire seemed to be in its growth stage. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about not having enough energy to use it. Zhao Hai planned to turn the entire weapon refining valley into a huge three-dimensional formation base. When the time comes, this huge formation base would be able to attack and defend. As for the location of this formation base, Zhao Hai already thought about it. It would be under the magma, in the subspace where Fire God City was. This was a huge job. Although the space already had the blueprints, it wouldn't be easy to build this base. If he didn't use Zerg, then he would use all kinds of materials to prevent spiritual force detection. This would cause the Black Tiger Gang to go bankrupt. In the beginning, Zhao Hai didn't think of using Zerg. He was also worried about the materials needed for this base. But after Julie reminded Zhao Hai decided to use Zerg. He didn't expect the results to be so good. The speed at which the Zerg dug was beyond Zhao Hai's imagination. Moreover, in order to make this base even more perfect, Zhao Hai also used a large number of undead. He had the undead carve some hidden runes on the walls of the base. These runes weren't very useful during normal times, but during wartime, as long as one was in the subspace of the magma, they would be able to monitor and control the entire base. Moreover, the runes would be like a network, allowing one to understand everything that happened in the base. It could even be used against the enemy. During wartime, as long as the runes were activated, the magma would slowly seep into the base through the runes, becoming the base's most important source of energy. Moreover, this base was centered around the Raging Flame Valley. It was located on both sides of the Raging Flame sect. Because the terrain was relatively flat, Zhao Hai could only place the base deep underground. On the other hand, there were a lot of extinct volcanoes near the Black Tiger Gang's base. But now, these volcanoes were being used. These volcanoes had very large craters. Zhao Hai transformed these craters into passages for large artifacts. Because of this huge project, Zhao Hai had no choice but to use a large number of Zerg and undead, as well as other magic beasts. The base that Zhao Hai designed was very large. The main passage could allow several large artifacts to fly side by side without being crowded. As for the other passages, they could also allow one large artifact to turn around. There were countless large and small passages that connected the entire base, turning it into a huge underground city. Of course, for those who didn't understand this place, the base would turn into an underground maze. The project was incomparably huge, so Zhao Hai didn't have much to worry about. He just needed to assign tasks. The Zerg were under Julie's command, while the undead were under Kair's command. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about anything else. It has been nearly a month since Zhao Hai returned to the Black Tiger Gang. During this time, the Black Tiger Gang was fully prepared for war. Naturally, the Myriad Beast sect also gave out the rewards that Zhao Hai deserved. Because Zhao Hai's ranking wasn't very high, Zhao Hai's rewards were very small. Naturally, the Black Tiger Gang didn't care about this. The entire gang was secretly preparing for war, so who would have the time to care about these things? At this time, the Black Tiger Gang was slowly collecting strategic materials through various channels. At the same time, the amount of magic artifacts and pills that they exported was also reduced, leaving behind a large portion for their own storage. Speaking of which, this matter needed to be thanked to the Myriad Beast sect. Because the Myriad Beast sect had been suppressing the Black Tiger Gang's economy, the Black Tiger Gang's pill and magic artifact exports had been greatly affected. Now that they had a lot of inventory, it was even better, these inventory were directly converted into strategic reserves. Of course, this alone wasn't enough. There were also crystal stones and all kinds of medicinal materials. The Black Tiger Gang had already mobilized all of their strength. They were like stingy old men who only took in and didn't take out anything. They desperately moved things into the Black Tiger Gang. If other sects were to know about the Black Tiger Gang's situation, they would be very surprised. This was because they were preparing for war with all their strength just because of Zhao Hai's words. This was a bit unreasonable. However, Tai Zhantian had no choice but to pay attention to Zhao Hai's words. Although Zhao Hai had been in the Black Tiger Gang for a long time, his contributions weren't small. Moreover, he had followed the elder tiger Ding Shan. In addition to his performance in several battles, Zhao Hai's strength was fully demonstrated. Therefore, Tai Zhantian attached great importance to Zhao Hai's opinion. Moreover, what Zhao Hai said was right. Even if the heavenly demon realm didn't attack them this time, they should still be prepared. This preparation wasn't only for the heavenly demon realm, but also for the myriad beast sect. The Thousand Goblins sect had suppressed the Black Tiger Gang twice. Although it didn't hurt the Black Tiger Gang, it still made the Black Tiger Gang suffer 2 hidden losses. The impact on the Black Tiger Gang wasn't small. In this kind of situation, the Black Tiger Gang naturally had to prepare for war with all their might to deal with the Thousand Goblins sect's next move. Tai Zhantian and Hu Liangchen were very clear about this. If the Myriad Beast sect wanted to deal with a sect, they would first suppress that sect until they couldn't breathe. Then they would find an excuse to destroy that sect. Although they didn't know if the Thousand Demons sect was going to annihilate their sect, Tai Zhantian and the others had to make preparations first. They didn't want to wait until the other party came knocking on their door before they could make preparations. That would be asking for trouble. Because of this, Tai Zhantian decided to have Zhao Hai build the base. In fact, this was also a test for Zhao Hai. At the same time, it was also a test for Zhao Hai. Tai Zhantian always felt that Zhao Hai had a lot of secrets. Although these secrets wouldn't cause him any harm, having a subordinate that he couldn't control was still a headache for Tai Zhantian. Because of this, Tai Zhantian wanted to know how strong Zhao Hai was. This was why he gave the task of building the base to Zhao Hai. In this month, although Zhao Hai was inside the space, he was still very concerned about the Black Tiger Gang. In fact, it wasn't only the Black Tiger Gang, he was also very concerned about the Heavenly Demon Realm. This was also the reason why he was so anxious to build the base. It was because the Heavenly Demon Realm was preparing for war. The people of the Heavenly Demon Realm were fully prepared for battle. On the other hand, the 9 great sects of the Cultivation Realm didn't receive any orders to prepare for battle. In other words, the 9 great sects simply weren't aware of the Heavenly Demon Realm's movements. Perhaps they thought that the Heavenly Demon Realm's pursuit of Zhao Hai was just an ordinary operation. In the beginning, Zhao Hai was afraid that the 10,000 Demons sect and the Black Tiger Gang had a grudge against each other. Therefore, he notified the other sects and didn't inform the Black Tiger Gang. However, Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't the case. The 9 major sects certainly didn't know about the Heavenly Demon Realm's movements. This was because the Black Tiger Gang didn't increase the price of their strategic resources. If the 9 major sects really notified the other sects that the Heavenly Demon Realm was going to invade, then the market would be in dire need of strategic resources. At the same time, the price of these strategic resources would also increase substantially. However, this wasn't the case right now. Although the Black Tiger Gang wasn't weak, they were still nothing compared to the entire Cultivation Realm. With their money, they wouldn't be able to make any waves in the huge market of the Cultivation Realm. Because of this, the price of strategic resources didn't increase. This allowed the Black Tiger Gang to save a lot of money. Zhao Hai has been monitoring the situation of the Heavenly Demon Realm. He estimated that in about a year, the Heavenly Demon Realm would be fully equipped. Then they would launch an all-out attack on the Cultivation Realm. A year might not sound short, but for cultivators, it wasn't long. In the Cultivation Realm, some immortal experts have lived for more than 10 yuan. For them, a year was like a day. After about a month of construction, Zhao Hai's underground base was almost complete. The only thing left was some minor work. However, Zhao Hai didn't relax. This was because these minor tasks were more important. Because the underground base was too big, Zhao Hai even arranged several planting areas in the base. Herbs could be grown there. Although the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't necessarily be self-sufficient, they would still be able to relieve the pressure on the Black Tiger Gang to a certain extent. If the war with the Heavenly Demon Realm was to happen, then the war wouldn't be short. When the time comes, the consumption would be astonishing. Therefore, it was necessary to make some preparations. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed since Zhao Hai returned to the Black Tiger Gang. At this time, the underground base was basically completed. He could move in at any time. Even the control room in the subspace under the magma was completed. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately hand over the base to Tai Zhantian. This was because Zhao Hai discovered that something was about to happen to the Black Tiger Gang. In the past, the 10,000 Beast sect issued a hunting mission to the Black Tiger Gang. Although the mission failed due to the Black Tiger Gang's crazy retaliation, it still made the Black Tiger Gang enemies with the surrounding sections. This made it even more difficult for the Black Tiger Gang to obtain information. At this time, the sects around the Black Tiger Gang were secretly gathering their forces. It seems like they were about to take action. And their target was most likely the Black Tiger Gang. Tai Zhantian's face was pale as he sat in his study room. Hu Liangchen and the others also had ugly expressions. They just received the news that the great sects around them had already gathered their forces and arrived at the Black Tiger Gang's border. They might attack at any time. And among these armies, there was the Wandering Soul Gang. There were a total of 5 sections. Although these 5 sects didn't necessarily come out with their full strength, they were still a great threat to the Black Tiger Gang. Most importantly, why would these 5 sects attack the Black Tiger Gang together? No one would believe that these 5 sects had secretly formed an alliance. In other words, there must be someone supporting these 5 sects, and Tai Zhantian didn't need to think to know that the person supporting these 5 sects must be the Thousand Demons sect. The 10,000 Beast sect has been suppressing the Black Tiger Gang for more than a year. However, they didn't manage to enter the Black Tiger Gang. This made the 10,000 Beast sect angry. Therefore, they must be thinking of ways to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. And these 5 sects were most likely allied by the 10,000 Beast sect. Tai Zhantian looked at Hu Liangchen and said, "Can we know when they'll attack? What's their strength?" Hu Liangchen sighed and said, "They have twice as many troops as us. Moreover, there might be 1 or 2 immortal experts involved. This time, our Black Tiger Gang is in danger." Tai Zhantian coldly snorted and said, "Send the order to prepare for battle. If they want to eat my Black Tiger Gang, then even if I die, I'll break their teeth." At this time, a voice was suddenly heard, "Gang leader, there's no need to be angry. I have good news." When Tai Zhantian and the others heard this voice, they couldn't help but stare. Then they turned their heads and saw that Zhao Hai had already appeared in the room. When Tai Zhantian saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stand up and said, "Zhao Hai, you're here. How is the base? What good news?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I was just about to tell the sect master that the base has been built. Now, even if the sect master moves the entire Black Tiger Gang into the base, there wouldn't be any problems. Moreover, I'm sure that not only the 5 great sects, but even if the Myriad Demon sect led all the sects in the northern continent to deal with the Black Tiger Gang, they still wouldn't be able to take our base." When Tai Zhantian and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Zhao Hai's words were too big, they couldn't believe Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai looked at Tai Zhantian and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "Gang leader doesn't need to worry. Although the Wandering Soul Gang and the other sects have gathered their forces in the Black Tiger Gang's territory, they won't attack for 10 days. This is because they're waiting for orders. These 10 days should be enough for us to move everything in the Black Tiger Gang to the base. Gang leader and the others, please come with me to take a look at the base." When Tai Zhantian heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod and said, "All right, we'll listen to you. We'll go with you to take a look at the base. How do we get there? Do we need to use the transmission formation?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "No need, let's use the large artifacts." When Tai Zhantian and the others heard Zhao Hai, their bodies couldn't help but shake. Tai Zhantian looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, You're not telling me that your base has an entrance that allows large artifacts to enter and exit, right? Zhao Hai smiled and said, there really is. Gang leader, let's go. I'll explain it to you on the way. Tai Zhantian took a deep breath, then he nodded and said, alright, let's go and talk. I want to see how magical the place you're talking about is. The others also stood up and followed Tai Zhantian outside. Tai Zhantian turned to Zhang Feng and said, Little Feng, take out your large artifact. Standing on the ship is much better than standing on the treasure ship. Zhang Feng smiled and nodded, then she released the ship. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, this ship was made by you. If it can't enter your base, then you'll lose face. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhang Feng and said, Little Hai, this ship was made by you. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh and said, Brother Zhang Feng, you can rest assured. I'll make sure to arrange it for you. Zhang Feng nodded. Then Tai Zhantian led everyone on the ship. The ship slowly flew up and under Zhao Hai's command, it flew towards the direction of the raging fire valley. The people on the ship had lived in the Black Tiger Gang's territory for their entire lives. They knew every inch of the Black Tiger Gang's territory very well. Therefore, they weren't surprised. After all, Zhao Hai wanted to build his base in the raging flame sex refining valley. It was normal for him to go there now. However, when the ship passed by a group of extinct volcanoes, Zhao Hai suddenly turned his head to Zhang Feng and said, Brother Zhang Feng, let the ship enter one of the volcanoes. Whichever one you like. When Zhang Feng heard this, he couldn't help but stare. However, he still nodded and gave the order. After that, the ship flew to the top of the crater and then slowly descended towards the crater. Not long after the ship fell into the volcano, Zhang Feng and the others were shocked. This was because in front of them was an unbelievable scene. They discovered that the bottom of the volcano had been dug out, creating a huge space. Inside the space, there were large artifacts. Some of these artifacts were shaped like a tiger boat, some were shaped like a boat, and some were shaped like a giant centipede. These large artifacts were quietly parked there, their bodies flashing with an ashen light. In this huge space, the walls and ceiling of the cave were flashing with a faint white light. This white light was very soft, making the entire space very bright, but it wasn't dazzling to the eyes. The large artifacts were placed in batches, there were nearly 100 of them. However, these 100 large artifacts only occupied a small part of this huge space. Zhang Feng and the others calculated that this huge space could hold nearly 1,000 large artifacts. Now that the ship had stopped, Tai Zhantian and the others stared blankly. Zhao Hai looked at Tai Zhantian and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, This is the base's parking area. When the large artifacts aren't in use, they can be parked here. The entire parking area is divided into 3 floors. What we're looking at now is the first floor. There are 2 floors below, but there are no large artifacts in those 2 floors, they're empty. Tai Zhantian recovered, he looked at the huge space and then turned his head to Zhao Hai. His mouth was trembling with excitement. After some time, he said, Little Hai, do these belong to the Black Tiger Gang? Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. Yes, these belong to the Black Tiger Gang. Because time is too short, I can only make these. Give me a little more time, and I believe that in the future, the number of large artifacts we have will be even more. Tai Zhantian laughed heartily and said, There's no need for too many. Even if there were more, we wouldn't be able to use them. Ha ha ha, this is great. With these large artifacts, I will definitely make those bastards suffer. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Gang leader, let's go inside and take a look. Tai Zhantian excitedly said, Alright, let's go inside and take a look. I'm looking forward to your base more and more. Zhang Feng also smiled and said, I'm looking forward to it more and more. It's just a place to park large artifacts, yet you made it so big. I really don't know how big your base is. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Just take a look and you'll know. Then under Zhao Hai's guidance, the treasure ship flew into the base. There were 38 main roads in the base. Half of these roads were horizontal while the other half were vertical. It looked like a huge chessboard. In the middle of the main roads, there were some empty spaces. These spaces were very large, they could be considered as passages that connected the upper and lower levels of the main roads. With Zhao Hai's explanation, Tai Zhantian and the others were able to see more and more places. Tai Zhantian and the others finally understood how big Zhao Hai's base was. Moreover, the strength of the base's defenses had completely exceeded their imagination. Most importantly, the base also had offensive capabilities. The entire base was centered around the raging fire valley. It had almost emptied out the entire Black Tiger Gang's base. The entire base was divided into 9 floors. Each floor had its own purpose. The original refining valley was only a small part of the base. There were also large medicinal fields, caves for people to rest in, places for refining pills, places for practicing martial arts, places for preaching scriptures, libraries, and so on. It can be said that the base had all kinds of facilities. As long as people from the Black Tiger Gang came in from outside, Maru would be able to live there. Tai Zhantian and the others were shocked at the beginning, but now, they were completely numb. However, their eyes seemed to not be able to see enough. They looked around and couldn't help but be shocked by this huge base. After a few hours, Zhao Hai took Tai Zhantian and the others to visit the entire underground base. Finally, through the transmission formation, they arrived at the subspace below the magma river. This subspace has now become a base of the Black Tiger Gang. There were a lot of materials inside. However, Zhao Hai actually made a small stone house here. The entire house can accommodate up to 100 people. Naturally, this place wasn't prepared for meetings, it was the central control room of the base. In this central control room, Zhao Hai placed a lot of machines. These machines were made by the space. They were made with a lot of high-grade materials. There were also a lot of formations inside. All of these machines were very simple to operate, they were just like high-precision smart computers. Zhao Hai explained to Tai Zhantian and the others how to use these machines. After Tai Zhantian and the others understood, Zhao Hai invited them to sit down. After Tai Zhantian and the others sat down, they didn't make a sound for a long time. Tai Zhantian even closed his eyes, it seems like he was digesting everything in the base. After some time, Tai Zhantian let out a long breath. Then he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the people around him. Then he turned his head to look at Zhao Hai, who was sitting on the side and drinking spirit wine. Then he laughed and said, "Zhao Hai, bring out the spirit wine. Today, I want to drink 2 cups of it." Zhao Hai nodded. His loud roar immediately pulled everyone's souls over. Everyone's bodies froze as they regained their senses. Then everyone looked at Zhao Hai in shock. They didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand and took out several jars of spirit wine as well as a lot of wine glasses. Then he handed everyone a glass and poured wine for them. Tai Zhantian took the wine glass and looked at everyone, Zhao Hai's base has been completed. This is the most majestic base I have ever seen. It can be said that this is a miracle. Come, let's drink to this miracle. Everyone raised their glasses and said, "Cheers." After Tai Zhantian finished drinking, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I really want to know how you did it. How did you complete such a big project? Moreover, I noticed that the base can isolate spiritual force. Even an immortal expert wouldn't be able to discover the existence of the base. How did you get so many precious materials?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's right." This question wasn't something only Tai Zhantian wanted to know, everyone wanted to know as well. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai, wanting to know the answer. Zhao smiled faintly. Of course, it wasn't done by me alone, but in a way, it was done by me. I am a black mage, and I have countless undead. These undead can help me work, and when I was a cultivator, I also received some demon beasts as battle pets. With the help of these beasts, I was able to build the base so quickly. Zhao smiled faintly and said, "Of course it wasn't done by me alone, but from a certain point of view, it was done by me alone." Tai Zhantian looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How many undead do you have?" This was also what everyone wanted to know. Zhao Hai had also used his undead in front of him. At most, Zhao Hai took out more than 100,000 undead. They were very curious about how many undead Zhao Hai had. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he shook his head and said, "You have to ask me, I really don't know. It's because there are too many of them. However, according to my estimate, the total number should be more than 1 billion. In fact, Zhao Hai was being too modest. The number of undead in his space wasn't just 1 billion, it might even be more than 100 billion. However, when Tai Zhantian and the others heard this number, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their eyes widened like light bulbs. Tai Zhantian said, "How did you get 1 billion undead? Don't tell me that you're the one who turned them into undead creatures after killing them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Most of them aren't. I ascended from the lowest level plane. In my plane, battles are about numbers. It's very common for tens of thousands of people to die in a battle. After the battle, I would collect the corpses and turn them into my undead. Only a small number of them were killed by me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's right." When Tai Zhantian and the others heard Zhao Hai, they felt relieved. When they thought about how Zhao Hai killed nearly 1 billion people, they couldn't help but feel their hair stand up. At this time, Zhang Feng suddenly said, "Zhao Hai, how many of them are you talking about?" Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng, then he smiled faintly and said, 100 million. Boom! Everyone felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in their ears. These people all started their cultivation from the lowest level. Their hands were stained with blood. However, compared to the number of people Zhao Hai had killed, they were like monks who chanted Buddhist scriptures. In just a moment, the way everyone looked at Zhao Hai had changed. What kind of concept was 100 million? Even the entire Black Tiger gang didn't have 100 million members. Zhao Hai actually killed 100 million people in one go. This was too terrifying. After some time, Tai Zhantian took a deep breath, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't expect you to be a butcher. Forget it, I don't want to care about your matters in the lower realm." "You said that there's another beast?" "What beast?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand and released a zerg. Looking at the zerg, Tai Zhantian couldn't help but frown. This was because he hadn't seen this beast before. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I inadvertently subdued these beasts in the cultivation realm. They're very good at digging holes. Most importantly, these beasts can secrete a substance that can stick to fire and isolate people's spiritual force." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's right." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The zerg immediately ran to the side and dug up a clump of soil. Then it stuck the soil with shellac. Before long, the soil became very hard. Zhao Hai waved his hand and took the clump of soil before handing it over to Tai Zhantian. After Tai Zhantian received the hard lump of earth, he sensed it with his spiritual force. Then he nodded and said, "It can indeed isolate spiritual force. But it seems like you have quite a lot of these demonic beasts with you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't speak. Tai Zhantian didn't care about him. He threw the clump of soil away and then turned to the others and said, "Everyone, what do you think we should do next?" Obviously, Tai Zhantian didn't want to ask Zhao Hai about the base. Whatever strength Zhao Hai had, it had nothing to do with them. Hu Liangchen and the others also calmed down. It can be said that the appearance of Zhao Hai's base shocked Hu Liangchen and the others. At the same time, it also gave them confidence. Zhao Hai had already explained the situation of the base to them. The strength of the base was far beyond their imagination. Most importantly, the power system of the base was the raging fire valley. As long as the fire in the valley is extinguished, the base wouldn't lack power. Even if someone like Zhao Hai caused the fire to fluctuate, it wouldn't be able to cause any damage to the base. After all, the fire in the past was caused by Zhao Hai. It was impossible for him to not be prepared. It was this base that gave Hu Liangchen and the others confidence. Hu Liangchen and the others believed that with this base, they would be able to defeat any enemy. Hu Liangchen pondered for a moment and said, "The 5 sects that came to deal with us were most likely sent by the Myriad Beast sect. This could also be a test by the Myriad Beast sect. As long as we can defeat these 5 sects, the Myriad Beast sect would have to think twice before dealing with us. Although the 5 sects didn't go all out this time, it still wouldn't be easy to deal with them. I think we should first transfer everyone to the base and then slowly deal with them." Tai Zhantian nodded, then he said, "We must enter the base. However, I don't want to expose the full strength of the base so early. I think we should transfer most of the sect's people to the base. However, we should still stay outside and resist." If we can avoid entering the base, then we should try our best not to enter. Xianxia immediately understood Tai Zhantian's meaning, then he said, does the sect master intend to leave the base to deal with the myriad beast sect? Tai Zhantian nodded. At this time, Zhao Hai said, Sect master, as long as we can hold on for a year, then we won't need to worry about the myriad beast sect. Tai Zhantian looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai said, Sect master, did you forget what we learned when we first built this base? I've been to the heavenly demon realm, and I can go there at any time. At the same time, I also left a lot of undead there to gather information. The heavenly demon realm is currently preparing for war. In a year or so, they should be able to complete their preparations. When that time comes, I'm afraid that they would invade the cultivation realm. When the heavenly demon realm invades the cultivation realm, the myriad beast sect wouldn't have the energy to deal with us. Tai Zhantian stood up, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, is what you said true? The heavenly demon realm is really going to invade the cultivation realm? And it's only for a year or so? Zhao Hai nodded and said, there's no mistake. In the past year or so, they were just making their final preparations. They had been doing this for a long time. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Tai Zhantian turned around twice on the ground, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, this news is too important. We must let the entire cultivation realm know about it. Otherwise, if the heavenly demons really invade, then we'll be in trouble. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's possible. But if we tell the other sects directly, they wouldn't believe us. Sect master, what do you think if we spread this news like a rumor? At the very least, it would attract the attention of some sections. Tai Zhantian thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, it seems like this is the only way. But what we need to do now is to deal with the 5 great sections. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I think this is a rare opportunity. Even the invasion of the heavenly demon realm is a rare opportunity for us. When the heavenly demon realm invades, the 9 great sects would be the first to bear the brunt. When the time comes, the cultivation realm would surely be reshuffled. As long as our losses aren't too great, we would be able to occupy a position in the cultivation realm. As for the 5 sects in front of us, I think that we should take the initiative to attack them first and cripple them. If they attack us, then we can resist them on the ground. If our losses are too great, then we can move to the base. As long as we can block their attack, then we can send troops to their sects to cause trouble. When the time comes, they would have no choice but to retreat. As long as they retreat, then it's time for us to make our move. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Tai Zhantian nodded, then he turned to Xianxia and said, Liangchen, what do you think? Xianxia nodded and said, that makes sense. We'll pick one of the 5 sects to fight. First, we'll make them feel pain, cripple them, and then we'll slowly deal with the other sections. As long as our headquarters is safe and sound, then their plan will be considered a failure. Tai Zhantian nodded and said, all right, then we'll choose one. Which one do you think we should choose? Everyone looked at each other and then simultaneously said, the Wandering Soul Gang. Tai Zhantian seemed to have already expected this answer. He laughed and said, all right, then we'll choose the Wandering Soul Gang. But this time, we'll leave it to Little Feng and Little Hai to deal with the Wandering Soul Gang. As for us old fellows, we'll look after the house. For you. How about it? Are you confident? Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng stood up at the same time. Then they cupped their fists towards Tai Zhantian and said, we'll follow the gang master's orders. Tai Zhantian waved his hand and said, all right, then it's settled. After everyone goes back, make a list. Right, when dealing with the Wandering Soul Gang, be careful. I heard that the Wandering Soul Gang isn't easy to deal with. There might even be immortal experts among them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Sect Master doesn't need to worry. Actually, the Supreme Elder has already given me a Supreme Artifact. However, I was only at nascent soul stage before, so I couldn't use it. Now that I've transcended my tribulation, I can use it. With that artifact, I can even fight against immortal experts. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Sect Master, you don't need to worry. When Tai Zhantian heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his face lit up as he said, really? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, yes. Then he flipped his hand and took out the vermilion bird seal. However, he didn't release the Fire God City. He only let Tai Zhantian and the others see the Vermilion Bird Seal. As for what abilities the Vermilion Bird Seal has, he didn't say. Tai Zhantian looked at the Vermilion Bird Seal in Zhao Hai's hand. He didn't want to take it, so he nodded and said, "The Supreme Elder gave you this artifact in order to protect the Black Tiger Gang. Little Hai, it's time to use it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right. Gang Master can rest assured." Tai Zhantian nodded, then he turned to Hu Liangchen and said, "Liangchen, we'll head back immediately. After we get back, we need to send all of the sex treasures to the base, as well as all of the sex classics. At the same time, we need to select the most loyal disciples to enter the base. Send all of the disciples from the Refining Valley and the Alchemy Room to the base. Select some loyal janitor disciples to enter the base and plant the herbs in the medicinal field. Then we'll use all of our large artifacts to get everything done in the shortest time possible." Hu Liangchen nodded. Then Tai Zhantian turned to Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng and said, "Little Hai, Little Feng, after you go out, the first thing you need to do is to select people. Once you're done, then immediately set off. This time, don't hold back. Even if you can't destroy the Wandering Soul Gang, you still need to cripple them." Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng nodded at the same time. Then Tai Zhantian let out a long breath and said, "All right, let's go back. After we get back, we'll immediately proceed with the original plan." Everyone nodded and then used the transmission formation to return to the base. After arriving at the base, they immediately took the treasure ship and left. After returning to the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters, Tai Zhantian and the others went back to work. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng returned to Zhang Feng's ship. The two sat in Zhang Feng's room. Then Zhang Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, do you have any plans for this operation?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't have any plans. I'll transfer some experts from the gang and bring some large artifacts. I'll use the undead to control the large artifacts while the experts of the Wandering Soul Gang will deal with them. If an immortal expert appears, then I'll make a move. Actually, this is the best method. There's no need to prepare for a battle like this. We can just use our strength to sweep through them." When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then she laughed and said, "All right, then it's settled. Leave the transfer of people to me. You should prepare the large artifacts. There are a lot of large artifacts in the base, you should use them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Those large artifacts were originally prepared for battle. But before we use them, we need to inform the Patriarch." Zhang Feng nodded, then the two immediately split up. Zhao Hai went to prepare the large artifacts while Zhang Feng went to transfer people. Zhao Hai calmly stood on the Hell King's ship. Next to the ship were 20 flying iron ships, 20 tiger ships, 20 giant spirit treasure ships, 20 ghost ships, and Zhang Feng's ship. In total, there were 82 large artifacts. Among these large artifacts, there were 2 or more transcending tribulation experts sitting inside. These transcending tribulation experts wouldn't command the large artifacts to fight. They would only act when a transcending tribulation expert attacks or when a transcending tribulation expert is needed. Normally, these transcending tribulation experts just need to stay inside the large artifacts. All of the large artifacts were controlled by Zhao Hai's undead. This army couldn't be said to be weak. Tai Zhantian had invested a lot in this operation. He wanted to make sure that the Wandering Soul Gang wouldn't be able to return. While flying, a jade token suddenly appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. Then he said, "All ships pay attention. In about an hour, we will officially enter the battlefield. When we enter the battlefield, don't waste time talking to them. Just attack." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry." The jade token in Zhao Hai's hand was a communication jade token. It was similar to the walkie-talkies back on Earth, but its effect was better. All of the transcending tribulation experts on the other ships had the same jade token, including Zhang Feng. Everyone responded through the jade token. Zhao Hai put down the jade token and calmly looked ahead. To be honest, he wasn't worried about this operation at all. At this time, the Space's undead had finished upgrading their rifles. Their rifles were now capable of dealing damage to transcendence experts. If several rifles were used to deal with a single person, even a golden core expert would have a hard time dealing with them. The cannons on the ships were even more powerful. They could directly deal damage to nascent soul experts. Because of this, Zhao Hai's attack power was now even more formidable. But this time, aside from the Hell King's ship, the other large artifacts weren't transformed from liquid silver. Because of this, they couldn't use cannons. However, the undead on the ship were equipped with rifles. These undead weren't weak in terms of fighting strength. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't nervous at all, nor was he excited. For him, this was just one of the many battles that he had experienced in his life. Zhao Hai didn't think much about it. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't excited at all. An hour passed quickly. Zhao Hai could already see the Wandering Soul Gang's camp in the distance. Although it was called a camp, it was actually just a temporary cave residence on the mountain. Outside the cave residence were large artifacts. Zhao Hai calculated that the Wandering Soul Gang had sent out about 60 large artifacts. However, the Wandering Soul Gang's camp was now very lively. A large number of cultivators were flying out of their caves towards the large artifacts. Naturally, they also discovered Zhao Hai's fleet. Zhao Hai didn't stop. The speed of the fleet increased in an instant as they rushed towards the enemy camp. At the same time, the fleet's altitude was also decreasing. It seems like they were about to crash into the mountain. Zhang Feng and the others were standing on the bow of the ship. But when they saw the fleet's crazy posture, they couldn't help but panic. The people from the Wandering Soul Gang also discovered that something was wrong. Some of the ghost ships had just flown up, but there were more ships that were still there. Seeing Zhao Hai's desperate appearance, a lot of people who had already boarded the ships flew down and scattered in all directions. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he carefully commanded the fleet. Once the fleet reached a certain altitude, they would fly horizontally. Their target was the ghost surface ships. Boom. 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 One after another, loud sounds were heard from the Wandering Soul Gang's camp. All of the ghost surface ships that the Wandering Soul Gang brought along were sent flying, losing their ability to fight. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's fleet didn't suffer any losses. They raised their heads and flew up again. At this time, the cultivators from the Wandering Soul Gang calmed down. Under the command of a transcending tribulation expert, they began to attack Zhao Hai's fleet. These transcending tribulation experts wanted to deal with the large artifacts. As long as they could block the large artifacts, the other cultivators would have a chance. As the transcending tribulation experts flew towards the fleet, the transcending tribulation experts in the fleet also moved towards the transcending tribulation experts of the Wandering Soul Gang. At the same time, the large magic artifacts spun in the air and flew towards the nascent soul and golden core stage cultivators of the opposite party. This time, the Wandering Soul Gang sent more than 100 transcending tribulation experts to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. This number was even less than the Black Tiger Gang. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the Black Tiger Gang suffering a loss. He just commanded the large artifacts to encircle and annihilate the cultivators of the Wandering Soul Gang. Normally, large artifacts wouldn't be very effective against an individual cultivator. The artifacts were too large. The cultivators would be able to make a decision in advance and evade the attacks of the large artifacts. But this time it was different. This time, Zhao Hai was the one commanding the large artifacts. After destroying the ghost face ship, Zhao Hai immediately used the large artifacts to form a Rubik's Cube formation. This formation directly surrounded the Wandering Soul Gang's cultivators. Then the large artifacts began to harvest the cultivators of the Wandering Soul Gang. That's right, harvesting. The large artifacts staggered and then began to move forward in parallel. They were like guillotines that squeezed the cultivators of the Wandering Soul Gang from all directions. In the cultivation realm, this was the first time someone used large artifacts like this. It wasn't that no one had ever thought of using large artifacts like this, but the problem was that they couldn't. In the entire cultivation realm, there was no one like Zhao Hai who could command so many large artifacts like an arm. There was also no one like the undead who could control the large artifacts. If someone else used this method to control large artifacts, the end result would be that the large artifacts would crash into each other and at least half of them would be destroyed. However, in Zhao Hai's hands, these large artifacts were like scythes that harvested lives. The cultivators of the Wandering Soul Gang, under the leadership of the Transcending Tribulation experts, wanted to launch a counterattack against the Black Tiger Gang. But now, they discovered that they had entered a huge meat grinder. It would be very difficult for them to get out of this meat grinder. The reason why the cultivators of the Wandering Soul Gang wanted to counterattack after losing their large artifacts was because of their sense of superiority. Ever since they were forced to retreat by Huding Mountain, the Wandering Soul Gang had always felt superior to the Black Tiger Gang. In their view, the Black Tiger Gang was just a pitiful worm supported by a supreme elder. They weren't a match for the Wandering Soul Gang. Now, these pitiful worms actually dared to attack them and even destroyed their large artifacts. This was unforgivable. The second reason was because of the Wandering Soul Gang's rules. The rules of the Wandering Soul Gang were very strict. If you go out and lose, then you would be severely punished. The Wandering Soul Gang didn't want to be punished, so they could only counterattack. But they didn't think that they would encounter such an abnormal opponent like Xiao, who could use his large artifacts so flexibly. If they had escaped when their large artifacts were destroyed, then they would have had a glimmer of hope. But now, they had lost the opportunity to escape. Zhao Hai wasn't polite to the Wandering Soul Gang. All of the dead Wandering Soul Gang members were turned into undead. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the battles of the Transcending Tribulation experts. The battles of the Transcending Tribulation experts went smoothly. On the other hand, the immortal experts that Zhao Hai was waiting for didn't appear. This made Zhao Hai somewhat disappointed. The battle ended quickly. The Wandering Soul Gang didn't expect the Black Tiger Gang to suddenly attack them. In fact, they were here to attack the Black Tiger Gang. The reason why they haven't made a move yet was because they were waiting for orders from the Myriad Beast sect. Just as Tai Zhantian and the others guessed, the Wandering Soul Gang's actions were indeed ordered by the Myriad Beast sect. Because of this, the 5 sects decided to join forces. Among them, the Wandering Soul Gang was the most active. This was because they had a grudge with the Black Tiger Gang before. Seeing the Black Tiger Gang getting stronger and stronger, the Wandering Soul Gang became more and more worried. Now that they had an opportunity, how could they not cooperate? However, the Wandering Soul Gang didn't expect the Black Tiger Gang to take the initiative to attack them. Since the 5 sects were working together, the other sects were also stationed at the border. If the Black Tiger Gang dared to attack them at this time, then the other sects wouldn't let go of this opportunity. If the other sects attacked the Black Tiger Gang, then the Black Tiger Gang would be finished. Therefore, in their opinion, the best choice for any sect at this time was to defend their sect until the other sects retreated. Only then would they have a chance to pass on their sect's legacy. If they were to divide their forces to attack, then the sect's defensive ability would be reduced. It was possible that the sect would be breached, and then it would be over. However, it was clear that the Black Tiger Gang didn't play according to their plan. They wanted to break the 5 sects one by one. This was because Zhao Hai's base gave them confidence. They believed that with Zhao Hai's base, they would be able to defeat their enemies. On the other hand, the Wandering Soul Gang wasn't prepared for the Black Tiger Gang's approach. Because of this, their large artifacts were destroyed by Zhao Hai, causing them to fall into a passive position. Of the Transcending Tribulation experts that the Wandering Soul Gang sent, only 30 managed to escape. Moreover, most of them were injured. It wasn't known how many nascent soul cultivators managed to escape, but it was clear that 60 to 70% of them were still here. Zhao Hai didn't stop. After having all the Transcending Tribulation experts board the large artifacts, they directly headed towards the Wandering Soul Gang's headquarters. This time, they didn't only want to destroy the Wandering Soul Gang's army, they also wanted to deal with the Wandering Soul Gang. Naturally, their movements couldn't be hidden from the Wandering Soul Gang. After receiving the news, the Wandering Soul Gang immediately responded. The Phantom Gang's leader, Dark Knight Wandering Soul, Gue Jianzhou, was currently sitting in his study with a dignified expression. In front of him were several high-level figures and core disciples of the Phantom Gang. Demon's Grimace looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, let's talk. I'm afraid that the Black Tiger Gang's fleet is about to reach our headquarters. Shouldn't we do something?" As he said that, Gue Jianzhou looked at a cultivator not far from him. This cultivator was wearing a navy blue robe. This cultivator looked to be around 30 years old and was very handsome. Moreover, from his bearing, it was clear that he wasn't a member of the Phantom Gang. Nobody in the Phantom Gang spoke. Gui Jianzhou had already thought of this, so he turned to the cultivator and said, "Mr. Ma, what do you think?" Mr. Ma opened his half-closed eyes and looked at Gui Jianzhou as if he didn't put him in his eyes. Then he said, "Leader Gui Jianzhou, you don't need to worry. I've already asked the immortal experts of the sect to provide support. I believe they should be arriving soon. With the addition of the immortal experts of your Phantom Gang, it shouldn't be a problem to destroy the Black Tiger Gang's fleet. As long as this fleet is destroyed, the Black Tiger Gang's strength will be greatly damaged. Then it will be much easier for you to attack the Black Tiger Gang." Gui Jianzhou looked at Mr. Ma and frowned. He wasn't frowning because Mr. Ma was looking down on him. Instead, it was because of something else. Gui Jianzhou said, "Mr. Ma, as you can see, the Black Tiger Gang attacked us with all their strength. Our Phantom Gang suffered heavy losses. Mister, if we destroy the Black Tiger Gang, can you give us more of their loot so that our Phantom Gang can recover?" These words were already very polite. After all, Demon's Grimace was also a gang leader. Now that he had to be so humble to this Mr. Ma, it was really embarrassing. However, he didn't expect Mr. Ma to ignore him. Mr. Ma coldly snorted and said, "Gui Jianzhou, don't be so shameless. The distribution of loot was decided by the sect. Do you think you can change it? You said that the Black Tiger Gang attacked you? Why didn't they attack others? Isn't it because you had a grudge with the Black Tiger Gang before? Now, we're helping you take revenge and even giving you something. This is already giving you a lot of face. Don't be ungrateful." Gui Jianzhou's face was ashen, but he didn't dare to say a word. This Mr. Ma was just a transcending tribulation expert. Although Gui Jianzhou was also a transcending tribulation expert, he was still the leader of a gang. No one dared to underestimate him, and no one dared to talk to him like this. But today, someone dared, and the other party was also a transcending tribulation expert, but he didn't dare to say a word. Gui Jianzhou wasn't afraid of Mr. Ma. If the two were to fight, then Mr. Ma would certainly be the one to die. However, he couldn't ignore the people behind Mr. Ma. Behind Mr. Ma stood the biggest gang in the Northern Strange region, the Myriad Demon Sect. Not to mention the entire Myriad Demon Sect, even if the Wandering Souls gang faced a core disciple of the Myriad Demon Sect, they would still lose. Gui Jianzhou slowly closed his eyes, took 2 deep breaths, and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Mr. Ma, I misspoke. Pass down the order, prepare for war with all our strength. We must kill all the enemies of the Black Tiger Gang." The members of the Wandering Souls gang complied, then they turned around and left. But when Mr. Ma couldn't see them, their eyes flashed with a trace of humiliation. Mr. Ma looked at Gui Jianzhou's appearance and couldn't help but reveal a smug expression on his face. He liked this feeling. Looking at the sect masters of these small sects, under his scolding, had no choice but to swallow their anger and even tremble in fear, he felt particularly happy. As the two were talking, a very powerful aura suddenly came from the Wandering Souls gang. Gui Jianzhou stared, then Mr. Ma stood up and said, "Leader Gui Jianzhou, please come with me to greet the Supreme Elder." Gui Jianzhou immediately understood that this was the Grand Elder sent by the Thousand Demons sect. He immediately replied, "Yes, Mr. Ma, please." Mr. Ma nodded and took the lead to walk out. It was as if he was the host of the meeting. Gui Jianzhou immediately understood that this was the Grand Elder sent by the Thousand Demons sect. Before long, the two arrived at the transmission square of the Wandering Souls gang. In the transmission square, a fat man was standing there. This fat man was so fat that he almost didn't have a neck. It was impossible for him to lower his head, and even if he could, he wouldn't be able to see his toes. His head was a ball, and his body was an even bigger ball. He looked like he was strung together by balls, making him look very funny. However, no one in the Wandering Souls gang thought that this person was funny. This was because the aura that soared to the sky came from this person. Almost every cultivator could change their appearance when they formed their Jindan. It was almost impossible for such a fat man to appear. However, this man was obviously an incomparably powerful expert, yet he was still so fat. This was somewhat strange. However, Mr. Ma wasn't surprised at all. He quickly walked towards the fat man and bowed. Ma Yun has seen Elder Zhu. I didn't expect the elder to come this time. Elder, please. Your place to rest has already been prepared for you. Although the fat man was so fat that his eyes couldn't be seen, he didn't have the sincerity of an ordinary fat man. Instead, his expression was cold and his face was filled with hostility. When he heard Ma Yun, he snorted and then walked forward. Ma Yun quickly followed him and gave the fat man directions. From beginning to end, the fat man didn't even look at Gue Jianzhou. Gue Jianzhou didn't even have a chance to speak. Gue Jianzhou didn't dare to make a sound. This was because this fat man was an immortal expert on the same level as the Supreme Elder of the Wandering Souls Gang. At this moment, the alarm of the Wandering Souls Gang rang. Gue Jianzhou stared, but he immediately understood that the Black Tiger Gang's fleet had arrived. Gue Jianzhou's expression changed as he muttered, I didn't expect them to arrive so soon. Elder Zhu and Ma Yun also stopped. Elder Zhu coldly snorted and said, I just arrived and they already came to throw away their lives. That's good, once we deal with them, we can return to the gang. Then his figure moved and disappeared from where he stood. At the same time, the Wandering Souls Gang's defensive formation was activated. The remaining large artifacts as well as the experts of the gang flew out. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship and looked at the Wandering Souls Gang's fleet. However, his attention was now focused on the two people in front of the fleet. One of them was very fat, like a ball. The other was very thin, like a dried corpse. The reason why Zhao Hai paid attention to these two was because he could feel the aura of immortal experts from their bodies. He had fought with immortal experts before, so he was very sensitive to their aura. As soon as the two immortal experts appeared, Zhao Hai immediately took out his communication jade token and said, Attention all ships. Attention all ships. Attention all ships. Two immortal experts have appeared in the Wandering Soul Gang. Don't act rashly without receiving orders. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Don't act rashly. After he said that, the Hell King's ship flew forward and pulled away from the fleet. Zhao Hai looked at the fat and thin man and said, I didn't expect the Wandering Soul Gang to have two immortal experts. It seems like our information was wrong. Zhao Hai nodded. As soon as Zhao Hai spoke, the complexion of the fat and thin people changed. First, it was because the other party didn't show any respect towards them even though they were immortal experts. Secondly, the other party's words were very astute. The other party didn't wait for them to speak and directly said that they were from the Wandering Souls Gang. Whether the other party did it deliberately or not, these two immortal experts were now members of the Wandering Souls Gang. Even if something happens to them in the future, people would only say that they were from the Wandering Souls Gang and not the 10,000 Beast sect. However, when the two immortal experts thought about it, they felt that Zhao Hai's words were very beneficial to them. One of them was an immortal expert of the Wandering Souls Gang while the other was an immortal expert of the 10,000 Beast sect. However, the 10,000 Beast sect didn't want others to know that they were involved in this matter. Now that the other party said this, the two immortal experts wouldn't need to worry about being investigated in the future. Thinking of this, Elder Zhu's face couldn't help but smile. He looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, Young man, you're very interesting. Tell me your identity. Let's see if you have the qualifications to be rude in front of me. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Black Tiger Gang, Zhao Hai has seen the two elders. This junior isn't being rude, it's just that I don't like the Wandering Souls Gang. Therefore, I came here today to remove the Wandering Souls Gang from the Cultivation realm. Right, the two elders have lived for a long time, it's time for you to accompany your loved ones. Naturally, I hope that none of your loved ones are still alive in the Cultivation realm. Otherwise, they would have to suffer the pain of death. Domineering. Although Zhao Hai said this with a smile, everyone could hear the domineering tone in his voice. Everyone stared blankly at Zhao Hai. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would dare to say this. It must be known that Zhao Hai was facing two immortal experts, not two body refinement cultivators. How could he talk to two immortal experts like this? What was the status of immortal experts? Any one of them could shake the entire cultivation realm. But now, he dared to speak to two immortal stage experts? Was he crazy? Elder Zhu and the other immortal experts from the Wandering Soul Gang stared blankly at Zhao Hai. They were also shocked by Zhao Hai's words. After some time, the two recovered. The immortal expert from the Wandering Soul Gang had an ashen expression. Elder Zhu opened his mouth and laughed, ha ha ha, interesting. How many years has it been since someone dared to talk to me like this? Ha ha ha, I didn't think that a little fellow would come and talk to me like this. Interesting, too interesting. Zhao Hai looked at the two, then at the other cultivators of the Wandering Soul Gang. Then he shook his head and sighed. Originally, the Wandering Soul Gang didn't need to be destroyed. You were once an existence that dominated the cultivation realm. Now that you've been forced here, you can only pass down your Dao. This isn't easy, you should just obediently pass down your Dao. However, you chose to go against the Black Tiger Gang, which made things difficult for me. In the end, I had no choice but to cut off your Dao, ending the Wandering Soul Gang's legacy. Everyone, rest assured, I will go back and tell the Black Tiger Gang to select some disciples to practice the Wandering Soul Gang's cultivation methods. No matter what, the Wandering Soul Gang's legacy must be passed down. You don't need to thank me, I will turn you into undead so that you can see that day with your own eyes. Zhao Hai looked at the two, then at the other cultivators of the Wandering Soul Gang. Too arrogant. He was too arrogant. Demon's Grimace had never seen such an arrogant person. He has heard of Zhao Hai's name, but he didn't take it to heart. First, Zhao Hai's background was too low. Second, Zhao Hai's strength was too low. In the past, Zhao Hai was at most a nascent soul stage expert. Such a person wasn't worthy of his attention. Although Zhao Hai was a transcending tribulation expert, there were still a lot of transcending tribulation experts in the gang. Because of this, a transcending tribulation expert wasn't a big deal. But today, when he saw Zhao Hai and heard Zhao Hai's words, Gui Jianzhou's first reaction was that this guy was a madman. There was something wrong with his head. At the same time, Gui Jianzhou angrily said, "Kid, you're boasting shamelessly. You want to destroy my ghost gang? Dream on." Zhao Hai looked at Gui Jianzhou and then at the two immortal experts. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Seniors, it's already late. I'll have to ask the two seniors to go." Gui Jianzhou nodded and said, "Senior, it's already late." Then he waved his hand and 12 metal beasts appeared. Then they roared as they rushed towards the immortal experts of the Ghost Gang. At the same time, Zhao Hai flew out of the Hell King's ship. At the same time, his Dharma idol appeared. Zhao Hai's Dharma idol now looked like himself. It was wearing a cultivator's robe and had a seal in its hands. It also had a black blade on its back. However, this Dharma idol was much smaller than other Dharma idols. It was only about half the height of other Dharma idols. However, it was very solid. It looked like Zhao Hai had enlarged himself. When Zhao Hai's Dharma idol appeared, its eyes were half closed. But soon, it opened. Seeing those eyes, everyone couldn't help but have a strange feeling. They felt that those weren't the eyes of a Dharma idol. Instead, they felt that the owner of those eyes was Zhao Hai. As soon as they felt this feeling, all the masters present could not help but feel shocked. This was because they knew very well what this represented. It was not as simple as a pair of eyes. It also represented a kind of realm that was unique to those who practiced the Dharma Laksana, the union of man and man. Zhao Hai actually reached the unity of man? This was incredible. Unity with man was a realm. In theory, anyone who reaches the transcendence realm can reach this realm. However, only 1 in 10,000 people can actually reach this realm. It was very difficult to achieve the unity of man and woman. First of all, your Dharma idol had to reach a high level of metal idol. You had to be able to move your whole body. Moreover, your Dharma idol had to be very solid and suitable for you. This wasn't a simple matter. When people condense their transcendence avatar, they don't know if their transcendence avatar is suitable for them or not. Only after they condense their transcendence avatar would they discover that it wasn't suitable for them. However, it was already too late. Naturally, most people wouldn't be able to discover that their transcendence avatar wasn't suitable for them. Only true experts would be able to discover this problem. Many people couldn't condense their Dharma form to the level of metal form in their entire lives, let alone find out if the Dharma form was suitable for them or not. It was even more impossible to achieve human unity. Therefore, human unity had always been a realm that existed in theory, and very few people could achieve it. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's Transcendence Avatar opened its eyes. This allowed everyone to understand that his Transcendence Avatar had reached the unity with man realm. Zhao Hai's Transcendence Avatar slowly opened its eyes and looked at the two immortal experts. At this time, the immortal expert from the Wandering Soul Gang was entangled by the 12 metal beasts released by Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai's gaze focused on Elder Zhu. Elder Zhu looked at Zhao Hai's Transcendence Avatar with a dignified expression. He coldly snorted before his figure moved and disappeared. What appeared in his place was a huge wild boar. This Elder Zhu was actually a beast cultivator. His body was a wild boar. When it comes to beast cultivators, they have an advantage when they reach the Transcendence stage. Once they reach the Transcendence stage, they can mistake their body as their Transcendence Avatar. Because of this, the wild boar that Zhao Hai saw could be regarded as Elder Zhu's body as well as his Transcendence Avatar. This was a special ability of beast cultivators. It can be said that they can achieve unity with man. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Zhu's avatar and said in a deep voice, "Pig? Ha ha ha, alright, I'll kill a pig today." After saying that, Zhao Hai's hand moved, and the black long blade on his back appeared in his hand. With the blade in hand, Zhao Hai's aura changed greatly. Zhao Hai had always given people the impression that he was very gentle. Even when he was being overbearing, he didn't use too many dirty words. But when Zhao Hai held the blade in his hand, his temperament completely changed. Boundless murderous aura emanated from his body. Under the influence of his murderous aura, the entire world seemed to have turned blood red. The air became sticky, and the world was filled with the smell of blood. The boundless murderous aura made both enemies and allies unable to help but hold their breaths. Now that Zhao Hai was standing there, you couldn't feel a trace of gentleness from him. He seemed to have transformed into a demon king who slaughtered tens of thousands of people. He stood there with the long blade dripping with blood in his hand, looking down on the common people. In his eyes, everyone was just a dead soul under his blade. No one present had ever seen such a heavy murderous aura. Even Zhang Feng and the others were seeing Zhao Hai for the first time. At that moment, Zhang Feng and the others were dazzled. But at this moment, Zhao Hai moved. Zhao Hai took a step forward, raised the black blade in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Sky Demon 7 Killing Blade, Fecta Slash." When this blade was swung, the sky was filled with black blade light. It swept towards Elder Zhu like a dark cloud. When Elder Zhu saw Zhao Hai's blade move, he didn't dare to be careless. The huge fat pig rushed forward and said, "Divine pig hits the tree." He went straight to Zhao Hai's blade light, boom. The two collided. Then the sound of weapons clashing was heard. At this time, Zhao Hai and Elder Zhu were completely wrapped in the black blade light. Outsiders simply couldn't see what was happening inside. Even transcending tribulation experts like Zhang Feng couldn't see what was happening inside. This was because their divine sense couldn't penetrate the blade light. At this time, Zhao Hai's voice was heard from the blade light, "Sky Demon 7 Killing Blade, Sun Opening Slash." After a series of loud rumbles, the blade light converged. Zhao Hai appeared not far from the Hell King's ship. At the same time, Elder Zhu returned to the front of the Wandering Soul Gang. However, the current situation of Zhao Hai's avatar wasn't very good. The avatar's left arm had a huge hole. Fortunately, this was an avatar. As long as it had spiritual chi and faith power, it would be able to recover. Zhao Hai's avatar didn't have much of a choice. Instead, it had a large hole in its left arm. But everyone also understood that Zhao Hai's Dharma idol was incomparably solid, and it was in the realm of one with the Dharma idol. This time, his Dharma idol was injured, so it was certain that his body was also injured. "Ha ha ha, this is great, this is great." Zhao Hai held his black saber in his right hand as he laughed. His eyes shined as he looked at Elder Zhu and said, "Today's battle was great. You're worthy of being an immortal expert. Fierce, very fierce." Elder Zhu's expression wasn't good. Although he wasn't injured and even had the upper hand, his expression was still ugly. He looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Good, you're worthy of being Zhao Hai. This elder underestimated you. If you were allowed to grow, you would certainly become one of the strongest experts in the cultivation realm. Unfortunately, this elder can't let you grow. Die." After he said that, Elder Zhu rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Zhu. Then he suddenly laughed and said, I just wanted to use you to test my saber. I didn't want to go all out against you. Prepare to die, Vulcan strike. This Vulcan strike was something that Zhao Hai casually said. After the battle, he already knew the gap between him and an immortal expert. Although there was still a gap between him and an immortal expert, the gap wasn't that big. The reason for this was because of Zhao Hai's cultivation method. His myriad stellar transformations Yin-Yang law was very powerful. The spiritual energy density was 10 times higher than other cultivation methods. Moreover, this cultivation method was very mysterious. Zhao Hai started cultivating it before he ascended. Even now, he was still practicing it. But this cultivation method seemed to have no end. He cultivated it layer by layer until he reached the 6th layer. But this cultivation method was already comparable to an immortal expert. The second reason was because Zhao Hai had fused good and evil into one, making his Dharma image more solid than before. Moreover, it was much more powerful than before. Because of this, he was able to exchange 2 moves with Elder Zhu and was only at a slight disadvantage. Now, Zhao Hai finally used his killer move. The Fire God City flew out of the vermilion bird space and smashed towards Elder Zhu. Elder Zhu's attack was too fierce and fast. Even if he wanted to dodge, it was too late. The Fire God City smashed into his body. With a loud bang, Elder Zhu's Dharma idol was destroyed. His entire body was smashed to the ground. While falling, Elder Zhu was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He was seriously injured. The reason why the Fire God City could achieve this effect was because Elder Zhu thought that he knew of Zhao Hai's strength and was preparing to kill him. But then Zhao Hai used the Fire God City to attack him. The Fire God City's attack wasn't something that Elder Zhu could block. Because of this, he was heavily injured by Zhao Hai. If Elder Zhu had been on guard against Zhao Hai, then he wouldn't have been so miserable. Elder Zhu was seriously injured, but Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The black blade in his hand flashed as he shouted, Sky Demon 7 Slaughter Blade, Alcade Slash. Following Zhao Hai's words, an incomparably huge black blade chi slashed towards Elder Zhu's body. At this moment, Elder Zhu, who seemed to be seriously injured and on the verge of death, suddenly stopped his falling body. Then, his body spun like a top and dodged Zhao Hai's blade chi. Following that, his body suddenly rose and appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Right now, Elder Zhu was bleeding from his 7 orifices and looked incomparably miserable. However, his expression was even more ferocious. His eyes were like knives as he stared at Zhao Hai. He shouted, You actually injured me? You're just an ant, yet you managed to injure me? Unforgivable. Die. Elder Zhu shouted, Divine Pig Transformation. An incomparably huge wild boar with 2 long tusks that looked like 2 long scimitars charged straight at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sneered. Vulcan strike. After saying that, he waved his hand forward. Elder Zhu, who had suffered a loss once, immediately reacted when he heard this sound. He shouted, Divine Pig Transformation. His huge body turned and dodged to the side. However, he didn't notice the sly glint in Zhao Hai's eyes. Just as Elder Zhu dodged, a huge city appeared silently in front of him and smashed down fiercely. Boom! With a loud bang, Elder Zhu's Dharma idol was broken once again. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground dizzily. At this moment, Elder Zhu suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Then he felt the world spinning as he lost all his strength and fell into boundless darkness. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhao Hai released a large magic artifact the size of a city, which smashed into Elder Zhu's body. Elder Zhu's Dharma idol was broken, and he spat out blood as he fell to the ground. In the next moment, Zhao Hai's real body suddenly appeared beside Elder Zhu's falling body and chopped off Elder Zhu's head. As soon as Elder Zhu's head fell, he naturally died. His body instantly expanded and returned to his original body, a wild boar with golden fur. However, Zhao Hai didn't give them too much time to watch. He waved his hand and sent Elder Zhu to the space. Then his figure moved as he rushed towards the immortal expert of the Wandering Soul Gang. It must be said that the immortal expert of the Wandering Soul Gang was quite pitiful. He didn't even say a word before he was entangled by Zhao Hai's metal beasts. These metal beasts were controlled by Hu Dingshan and had extraordinary strength. Moreover, the immortal expert's strength wasn't as good as Hu Dingshan's, and the metal beasts were transformed from liquid silver. In this case, even if the immortal expert wanted to help Elder Zhu, he couldn't. He was still entangled with the metal beasts. At this time, Zhao Hai dealt with Elder Zhu and rushed towards the immortal expert. The immortal expert couldn't help but complain inside. The Wandering Soul Gang's immortal expert didn't expect the Black Tiger Gang to send a cultivator with such formidable fighting strength. He knew a bit about Zhao Hai. But the information he obtained before said that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't bad. Zhao Hai was most famous for his large artifacts. But today, it seems like he was wrong. Zhao Hai rushed towards the Wandering Soul Gang's immortal expert while giving Zhang Feng and the others the order to attack. But at this time, the Wandering Soul Gang's defensive formation suddenly cracked from the inside. It seems like someone had destroyed the formation from the inside. After receiving Zhao Hai's order, Zhang Feng and the others immediately rushed in. Naturally, the first to move were the Transcending Tribulation experts, followed by the large artifacts. At this time, Zhao Hai and the Wandering Soul Gang's immortal expert were fighting. Zhao Hai released his Dharma idol and used the Sky Demon 7 Slaughter Saber. Zhao Hai's current attack was still inferior to an immortal expert, but it wasn't by much. Now that he was going all out, the Wandering Soul Gang's immortal expert naturally had to be careful. Because the immortal expert was too careful, even with the help of the 12 metal beasts, Zhao Hai couldn't deal with the immortal expert in a short period of time. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that Zhang Feng and the others' attacks were going smoothly. Because Zhao Hai was fighting, he couldn't command the large artifacts. Because of this, the large artifacts were handed over to Laura and the others. To be honest, Laura and the others' commands were better than Zhao Hai's. On the other hand, the Wandering Soul Gang's morale was very low. They had seen their immortal expert being killed by Zhao Hai. At the same time, their own immortal experts were also beaten by Zhao Hai. In this case, it would be strange for the Wandering Soul Gang to have morale. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. His attacks became faster and faster. However, he didn't use the Fire God City. This was because the immortal expert of the Wandering Soul Gang was very careful. Zhao Hai didn't have the opportunity to use the Fire God City. The avatar of the immortal expert was very strange. It was actually a skeleton. However, this skeleton's attack wasn't weak. Zhao Hai and the 12 metal beasts attacked for a long time, but they weren't able to do anything to it. However, Zhao Hai already had an idea. He and the 12 metal beasts led the immortal expert away from the battlefield. When Zhao Hai thought that they were in a safe place, he attacked the immortal expert. Then with an intention, he summoned Elder Zhu. An immortal stage undead suddenly appeared. While the elder was in a daze, Elder Zhu moved his hand and directly attacked. The Wandering Soul Elder was startled. He gave a strange cry as he turned around to face Elder Zhu. At this time, Zhao Hai's Fire God strike hit the Wandering Soul Elder. The Wandering Soul Elder couldn't dodge this time as he was hit. Just as he was about to faint, Elder Zhu's attack arrived. Elder Zhu was now an undead. His attack was also at its peak. The immortal expert of the Wandering Soul Gang was weaker than Elder Zhu. Not to mention, he was dizzy. Naturally, he couldn't block Elder Zhu's attack. When Elder Zhu's attack landed on the immortal expert's body, the immortal expert's internal organs ruptured, causing him to spurt out blood. However, the immortal expert of the Wandering Soul Gang was also a ruthless person. Seeing that he wouldn't be able to escape today, he couldn't help but roar. Then he gathered his spiritual chi and attacked Zhao Hai. At this point, he understood that this was all because of Zhao Hai. Elder Zhu couldn't be resurrected for no reason. Moreover, he could feel a strong death chi coming from Elder Zhu's body. He understood that Elder Zhu had been turned into an undead by Zhao Hai. As long as he kills Zhao Hai, the Wandering Soul Gang would have a chance to survive. But as soon as the immortal expert turned around, Zhao Hai knew what he was going to do. Zhao Hai's figure flashed and returned to the space. The immortal expert of the Wandering Soul Gang felt a chill on his back. A sword tip appeared in front of his chest. Then the sword twisted, causing the immortal expert to lose all his strength. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent the immortal expert to the space. Then he received Elder Zhu and the 12 metal beasts. Then he turned around and headed towards the battlefield. Although Zhang Feng and the others had the upper hand on the battlefield, the wandering souls weren't completely defenseless. They were in a deadlock. However, the Black Tiger Gang's fleet was about to wipe out the enemy's fleet of large artifacts. Zhao Hai naturally knew who was behind this, but he didn't care. He just took his black saber and killed his way towards the Wandering Soul Gang. With Zhao Hai's participation, the situation changed. The Wandering Soul Gang couldn't hold on any longer. The people from the Wandering Soul Gang saw how Zhao Hai lured their Supreme Elder away. Now that Zhao Hai came back while their Supreme Elder didn't, they were very clear about what this meant. It seems like their Supreme Elder had met with misfortune. In just a short time, the Wandering Soul Gang's morale plummeted. The Black Tiger Gang's offensive became even fiercer. And with the addition of Zhao Hai, the Wandering Soul Gang couldn't hold on any longer. Zhao Hai was a lot stronger than ordinary transcending tribulation experts. With his all-out attack, the Wandering Soul Gang couldn't resist. Even some transcending tribulation experts were killed by Zhao Hai. Seeing this, Gui Jianchou knew that the Wandering Soul Gang was finished. He didn't expect the Black Tiger Gang to be able to destroy the Wandering Soul Gang without using their full strength. This was beyond his expectations. However, Gui Jianchou quickly turned his gaze to another person. That person's body flashed with a tiger-shaped Dharma idol. He was talking to an expert of the Black Tiger Gang. Among the many ghost-like Dharma idols, his tiger-shaped Dharma idol was very special. This person was none other than Ma Yun. Gui Jianchou glared at Ma Yun and gritted his teeth. In his opinion, it was the Myriad Demon Sect's fault that the Wandering Souls Gang had fallen to this state. If the Myriad Demon Sect hadn't sent them to deal with the Black Tiger Gang, they would have been able to maintain peace with the Black Tiger Gang for a period of time. It was all because of Ma Yun that they fell to this state, and the Wandering Souls Gang's orthodoxy was about to be severed. Moreover, Ma Yun was very arrogant in the Wandering Soul Gang, ordering Gui Jianchou around. This made Gui Jianchou hold a grudge against him. Now, Gui Jianchou hated him even more. He forced Tai Yi to retreat and then appeared beside Ma Yun. Then he loudly said, "Mr. Ma, let's work together to get out of here. Otherwise, we'll all die here today." Ma Yun also understood the current situation. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. He was also worried about today's situation. Now that he heard Gui Jianchou's words, he immediately nodded and said, "All right, let's rush out together." After he said that, he immediately attacked the transcending tribulation expert of the Black Tiger Gang. Then he turned around and left. Just then, Demon's Grimace sneered. He gathered all his strength and struck Ma Yun's Dharma idol. Ma Yun was caught off guard and his Dharma idol was shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked and angry. He turned to Demon's Grimace in disbelief and said, "Demon's Grimace, you dare to plot against me?" Gui Jianchou sneered and said, "So what? If it wasn't for you, my Wandering Soul Gang wouldn't have ended up like this. How can I face the previous leaders of the Wandering Soul Gang? Today, I'll kill you. You can go to hell with me." After saying that, he lunged forward crazily. Ma Yun was scared out of his wits. He didn't think that Gui Jianchou would have such thoughts. He was now seriously injured, but he could only condense his Dharma idol and fight against Gui Jianchou. Their actions confused the Black Tiger Gang. They didn't know what the two were doing, but why were they fighting? Only Zhao knew what was going on. He had heard the conversation between the two. Zhao couldn't help but shake his head. He really couldn't understand what these people were thinking. However, Zhao Hai didn't take the two to heart. He just paid attention to their fight and continued to attack the Wandering Soul Gang's members. At this time, the morale of the Wandering Soul Gang's cultivators had fallen to the lowest point. They couldn't raise their morale. Their Supreme Elder was killed and their masters were fighting among themselves. They felt that they had lost all hope. The Black Tiger Gang didn't let go of this opportunity. They attacked with all their might. The Wandering Soul Gang's cultivators couldn't hold on any longer and deserters started to appear. If there was a first, then there would be a second. Whenever a deserter appeared, the morale of the army would be shaken. More and more deserters appeared. However, these deserters were relatively weak. There weren't any strong deserters. This was because these strong deserters were entangled by the Black Tiger Gang. Even if they wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to. Everyone knew that the Wandering Soul Gang was done for. From today onwards, the Wandering Soul Gang would be erased from the cultivation world. There would only be the Black Tiger Gang left. At this time, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Everyone turned their heads and saw that it was Gue Jianzhou who killed Ma Yun. After killing Ma Yun, Gue Jianzhou's eyes turned blood red. He looked at the Black Tiger Gang and angrily shouted, "Black Tiger Gang, you destroyed my Wandering Soul Gang's 10,000 years of inheritance. Today, I'll take you down with me." Then he rushed towards a transcending tribulation expert of the Black Tiger Gang. Gue Jianzhou's move was a life for a life. The transcending tribulation expert of the Black Tiger Gang was intimidated by Gue Jianzhou's killing intent and fell into a disadvantageous position. When the Wandering Soul Gang's experts heard Gue Jianzhou's words, they became even more ferocious. They roared and attacked the Black Tiger Gang. In just a short time, the Black Tiger Gang suffered a lot of casualties. At this time, a voice was heard, "So what if I destroyed your foundation? Do you have the ability to take revenge?" Sky Demon 7 Slaughter Saber, Sky Pivot Slash. Along with this voice, a black saber light directly covered Gue Jianzhou. Then a blood-curdling scream was heard. Gue Jianzhou disappeared along with the saber light. At the same time, the fate of the Wandering Soul Gang was foretold. On the deck of the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng, Tai Yi, Tai Ying, and the other transcending tribulation experts were drinking wine. From time to time, bursts of laughter could be heard. Zhang Feng gulped down the wine in his glass, then he laughed and said, "Good, very good. We've finally dealt with the Wandering Soul Gang. Let's see if any other gang dares to stretch their claws towards our Black Tiger Gang in the future. If they dare to stretch their claws, then they should be prepared to be cut off by us." Everyone laughed. Tai Ying also smiled and said, "Now that we've gotten rid of the Wandering Soul Gang, there are still 4 sections. This time, we came out to deal with them. I believe that their sects don't have that many immortal experts. Even if they do, we don't need to fear them." When Tai Ying said this, everyone turned their attention to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had personally killed 2 immortal experts. He had become everyone's idol. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "The 4 major sects, we naturally need to deal with them. However, now isn't the time to eliminate them. Otherwise, the 10,000 Beast sect would intervene. We still need some time. When the 10,000 Beast sect is too busy to take care of themselves, then the Black Tiger Gang will have an opportunity. At that time, the Black Tiger Gang will let the entire cultivation realm know that the Black Tiger Gang isn't to be trifled with." Everyone responded in unison. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had already left the Wandering Soul Gang's territory. The Wandering Soul Gang had been destroyed. The 2 immortal experts were killed by Zhao Hai. Gue Jianzhou was personally killed by Zhao Hai. The other transcending tribulation experts of the Wandering Soul Gang were also killed after Zhao Hai joined the battle. Almost all of the Wandering Soul Gang's assassins were killed. In this case, the Wandering Soul Gang's name has already been erased from the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai and the others also took away the assets that the Wandering Soul Gang had accumulated over the years. They also destroyed the mountain protecting formation. However, Zhao Hai was still careful. He placed a stone tablet in the Wandering Soul Gang's headquarters with the words Black Tiger Gang written on it. This means that the Wandering Soul Gang's territory will belong to the Black Tiger Gang in the future. If anyone dares to occupy the Wandering Soul Gang's territory, then it would be a declaration of war against the Black Tiger Gang. Of course, Zhao Hai also knew that the boundary stone wouldn't be very useful as long as the Myriad Beast sect still existed. The other gangs could occupy the Wandering Soul Gang's territory under the Myriad Beast sect's permission. However, Zhao Hai did this in order to leave a foreshadowing for the future. He wanted to leave the boundary stone as evidence so that the Black Tiger Gang would have an excuse to take back the Wandering Soul Gang's territory. Zhao Hai was very clear that before the heavenly demons invaded the cultivation realm, the Myriad Beast sect didn't have the ability to confront the Myriad Beast sect. This was also why he said that it wasn't time to destroy the other 4 sects. They destroyed the Wandering Soul Gang because they had a conflict with them before. Moreover, almost everyone in the Cultivation realm knew about the Myriad Beast sect and the Wandering Soul Gang. Therefore, the Myriad Beast sect couldn't use this as an excuse to attack the Black Tiger Gang. However, if the Myriad Beast sect destroyed the other 4 sects, then the Myriad Beast sect would have an excuse to send troops. Even if they didn't destroy the other 4 sects, the Myriad Beast sect would send troops as soon as the Myriad Beast sect destroyed a sect. To be honest, the Black Tiger Gang wasn't afraid of the Myriad Beast sect right now. After the base was built, even if the Myriad Beast sect gathered the strength of the entire sect, it would still be very difficult to attack the Black Tiger Gang. However, Zhao Hai wasn't ready to start a war with the Myriad Beast sect right now because the Myriad Beast sect was still useful. In a year, the heavenly demons would invade the Cultivation realm. If the Black Tiger Gang started a war with the Myriad Beast sect at this time, then the Cultivation realm would only suffer a loss. Therefore, the Black Tiger Gang was waiting. When the heavenly demons invaded, the Myriad Beast sect would definitely start a war with the heavenly demons. At that time, the heavenly demons wouldn't cause trouble for the Black Tiger Gang. If the Myriad Beast sect suffered heavy losses in the war with the heavenly demons, then it would be exactly what the Black Tiger Gang wanted. In the future, the Northern Strange region would become the Black Tiger Gang's domain. It must be said that the Black Tiger Gang had a shortcoming, it was that they had too few experts. Compared to the Myriad Beast sect, the Black Tiger Gang had too few transcending tribulation experts. Because of this, the Black Tiger Gang had no way to fight against the Myriad Beast sect. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were on their way to the other 4 sects. They were going to cause trouble in the other 4 sects' territories, forcing them to retreat. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, what are we going to do next? Are we going to divide our forces?" Zhang Feng asked this question for a reason. While Zhao Hai and the others were attacking the Wandering Soul Gang, the other 4 sects had already invaded the Black Tiger Gang. They were now at the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters and were fighting with Tai Zhantian's group. Because of this, Zhang Feng and the others directly rushed towards the territories of the other 4 sections. This time, they wanted to deal with the other 4 sects, so the other 4 sects had no choice but to turn back. Zhang Feng's idea was to divide their forces and attack the territories of the other 4 sects at the same time. This way, the other 4 sects would have to retreat at the same time. However, Zhao Hai didn't see it this way, he shook his head and said, "No, I don't agree to divide our forces. The other 4 sects have the backing of the 10,000 Beast sect. The 10,000 Beast sect should know that we destroyed the Wandering Soul Gang. If we divide our forces, then the 10,000 Beast sect would send experts to attack us one by one. Therefore, we can't divide our forces, we have to combine our forces. Although it's slower, we can still preserve our strength. Compared to the 10,000 Beast sect, the Black Tiger Gang has too few people. Losing 100 transcending tribulation experts wouldn't be a big deal, but losing 100 of our transcending tribulation experts would be a huge blow to the Black Tiger Gang. Without people, even if we have a good base, it would be useless." Zhang Feng thought for a moment, then she nodded and said, "You're right, those fellows from the 10,000 Beast sect aren't fools. When they see us attacking the other 4 sects, they will immediately understand what we mean. When the time comes, if they really send experts to deal with us, then it would be very troublesome. But Little Hai, will the gang be alright? What if the 10,000 Beast sect sends immortal experts to help the other 4 sects attack the main hall?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. As long as they don't send more than 3 immortal experts, then there won't be a problem. Also, don't you still have me? If they send a lot of immortal experts, then I can immediately go back and support them." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng didn't think too much about it. He thought that the Black Tiger Gang was being guarded by Hu Dingshan, so there was no need to worry. However, Zhao Hai was referring to Elder Zhu, the Wandering Soul Gang's immortal undead, and Hu Dingshan. Hu Dingshan couldn't leave the space, but he could still control the 12 metal beasts. As for Elder Zhu and the Wandering Soul Gang's immortal undead, Zhao Hai had already made arrangements for them. He gave them armor so that others wouldn't be able to see their appearances. This way, the two could directly appear in the Black Tiger Gang's territory and help them fight. Because of this arrangement, Zhao Hai wasn't worried that the Black Tiger Gang would have an accident. Even if the Black Tiger Gang sent an immortal expert, he wouldn't be afraid. He just had Elder Zhu and the Wandering Soul Gang's immortal undead deal with them. After the two immortal experts turned into undead, their fighting strength increased instead of decreasing. One must know that their armor was made from the 12 gold saint robes that Zhao Hai obtained from the space. Because of the space's upgrades, the gold saint robes had become very strong. Although they weren't as indestructible as liquid silver, they weren't any worse than the Cultivation Realm's armors. Moreover, Zhao Hai wasn't worried that the Cultivation Realm would suspect them. As long as they don't use their avatars, nobody would know their identities. In the Cultivation Realm, there were some sects that had ways to refine immortal stage zombies. However, only ghost sects would be able to do this. The Black Tiger Gang was a beast cultivator sect. Moreover, they were a mixed group. Additionally, Hu Dingshan had already made a move before. It wasn't unreasonable for two immortal stage undead to help the Black Tiger Gang. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to have Elder Zhu and the Wandering Soul Gang's immortal stage undead participate in the battle. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to have Elder Zhu and the Wandering Soul Gang's immortal stage undead participate. Zhang Feng said, the Heavy Sand Gang, the Withered Vine Sect, the Giant Strength Gang, and the Iron Saber Sect. You've already seen the information on these 4 sections. Which one do you think we should deal with first? Zhao Hai replied, let's deal with the Withered Vine Sect first. This is also a beast cultivator sect. However, it has always been close to the 10,000 Beast Sect. I heard that the sect master of the Withered Vine Sect had received guidance from an elder of the 10,000 Beast Sect. Moreover, the Withered Vine Sect also received a lot of support from the 10,000 Beast Sect. It can be said that the Withered Vine Sect is just a branch of the 10,000 Beast Sect. They are also the most hardcore supporters of the 10,000 Beast Sect. Zhang Feng nodded and said, all right. However, the Withered Vine Sect isn't easy to deal with. I heard that the Withered Vine Sect's headquarters is located in the Withered Vine Valley. I heard that there are a lot of sky-reaching vines protecting it. It wouldn't be easy to attack. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai also had some understanding of the sky-reaching vine that Zhang Feng mentioned. The sky-reaching vine was a kind of wild vine. Although it wasn't a heavenly treasure, it was still a rare treasure. The sky-reaching vine was very tough. It was difficult for swords and sabers to injure it. The vine was long enough to reach the sky. When it was swung, it would have the power to split stones. If an ordinary nascent soul expert were to encounter a few dozen sky-reaching vine, then they would surely die on the spot. Most importantly, the sky-reaching vine was also known as the nemesis of large artifacts. This vine was very long and could even reach the sky. Although it was impossible for it to reach the sky, it could still grow up to 10,000 meters long. If it was swung, it could definitely pull down a large artifact from the sky or even entangle it. Although the sky-reaching vine was a plant, it was a carnivore. It used its vines to attack beasts and cultivators. Regardless of whether they were flying in the sky or running on the ground, the sky-reaching vine could still attack them. The power of its whip was very strong, and its entanglement was also very strong. It wasn't any worse than a snake-like beast. It was a very troublesome plant. According to legend, the first sect master of the Withered Vine School was a sky-reaching vine monster. Although the sky-reaching vine was very strong, it didn't have a long lifespan. An ordinary sky-reaching vine couldn't live for more than 100 years. After it sprouted, it could grow up to a kilometer in 1 year. After 10 years, it could grow up to 10,000 meters. After that, it wouldn't grow any longer. Because of this, the sky-reaching vine monster died before it could become a monster. However, the first sect master of the Withered Vine School was a variant sky-reaching vine. It lived for more than 10 years before finally dying. But after seeing Hu Dingshan and the other immortal experts, Zhao Hai wasn't sure if the Withered Vine School's old man was really dead. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed to deal with the Withered Vine School first. If he couldn't deal with the sky-reaching vines, then he wouldn't be able to enter the Withered Vine School. However, Zhao Hai had another method to deal with the sky-reaching vine. This method was very simple, and that was to use poison. The sky-reaching vine was a type of plant. As long as Zhao Hai can get some sky-reaching vines to the space, then he can use the processing machine and the space's herbicide to create a poison to deal with the sky-reaching vine. When the time comes, the sky-reaching vine would quickly turn into a pile of withered grass. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't tell Zhang Feng and the others about this method. Therefore, he just nodded and said, when the time comes, we'll act according to the circumstances. If possible, we'll destroy the withered vine school's sky-reaching vine. It would be best if we can dig up some and send them back to the Black Tiger Gang. At that time, the Black Tiger Gang would have another defensive weapon. Zhang Feng nodded and said, all right, but the sky-reaching vine isn't easy to grow. Besides the withered vine valley, I haven't heard of any other place that can grow sky-reaching vine. Iron Eagle interjected, that's not necessarily true. I heard that the Myriad Demon sect has a lot of sky-reaching vine. In other words, the sky-reaching vine can grow in other places. However, it requires a special method to grow it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, as long as there's a method, then it's fine. This time, we'll kill some of the withered vine school's cultivators and turn them into undead. Maybe we'll be able to learn the method to grow the sky-reaching vine. Zhang Feng nodded and said, it would be best if we can learn the method. But if we want to deal with the withered vine school, then we'll have to take a detour. Otherwise, we'll have to go through the Iron Saber Gate's territory. If we do that, then we might alert the enemy. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, if we alert the enemy, then so be it. I want to see what the Iron Saber Gate can do to us. We'll just go through their territory. But if we want to go through, then we'll have to kill all the Iron Saber Gate's people. That's why the Iron Saber Gate's mountain was destroyed. The Iron Saber Gate was famous for refining artifacts. However, the artifacts that the Iron Saber Gate forged had a special characteristic, that was, they only forged sword-shaped artifacts. The sword-shaped artifacts made by the Iron Saber Gate were very famous in the cultivation world. Moreover, the Iron Saber Gate had a lot of mines. These mines were the foundation of the Iron Saber Gate's survival. Every year, they would export some ores, which was one of their sources of income. Because of this, although the Iron Saber Gate wasn't very strong, they had a good relationship with other sections. In the past, the Black Tiger Gang had imported a lot of ores from the Iron Saber Gate. Iron Blade sect master, 1/Heaven Cleaving Wan Yu, was frowning as he sat in his study room. Although the Iron Blade sect had a share in the attack on the Black Tiger Gang, in terms of the distribution of the Black Tiger Gang's territory and wealth, the Iron Blade sect received the least. It couldn't be helped, who asked them to be the weakest, and this was what Wan Yu was most dissatisfied about. The Iron Blade sect had some business dealings with the Black Tiger Gang before, so they had some understanding of the Black Tiger Gang's strength. They knew that after a period of development, the Black Tiger Gang's strength was still very strong. In addition to the years of accumulation of the Black Tiger Gang, their wealth was definitely an unimaginable number. Wan Yu was very clear that if the Iron Blade sect could get more of the Black Tiger Gang's property, it would be an unimaginable amount of resources for the Iron Blade sect. At that time, the Iron Blade sect would become a force to be reckoned within the Northern Strange region. However, Wan Yu knew that this was just a casual thought. The distribution quota was set by the Thousand Goblin sect, so even if he was given a lot of courage, he would not dare to object. At this moment, a series of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, followed by a flustered and exasperated voice, Sect Master, something has happened, something big has happened. Wan Yu frowned and said in a deep voice, come in and talk, what are you shouting for? Wan Yu's appearance was very strange, with a pair of slender eyes, a big head and a gloomy face, giving people the impression that he was a big bandit who was sitting on the ground to distribute the loot. At this time, a cultivator around 30 years old ran in. This cultivator looked very strange. His head was very big and his face was very ordinary. However, at this moment, his face was ashen and his eyes were filled with fear. Wan Yu glanced at this person and said in a deep voice, what's wrong, speak, what happened? The cultivator stopped, took a few deep breaths, looked at Wan Yu and said in a deep voice, Sect Master, just now a few low-level cultivators of the Wandering Souls gang ran into our territory and were caught by us. They gave us a very important information, they said. At this point, he suddenly hesitated, as if he did not know how to continue. Wan Yu stared at him and said, what? Tell me. The cultivator looked at Wang Yu and said, "Not long ago, the Black Tiger Gang sent out a small team led by Zhao Hai. They first defeated the Wandering Soul Gang's army and then attacked the Wandering Soul Gang. At the Wandering Soul Gang's territory, Zhao Hai suddenly displayed strength not weaker than an immortal expert. He even took out several powerful artifacts and blocked the Wandering Soul Gang's supreme elder and an immortal expert from the Myriad Demon sect. In the end, he killed the two immortal experts and destroyed the Wandering Soul Gang." Boom! Wang Yu felt as though there was a sudden clap of thunder in his mind, shaking his soul out of his body. His vision turned black and he almost fainted. After a while, Wang Yu shook his head and looked at the cultivator. Following which, he stood up and looked at the cultivator and said in a low voice, "B****, do you know what you're saying? Since when did the Black Tiger Gang have such powerful combat strength? How could a small team wipe out the Wandering Souls Gang? If they were really that powerful, the Wandering Souls Gang wouldn't have come all the way to his house." In the end, he had no choice but to ask the Grand Elder for help. The cultivator said in a low voice, "Sect Master, at first I also thought that it was fake news. However, a few more groups of cultivators from the Wandering Souls Gang came over and they all said the same thing. From their expressions, it didn't seem like they were lying. I've already sent people to check on the Wandering Souls Gang. I'm sure there will be news soon." Wang Yu's eyebrows twitched as he turned to the cultivator and said, "Bring the cultivators from the Wandering Souls Gang here for me to take a look. Pass down the order for us to stop attacking the Black Tiger Gang's army for now." The cultivator nodded and left. Not long after, the cultivator who left earlier returned with a few low-level cultivators. Looking at the appearance of these cultivators, Wang Yu understood why the cultivators said that they were lying. These cultivators had a very strange energy fluctuation around them. Wang Yu could clearly feel that these cultivators were from the Wandering Souls Gang. This was because the Wandering Souls Gang's cultivation technique was very unique. It was a technique that was much more advanced than normal techniques. Outsiders couldn't imitate it. However, these cultivators had a look of despair on their faces. It was as though they had lost all hope and had turned into walking corpses. This look of despair was definitely not an act. Wang Yu glanced at the few cultivators and frowned slightly. With a wave of his hand, a few clumps of spiritual energy entered their bodies. Wang Yu thought that this would be the end of it. However, he did not expect that the few cultivators would not react at all. Their faces were filled with despair and there was no response at all. Wang Yu furrowed his brows as he formed a few hand seals. A few calming spells landed on the bodies of these people. Only then did they regain their senses. They glanced at Wang Yu before simultaneously dodging and saying in a trembling voice, "Greetings, Senior." These cultivators had just reached the Transcendence stage and Wang Yu was an expert at the Crossing Tribulation stage. Naturally, they had to greet him. Wang Yu waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Tell me your background." These cultivators immediately reported their identities. They were low-level cultivators from the Wandering Souls Gang who had luckily escaped from the battle. Wang Yu then asked them about the Wandering Souls Gang's situation. Naturally, they answered truthfully. Hearing their words, Wang Yu's expression turned solemn. These people's spirits had been greatly affected. Sometimes, they would speak incoherently. However, the gist of what they said was correct. Now, Wang Yu was certain that the Wandering Soul Gang was finished. The entire Wandering Soul Gang had been exterminated. This was because when these people escaped, they saw the leader of the Wandering Soul Gang being killed by Zhao Hai. The immortal experts of the Wandering Soul Gang had died even earlier. Wang Yu's expression turned ashen. He was very clear that the Wandering Souls Gang was finished. The next target would be the Iron Saber sect. The Black Tiger Gang would definitely not let them off. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. A cultivator who looked to be in his 20s ran in with a jade sword message in his hand. After entering the house, he bowed to Wang Yu and said in a deep voice, "Sect leader, mining police sword." Wang Yu was stunned for a moment, then his face changed. He took the jade sword and glanced at the contents of the jade sword. His face became even more unsightly. He immediately said, "Sound the alarm. All Ironblade sect disciples gather at the main hall." Although the young cultivator didn't understand, he immediately did as he was told. Before long, a melodious bell sound came from the main hall of the Iron Saber sect. This bell sound spread far and wide, alarming all the disciples of the Iron Saber sect. The alarm of the Iron Saber sect wasn't something that could be casually rung. This alarm could only be rung when the sect was in extreme danger. After hearing the alarm, all the disciples of the Iron Saber sect had to gather at the main hall in the shortest time possible. Anyone who disobeyed would be treated as a traitor. Although the bell sounded, Wang Yu didn't relax at all. He looked outside nervously. At this moment, another cultivator ran in with a jade sword in his hand. He bowed to Wang Yu and said, "Sect leader, the scouts have reported that the Wandering Souls gang has been exterminated." Although Wang Yu already knew about this news, when he heard it, he still felt like his vision turned dark. He weakly waved his hand and said, "Got it. Pass down the order. The sect's troops attacking the Black Tiger gang are to retreat at full speed without any delay." The cultivator nodded and turned to leave. Only then did Wang Yu heave a sigh of relief. Looking at the sky outside the house, he muttered, "Black Tiger gang, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Looks like the Thousand Goblin sect is going to suffer again." At the same time, the mines of the Iron Saber School were being attacked. A fleet of 82 large celestial devices passed through the Iron Saber School and killed all the people of the Iron Saber School along the way. All the mines of the Iron Saber School were destroyed. The speed of this fleet wasn't very fast, but they didn't intend to stop either. They directly passed through the Iron Saber Gate and didn't stop for long. Zhao Hai stood on the bow of the Hell King's ship, looking into the distance. He said, "We'll soon enter the Withered Vine Gang's territory. We need to be more careful. I'm afraid that the Withered Vine Gang has already received the news." Zhang Feng, who was standing beside Zhao Hai, nodded and said, "They should have already received the news. I just heard the alarm bell of the Iron Saber sect. It seems like the Iron Saber sect has also received the news. They must be afraid." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's good that they're afraid. If they're smart, then they would take back their army. Otherwise, once we're done with our business, their army wouldn't be able to come back." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right." Zhang Feng laughed and said, "Right, if they don't behave, then they won't be able to come back." Zhang Feng felt that following Zhao Hai out to fight was too much. Most of the time, they were the ones fighting. Very few people were able to hit them. This kind of battle was the most subtle. Although they suffered some casualties in this attack on the Wandering Soul Gang, more than 20 transcending tribulation experts were killed in exchange for the annihilation of the Wandering Soul Gang. No matter how you look at it, they still made a profit. If outsiders were to know about this, they would be shocked to death. Zhang Feng knew why their losses were so small. It was all because of Zhao Hai. The large artifacts under Zhao Hai's command were too powerful, beyond their imagination. Any army that faced Zhao Hai's large artifacts would be a nightmare. Zhao Hai's large artifacts were too powerful. Fighting alongside Zhao Hai might not give you a sense of accomplishment. This was because you didn't have much time to fight. Most of the time, you would be watching Zhao Hai's performance or the large artifacts rampaging around. All you need to do is to stand on the side and watch the fun. Once you've seen enough, you would make a move. But at that time, there wouldn't be many enemies left. This kind of battle might seem boring to some people, but Zhang Feng was sure that the person who said this was either a warmongering madman or a spectator. No one would think that this kind of battle would be boring. They would hope that every battle would be like this. Dang 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 dang. Dang, a melodious bell sound echoed in the valley. All the cultivators in yellow robes were stunned when they heard this sound. They knew what this bell meant. It was the alarm bell of the gang. After being stunned for a moment, the cultivators in the valley stopped what they were doing. The cultivators also stopped what they were doing and directly flew out of their caves towards the valley. This was a very huge valley. The entire valley covered an area of tens of thousands of acres. On both sides of the valley were caves. At the bottom of the valley was a large building. These buildings were bright yellow in color and looked very special. On top of these yellow buildings were long python-like vines. These vines weren't very thick, but they were very long. These vines looked like special patterns on the buildings. However, only those who truly understood them would understand that these vines weren't simple. These vines were the connecting vine that everyone in the cultivation world had a headache over. And this valley was the Withered Vine Valley, the headquarters of the Withered Vine School. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the Withered Vine School already knew about the destruction of the Wandering Soul Gang and the attack on the Iron Saber Gate. In the eyes of the Withered Vine School, this was a big matter. Moreover, they also received news that the Black Tiger Gang's fleet was heading towards the Withered Vine School. Therefore, they immediately rang the alarm bell. When the alarm rang, the entire Withered Vine School's main hall immediately moved. The cultivators of the Withered Vine School cultivated a wood attribute cultivation method. This cultivation method had a very special ability, which was to control the connecting heaven vines. Therefore, when necessary, the disciples would help the main hall to control the connecting heaven vines in order to fight against the enemy. Now that the alarm bell rang, the disciples immediately went to the school to receive orders. The school would arrange for them to control the sky connecting vines in order to deal with the enemy. While the Withered Vine School was preparing for war, Zhao Hai's fleet also officially entered the Withered Vine School's territory. However, they were still some distance away from the Withered Vine Valley. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that Zhao Hai already had a good understanding of the situation in the Withered Vine Valley. He even took some of the sky connecting vine seedlings into the space. Naturally, the Withered Vine Valley also had a defensive formation. However, this defensive formation was very special, it wasn't very strong. They mainly relied on the sky connecting vines to protect the entrance. Because of this, Zhao Hai's silver needles were able to easily penetrate the Withered Vine Valley. In the Withered Vine Valley, there were sky-reaching vines everywhere. These sky-reaching vines did not bloom. Almost all of the sky-reaching vines grew from a single root. When a sky-reaching vine died, a new one would naturally grow from the ground. However, the roots of the sky-reaching vines would never stop growing. Because there were too many sky-connecting vines, the Withered Vine School wasn't very strict in guarding them. Additionally, in the entire cultivation realm, there were only a few suitable places for the sky-connecting vines to grow. Therefore, nobody would dare to steal them. However, what they didn't know was that in Zhao Hai's space, as long as it was a plant, it would be able to grow. When Zhao Hai saw that nobody was paying attention to the sky-connecting vines, he naturally wouldn't be polite. He didn't dare to dig up too many, he only dug up a few seedlings. Naturally, he couldn't let Zhang Feng and the others know about this. What he needed to do was to understand the situation in the Withered Vine Valley. Once he arrived, he would dig up the sky-connecting vines. Then he would pretend to be making medicine and kill the sky-connecting vines in the Withered Vine Valley. Zhao Hai didn't think about how many people he would kill in the Withered Vine Valley. For the people of the Withered Vine sect, as long as he destroyed their sky-connecting vines, it would be the same as cutting off one of their arms. Their losses would be incalculable, it would be more painful than killing their disciples. Zhao Hai already had a plan, but he didn't tell Zhang Feng and the others about it. Although he trusted Zhang Feng and the others, he couldn't tell them about the secret of the space. Because of this, he needed to avoid anything that might expose the space. Zhang Feng didn't return to her ship and instead stayed with Zhao Hai on the Hell King's ship. Seeing that the fleet had entered the Withered Vine Sect's domain, Zhang Feng couldn't help but turn to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, be careful. We've entered the Withered Vine Sect's domain. If they know about our movements, then they might make a move." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "They should have already received the news. Don't worry, senior brother. I'm afraid that they wouldn't dare to fight us. After all, we just dealt with the Wandering Soul Gang. They don't have the courage to do so." Zhang Feng nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, have you thought about how to deal with the Withered Vine sect? Once we reach the Withered Vine sect, I'm afraid that our large artifacts won't be of much use. Their heaven-reaching vine has the nickname of Nemesis of large artifacts. This nickname isn't for nothing." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's go and take a look. Actually, my goal this time isn't the Withered Vine sect, but the sky-connecting vines." Zhang Feng stared, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sky-connecting vines? How do you plan to deal with them? I heard that in order to protect those reaching heaven vines, the Withered Vine School's mountain protecting ground array is almost not a mountain protecting ground array. Instead, it is dedicated to protecting those reaching heaven vines. Moreover, those reaching heaven vines don't have any water or fire weapons. It is not easy to deal with them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I know. That's why I told you to wait until we get there. If we can kill the withered vine school's receiving vines, then I'm afraid that the withered vine school would cry. Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, your idea is good. But since the establishment of the withered vine sect, I don't know how many people have had the same idea as you. In the end, none of them succeeded. I think we should think of another way. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I only have this idea. If it doesn't work, then we'll just forget about it. We'll think of another way. In any case, as long as we attack the withered vine sect, I'm afraid that the withered vine sect will withdraw their troops. Zhang Feng nodded. As the two talked, they had already entered the withered vine sect's territory. Along the way, Zhao Hai's group encountered some withered vine sect's medicinal fields and mines. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't polite and destroyed these fields and mines. He came here to destroy, so naturally, he didn't have any scruples. Just as Zhao Hai said, the withered vine sect was really frightened by their previous achievements. All of the withered vine sect's cultivators had already gathered in the sect's headquarters to guard against Zhao Hai's group. Before long, Zhao Hai's fleet arrived at the top of a mountain. This mountain was very strange. The top of the mountain was yellow, as if it was filled with dried leaves. However, Zhao Hai knew that these weren't dried leaves, but rather sky-connecting vines. The special characteristic of the connecting heaven vine was its color. Whether it was a newly grown seedling or a mature connecting heaven vine, they were all yellow. But when a connecting heaven vine died, it would turn black. Therefore, the yellow grass. On the mountain that looked like withered grass was actually piles of connecting heaven vines. Zhao Hai was very clear about this situation, so he immediately increased the height of the large artifact to about 10,000 meters. Then he looked down at the mountain below. Behind this mountain was the withered vine valley. This mountain wasn't very high, only about 5,000 meters high. The sky-reaching vine didn't grow on the mountain, it only grew in the withered vine valley. The reason why there were sky-reaching vines on the mountain was because they were too long. An adult sky-reaching vine would be 10,000 meters long, and a mature sky-reaching vine would lie on the mountain. Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng also looked at the mountain and said, behind the mountain is the withered vine valley. It seems like they are prepared to defend it to the death. This isn't good. Zhao Hai, what do you think? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, I'll go down and see if I can get 2 sky-connecting vines. When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then her expression changed as she said, no, it's too dangerous. The withered vine valley has been under the control of the withered vine sect for many years. There's no telling how many sky-connecting vines there are. If we go down now, we'll definitely be discovered. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's fine. Don't worry, I know what to do. You don't need to go down first, I'll go down and take a look. Then his figure moved and disappeared from the Hell King's ship. All the transcending tribulation experts inside the large artifact saw Zhao Hai's movements. They couldn't help but worry for him. Just as Zhao Hai went out, the people of the withered vine sect immediately reacted. Countless yellow vines that looked like octopus tentacles flew towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's mind moved as 10,000 silver flying swords appeared around his body. These flying swords were like a school of fish as they rotated around him, blocking the attacks of the sky-connecting vines. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that the sky-connecting vines weren't ordinary. Although he didn't pour a lot of energy into the flying swords and didn't use faith power, the silver flying sword's attack power was still equivalent to a transcendence expert. However, this attack was only able to block the sky-connecting vines, it wasn't able to cut them. Moreover, Zhao Hai knew that the closer the sky-connecting vines were to its roots, the tougher it was. According to legend, a mature sky-connecting vine could even block an attack from a nascent soul expert when it reaches a height of 3 kilometers. When it reaches a height of 1 kilometer, it could even block an attack from a transcending tribulation expert. One can imagine how much of a headache this thing was. When Zhao Hai reached 8 kilometers, he stopped. The flying swords had completely surrounded him. They looked like a school of silver fish, making it impossible for outsiders to see Zhao Hai. Zhang Feng was anxious when he saw Zhao Hai going down. But when he saw the situation, he couldn't help but stare. Then a strange smile appeared on his face as he muttered, "Can't see him? Hee hee, it seems like the people of the Withered Vine sect know too little about Zhao Hai. It seems like Zhao Hai might be able to get a few sky-connecting vines." Zhang Feng and Zhao Hai knew each other for a long time. He didn't believe that Zhao Hai would do something so useless. Commanding the flying swords to confront the sky-connecting vines wasn't Zhao Hai's style. He must have other plans. Just as Zhang Feng finished speaking, he saw a flash as Zhao Hai appeared in front of him. Zhao Hai was holding 2 jade boxes in his hand. Inside the boxes were 2 pieces of connecting heaven vines. Zhang Feng chuckled and said, "I already said that the kid ran away. The Withered Vine sect thought that they blocked you. What do we do now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's retreat first." Then he waved his hand as flowing silver slowly retreated. At the same time, the fleet also retreated. In a blink of an eye, they disappeared from the Withered Vine sect. When the Withered Vine sect saw Zhao Hai's fleet retreat, they couldn't help but be confused. They didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. They didn't even try to probe the enemy's strength before retreating. This was beyond their expectations. The Withered Vine sect thought that Zhao Hai was plotting something, so they didn't dare to act rashly. They just ordered their disciples to guard the gate and not let the Black Tiger gang in. At this time, Zhao Hai's fleet had already retreated to a safe place. The Transcending Tribulation experts gathered on Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. Naturally, they wanted to know what Zhao Hai's plan was. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly, "Everyone, don't worry. Let's rest here for a while. I want to study the connecting heaven vines. Once I understand them, then we'll make our move." Nobody had any objections. Although Tai Zhantian gave command to Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng, Zhao Hai already had his own strength and was recognized by these people. Now there was only one commander, and that was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the 2 boxes of connecting heaven vines and entered the cabin. At this time, the Transcending Tribulation experts surrounded Zhang Feng. Iron Hawk said, "Little Feng, what's Zhao Hai doing? Why is he acting so mysterious?" Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, "He wants to study the sky-reaching vine and see if there's a way to destroy the Withered Vine School's sky-reaching vines." Iron Hawk's eyes lit up as he said, "If we can really destroy the Withered Vine School's connecting vines, then that would be a good thing. When the time comes, the Withered Vine School would suffer." Tai shook his head and said, "It won't be that easy. The connecting heavens vine has existed in the cultivation realm for a long time. People still haven't found a way to destroy the connecting heavens vine. I'm afraid that it would be very difficult for him to do so." Iron Hawk smiled and said, "That's someone else. I still trust Zhao Hai. That kid can always make the impossible possible." Upon hearing Iron Hawk, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. They agreed with Iron Hawk's point of view. Zhao Hai had always been able to make the impossible possible. Take the base for example. Who would have thought that he could build such a large base in such a short time? Nobody would believe it. Moreover, Zhao Hai had done a lot of things like this before. Therefore, it wouldn't be surprising if Zhao Hai could create a miracle this time. In fact, when Zhao Hai obtained the connecting heavens vine, he already had the space concoct a potion to destroy it. The space had already made the potion, so it could be used at any time. Zhao Hai entered the cabin just to deceive people. He didn't have any other thoughts. After staying in the space for a while and studying the situation of the other 4 sects, Zhao Hai went out of the space. From the time he entered the space to the time he came out, it took him about 5 hours. Zhang Feng and the others were still waiting for his news on the Hell King's ship. When they saw Zhao Hai come out, Zhang Feng and the others immediately focused their attention on him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, let's get ready to move." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as several large bottles appeared beside him. Each of these bottles wasn't smaller than a water tank. There was a transparent liquid inside. Zhao Hai pointed at the bottles and then said to the Transcending Tribulation experts, "Everyone, take some of this potion. When you use your water magic, you can infuse it with your water magic. The potion's effect is very strong, so you don't need to infuse too much. After you. Sprinkle it on the Withered Vine Valley, the sky-reaching vines shouldn't think about surviving." Zhang Feng looked at the potion and knit her brows as she said, "Little Hai, is this okay? Are you sure?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I'm absolutely sure." "Everyone, take some." Everyone was hesitant. But in the end, out of their trust in Zhao Hai, everyone took some potions. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "In a while, I'll take everyone to the Withered Vine Valley. When the time comes, Zhao Hai will use your water element spells on the Withered Vine Valley. It doesn't matter if it's an attack or not, the most important thing is to spread your water element spells to every inch of the valley. Understood?" Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, then everyone should return to your large artifacts. When we reach the Withered Vine Valley, prepare to move. Remember, don't touch the potion with your hands, and don't drink it. It's highly toxic, and it's also effective against people." When the cultivators heard Zhao Hai, their hearts couldn't help but shake. Among these cultivators, there were some who wanted to study Zhao Hai's potion. But now that they heard Zhao Hai, they gave up. They knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't lie to them about this matter. Everyone nodded, then they turned around and returned to their large artifacts. Zhao Hai commanded the large artifacts as they arrived above the Withered Vine Valley. The Withered Vine Sect's cultivators immediately controlled their receiving vines to defend themselves. Zhao Hai took out his jade token and said, "Everyone, pay attention. Don't use water spells as soon as you start attacking. That would make them suspicious. You need to use any kind of spell, but mix in some water spells. You need to use water attack spells so that when the Withered Vine School's people explode, the water will spill down. Remember, use your spells for a long time so that every inch of the Withered Vine Valley is covered in water. Let's begin." Following his command, the Transcending Tribulation experts on the ships immediately used all kinds of magic spells towards the Withered Vine Valley. For a moment, all kinds of magic spells filled the sky, making for a beautiful scene. Zhao Hai's method of attack surprised the Withered Vine Sect's cultivators. In fact, Transcending Tribulation experts rarely used spells. This was because the power of spells was very limited. Ordinary spells simply had no effect on Transcending Tribulation experts. But now, Zhao Hai's group was using spells to attack. Although these spells weren't very strong, they were still Transcending Tribulation experts. Any Transcending Tribulation expert's strength couldn't be underestimated. Because of this, the Withered Vine Sect's cultivators had no choice but to deal with these spells. They controlled their receiving vines to break the spells. There were all kinds of spells, including some water element spells. Naturally, the Withered Vine Sect's cultivators didn't care about them and destroyed them all. After the potions were scattered, they fell on the Withered Vine Valley like rain. However, this didn't attract the attention of the Withered Vine Sect's cultivators. This was because water element spells were like this. Naturally, they didn't care about it. Although Zhao's potions were also effective on people, Zhao had already considered this situation. Therefore, the effects of the potions would be slower, and the time it would take effect wouldn't be long. This kind of attack lasted for several hours. For Transcending Tribulation experts, it was very easy for them to attack continuously. This way, they wouldn't feel tired even if they attacked for several days. This was because the amount of spiritual chi needed to cast spells wasn't a lot. The amount of spiritual chi they lost wasn't as much as the amount they absorbed. After attacking for about 4 hours, Zhao Hai saw that the Withered Vine Valley was now raining. The potions were starting to take effect. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the fleet slowly retreated. After arriving at a safe place, Zhang Feng and the others returned to the Hell King's ship. They looked at Zhao Hai with eager eyes. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled, "All right, don't worry. In 5 days, the Withered Vine Valley will be worthy of its name. Let's go and clean up the other 2 sections. Once we're done, we'll come back and check on the results." Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, are you sure?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and nodded. Then he waved his hand and the fleet flew towards the heavy sand gang. The sinking sand gang was famous because there was a sand cave in the sect's territory. This sand cave produced a type of poisonous yellow sand. The toxicity of this yellow sand was extremely strong, and its attack power was even stronger. Almost all the disciples of the sinking sand gang used this poisonous yellow sand as weapons, hence the gang's name. The Sinking Sand Gang was a gang similar to the Black Tiger Gang in the northern Strange State. Although there were many experts in the gang, their strength was only about average. Compared with the Big Sex, it was far worse. However, compared with the Black Tiger Gang, it was not much worse. However, this was the Black Tiger Gang of the past. The Heavy Sand Gang couldn't compare to the current Black Tiger Gang. Because of this, the Heavy Sand Gang agreed to attack the Black Tiger Gang. This was because they were jealous of the Black Tiger Gang. Now that the Heavy Sand Gang received the news of the Wandering Soul Gang's destruction as well as Zhao Hai's attack on the Iron Saber sect and the Withered Vine sect, they were prepared. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that the Heavy Sand Gang didn't stay in their headquarters to defend. Instead, they took the initiative to come out and set up a formation outside, blocking Zhao Hai's path. Zhao Hai stood on the bow of the Hell King's ship as he looked at the Heavy Sand Gang's formation with interest. This time, the Heavy Sand Gang sent a total of 40 large artifacts. Their large artifacts weren't very special, they were also ship-shaped. However, their ships looked more like the giant spirit treasure ship. They were different from Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. Zhang Feng stood beside Zhao Hai as she looked at the Heavy Sand Gang's formation. Then she said, "The Heavy Sand Gang has a very special battle formation. This formation is made up of 8 or more cultivators. I heard that this formation is very powerful. As long as a cultivator enters this formation, it would be like sinking into quicksand. They wouldn't be able to break free and would only be slowly ground to death. This formation is very powerful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It seems like they're preparing to use their large artifacts to form a sinking sand formation. From what I can see, they have 40 large artifacts. And the formation of these 40 large artifacts seems to be similar to a formation. Most importantly, the Sinking Sea Sex cultivators seem to be cooperating with their large artifacts. They're using these 40 large artifacts as cores to form a huge sinking sand formation. They want to use the sinking sand formation to deal with us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhang Feng carefully looked at the Heavy Sand Gang's army, then she nodded and said, "That seems to be the case. So what do we do now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Who doesn't know how to set up a formation? Today, we'll use formations to break formations." Then he took out the communication jade plate and said in a deep voice, "All ships, attention! All ships, attention! All powerhouses at the crossing calamity stage are not allowed to leave the battleship alone. When necessary, I will inform you to transfer your spiritual chi into the battleship." Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, a person flew out of the Heavy Sand Gang ship. This person stopped 100 meters away from Zhao Hai's group. Then he faced Zhao Hai and said, "Heavy Sand Gang's right protector, Lu Kuan, greets Mr. Zhao Hai. I already know Mr.'s purpose in coming here. I've already set up a large formation. If Mr. can break it, then my Heavy Sand Gang will withdraw from the Black Tiger Gang. If Mr. can't break it, then I'll have to ask Mr. to stay as a guest." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Kuan and smiled faintly, "You're quite arrogant. You want to ask me to stay as a guest? Then let's see if you have the ability. Please, I'll give you some time to prepare. After half an hour, I'll attack." When Lu Kuan heard Zhao Hai, his nose almost went crooked from anger. He was already arrogant enough, but he didn't expect Zhao Hai to be even more arrogant than him. Lu Kuan coldly snorted and said, "I want to see if your strength is as good as your mouth." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You'll know in a while." Having said that, he waved his hand, and the fleet began to slowly change its formation. Gradually, a stellar myriad transformations grand formation formed by 82 large magical artifacts took shape. This time, Zhao Hai didn't use the three-dimensional formation. Although the attack power of the three-dimensional formation was more formidable, it wasn't the right time to use it. The three-dimensional formation was also one of Zhao Hai's cards, so naturally, he would reveal it at will. Moreover, the other party's sinking sand formation was a flat formation, so there was no need for him to make a three-dimensional formation. Zhao Hai didn't think that his star transformations formation would be any worse than the other party's sinking sand formation. However, Zhao Hai had already handed over the command of the fleet to Megan and the others. Megan and the others were more talented than Zhao Hai when it came to commanding warships. Moreover, this was also an opportunity for Megan and the others to command the warships and play with the people from the Sinking Sand sect. Otherwise, they would be bored staying inside the space all day long. Megan and the others didn't decline. They took over the command of the fleet and arranged the stellar myriad transformations formation. At this time, Lu Kuan returned to the sinking sand ship. The sinking sand formation slowly moved. Along with the rotation of the sinking sand formation, the earth elements in the world began to slowly gather towards the formation. Before long, the entire sinking sand formation was covered in a yellow light. The yellow light inside the sinking sand great formation became more and more numerous. Slowly, the yellow light turned into yellow sand and covered the entire sinking sand great formation. This made it so that outsiders couldn't see the formation's appearance. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stroke his chin and said, "Oh, good. For a great formation to be able to do this, it's not bad. Hee hee. Half an hour later, I'm afraid their formation will be operating at full strength. Attacking the enemy with a sharp edge, hee hee. Interesting." Zhang Feng was standing beside Zhao Hai. When she heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but look at the sinking sand great formation. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, are you sure? The other side's sinking sand great formation has been famous for a long time." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, today I will certainly break their sinking sand formation. I want to see if they will withdraw their troops. If they don't, then we will clean up their troops." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, today I will certainly break their sinking sand formation." Zhang Feng didn't say anything else. If it was before, then Zhang Feng would think that Zhao Hai was boasting. But now, Zhao Hai's words weren't excessive at all. This was because Zhao Hai had the strength to back it up. Half an hour passed by quickly. Zhao Hai's star transformation's great formation was also finished. Under the command of Megan and Lizzie, the star transformation's great formation began to operate. Suddenly, in the eyes of outsiders, the place where Zhao Hai and the others were at turned into a starry sky. All of the ships had disappeared. Inside the starry sky, there were countless asteroids that were slowly moving. These asteroids had their own fixed orbits. It looked like a huge star map projection. However, at this time, this star map projection was slowly moving towards the sinking sand great formation. The sinking sand great formation wasn't only used for defense, it could also be used for offense. Under the command of Lu Kuan, the sinking sand great formation was also slowly moving towards Zhao Hai's star transformation's great formation. Looking at it from afar, one could see a huge starry sky and an incomparably huge desert slowly approaching each other. This scene was incomparably wonderful. However, those who truly understood this scene knew that this scene contained endless killing intent. Soon, the star map and the desert collided. It was different from ordinary attacks. Ordinary attacks from artifacts might be earth-shattering, but the collision of these two arrays was different. The collision of the two arrays was silent. It was like two silent beasts biting each other's body, but there was no sound at all. Slowly, from the place where the two great formations intersected, a series of banging sounds could be heard. These sounds were like gunshots, but they were much louder than gunshots. Slowly, the banging sounds became louder and louder. Then, it turned into a series of roaring sounds. Finally, it turned into a series of rumbling sounds like a flash flood. This was actually a phenomenon of a battle between formations. To put it bluntly, formations used various energy symbols to mobilize more energy for one's own use. Using formations to battle was a contest of energy between two great formations. The contest of energy between formations was different from that of ordinary artifacts. Ordinary artifacts were a whole, but the energy in these formations was scattered. They were like an army that only accepted commands. Each soldier was actually an individual. Because of this, when two formations fought, it wouldn't be like the battle between artifacts, where loud rumbling sounds could be heard. This kind of battle was composed of individual sounds that slowly formed a huge sound. Now, the energy of the star transformation's great formation was slowly suppressing the energy of the sinking sand great formation. It was like an army slowly defeating another army. More and more of the desert was being swallowed by the starry sky. Although the starry sky was still big, the desert was getting smaller and smaller. After more than 2 hours, the desert was only 2/3 of its original size. At this time, a loud bang was heard. Then, the desert suddenly disappeared. The sinking sand sect's large artifacts and cultivators appeared in the air. However, the sinking sand sect's situation wasn't good. Originally, there were 40 large artifacts, but now, there were only 20 or so left. As for the cultivators who participated in the formation, they had lost about a third of their forces. At this time, Zhao Hai's star transformation's great formation stopped. Zhao Hai stood on the bow of the Hell King's ship and looked at the panicked cultivators of the sinking sand sect. Then he coldly snorted and said, "Lu Kuan, since you represented the sinking sand sect in making an agreement with me, then I hope that your sect will respect that agreement. If you don't accept it, then don't blame me for being impolite. The cultivators of the sinking sand sect who joined the Black Tiger Gang will never return." Then he waved his hand as the fleet flew away in a neat formation. On the other hand, Lu Kuan, who was standing on a sunken ship, watched the fleet leave with an ashen face. He really didn't expect that the final outcome would be like this. The sunken sand formation that the sunken sand gang was so proud of was actually broken just like that. This was simply too embarrassing. However, Lu Kuan also knew that it wouldn't be good for them to chase after them. This time, the Black Tiger Gang sent such a powerful team. Their intention was very clear, they wanted to force the four sects to retreat. But even if they knew what the Black Tiger Gang wanted, as long as they couldn't deal with this team, then they would have no choice but to retreat. Lu Kuan understood that the reason why Zhao Hai retreated today wasn't because he was afraid of the sinking sand gang. Instead, it was because Zhao Hai didn't want to become an enemy of the sinking sand gang. This was also giving the sinking sand gang face. If the sinking sand gang continued to attack the Black Tiger Gang, then Zhao Hai would certainly come back for revenge. After thinking about this, Lu Kuan couldn't help but let out a long breath. His expression was complicated as he looked at the direction where Zhao Hai's fleet left. The sinking sand gang and the Black Tiger Gang had always been on par with each other. But now, Lu Kuan knew that the Black Tiger Gang had already left the sinking sand gang far behind. Lu Kuan sighed, then he waved his hand and gave the order to retreat. Zhao Hai's fleet slowly flew towards the giant strength gang. Zhang Feng turned her head to look at the distant Lu Kuan's fleet. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, do you think they will retreat?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "It's best if they retreat. If they don't, then don't blame me for being impolite." Zhang Feng took a deep breath and said, "Just wait. When we have the opportunity in the future, I'll let these fellows know how strong we are." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I believe that day won't be too far away. Elder brother, send a letter to the gang leader and ask him about the gang's situation." Zhang Feng nodded, then she took out a jade sword message and sent it out. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, next up is the Giant Strength Gang. This Giant Strength Gang isn't ordinary. The Giant Strength Gang is led by a beast cultivator. They are very aggressive and have extraordinary strength. Most importantly, the Giant Strength Gang's members are very staunch. It wouldn't be easy to make them retreat. What do you plan to do?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right. What do you think?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "The Giant Strength Gang should already know about our news. Let's bring the large artifacts back to the Black Tiger Gang's territory. Then we'll stop outside the Giant Strength Gang's territory. Then you and I will go to the Giant Strength Gang's territory. We'll try peaceful means before resorting to force." When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he said, "All right, I'll accompany you this time. The two of us will break into the Giant Strength Gang's Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder brother, you're overestimating them. Their territory is a Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den. When the time comes, I want to see what the Giant Strength Gang's reaction will be. If they don't know what's good for them, then they can't blame me for being impolite." Zhang Feng turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. He discovered that Zhao Hai's body was now filled with a domineering aura. Actually, Zhang Feng didn't know that Zhao Hai already had a domineering aura. It was just that he kept it low-key and hid it. At that time, he wasn't strong enough. If he was too domineering, then a lot of people would have come to deal with him. At that time, he would be in trouble. But now, Zhao Hai's strength was enough to fight against immortal experts. Moreover, as long as he uses the Fire God City, then ordinary immortal experts wouldn't be his opponent. Naturally, he had the qualifications to be domineering. Moreover, there was another thing that affected Zhao Hai. He cultivated good and evil. Good and evil made him very gentle while evil made him very domineering. In the past, Zhao Hai cultivated good and evil. Because of this, he was very gentle. But now that he cultivated good and evil, his body unconsciously became more domineering. Zhao Hai still hasn't discovered this change. It was very difficult for a person to notice a change in personality. But even if he did, he wouldn't feel anything. He had been too low-key in the past. Now was the right time to be high-profile. Under Zhao Hai's command, the fleet changed direction and flew towards the Black Tiger Gang. It didn't take long for the fleet to enter the Black Tiger Gang's territory. Then they changed direction and flew towards the Giant Strength Gang. After a day of flying, the fleet finally arrived at the border between the Black Tiger Gang and the Giant Strength Gang. There was a boundary marker here. On one side was the Black Tiger Gang while on the other side was the Giant Strength Gang. Zhao Hai stopped the fleet and then gathered all the Transcending Tribulation experts on the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone, this time we're going to face the Giant Force Gang. I think everyone knows what kind of people the Giant Force Gang is. If we use force, then the Giant Force Gang might fight us to the end. This would be very disadvantageous for us. Therefore, we need to be polite before using force. This time only Senior Brother Zhang Feng and I will be going to the Giant Force Gang. The other ships will stay here. Without my command, no one is allowed to cross the boundary steel. Senior Brother Iron Eagle, I'll leave this matter to you. After Senior Brother Zhang Feng and I leave, you'll be in charge of this place." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Senior Brother Iron Eagle, I'll leave this matter to you. After Senior Brother Zhang Feng and I leave, you'll be in charge of this place." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Senior Brother Iron Eagle, I'll leave this matter to you. After Senior Brother Zhang Feng and I leave, you'll be in charge here." When Iron Eagle heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he quickly said, "No, it's too dangerous for the two of you to go. Let me go." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Both of our reputations are out there. Only the two of us can show our sincerity. You don't have to worry, with the two of us together, the Giant Strength Gang won't be able to stop us. If something really happens, then we can escape. Brother Iron Eagle, I'll leave this matter to you." When Iron Eagle heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod. To be honest, they were very confident in Zhao Hai's strength. Most importantly, Zhao Hai was a spatial divergent ability user. Even if the Giant Spirit Gang wanted to harm him, he would still be able to escape. Zhao Hai turned his head to the others and said, "The Black Tiger Gang is currently in an unprecedented crisis. Therefore, I hope that everyone will listen to my orders. If that person doesn't listen and something happens, then I won't let him off." When the Transcending Tribulation experts heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They knew that Zhao Hai wasn't joking. They have seen Zhao Hai's methods. Although Zhao Hai has always been dealing with his enemies, they believed that if they were to offend him, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards Iron Eagle and the others and said, "Everyone, take care." Iron Eagle and the others also kept their fists towards Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng before leaving the Hell King's ship. After that, Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng drove the ship towards the Giant Strength Gang's territory. Zhang Feng stood on the bow of the Hell King's ship as she looked at the distant scenery. Then she said, "The Herculean Gang has always been arrogant in the northern continent. I'm afraid they won't go smoothly this time." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Trying peaceful means before resorting to force isn't because we're afraid of them, we just don't want to get entangled with them. In about a year, the Heavenly Demon Realm will invade the Cultivation Realm. We need more time to prepare in order to deal with this invasion. If it weren't for this, then the Giant Strength Gang would be nothing." Zhang Feng nodded, then he said, "Even if the Giant Strength Gang doesn't think so, we still need to be careful. We need to prepare for both sides." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We're not afraid of him. Moreover, when dealing with the Giant Strength Gang, it's either you don't fight, or you fight fiercely. Let them know that there are some people that they can't afford to offend." Zhang Feng nodded and didn't say anything else. At this time, the Hell King's ship was already very deep into the Giant Strength Gang's territory. However, they still haven't seen anyone from the Giant Strength Gang. Zhao Hai's expression wasn't very good. This was because when he was fighting the Heavy Sand Gang, he had already sent silver needles to the Giant Strength Gang. However, he couldn't enter the Giant Strength Gang's headquarters. This was because the Giant Strength Gang had already opened their Guardian formation. Moreover, they had sent all of their experts. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't want to see. Destroying the Wandering Soul Gang was because of hatred. If Zhao Hai were to cripple the Giant Strength Gang, then the 10,000 Beast sect wouldn't be able to sit still. Although it was the Giant Strength Gang that invaded the Black Tiger Gang first, great sects weren't unreasonable. This time, the 10,000 Beast sect was behind the 5 great sects' attack on the Black Tiger Gang. Destroying the Wandering Soul Gang would give the Black Tiger Gang an excuse. However, destroying the Giant Strength Gang would give the 10,000 Beast sect an excuse. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very careful. But now, the Giant Strength Gang's actions gave Zhao Hai a bad feeling. If the Giant Strength Gang were to go all out against them, then it would be very troublesome for them. While flying towards the Giant Strength Gang, Zhao Hai was thinking about how to deal with this situation. If he were to go all out against the Giant Strength Gang, then it wouldn't be worthwhile. However, he could at least make the Giant Strength Gang suffer. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. He finally thought of a way to deal with the Giant Strength Gang. This way, the 10,000 Beast sect wouldn't be able to find an excuse to deal with the Giant Strength Gang. This was to take the initiative to defend. Generally, defense was passive. However, there were also some who took the initiative to defend. In fact, taking the initiative to defend was a form of provocation. Zhao Hai thought of a way to deal with the Giant Strength Gang, and that was to destroy the army that the Giant Strength Gang sent into the Black Tiger Gang. This would be enough to make the Giant Strength Gang feel pain for a while. If the Giant Strength Gang didn't take the initiative to attack, then there was nothing that could be done. The Black Tiger Gang wouldn't take the initiative to attack the Giant Strength Gang, but as long as the Giant Strength Gang sent people into the Black Tiger Gang, then they would be destroyed. Zhao Hai wanted to see how many people the Giant Strength Gang would send. Moreover, with this method, the 10,000 Beast sect wouldn't be able to find an excuse to intervene. This was because the Black Tiger Gang was on the defensive. If the 10,000 Beast sect were to intervene, then it wouldn't be justified. When the time comes, the 10,000 Beast sect wouldn't only be facing pressure from the Black Tiger Gang, but also the entire Northern Strange region. The 10,000 Beast sect had been the hegemon of the Northern Strange region for a long time. However, they didn't have the ability to order the smaller sects to do anything. In other words, the smaller sects were very wary of the 10,000 Beast sect. If the 10,000 Beast sect really intervened in the Black Tiger Gang, then the smaller sects would certainly be in danger. When the time comes, the 10,000 Beast sect would be isolated in the Northern Strange region. Because of this, the Myriad Demon sect didn't dare to invade the Black Tiger Gang without an excuse. They were afraid that they would be completely isolated. Even if the Myriad Demon sect was the #1 sect in the Northern Strange region, if they were isolated by all the other sects in the Northern Strange region, then the consequences would be very serious. Offending the entire Northern Strange region for a Black Tiger Gang that they didn't have any enmity with wasn't worth it. Before, when Zhao Hai dealt with the Iron Saber sect, the Withered Vine sect, the Sinking Sand Gang, and even the Wandering Soul Gang, these were all displays of strength. At the same time, these were all within the scope of the 10,000 Beast sect. But if Zhao Hai went to the Herculean Gang and destroyed them, then the 10,000 Beast sect would certainly make a move. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to take the initiative to defend. After making up his mind, Zhao Hai finally let go of his worries. He commanded the Hell King's ship to fly towards the Herculean Gang. Zhang Feng has been paying attention to Zhao Hai. He also noticed the change in Zhao Hai's mood. He was puzzled as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's wrong, little Hai? You seem to be very happy." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yes, I'm very happy. This time, if the Herculean Gang doesn't give us face and really wants to fight, then I've already thought of how to deal with them." Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How do you plan to deal with them? Didn't you have Brother Iron Eagle lead the troops to attack the Herculean Gang? What do you have in mind?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This time, we'll use a different method." We won't attack the Herculean gang. We'll turn around and kill the Herculean gang's troops. I want to make sure that none of them return to the Herculean gang. As for the other invaders, we'll teach them a lesson, but don't kill them all. While the two were talking, a jade sword message suddenly flew over and stopped in front of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng received the jade sword message and scanned it with his spiritual force. Then with a happy expression, he said, "Little Hai, the Iron Saber sect and the Heavy Sand gang have retreated. Now only the Withered Vine gang and the Herculean gang haven't retreated." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It won't take long for them to retreat. In a day or so, the Withered Vine gang will retreat. Even if they don't retreat, I'm afraid that we'll have an all-out war." Zhang Feng was pleasantly surprised. "You mean the Receiving Heaven Vine?" Zhao Hai smiled evilly and said, "Yes, I heard that after the sky-reaching vine dies, it can be used as medicine. The Withered Vine School uses the sky-reaching vine as medicine to produce some special pills. I'm afraid that their income will increase, but I'm afraid that their sky-reaching vine will soon die out." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's right. I heard that after the sky-reaching vine dies, it can be used as medicine." Zhang Feng shook her head and said with a smile, "They won't die out. Even if they die out, they can still transplant them from the Thousand Demons sect. The Connecting Heaven Vine is the lifeblood of the Withered Vine School. They won't give up on it." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Then they're underestimating my potion. I can guarantee that within 3 years, even if they transplant more Receiving Heaven vines, they won't be able to survive." Zhang Feng's eyes flashed as he said, 3 years? That should be enough. I'm afraid that after 3 years, the Withered Vine gang won't be able to plant more Receiving Heaven vines. Having said that, after 3 years, the Withered Vine gang won't even exist. When the Heavenly Demon Realm invades, I'm afraid that the Withered Vine sect won't be able to resist the Heavenly Demon Realm. Zhao Hai nodded, then the two of them looked ahead. In front of them was a tall mountain. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was the appearance of this mountain. It seems like the mountain was carved into 2 peaks, and these 2 peaks were carefully carved. It looked like a person was displaying his biceps. In the middle, where the head should be, was a huge stone hall. This was the largest stone hall that Zhao Hai had ever seen. The entire stone hall was several hundred meters high. However, Zhao Hai was sure that this stone hall wasn't layered. In other words, the entire stone hall was a huge space. On the surface of the stone hall were 18 pillars. The entire structure of the stone hall looked like a warrior wearing a helmet. Moreover, the helmet had a visor. Zhang Feng looked at the stone temple and said, "The Titan Temple is rumored to have been built by the Titan Gang's first-generation leader. First, he wanted the Titan Gang to have a landmark building. Secondly, he wanted the Titan Gang's low-level cultivators to be tempered by the Titan Gang." Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng, puzzled. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "The Giant Strength Gang is a pure-body cultivator gang. They have very strict requirements for physical training. The large stones needed to build the Giant Strength Godly exhibition were all mined by the Giant Strength Gang's cultivators. The first leader of the Giant Strength Gang wanted to use this method to train the bodies of the low-level cultivators." Zhao Hai nodded. To be honest, he couldn't help but admire the Titan Gang's first leader. This method was very good. Not only could it temper people, but it also gave the Titan Gang a landmark building. This would also increase the cohesion of the Titan Gang. At this time, 2 battering rams flew out of the Titan Temple and headed straight towards Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai immediately had the Hell King's ship stop. Since they wanted to use peaceful means before resorting to force, then they might as well make sure that they're satisfied. Before long, the 2 large artifacts that looked like battering rams stopped in front of Zhao. These 2 large artifacts were very strange. They had 4 wheels on the bottom and a frame on top of each wheel. Hanging from the frame was a huge cone. The cone was hung from the frame with an iron chain, swinging back and forth. It looked like a battering ram used in an ancient war. Zhang Feng looked at the large artifact and said, "This is the Giant Force Gang's famous large artifact, the Giant Force Ram. Don't think that it's cumbersome, it's not cumbersome at all. Moreover, it can be divided into 2 parts, one for the ram and the other for the frame. It can be used as a large artifact." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, the two battering rams suddenly opened two doors. Then several figures came out of the doors. When Zhao Hai saw the figures, he couldn't help but stare. This was because these people were very strong. Each of them was about 3 meters tall. Their bodies were full of muscles, giving people a sense of strength. The 4 people were bald. Their skin had a metallic luster to it. They weren't wearing the traditional robes of the cultivator realm. Instead, they wore small vests and lantern robes. They also had a pair of leather boots on their feet. This gave people a feeling of extreme valiance. After the 4 people came down from the Titan battering ram, they immediately flew towards the Hell King's ship. Looking at Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng, one of them said, "Who are you? What business do you have with the Titan gang?" Naturally, Zhang Feng knew that these people were just pretending. He couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. However, he discovered that Zhao Hai's temperament had changed. He had turned into the cultured and elegant Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards the 4 people and said, "Black Tiger Gang's Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng are here on behalf of the Black Tiger Gang to request an audience with the Titan Gang. I hope that the Titan Gang can grant us an audience." The 4 people from the Giant Strength Gang didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so polite. They couldn't help but stare at each other for a moment. Then one of them said, "Please wait for a moment. This matter needs to be discussed with the gang leader first." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of course, please." The 4 people cupped their fists to Zhao Hai before they turned around and left. When the 4 returned to the Herculean ram, Zhang Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, did you notice? Did you see their strength?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I did. Golden core stage. Interesting." Zhang Feng sneered and said, "They clearly know that we're coming, yet they only sent 4 golden core stage cultivators. They really don't put us in their eyes." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I want to see what they're going to do. At most, they'll give us a hard time." Now that the Iron Saber sect and the Heavy Sand Gang have retreated, the Withered Vine sect and the Titan sect wouldn't be able to do anything to the Black Tiger Gang. Therefore, we don't need to worry. I think that it won't be long before the Withered Vine sect will respond. I want to see if the Withered Vine sect wants to fight us or retreat. If they don't retreat, then we'll deal with them together. If they retreat, then we'll have to depend on the Titan Gang. Zhang Feng thought about what Zhao Hai said. Now that the Iron Saber sect and the Heavy Sand Gang have retreated, the Withered Vine sect and the Titan Gang wouldn't be a threat to the Black Tiger Gang. Moreover, after a few days, the Withered Vine sect's receiving vine will die. Then they would know how the Withered Vine sect would react. Before long, the 4 cultivators from the Titan Gang flew out of the Titan ram and arrived in front of the Hell King's ship. They cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "The Patriarch invites you 2 in. However, large artifacts cannot enter." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right." Then he waved his hand and the Hell King's ship disappeared. The 4 cultivators from the Titan Gang didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such a move. They stared, but they didn't say anything. Since Zhao Hai had the ability to put away his large artifacts, then they had no reason to stop him. The 4 cultivators from the Titan sect turned to Zhao Hai and made an inviting gesture. Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng weren't polite as they entered the Titan ram. The internal space of the Herculean war chariot was inside the battering ram. The battering ram was just a habitual name. The battering ram was made of metal, and the space inside was not small. However, the 4 cultivators from the Titan Gang didn't lead Zhao Hai around. Instead, they invited the 2 to the living room of the Titan ram and asked them to sit down. After the 2 sat down, the 4 cultivators stood in the living room and accompanied them. Rather than accompanying them, it was better to say that they were monitoring the 2. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Elder brother, where do you think the Iron Saber sect and the Heavy Sand Gang are?" When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, he understood what Zhao Hai meant. He smiled faintly and said, "Retreating is naturally smoother than attacking. They might have already returned to their sections. Out of the 5 armies, 3 of them have already left. Our Black Tiger Gang has enmity with the Raging Flame sect. After destroying the Raging Flame sect, our Black Tiger Gang won't be able to increase our numbers. All we get is a piece of territory. Even so, that big guy won't tolerate us. If others grow stronger, they won't tolerate us either. They won't allow an existence that can threaten them to appear in the northern continent. If we lose, then the people who take our territory will increase their strength. When that time comes, I'm afraid that it will be their turn to suffer. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the Black Tiger Gang has enmity with the Raging Flame sect. Destroying the Raging Flame sect won't increase our numbers. The Titan Gang was very clear about the meaning of Zhao Hai's words. In the beginning, they disdained Zhao Hai's words. But in the end, they had no choice but to believe it. This was because what Zhao Hai said was true. The Myriad Demon sect was behind the actions of the 5 great sections. This could be said to be an open secret in the northern Strange region. But what enmity did the Black Tiger Gang have with the Myriad Demon sect? The Black Tiger Gang didn't dare to offend the Myriad Demon sect in the past. And the Myriad Demon sect only targeted the Black Tiger Gang because they dealt with the Raging Flame sect. To be honest, which sect didn't want to become stronger? The Black Tiger Gang used their own strength to strengthen themselves. There was nothing wrong with what the Black Tiger Gang did. However, the Myriad Demon sect didn't want to see the Black Tiger Gang grow stronger. Therefore, they began to suppress the Black Tiger Gang. They even made the 5 great sects attack the Black Tiger Gang. However, if the 5 great sects were to destroy the Black Tiger Gang, then they would be able to obtain the Black Tiger Gang's territory. This would greatly increase their strength. Moreover, the 5 great sects had already become the 4 great sects. If the Black Tiger Gang were to be destroyed, then the Herculean sect and the other 4 great sects would be able to obtain a large portion of their territory. This was equivalent to the territory of 3 great sects, the Black Tiger Gang, the Wandering Soul Gang, and the Raging Flame sect. The 4 sects had divided the territories of the 3 sects. Each sect could almost obtain the territory of 1 sect. Naturally, their strength would increase greatly. However, would the Myriad Demon sect just watch as the strength of the 4 great sects increased? No, they certainly wouldn't. When the time comes, the 4 great sects would be suppressed by the Myriad Demon sect. What happened to the Black Tiger Gang today would be there tomorrow. Although the strength of the people from the Titan Gang wasn't high, this didn't mean that they were fools. In fact, no cultivator was a fool. Moreover, Zhao Hai's words were very clear. As long as the cultivators thought about it, they would understand that Zhao Hai was right. In this case, what else could they say? Zhao Hai looked at the 4 cultivators. He knew that they would pass on his words to the Giant Strength Gang's leader. Because of this, he continued, the Iron Saber sect and the Sinking Sand Gang have been repelled by us. Although they have suffered some losses, their losses are still far from what the Withered Vine sect suffered. In 2 more days, I believe that the Withered Vine sect would be crying in despair. Zhao Hai nodded and said, the Giant Strength Gang and the Iron Saber sect have been repelled by us. Zhang Feng laughed and said, you dug up the roots of the Withered Vine sect. Those connecting heaven's vines are the sect's treasures. If you kill them, then I'm afraid that the Withered Vine sect won't let you off. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, won't let me off? What can they do if they don't let me off? In the cultivation world, everything depends on strength. If the connecting heaven's vines of the Withered Vine sect die, then it's the same as losing the sect's guardian formation. Don't forget, in the cultivation world, there are no sects that don't have enemies. As long as the news of the Withered Vine sect's connecting heaven's vines is spread to other sects, then we don't have to deal with them. Let's see what the Withered Vine sect will do when the time comes. When the time comes, it won't be them coming to find trouble with me, but me coming to find trouble with them. When the 4 cultivators from the Giant Power sect heard Zhao Hai, they stared blankly. Then they looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. The Withered Vine sect was very famous in the northern Strange continent because of their connecting heaven's vines. Now that Zhao Hai said that he killed the Black Tiger Gang's connecting heaven's vines, how could the people from the Giant Power sect believe this? They knew how many people wanted to kill the Withered Vine sect's connecting heaven's vines. However, none of them succeeded. One must know that although the connecting heaven's vines were very sensitive to their environment, their vitality wasn't low. They weren't afraid of water or fire. It wouldn't be easy for such a plant to kill them. One of the cultivators from the Giant Power sect couldn't help but ask Zhao Hai, Mister, is what you said true? Did you really kill the Withered Vine sect's connecting heaven's vines? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, let's wait a little longer. We'll have news in 2 days. I guarantee that no connecting heaven's vines in the entire withered vine valley will survive. The 4 cultivators from the giant strength sect looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. If what Zhao Hai said was true, then he could kill all of the withered vine school's sky-reaching vines. Then they had to re-evaluate Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai didn't care about the cultivators from the giant power sect. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, if the withered vine sect finds out that we killed their connecting heaven's vines, then they might come and fight us. Fortunately, I've already reminded the gang to prepare. I believe that without the connecting heaven's vines, the withered vine sect is just a toothless tiger. There's nothing to fear. Zhang Feng nodded and said, originally, the withered vine sect wasn't that great. It's just that they were very close to the myriad demon sect. Therefore, it's time for them to be taught a lesson. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. He also knew that if he said too much, then it would be meaningless. These words were enough to make the giant power sect's leader think about their situation. Before long, the Herculean ram entered the temple. After stopping, the 4 Herculean cultivators invited Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng down. Then one of the Herculean cultivators said, Misters, please come with me. The gang leader is currently busy, he'll be able to meet the 2 of you later. Please go to the back and rest. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Misters, please come with us. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he nodded and said, all right. The sect leader is so busy, but he still agreed to see us. We're very grateful. Zhao Hai, thank you very much. Then he led Zhang Feng and followed the giant strength gang's cultivator to an immortal cave behind the giant strength gang. After the giant power sect's cultivator led the 2 to the cave, he said, I'll be outside. If the 2 misters need anything, just call me. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'll have to trouble you. Please go ahead. The cultivator cupped his fist to the 2 before turning around and leaving. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator's back and smiled. Then he turned to Zhang Feng and said, now we'll have to see what the giant power sect's leader chooses. Zhang Feng said, I hope he doesn't choose the path of death. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, but his eyes flashed with a cold light. It was clear that Zhao Hai had the same thoughts as Zhang Feng. However, Zhao Hai's thoughts were much further than Zhang Feng's. Today, he dealt with the Black Tiger gang, so he certainly wouldn't let them off. It's just that the time wasn't ripe yet. While Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng were resting inside the cave, the 3 cultivators from the giant power sect had already arrived at the giant power shrine. Actually, the place that Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng went to was just a square behind the giant power shrine. They didn't know what was going on inside the shrine. This was because the shrine seemed to be protected by a layer of power. Their spiritual force couldn't penetrate the shrine. If the 2 of them could see the contents of the Titan shrine, then they would certainly be surprised. The Titan shrine was just like what they had imagined. The inside of the shrine was an incomparably huge space. In the middle of the shrine was a huge statue of a god. This statue looked very special, it had a human body and an elephant head. Both of its hands were holding huge hammers. Its head was raised high and its eyes were glaring, giving off an awe-inspiring aura. At this time, a person was sitting cross-legged in front of the statue. This person's stature was very tall, about 2.5 meters tall. However, this status wasn't much in the giant power sect. The key point was that this person was very thin, it looked like he was wrapped in skin and bones. His appearance was somewhat terrifying. The 3 cultivators from the giant strength gang were now respectfully standing behind the tall and thin cultivator. The tall and thin cultivator didn't turn his head to look at them, he just said, tell me everything that happened when you met Zhao Hai. Don't leave out a single word. The 3 cultivators who received Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng nodded. Then they told the tall and thin cultivator about their meeting with Zhao Hai as well as what Zhao Hai said. The tall and thin cultivator calmly listened. After the 3 finished, the tall and thin cultivator said, did Zhao Hai really say that? Did he really say that the withered vine school's receiving vine would die in a few days? One of the golden core cultivators who received Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, leader. Zhao Hai really did say that. Moreover, he also said that the withered vine school's receiving vines would die in 2 days. The tall and thin cultivator pondered for a moment before he said, "At this time, Zhao Hai shouldn't be talking nonsense. Come, pass my order. Have our troops attack the Black Tiger Gang's army. Have them temporarily stop the attack and wait for further orders. If the Withered Vine School's receiving vine dies in 2 days, then have them retreat. If the Withered Vine School's receiving vine doesn't die, then have them attack the Black Tiger Gang. At the same time, keep an eye on Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng. Don't let them leave the cave for 2 days. Since he said that the receiving vine would die in 2 days, then I'll see them in 2 days." The other cultivators in the hall went to pass on the order. The tall and thin cultivator waved his hand, then the 3 cultivators who received Zhao Hai also withdrew. The tall and thin cultivator was the leader of the Giant Strength Gang. His surname was Xiang and his name was Xiangbo. The reason why he was so thin was because of his cultivation. Don't think that the people of the Giant Strength tribe would become as strong as an ox. In fact, when the Giant Strength tribe's physique cultivation method reached its peak, the person would become very thin, as if they didn't have any meat on their body. However, their strength would increase by a lot. This was because all of their strength would be concentrated in their bones, making them incomparably powerful. For the next 2 days, Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng stayed inside the immortal cave. They were very safe. The Giant Strength Gang's cultivators were also monitoring their immortal cave. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. Zhao Hai understood what the Herculean Gang meant. They were just waiting for news. Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. In the past 2 days, he even returned to the fleet through the space and had them prepare to move at any time. 2 days passed by in a blink of an eye. Finally, a piece of news shocked the entire cultivation world. The Withered Vine School's connecting vines were all dead, not a single one was left alive. When they first received this news, they couldn't believe that it was true. For so many years, many people had been hoping to kill the Withered Vine School's connecting vine, but no one had succeeded. But now, someone actually did it. How could people not be shocked? But then another piece of news came out. The reason why the Withered Vine School's connecting vines died was because of the Black Tiger Gang. When the Withered Vine School attacked the Black Tiger Gang, the Black Tiger Gang's leader sent their #1 expert, Zhao Hai, to kill the Withered Vine School's connecting vines. Everyone in the cultivation realm believed that Zhao Hai was the #1 expert of the Black Tiger Gang's younger generation. These words were actually meant to sow discord. However, these people didn't expect that after the Black Tiger Gang's younger generation heard these words, they actually nodded and thought that these words weren't wrong. The Black Tiger Gang had a lot of talented young experts such as Zhang Feng, Tai Ying, Tai Yi, and even Situ Yin Long. Each of them was very strong and had reached the transcending tribulation stage. However, there was still a big gap between them and immortal experts. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was different. Zhao Hai fought against 2 immortal experts by himself and even killed them. This kind of strength was something they couldn't compare to. Although Zhao Hai used an artifact given to him by the Supreme Elder, don't forget that Zhao Hai fought against Elder Zhu for a while. Although he lost in the end, Zhang Feng and the others were still able to see Zhao Hai's strength. Moreover, high-grade artifacts weren't something that just anyone could use. Being able to use such artifacts was a display of strength. Because of this, Zhang Feng and the others weren't jealous of Zhao Hai at all. After the news about the death of the Withered Vine sect's connecting vine, several sects immediately began to move against the Withered Vine sect. Just like what Zhao Hai said before, the Withered Vine sect had a lot of enemies in recent years. In the past, these people didn't have any good methods to deal with the connecting vine, so naturally, they didn't dare to casually move against the Withered Vine sect. But now, the situation was different. With the death of the connecting vine, it can be said that the Withered Vine sect had lost its guardian. Naturally, these sects who had a grudge against the Withered Vine sect wanted to use this opportunity to clean them up. The Withered Vine sect also discovered this point. After discovering this, they no longer dared to go against the Black Tiger Gang. Instead, they immediately withdrew the army that was attacking the Black Tiger Gang. They wanted to protect their own nest first. The Giant Strength Gang also received this news. Now that the Wandering Soul Gang was destroyed, the Iron Saber sect, Sinking Sand sect, and Withered Vine School had retreated. Naturally, the alliance of the 5 sects had disappeared without a trace. If the Giant Strength Gang still relied on their own strength to attack the Black Tiger Gang, then they would die miserably. Therefore, the Giant Strength Gang immediately withdrew their army. At the same time, Xiangbo also met with Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng. The meeting process was very pleasant. Xiangbo didn't explain why he sent troops to the Black Tiger Gang. Zhao Hai also didn't ask Xiangbo about it. Both sides had a very harmonious conversation. Afterwards, Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng left the Black Tiger Gang. At this point, the Black Tiger Gang's prestige as one of the 5 sects had been lifted. In this crisis, the Black Tiger Gang didn't suffer too much losses. However, they also obtained the Wandering Soul Gang's territory. It could be said that they had gained a lot. At this point, the sects around the Black Tiger Gang didn't dare to casually extend their claws towards them. This was because they knew that the Black Tiger Gang's strength wasn't something that they could deal with. The Black Tiger Gang obtained the territories of the Raging Flame sect and the Wandering Soul Gang. This made them one of the top 10 sects in the Northern Strange Continent. Naturally, there was still a gap between them and the top 10 sects in the Northern Strange Continent. But in terms of territory, the Black Tiger Gang was already in the top 10 of the Northern Strange Continent. This result was something that the Northern Strange Continent's sects didn't expect. Even the entire Cultivation realm didn't expect this. Under the suppression of the Myriad Beast sect, the Black Tiger Gang didn't fall. Instead, they became stronger and stronger. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Naturally, with the end of this war, a person's name resounded throughout the Cultivation realm. This person was Zhao Hai. With his own strength, he led a small team and destroyed a great sect that had existed for more than 100,000 years. He fought against 2 immortal experts and killed them. Then he killed the Withered Vine School's annoying connecting vine. He led a small team and defeated the other 4 great sections. If such a person wasn't famous, then it would be unreasonable. Because of this incident, Zhao Hai's name spread throughout the Cultivation realm in the shortest time possible. Zhao Hai also became one of the few young experts in the Cultivation realm. Some busybodies created a list of young experts. Zhao Hai's name was also on the list. However, his ranking was outside of the top 10. The top 10 were all core disciples of old sections. Obviously, the Cultivation realm still believed that Zhao Hai's strength was inferior to the core disciples of old sections. Although Zhao Hai defeated 2 immortal experts, people believed that it wasn't Zhao Hai's true strength. It was mostly due to his artifact. It had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai's ranking was already very impressive. This was also the highest ranking that the Black Tiger Gang had ever achieved in the Young Experts ranking. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He had already returned to the Black Tiger Gang and was helping them deal with their affairs. Zhao Hai's status in the Black Tiger Gang was now completely different. He was now a core disciple who could open a sect. Naturally, he had more authority in his hands. The most important thing for the Black Tiger Gang right now was the newly acquired territory of the Wandering Soul Gang. Zhao Hai had erected a stele in the Wandering Soul Gang's territory. Now, no sect dared to take over the Wandering Soul Gang's territory. After all, the Black Tiger Gang had just repelled the alliance of the 5 sects and displayed their strength. However, the Black Tiger Gang was now worried about their new territory. The reason was that the Black Tiger Gang didn't have a lot of people. That's right, it was precisely because of people. The Black Tiger Gang suffered a lot of losses in the war, especially in their low-level cultivators. Although they obtained the Wandering Soul Gang's territory, they couldn't completely take it over in a short period of time. This was because of the lack of people. Of course, obtaining territory was a good thing. However, the Black Tiger Gang soon discovered a problem, and that was the lack of people. The Black Tiger Gang didn't have enough people to take over the territory. This made them feel awkward. The other sects were having headaches because their territory was too small. This hindered their development. They had people but no territory. On the other hand, the Black Tiger Gang was the exact opposite. They had a lot of territory but no people. In the past, the Black Tiger Gang thought that their territory was too small. However, after taking over the Raging Flame sect's territory, the Black Tiger Gang's territory became very large. At that time, the Black Tiger Gang felt that their territory was too small. Now that they had taken over the Wandering Soul Gang's territory, the Black Tiger Gang's people were even more lacking. This was what made the Black Tiger Gang's higher-ups have a headache. Moreover, Xianxia and the others knew that the heavenly demons would invade the cultivation realm in a year. If the Black Tiger Gang were to divert their attention to the Wandering Soul Gang's territory, then their losses would outweigh their gains. This was because this would only divide their limited forces. When the heavenly demons invade, it would be impossible for them to defend two places at the same time. Inside Xianxia's study, all the influential figures of the Black Tiger Gang were gathered. There was only one reason why they gathered here, and that was to ensure the safety of the Wandering Soul Gang's territory. The Black Tiger Gang certainly didn't have the ability to take over the Wandering Soul Gang's territory. So what would the Wandering Soul Gang do? Would they just leave it there? What a pity. Xianxia had a bitter smile on his face as he turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Little Hai, this trouble is caused by you. What do you think we should do?" Everyone chuckled. They knew that Xianxia was just joking, so they didn't take it seriously. They just looked at Xiao Hai with a smile. They wanted to know what this young man, who has been creating miracles for the Black Tiger Gang, would propose. Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Leader, I think that we shouldn't give up on the ghost tribe. We can establish a base there so that when the demon realm invades, we can use the two bases to support each other. This would be safer." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Leader, I think that we shouldn't give up on the ghost tribe." Xianxia nodded and said, "Of course I know. But you should also know that our Black Tiger Gang doesn't have enough people. If we put too few people there, then it wouldn't be enough. If we put too many people there, then the base would have fewer people, which would make it even more dangerous." Xiao Hai smiled and said, "Gang leader, how could you forget? Our Black Tiger Gang can open its gates and recruit people. It wasn't only core disciples who could open their sect, even some sects could do the same. When sects opened their sect, they would go to the surrounding cities and receive some rogue cultivators to join their sect. They would train them and slowly nurture them into members of their sect. This kind of opening of the sect was called the grand opening of the sect. It was very popular among rogue cultivators. These rogue cultivators all wanted to join the big sects because most of the cultivation resources were controlled by the big sections. Only a few lucky rogue cultivators would be able to cultivate higher-level techniques and obtain more good things. It would be best if they could become an expert. However, many rogue cultivators might be low-level cultivators for their entire lives. They might even die at any time during their adventures. In the cultivation world, there was another very special resource that attracted rogue cultivators the most. This special resource was the holy power, which was also the power of faith. The power of faith was provided by the saint chart, but it was impossible for those individual cultivators to obtain much saint power. Although saint power could sometimes be sold as a resource in the cultivation world, the price would make those individual cultivators feel despair. Without faith power, it was too difficult to become an expert. Many rogue cultivators practiced for a lifetime because they couldn't get saint force. In the end, their fighting strength was only equivalent to a transcendence cultivator. Because they didn't have a transcendence cultivator, they could only rely on their own strength to fight. Most of them would lose if they encountered a transcendence cultivator. The various sects would provide faith power to their inner disciples for free. This was exactly what the rogue cultivators needed the most. Therefore, no matter which sect wanted to open their doors, they would be squeezed by the rogue cultivators. Of course, it was rare for the sects to open their doors. Even if they did open their doors, they would be small sections. They had to rely on some external forces to replenish their own sect's blood. In fact, such small sects could not provide much for their own sect's disciples. Even so, there were still countless rogue cultivators who racked their brains to join them. But for a big sect like the Black Tiger Gang, they didn't need to open their doors to recruit disciples. Almost all of their disciples were cultivated by their own sect, so they didn't need to recruit outsiders. It was precisely because of this that Xianxia and the others didn't think of opening their doors. Now that Xiao Hai said this, Xianxia and the others were stunned. Then Xianxia patted his head and laughed, "Open the gates, right, open the gates. I actually forgot about it. Ha ha ha, Xiao Hai's suggestion is good." The Black Tiger Gang wasn't lacking in supplies. They had already taken out some of the things they didn't need and exchanged them for supplies. Later on, they also obtained the wealth accumulated by the Raging Flame sect and the Wandering Soul gang. Therefore, the Black Tiger gang had a lot of supplies for cultivation. However, they only had so many people. As for faith power, the Black Tiger gang didn't lack it. Although the Raging Flame sect and the Wandering Soul gang were destroyed, the holy disciples of the two gangs were still there. Moreover, these holy disciples could still provide faith power for the Black Tiger gang. Moreover, the Black Tiger gang had sold a lot of holy disciples to the Black Tiger gang. Therefore, the Black Tiger gang's faith power was abundant. It can be said that the Black Tiger gang has all the conditions to open their gates. As long as they open their gates, the Black Tiger gang's strength would increase in an instant. After hearing Zhao Hai's conditions, everyone instantly thought of this and smiled. Looking at the expressions of these people, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Leader, we already have all the conditions to open the sect. Now, as long as we open the sect and accept disciples, then we can use this 1 year to cultivate them. When the Sky Demon realm invades, we would be able to cultivate a group of people who aren't weak." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Leader, we already have all the conditions to open the sect." Tai Zhantian nodded and said, "Right, as long as we open our gates, we should be able to recruit a lot of people. This way, our strength would increase greatly. How about this? I'll release the news that our Black Tiger gang will open our gates and accept new disciples. 10 days later, we'll hold a selection in the major cities. As for the number of people, I think we should accept 50,000 first." Everyone nodded. 50,000 wasn't a small number. Even the great sects wouldn't be able to accept 50,000 disciples. When this news comes out, the cultivation world would certainly be shaken. Just as Tai Zhantian thought, when this news came out, it really caused a sensation. The entire cultivation world was shaken. With the recruitment of 50,000 disciples, everyone knew that the Black Tiger gang's expansion was inevitable. In the cultivation world, there was an unwritten rule that no sect can prevent other sects from opening their gates and accepting disciples. Even the 9 great sects can't break this rule. It was precisely because of this rule that small sects can survive. If the Black Tiger gang wants to open their gates, then the Myriad Beast sect wouldn't dare to cause trouble. This was because if the Myriad Beast sect were to cause trouble, then the small sects would be in danger. When the time comes, those small sects would have to rely on the Black Tiger gang. Tai Zhantian turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, since you're going to open the gates, then you and Feng will go to Yangming City. Right, you should use this opportunity to establish a base in the Wandering Soul gang. Otherwise, when we recruit new disciples, we won't have a place for them to live." Zhao Hai nodded, "Yes, but leader, I've already seen the situation of the Ghost gang. It's not suitable to build a large base there, because there's no place like Fire Valley that can provide energy for the base. Only the Yang Valley has a lot of yin qi, but it can only be used to build a base of about 100,000 people. Any more and it would affect the base's defenses." Zhao Hai nodded, "Yes, but leader, I've already seen the situation of the Ghost gang." Tai Zhantian nodded and said, "A base for 100,000 people should be enough. Have you thought about where to build the base?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've already thought about it. It's located in the Yang Valley. The Yang Valley isn't suitable for ordinary cultivators because of the heavy yin qi there. But as long as the base is built and the various formations are arranged, the yin qi in the valley wouldn't be that heavy. Ordinary cultivators would be able to cultivate there." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've already thought about it." Tai Zhantian nodded and said, "That's good. I'll leave this matter to you. But don't forget, 10 days later, Yangming City. Don't forget that you and Feng will be going there to recruit people. You don't need to recruit a lot of people, 500 people should be enough. You'll need to recruit some people with potential." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Tai Zhantian discussed the matter of the sect's opening with the others. Then he waved his hand and had everyone withdraw. Only Hu Liangchen stayed behind. Seeing everyone leave, Tai Zhantian turned to Hu Liangchen and said, "Old Hu, what do you think about Zhao Hai?" Hu Liangchen looked at Tai Zhantian, then he smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong, boss? You're already thinking about the successor? Isn't it a bit too early?" Tai Zhantian saw that he couldn't hide it from Hu Liangchen, so he sighed and said, I have no other choice. Zhao Hai said that the Supreme Elder is in seclusion and can't come out. I know that the Supreme Elder's situation isn't good. The gang needs a few experts. If we rely on Zhao Hai, I'm afraid that he won't be able to protect the Black Tiger gang. Therefore, I want to hand over the gang's matters to others and focus on breaking through to the immortal stage. Hu Liangchen knew that with Tai Zhantian's strength, he could have reached the immortal stage long ago. It was just that Tai Zhantian had been busy with the gang's matters. Because of this, he hasn't been able to reach the immortal stage. And in about a year, the heavenly demon realm would invade. If Tai Zhantian can reach the immortal stage at this time, it would be a good thing for the Black Tiger gang. Thinking of this, Hu Liangchen nodded and said, you should reach the immortal stage. However, I don't think it'll be easy for Zhao Hai to take over the Black Tiger gang. Although Zhao Hai is strong, he doesn't have much patience for these matters. Moreover, you should know that Zhao Hai is very strong. It's possible for him to reach the immortal stage in a short time. If you hand over the Black Tiger gang to him, wouldn't that delay his progress? Tai Zhantian nodded and said, I didn't think about this. You're right. If Zhao Hai can cultivate peacefully, then he might be able to reach the immortal stage within a year. Even if he can't, his strength would still improve. This is a good thing for the Black Tiger gang. But what about the Black Tiger gang? Tai Zhantian's expression was solemn. Who should we hand it over to? Hu Liangchen frowned, then he said, what do you think about handing it over to Zhao Hai? Although Zhao Hai's strength is good, it's impossible for him to reach the immortal stage in a short time. Moreover, Zhao Hai is very steady. His prestige in the gang isn't low. Handing the Black Tiger gang to him shouldn't be a problem, right? After listening to Hu Liangchen, Tai Zhantian sighed, then he smiled bitterly and said, I'm not afraid of not knowing the quality of the goods, I'm afraid of comparing the quality of the goods. If Zhao Hai wasn't here, then Little Fang's strength would be formidable and reliable. But compared to Zhao Hai, Little Fang's strength is lacking. Alright, we can't let Little Fang's strength affect Zhao Hai's cultivation. As long as Zhao Hai becomes stronger, then our Black Tiger gang will also become stronger. Hu Liangchen smiled bitterly as well. To be honest, before Zhao Hai's rise, the Black Tiger gang's youths were quite good. But after Zhao Hai's rise, those youths couldn't be compared to Zhao Hai. Not to mention Tai Zhantian, even Hu Liangchen, who was known as the wisest person in the Black Tiger gang, had the same feeling. Zhao Hai didn't know what the two were talking about. After he came out of Tai Zhantian's study, he said goodbye to Zhang Feng before his figure flashed and entered the space. Then he had Kai instruct the Zerg to build a base for 100,000 people in the Wandering Soul Gang's territory. Zhao also discovered that although the Ghost Gang's Yang Valley wasn't as good as the original one, it was still very good. The reason there was such a place was because there was a cold pond under the Yang Valley, but this cold pond wasn't the same as the other cold ponds in the Ghost Gang. An ordinary cold pond would only contain Ling Yiji at most, but this cold pond would emit waves of yin qi. This yin qi was extremely poisonous to ordinary cultivators, but for cultivators of the Ghost Dao, it was a rare treasure. Yin qi generally referred to evil yin qi. This evil yin qi was very powerful. If an ordinary cultivator did not use it, not only would it erode the cultivator's spiritual qi, but it could also erode the cultivator's soul. Fortunately, an ordinary cultivator's soul was strong, so they were not afraid of ordinary yin qi. However, the yin qi in this valley was very pure. Even if an ordinary cultivator stayed here for a long time, they would not be able to withstand the erosion of the yin qi. If it was an ordinary person, it would not take long for them to become neither human nor ghost. In the end, they would probably turn into a zombie. On the other hand, ghost cultivators have ways to turn yin qi into energy for their cultivation. Not only can it increase their cultivation, it can also make their attacks more powerful. Zhao was now very curious about the cold pond. He really wanted to know what was in the cold pond, and why the yin qi was so strong. Because of this, Zhao Hai instructed Kai to design and build a base. Then he drove the Hell King's ship into the cold pond. The cold pond wasn't big, only about 100 meters in diameter. The water in the pond was very turbid, so it was impossible to see what was inside. And because of the yin qi coming out of the pond, it blocked people's spiritual force. So if Zhao wanted to know what was in the pond, he could only go in with his ship. Using spiritual force to explore was impossible. Zhao Hai drove the Hell King's ship into the cold pond. Immediately, he felt that the temperature inside the ship had dropped by a few degrees. Zhao Hai knew that this was the result of the yin qi. However, he didn't stop. With an intention, the ship's shield strengthened by a few degrees and the temperature returned to normal. However, Zhao Hai still couldn't see his surroundings. At most, he could only see about 100 meters in front of him. This was very rare for Zhao Hai. Moreover, he couldn't release his spiritual force at all. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Zhao Hai understood that in this situation, even if he released his silver needles, it would still be impossible. The silver needles were very special. It can be said that the silver needles could see their surroundings. This was also a manifestation of spiritual force. If one's spiritual force was completely cut off, then the silver needles would be useless. However, this was something that Zhao Hai didn't understand. How far the silver needles could see had a lot to do with their strength. It must be known that Zhao Hai wasn't an ignorant person anymore. He was about to reach the immortal stage. Even so, the silver needles couldn't see the situation inside the pond. This made Zhao Hai feel strange. Zhao Hai controlled the Hell King's ship to dive into the pond. He wanted to see what was at the bottom of the pond. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that the Wandering Soul Gang would have some understanding of the cold pond. Because of this, he asked the Wandering Soul Gang members about it. However, the Wandering Soul Gang members didn't know what was going on with the cold pond. They also sent people to explore the pond, but those people didn't come back. This was because the cold pond's yin qi was too strong. Even the Wandering Soul Gang members who cultivated yin qi weren't able to withstand such strong yin qi. Because of this, Zhao Hai became even more curious about the cold pond. Today, he finally had the opportunity to explore it. He directly drove the Hell King's ship into the pond. Not long after entering the pond, Zhao Hai took some of the pond's water into the space. As soon as the pond's water entered the space, a prompt was heard: clear water contaminated with yin qi. Contains a large amount of yin qi. It is very helpful to the undead. This water was produced in the hell space. Zhao Hai nodded. The space's prompt wasn't unexpected. Zhao Hai didn't care about it as he continued to dive deeper into the pond. Zhao Hai didn't take the cold pond's water into the space for this type of water. The space had all kinds of water, so he didn't care about this type of water. The reason he took the cold pond's water into the space was so that the Hell King's ship could dive deeper. Zhao Hai didn't believe that the immortal experts of the Wandering Soul Gang wouldn't enter the pond to take a look. Even the immortal experts of the Wandering Soul Gang didn't know what was inside the pond. This meant that the pond was very dangerous. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very careful. Although he was mentally prepared, Zhao Hai didn't expect the pond to be this deep. Zhao Hai continued to dive for more than an hour, but he still couldn't see the bottom of the pond. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Zhao Hai was very clear that although he was diving, his diving speed wasn't slow at all. Compared to flying in the sky, the difference wasn't that big. In this case, he still hadn't reached the bottom after an hour. This showed how deep the cold pond was. Zhao Hai was a bit surprised. He didn't know how deep the pond was. Moreover, the deeper he dived, the more yin qi the cold pond became. In the end, the water of the cold pond had turned pure black. This made Zhao Hai frown. He didn't know what was inside the cold pond that had such a large amount of energy. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a fluctuation in the yin qi in front of him. It seemed to be stronger than before. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but be happy. At the same time, he commanded the Hell King's ship to dive deeper. Before long, Zhao Hai felt his surroundings become empty. Then Zhao Hai discovered that the pond in front of him had disappeared. It seems like he was in a subspace. Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. He didn't expect to encounter something like this again. Last time, he entered a subspace in the Raging Fire Valley and found Fire God City. He didn't expect to enter another subspace this time. He just didn't know what was inside this subspace. Zhao Hai looked around and felt his scalp tingle. This was because he saw countless corpses in this subspace. There were all kinds of strange corpses. Some of these corpses were wearing armor, looking like soldiers. Some were wearing cotton clothes, looking like old farmers. There were also some who were wearing silk, looking very rich. At a glance, one could see that their status wasn't ordinary. But now, these people had turned into corpses. Moreover, these corpses were in strange shapes, as if they were thrown down from a high place. The entire space was filled with cold winds. The Xianxia was very rich. Zhao Hai carefully looked around. He couldn't see how big this space was, but Zhao Hai was sure that this space wasn't small. Even the remaining area was about the same as the fire god's space. As for the other places, they were filled with corpses. Although Zhao Hai had a lot of undead, these undead were still a race in Zhao Hai's space. Zhao Hai didn't really think of these things as dead. Therefore, he didn't feel that these undead were terrifying. However, the corpses in this space made Zhao Hai's scalp tingle. This place could really be described as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This was because under the corpses, there was a layer of viscous blood. He didn't know how deep the blood was, it was almost congealing. With so many corpses here, it was natural for there to be Xianxia in this place. In fact, the Xianxia here was very rich. Clouds of ink-black Xianxia floated in this space like dark clouds. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that he didn't find any undead in this space. One must know that in a place with such rich Xianxia, it was very easy to produce undead. As long as it was a newly dead corpse, there would be a trace of soul force. As long as there wasn't a trace of soul force, after entering the space, it would be nourished by the Xianxia and slowly turn into an undead. Therefore, in such a place, with so many corpses, there should be undead. However, there weren't any undead here. This made Zhao Hai puzzled. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the corpses, but in the end, he didn't find anything. This made Zhao Hai puzzled. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt something fall from the space above his head. Zhao Hai looked up and saw a corpse being thrown down. Zhao Hai stared, then he waved his hand and the corpse came to his side. Zhao Hai looked at the corpse, it was a man's corpse. This man must have been a person of high status when he was alive. This was because he was wearing a royal robe with a monster embroidered on it. The style of this robe was completely different from the robes of the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai knew that having a monster embroidered on one's robe was a symbol of status. This person's identity wasn't simple, he might even be the ruler of a country. This person clearly died not long ago because there were bloodstains on his body. But what made Zhao Hai surprised was that this person didn't have any spiritual force. It was as if this person was born without a soul. Zhao Hai stared, then he couldn't help but knit his brows. He could feel that this person didn't have a soul, it must have been absorbed by someone else. Absorbing the power of the soul to cultivate was a method used by some ghost cultivators. However, even ordinary ghost cultivators would not use this method to cultivate, because it was harmful to the harmony of the world. Moreover, every strand of the power of the soul had its own unique soul imprint. Even if it was absorbed by a cultivator, he would have to spend a lot of time to refine the strand of spiritual power and erase the soul imprint inside. This way, the time spent would be much longer than normal cultivation. Therefore, very few cultivators would use the power of the soul to cultivate. Zhao Hai frowned, then he waved his hand and threw the corpse to the side. Then he looked at the place where the corpse appeared and slowly flew forward. Upon arriving at the place where the corpse appeared, the Hell King's ship didn't encounter any obstruction and directly passed through. Zhao Hai felt relieved, he really wanted to know where the corpse came from. But at this time, Zhao Hai felt as if he had hit a wall and was blocked. Zhao Hai stared, then he turned his head and saw that the Hell King's ship's bow had indeed disappeared. In other words, the Hell King's ship had entered a space that he didn't know about. At the same time, he was blocked by an invisible shield. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he slowly made the Hell King's ship retreat. The ship was like an unsheathed sword as it slowly emerged from the bow. When Zhao Hai made the ship move forward, it was once again blocked in that position. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the invisible shield in front of him. He really didn't understand what was going on. Why was the Hell King's ship able to pass through, and why was the corpse able to fall down while he couldn't? Zhao looked around, trying to find an answer. But even after looking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. Zhao waved his hand and a silver flying sword appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, and the silver flying sword flew straight into his shield without any hindrance. At the same time, Zhao also called up the image of the silver flying sword. He saw that the place where the silver flying sword was now in seemed to be a hole. He didn't know how deep the hole was, but from the flying sword's angle, he could only see a small dot the size of a needle's eye on the top of the hole. Zhao Hai knew that the corpse must have been thrown down from above. In other words, the bright spot could accommodate at least one person. But now, it was only the size of a needle. This showed how deep the hole was. However, Zhao Hai didn't let the silver sword fly out. This was because he still didn't understand why he couldn't go out while the silver sword could. Most importantly, Zhao Hai discovered another thing. There was no spiritual qi in the place where the silver sword was. There wasn't even a trace of spiritual qi. Spiritual sky filled the world. Everything in the world had spiritual qi. This spiritual qi wouldn't disappear or decrease. This was because spiritual qi was everywhere in the universe. The universe attaches spiritual qi to everything, and everything would produce spiritual qi to supplement the universe. Because of this, spiritual qi was present everywhere. But today, Zhao Hai found a place where there was no spiritual qi at all. After the silver flying sword entered the space, the supply of spiritual qi to the Yinyang lightning pond was reduced. This was because the Yinyang lightning pond couldn't get spiritual qi from the outside. In the end, it had to rely on the space to replenish its spiritual qi. Zhao Hai frowned. He didn't think that there would be such a place in the universe. A place without spiritual qi was too strange. Through the silver flying sword, Zhao could see that there was still earth and stone in the cave. In a place like this, there should be spiritual qi, and the attribute of the spiritual qi should lean towards the earth attribute. But now, he found that there was not even a trace of spiritual qi, which made Zhao very puzzled. What made Zhao Hai even more puzzled was why the silver flying sword and the Hell King's ship could enter the cave while he was blocked. Although Zhao Hai could easily enter the cave using the space, Zhao Hai didn't do so. He just stood there and thought about it. He wanted to figure out what was going on. After carefully thinking about everything, Zhao Hai's mind suddenly lit up. He finally thought of the biggest difference between himself and the Hell King's ship and the silver flying sword. It was his soul. He had spiritual qi, but the silver flying sword, the Hell King's ship, and the corpse that fell into the cave didn't. In other words, this shield was only effective against things with souls. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai moved his hand and summoned an undead. The undead tried to move forward but was blocked. Undead also had souls, and their soul fire was still very strong. Because of this, they couldn't pass through. After scanning the area, Zhao Hai took out some soulless items. Sure enough, those items could easily pass through the area, as if there was no barrier at all. However, this made Zhao Hai even more curious. His figure moved and entered the space. Then he commanded the silver flying sword to fly towards the needle-sized light. This cave was very strange. Zhao Hai commanded the silver flying sword to fly for about half an hour before arriving at the entrance. The entrance was actually very large, with a diameter of about a kilometer. It was such a big hole, but he could only see a bright spot the size of a needle. One could imagine how deep this hole was. However, when they reached the entrance, Zhao Hai didn't have the silver flying needle immediately fly out. Instead, he turned the silver flying sword into a silver flying needle and flew out of the hole. The scenery outside the hole made Zhao Hai stare. This huge hole was actually at the foot of a mountain. In front of the hole was a huge building. It looked like a temple, but it occupied a very large area. Zhao Hai commanded the silver needles to fly towards the building. Before long, Zhao Hai could see the area of the building. The area of the building was very large, it occupied about 10,000 acres. Not only did it occupy a large area, the building was also very gorgeous. Zhao Hai was speechless as he looked at it. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was magnificent. Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared above the temple from the space. As soon as he came out of the space, Zhao Hai felt a burst of pressure. This pressure wasn't caused by the laws of heaven and earth. It was just as Zhao Hai thought, there was no trace of spiritual qi. If Zhao Hai wanted to move around, then he could only replenish his spiritual qi from the space. However, in this world, there was no trace of spiritual qi. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that there were mountains and rivers. The mountains were also lush with vegetation. Normally, a place like this should have rich spiritual qi. However, there was no trace of spiritual qi here. This was very strange. Zhao Hai was now even more curious about this giant realm. He really wanted to know what was going on here. Why was there no trace of spiritual qi here? However, Zhao Hai didn't think about this problem. This was because he felt the spiritual qi fluctuations of cultivators in the temple. This made Zhao Hai even more curious. If there was no spiritual qi here, then what did the cultivators rely on to cultivate? As they got closer and closer to the temple, Zhao's face became more and more gloomy. He now knew how the cultivators in the temple practiced. From the aura of the cultivators, he could feel a very strong yin qi, and this yin qi also had the smell of blood. With the addition of the corpses in the space, Zhao immediately understood that in this place, there was no spiritual qi at all. These cultivators must have been killing people and absorbing their spiritual qi to practice. And the corpses in the space must have been the people they used to practice. However, Zhao Hai also felt that the strength of the cultivators in the temple wasn't very strong. In terms of strength, the strongest cultivator was only at the transcendence stage, which wasn't much. Most importantly, Zhao Hai could feel that these people didn't have any faith power in their bodies. In other words, they were like rogue cultivators in the cultivation realm. They simply couldn't form their avatars. Zhao Hai didn't want to immediately kill these cultivators. He wanted to figure out what was going on with this space. Therefore, Zhao Hai returned to the space. Then he immediately commanded a large number of silver needles to fly towards the giant realm. To Zhao Hai's surprise, the giant realm wasn't as big as he imagined. The giant realm was composed of an ocean and a continent. This continent was very large, bigger than China. It was almost as big as Asia. The population was also quite large. However, it was difficult to calculate how many people there were. In such a large continent, there was only one country. This country was called the Yunlai country. The temple that Zhao Hai saw in the beginning was the Yunlai country's Hugua temple. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't an idiot. He killed 2 evildoers in the Hugua temple and turned them into undead. Only then did he understand what was going on. Originally, this continent was called the Hidden Fog World. This was because it wasn't a planet, but a flat continent. The end of the continent was covered in white fog. The fog seemed to have a protective shield. No one could go out from there, and no one could come in from there. The Hidden Fog World originally had dozens of large and small countries. However, a few hundred years ago, the Yunlai country's country protector suddenly appeared. Everything changed. The Yunlai country's country protector was incomparably powerful. He had the ability to move mountains and seas. With his help, the Yunlai country finally unified the Hidden Fog World and became the only country in the Hidden Fog World. Naturally, the country protector was valued by the Yunlai country's country protector. The Yunlai country's country protector was specially approved to build a Hugua temple for the country protector to live in. Naturally, this didn't mean that the Hidden Fog World's people would be able to live a good life after the Yunlai country unified the Hidden Fog World. In fact, it was the opposite. The Yunlai country wasn't a good country. They had been using high-pressure methods to rule the Hidden Fog World. The civilians of the Hidden Fog World were living in an abyss of suffering. It wasn't that they didn't think of rebelling, but it was useless. This was because even the strongest among the commoners weren't a match for the Yunlai country's protector. All the resistance was suppressed, the commoners simply didn't have a chance to rise up. When Zhao Hai heard this person, he immediately understood what was going on. Although he didn't know why a cultivator suddenly appeared here, he was certain that this cultivator was a ghost cultivator. He discovered that there was no spiritual qi here, so he used the souls of people to cultivate. Using the power of people's souls, he was able to reach the transcendence stage. One could imagine how many people he had killed in total. Since there was no spiritual qi in the Hidden Fog World, the people simply couldn't cultivate. Naturally, they weren't a match for that cultivator. Because of this, the Yunlai country was able to unify the Hidden Fog World and become the overlord of the Hidden Fog World. Zhao Hai looked at the map of the Hidden Fog World that was stored inside the space and didn't speak for a long time. Laura, who was standing beside Zhao Hai, looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what are you thinking about?" Zhao Hai replied, I want to control the hidden fog world in my own hands. I want to turn it into a religious country. I want to make it a place that provides faith power. In the past few days, Zhao Hai discovered that although the hidden fog world wasn't very big, its population wasn't small. Moreover, the people here were able to produce faith power. This made Zhao Hai have an idea. He wanted to turn the hidden fog world into a place that provides faith power. Laura thought for a moment and said, Big Brother Hai, what you mean is that we should first deal with those evil cultivators and then overthrow the Yunlai country and turn it into a religious country. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right. It's better to have the hidden fog world in our hands than in the hands of those fellows. Moreover, we can't give you faith power from the space. What we need right now is a place that can provide faith power. After several battles, coupled with Zhao Hai's current status, he already knew the method to extract faith power and divide it into different components. He could also make a method to store faith power and give it to others. However, what gave Zhao Hai a headache was that the space was a special existence. Everything was controlled by Zhao Hai. Because of this, even if Zhao Hai mastered this method, it would still be useless in the space. Only Zhao Hai could use faith power from the space. Others couldn't use it, not even Laura and the others. This gave Zhao Hai a headache. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted a place to provide faith power. And in Zhao Hai's opinion, the hidden fog world was the most suitable place. The hidden fog world had a large population. They were still in a period of time where they didn't have any faith. As long as Zhao Hai helps them deal with the Yunlai country and the cultivators, then he can start preaching. Then the people here would certainly become his most loyal followers. They would be able to provide him with a large amount of faith power. Then Zhao Hai could use the formations used by the great sects to give faith power to Laura and the others. End of chapter 1793. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.